Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Chapter 1917, Friend Su Lang, you, haha. I didn't expect the Taichu exercises to be completed so quickly. From placing the exercise to the present, it will only take 5 or 6 minutes. Awesome. Su Lang was so surprised that he almost laughed out loud. At the same time, the warm current after the exercises were completed also appeared in Su Lang's body. A lot of exercises are imprinted on the soul. In an instant, Su Lang completely mastered this, traced to the origin of eternity. It's as if I spent countless years slowly thinking and creating it. And the function of this exercise. As expected, it is a practice book about past time. It records a very powerful two primary secret technique. Once on a certain creature, you can view his past, all the details can be seen at a glance. And it's very real. It's so real that it's almost as if I have experienced it myself. Except besides, there is also a method to slow down the flow of time. To slow down to the extreme is the flow of time. A very powerful technique. It's a pity that I still can't use these methods. I have to wait until I have more advanced time rules and more crystal wall worlds that integrate time rules. Su Lang's heart was full of enthusiasm, and his eyes fell on other exercises again. This time he intends to practice the same techniques as the boundless world of xianxia, to strengthen the crystal wall world. Although this exercise is in a minority, but Su Lang synthesized a lot of two basic exercises. Search from more than 800 exercises, let alone one, even 10 can be found. Quickly, Su Lang found an extremely elementary exercise called the world of clouds and fog. By looking at its name, you can roughly see the exercises like it in xianxia blessed world record. The meaning is that there are as many water droplets in the universe as there are in the clouds. The same as the practice of multi-universe, multi-world practice. System, place, Unu Mist world map, to start the 9 hearts into one. Su Lang smiled, and immediately began to practice this exercise. Suddenly, place the exercises. The 9 martial arts villains began to practice the exercises together. Presumably, it will not take a few minutes to complete the practice again. It's so cool, so cool. Su Lang was extremely happy. Just then, the 4 avatars sent out to detect the 100,000 heavenly misty star cluster have already detected this huge formation. At this moment, the entire formation was seen by Su Lang and remembered in his heart. Every detail in the formation was completely remembered by him. The formation method was also completely learned by Su Lang. Moreover, all the formations within the divine mind were controlled by Su Lang, so he could do whatever he wanted. A great array of heavenly stars, 28 primary formations and 70,000 godless formations form a combined formation. On average, every elementary formation is surrounded by 2,500 formations. All kinds of formations are connected to each other to form a unit. A full 49 million units form 1/8 of the entire array. The formation that makes up the entire 100,000 sky stellar cluster is as many as 400 million units. The unit of the combined formation alone is as many as 400 million, and the number of formations among them is countless. It's really amazing to use manpower to complete such a formation. Su Lang closed his eyes, a model of the 100,000 sky star cluster appeared in his mind, and his heartfelt admiration rose in his heart. Notice, others don't have the ability to make thoughts. Every establishment of a formation requires the joint efforts of countless array masters, consuming countless materials, effort and time. Senior Zug, I have already discovered the formation. Su Lang took a deep breath and respectfully bowed his hands to Zug Zhen. Then, Zug Junduo was stunned there. Zhang Wenzheng and the others were all stunned. The scene was silent. Even if someone loses a hair, it can be heard by others. What, Su, Taoist Su Lang? You said you have already detected the formation. There are a total of 392 million formation units in this constellation large array, and each unit is composed of a different number of 2,500 formations. Taoist Su Lang, this detection is over. Don't you take a closer look. Zug Junduo and the others looked at Su Lang in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes were staring. Chapter 1918. Repair the formation hole. Zhang Wenzheng and others are more or less godless level formation masters. They have also participated in the construction of the 100,000 heavens misty star group. I know how complicated this formation is, how vast, and how difficult it is to build it. But now, Su Lang actually said that he had already detected the formation. OMG. How long is this? This completes the detection of the formation. It is incredible. If it weren't for the miracle that Su Lang had created before, everyone could not help but doubt it, instead of just wondering now. Seniors, there are indeed many formations of the 100,000 heavenly misty stars. However, they are all made up of the same unit. So I only need to figure out the unit of the united array, and then understand the way the units are connected. Su Lang smiled faintly. Now, we can start to repair the formation. That's it, but even a united formation unit is extremely complicated. There are so many formations, millions of them, which is incredible. Zhuge Junduo and others nodded slightly, but there was still a thick disbelief on their faces. So, Zhang Wenzheng asked curiously, how does Taoist Su Lang plan to fix this huge loophole in the formation? The rest of the early powerhouses also watched Su Lang. They have a hunch. Su Lang is about to create a miracle again. Yes, he is coming again. Really, it's easy. Using the most common method, first build the skeleton and then fill the flesh. Su Lang laughed, pointing to the formation and saying, for example, like this. The voice just fell. Zhuge Junduo, Zhang Wenzheng, Bai Tongguang and others looked in the direction of Su Lang's fingers. Suddenly, their eyes widened, because at the edge of the void of that formation, one by one, two primary formations appeared. Immediately after, at the edge of these two primary formations, one Supreme Emperor rank formation appeared again, as flesh and blood filling the edges of each primordial formation. In a blink of an eye, an array unit with millions of levels is actually completed. This is a unit with millions of formations. Actually completed the arrangement in a few breaths. This is almost unbelievable when an ordinary ant has instantly turned into a planet-level behemoth. What the is this? It's amazing. I have studied the formation for billions of years. I have never seen this kind of formation method. I have arranged and repaired a large number of units of this type of formation, but if I come, it will take at least 100 days to complete the arrangement. Friend Su Lang, I almost suspect that you used the past time method. This is incredible, Taoist Su Lang, you have created another miracle. Zhang Wenzheng and the others looked at the array units that appeared almost out of thin air, each of them was dumbfounded and breathed. At this time, another exclamation came. Look, everyone, friend Su Lang not only lays out the array, so fast that it is against the sky, this array unit is different from ours. Taoist Su Lang has joined other types of formations, making this formation unit more perfect. Zhuge Array exclaimed, looking at the brand new array unit, his eyes were like searchlights. What? If this is the case, there are more than 20 kinds of Taichu formations. There are tens of thousands of quasi-primary formations, and more godless-level formations. Aren't those newly added Taichu formations from the classics that we just presented to Taoist Su Lang not long ago? Could it be that Taoist Su Lang learned all those formations just by looking at it? This is simply a fantasy, but it really appeared in front of me. My God, it's unbelievable. Even the entire infinite realm, the infinite realm with countless powerful people, no one can do this. Now the power of this formation unit is more than 10,000 times stronger than before. Taoist Su Lang is simply incredible. Friend Su Lang, are you the eternal realm strong reincarnated and rebuilt? Zhang Wenzheng and others were reminded by Zhuge Junduo, and immediately discovered the changes in the new formation unit. Chapter 1919. The first division of Tianmeng worshipped. Their faces were full of horror. A mouth was too shocked to close at all. The miracle Su Lang created before them was beyond their imagination. Friend Su Lang, how did you do it? What kind of anti-sky formation is contained in this? Zhuge Junduo asked Su Lang in shock, and even the idea of apprenticeship arose in his mind. It should be known that he was the first person in the formation of the entire Tianmen continent. Almost all the powerful formation wizards in the entire Tianmen continent were taught by him. In the eyes of countless people in Tianmen continent, Zhuge formation is the **** of formation together. But now, he wants to apprentice. He was conquered by Su Lang's formation method. This is a very peculiar means of formation. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, but I can't explain it clearly. I know it, but I don't know why. Whether it is the ability to learn formations or the ability to arrange formations, he does it through system functions. It is impossible to teach other people the method of learning the formation method at a glance and forming a formation with a thought, of course. The formations that have been learned can be taught to others, therefore. When Zug Gen Duo was there, regretful. Friend Zug, I can't teach you this kind of quick learning of formation and rapid formation. But those formations you don't understand, I can organize them into a book and give it to you. Su Lang smiled faintly. This can be regarded as my feedback to everyone who sent me the classics of the formation. This statement came out. Everyone was immediately surprised. Thank you, Taoist Su Lang. Thank you, Taoist Su Lang. Zug Junduo was even more ecstatic, and his previous regrets had long since vanished. Notice, in the brand new formation unit, Su Lang has incorporated 21 more basic techniques that they have never mastered. There are as many as tens of thousands of godless techniques. The classics of that two primary formation have been passed down from the time when the boundless world was broken to the present. Zug Junduo, the person who has the best grasp, has only realized 26 kinds. The rest are too junior and strong. Some people understand the other two. It is also precisely using these 28 two-elementary formations that they have spent countless years to create a 100,000-day star cluster. At this time, Su Lang would organize the formations he learned and give them to them. Presumably they can also learn very quickly, and then use them in battle, greatly enhancing their combat power. Wait for me to make up for the void in this formation. Just burn a jade book of classics for you fellow Taoists. Su Lang laughed, and immediately began to arrange the elementary array unit again. Silently, countless formations appeared out of thin air. It's like a ray of granulation growing, making up for and healing the huge wound of void formation. Time is passing slowly. 1,000 array units are laid out. 10,000 array units have been laid out. This is not over yet. The number continues to skyrocket. 100,000 million. In the end it reached 10 million. So far, the void of the formation is completely made up. But, Su Lang's actions did not end there. In the eyes of everyone, Su Lang pinched the formation with both hands and activated those brand new formation units. Rumble. There was a roar of terror. Immediately after, Zhang Wenzheng and the others discovered that small broken continents from other places were drawn over. These small continents are arranged in peculiar ways. Under the action of the formation, the world consciousness of the small continents is connected to each other. Suddenly, the world consciousness barrier of the 100,000 heavens misty stars has also been compensated. As long as there are people from other continents breaking into or even approaching the 100,000 heavenly misty stars, the world consciousness will immediately form a vision to alert the warriors in the heavenly continent. Awesome, so amazing. With the formation, move one world at a time. Place the world accurately in a special place. It's really breathtaking, it's amazing. Friend Su Lang, your formation skills are almost endless. Zug Junduo and others were numb with shock, and the eyes that looked at Su Lang even showed respect. Chapter 1920. Taoist Su Lang is really humble, haha. Actually, my formation skills are just too early. Su Lang smiled and shook his head. If it is a higher level formation, I can't arrange it. This statement came out. Zug Junduo and the others suddenly smiled dumbly. Friend Su Lang, we have only seen Taichu formations, and more advanced formations may not exist at all. But if it really exists, I guess you will learn it for a short while. Everyone laughed and talked. I really can't learn it. Su Lang smiled. He really couldn't help. Because the one key formation function has been upgraded to the top, the formation method that can be learned is too basic. Taoist Su Lang is really humble. That is, with such a good formation talent, you can definitely learn more advanced formations. If Taoist Su Lang really learns that formation, will we be invincible? That's very possible. Anyway, those bald donkeys can't touch us. While everyone laughed and joked about Su Lang, they imagined a bright future for Su Lang to learn more advanced formations. Correct. I haven't burned the jade book of the formation law for everyone. Su Lang suddenly laughed, and took out jade slips one by one, and began to burn the formations. With his ability at the beginning level at this time, let alone the profound meaning of burning formation techniques, even if it was burning the formation techniques, he could do it. Almost instantly, Su Lang has burned the profound meaning of a Taichu formation, then gave the jade slip to Zug Junduo and others. This is the profound meaning of the two primary formation. Hiss, so detailed, too detailed, I almost understand it at a glance. You can see with your eyes, and your brain can see, do you understand with your hands, haha. Quote. Zug Junduo and others looked at the formation at the same time, and they were happy, ready for further enlightenment. But at this moment, the second jade slip was handed over by Su Lang again. This is, have you finished burning again? This, so fast, quote. Everyone is incredible, but when he thought that Su Lang could even arrange millions of formations in an instant, he accepted it and felt relieved. Next, after being burned by Su Lang, the jade bamboo slips and books were handed to Zug Junduo and others. In a blink of an eye, all the primordial formations of the Taichu formation have been burned. The following is a godless formation. The godless level formation is relatively simple. I will engrave it in a jade album separately. After Su Lang finished speaking, without looking at the reaction of Zug Junduo and others, he immediately began to burn. Have to say, the godless level formation is really too simple compared to the two elementary formation. Basically, the profound meaning contained in the thousands of Supreme Emperor's formations is not comparable to that of a two elementary formation. Therefore, although there are many types of formations without god level, but Su Lang's burning speed is also very fast. About a quarter of an hour, Su Lang burned all the profound meanings of the godless array into a jade slip. In this, there are about 130,000 godless level formations of profound interpretations. Su Lang handed this jade slip to Zug Junduo. I hope it will be helpful to you. Good. A detailed analysis of the 130,000 godless level formation methods, this will be the treasure of the heavenly continent. Friend Su Lang, don't worry, I will let it pass on. Zug Junduo took the jade slip from Su Lang with trembling hands, his eyes full of excitement. Not bad, we will let this jade slip be passed on forever. The name of fellow Su Lang will be passed on forever, and countless warriors will admire you in the future. Quote. Zhang Wenzheng and others were also extremely excited. Su Lang's engraved array of secret analysis is simply too detailed. Even they can understand at a glance. Haha, as long as the jade sword of this formation can help you, everything else is second. By the way, I said that I would give you the soul origin soul reincarnation technique, now you can burn it together. Su Lang smiled, immediately took out a new jade slip, and began to burn the corpse soil source soul reincarnation technique. Chapter 1921. The soul of pure nirvana. Now it is not difficult for him to burn the profound meanings of the basic exercises. What's more, the reincarnation of corpse earth origin soul is just a secret technique. Quickly, Su Lang finished recording this secret method and gave it to Zhang Wenzheng and others. Great. In the future, even if our warriors die in battle, there will be hope of resurrection. Thank you, Taoist Su Lang. Quote. Zhang Wenzheng and the others were pleasantly surprised, and they repeatedly bowed their hands to Su Lang and even faintly bowed. You fellow Taoists don't have to thank me so much. This is what I should do. We have to fight against Emperor Tianmi and Yuan Mingzhou together. This formation unit has been improved by me, and if it can be extended to other formation units and improved, the defense of the 100,000-day Misty Stars Swarm Array will skyrocket to the Wuyun Prime beginning level. Su Lang waved his hand with a smile, and continued, the improvement plan is very simple. I considered it beforehand. You can easily improve other formation units. This statement came out. Everyone suddenly beamed with joy. It should be known that among the 20-something primaries of theirs, only 5 or 6 reached the level of Wuyun primaries. The rest are below Xian Taichu. If this 100,000 sky star cluster could reach the defense power of the Wuyun Taichu, on that day, the security of the Miao continent will be greatly improved. Friend Su Lang is so thoughtful. Below represents the countless creatures of the Tianmen continent, thanks to fellow Taoist Su Lang. Zhu Garay showed admiration in many faces, and immediately bowed to Su Lang. The others followed suit and bowed. Don't do this, everyone. Get up, get up. Su Lang lifted everyone up. I said, this is what I should do. Hear this. Everyone smiled. Su Lang has what he needs. Just ask us. Although we old guys are not useful, we live a long time and collect a lot of things. Keeping them will not disappoint Taoist Su Lang. Zhang Wenzheng said to Su Lang solemnly. Ha 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 ha, I really won't be polite to everyone. Su Lang laughed loudly, but forget it now, next time, everyone prepare more. Hee hee, ha ha, well, I must prepare more when I wait. Zhu Garay laughed a lot. Then let's go down and study the jade slips given by Taoist Su Lang with those disciples and grandchildren, so that we can improve the 100,000 sky star cluster as soon as possible. It is good, I'll wait too. Friend Su Lang, please go together, those boys must pay respects to fellow Taoists. Yes, right, Taoist Su Lang has to go. I will prepare some things needed for the resurrection ceremony of the corpse soil source soul, and I will meet you back. Go and go. Quote. The crowd made a lot of noise, and Zan even flew towards a certain broken continent surrounded by Su Lang. There are also 2 low-level powerhouses to act separately to prepare the items needed for the resurrection ceremony of the corpse soil source soul. It still feels very good to be surrounded by strong people from the beginning. Su Lang enjoyed it. At this time, boom, a roar suddenly sounded in Su Lang's mind. Exactly. In the sea of knowledge, mental power has broken through. From the realm of broken nirvana to the realm of pure nirvana. Su Lang's body was shocked, his eyes revealed surprise, only to feel that his mental power instantly expanded 100,000 times. Surprise occasion, he immediately looked inside himself and checked the state of the sea of consciousness. When the realm of broken nirvana, the entire world of consciousness sea collapsed into countless golden mists. Even the cohesive sun is no exception. And those golden mists are the soul power needed to blend into the body of the Emperor in the universe of life. Only if, in order to complete the soul-body fusion and soul-you fusion, when both of these are completed, they have reached the realm of the Supreme Emperor. In this realm is also the spiritual power of the realm of broken nirvana. The Supreme Emperor is in the process of completing the fusion of soul, body and soul. It can also continuously expand the golden mist left in the sea of knowledge and make it develop in the direction of qualitative change. But at this step, most of the godless level powerhouses were completely fused with the soul, body and soul, which involved all their energy and time, and could hardly strengthen their mental power. Only by reaching the quasi-primary level, can they spend countless hours and energy on this. Chapter 1922, Ethereal Universe merges with the world of knowledge sea, but Su Lang is different. He has the function of mental enhancement. There is a system to help automatically improve mental power, which can also be said to be soul power. Therefore, Su Lang's soul power has been growing, coupled with the use of the secret method in deadwood condensation of life, to enhance the soul source. His soul has always maintained a growth state. In the sea of knowledge, countless golden mist lingers. These golden mists are full of luster and seem to contain countless energy. In fact, it is true. Su Lang's trace of spiritual power can kill countless powerful people. Of course, it's impossible to do it with a beginner. At this moment, Su Lang's spiritual power reached the realm of pure nirvana. The countless golden mist in the sea of consciousness began to gradually become scarce. But the remaining golden mist became more and more solid, and gradually formed a crystal clear translucent fluid, gradually forming a human shape. The outline and appearance of this human figure are exactly the same as Su Lang. This is the pure nirvana soul that can almost live forever. Incomparably pure soul power. There is no trace of impurities, crystal clear, exquisite and clear heart. Su Lang felt the majestic and pure soul power, and he was as comfortable as if he had been sealed for countless years and suddenly gained freedom. Immediately after, his heart moved. Suddenly a piece of land appeared at the feet of Jingani's soul, and it spread wildly in all directions. In a blink of an eye, the thick and boundless land reappears in the sea of knowledge. Above are countless mountains, rivers and oceans, and the vast sky. The soul of Jingani instantly appeared in the sky, bursting out with endless light, illuminating the whole world. Suddenly, ding, the host soul breaks through to the realm of pure nirvana and can merge with the virtual spirit universe. The appearance of the system prompt gave Su Lang a slight pause, and he was immediately delighted. Ethereal universe. This is an illusory world. When it was first opened, it was also located below the world of consciousness. Su Lang was still wondering why he didn't appear in the sea of consciousness. It turned out to be waiting for the realm of nirvana. Void spirit universe. Know the sea world. Once it merges, more wonderful things will happen. There was a glimmer of expectation in Su Lang's eyes, and immediately issued an order. The system, merge the virtual spirit universe with the world of consciousness. Ding. Start fusion. The system prompt sounded again. Soon, the void spirit universe, located under the sea of consciousness, slowly moved upwards, gradually blending with the world of consciousness. Those 2 void dragon vein celestial realms were also integrated into the world of knowledge. Silently, the whole world of Zihai has become more colorful. Countless incense-condensed creatures appeared on the earth, and they were infinitely changing like a sea of clouds, which was unpredictable. Simultaneously, an incomparably tall and vast colorful giant tree rose to the sky, occupying a corner of the world. This colorful, crystal-clear giant tree is the Seven Treasure Tree. Inside the giant trunk of the Seven Treasure Tree, a dragon-patterned orb is floating up and down. It is the void dragon vein world that Su Lang has just condensed. And in the deep sea of the world of knowledge, a huge longevity lock lay in the bottom of the sea, and the 9 black jade chains spread around, with no end in sight. There is also a dragon-patterned orb inside, which is also a void dragon vein heaven. This long life lock is obviously a heart-piercing lock. Of course, compared with Qibao Miaoshu, the volume of the lock is much smaller, and it is faintly illusory. After all, it didn't take long for it to condense. Unexpectedly it turned out to be like this. The world of consciousness sea is becoming more and more prosperous, and it merges with the ethereal universe, which has something to do with some of my plans. Su Lang pondered silently, his gaze fell on the Luoyu mirror, and the exercise technique, Ming Gong Zhao Hua Lu, appeared in his mind. His plan at the time, it is to create a world of reincarnation and accommodate the souls of the dead in the 10 life universes. These souls can reincarnate in reincarnation, go through all ages, and continue to grow themselves. In the reincarnation world, in Su Lang's original vision, it will become the center of incense willingness, a unique dantian. It will support the second set of Jodian veins besides innate Yiki, in which the incense aspiration power runs. Chapter 1923, to beginner but now. For Su Lang, ordinary incense wishing power had little effect when used directly. Therefore, the reincarnation plan has been repeatedly shelved. Luo Yujing was also faintly hidden by the snow. Ming Gong Zhao Hua Lu has almost never been used. However, by condensing the incense weapon of Qibao Miaoshu, the sublimated incense aspiration power appeared in Su Lang's vision. This kind of sublimation qualitative incense aspiration power has undergone a leap in level, and it is not inferior to the distortion power. It can even be compared with the twisting power of the Taichu level. In addition, the ethereal universe and the sea of consciousness merge at this time. Another unique incense road appeared in front of Su Lang more clearly. Now Shifang Life Universe, hundreds of thousands of crystal wall worlds. There are countless creatures alive. Every day countless creatures die, and most of the souls turn into energy and return to heaven and earth. These are souls that have finally grown up. Su Lang regards himself internally, and the many worlds in his body show a prosperous development state as a whole. But there are countless souls annihilated because of death. If you want to bring it into the world of emptiness dragon veins, you need to stare at it all the time. Su Lang didn't want to do this. What's more, many of these souls were of great kindness and virtue before they were alive, and it would be inappropriate to put them into the emptiness dragon vein heaven to suffer torment. It's time to establish reincarnation. Su Lang narrowed his eyes, even if he started to act. Keep staring at hundreds of thousands of worlds, the life and death of countless creatures. Su Lang needs a helper. That is, the network mirror that can save the soul. System, activate the weapon evolution function and evolve Luoyujing into a weapon of the early days. Ding. Consume no god level materials, no ****** soul 10, nether lotus seed 300, dark soul forbidden jade 500. Luoyujing has evolved into a soldier of the second cross supreme emperor. Quote. Ding. Consume the soul of the supreme emperor 516,898. Luoyujing has evolved into a weapon of the primordial beginning. After a series of system prompts, Luoyujing has directly evolved 7 times. From Yidu godless soldier to Yi and Taichu weapon. Such a terrifying promotion speed. If you are personally treated, you will definitely be shocked to the point of cerebral palsy. Infinite storage space. Luoyujing was suspended in the air, and Ling Xiaoluo stayed in the body a little lost and bored. The master hasn't used me for a long time. Has the master forgotten me? Yes, the master now has so many powerful weapons, I'm really useless. These are the 3 sentences that Xiaoluo often chanted recently, but as soon as she finished chanting today, she found bursts of gloom flashing from her body. Immediately after, rumble, an extremely terrifying force appeared in the body. In a flash, Xiaoluo found that his level began to skyrocket. In an instant, he soared from Yidu to quasi-primary beginning, and finally leapt across the moat to reach the primal beginning. Oh my god, this is evolution, the master is evolving for me. I have evolved into a weapon from the beginning, my god, the master thinks of me, the master hasn't forgotten me. Master, Xiaoluo really wants to see you. Quote. Xiaoluo was so excited that he couldn't wait to rush out of the storage space and bow down in front of Su Lang. Don't get excited, it's not over yet. Next, you can still be promoted. Su Lang's soft and gentle voice reached Xiaoluo's mind. Also, still promoted. Xiaoluo was stunned. The promotion from the weakest soldier of the Supreme Emperor to the weapon of the beginning is extremely exaggerated, very incredible. Now Su Lang actually said that he could still be promoted. Just when Xiaoluo was horrified. Start the enhanced function. Strengthen Luoyu mirror 7 times. Su Lang ordered again, and the system prompt suddenly sounded again. Ding. Strengthened successfully. Luoyujing +7. Inside the storage space, the shocked Xiaoluo suddenly found that he had started to improve again. This time he has improved 7 times in a row, and he has stepped into a new realm again. This is the elementary state of Yantai. He is even close to the early stage of Sanyan. Chapter 1924. Build a reincarnation world. Xiaoluo clearly felt that he had mastered a peculiar ability. That is, time can be stagnated to a certain extent. At the same time, the mastery of space has reached its limit. And in her body, the space where the incense will power and dead soul can be stored on that side has become almost endless. And for this space, Xiaoluo can manipulate it as he wants. Just a thought, a purple-black earth appeared in the world. Another thought flashed, and a large number of purple and black swirls appeared in the sky, but Xiaoluo found that he didn't seem to have any other powerful methods. At least to help Su Lang fight, it is estimated that he can only be a meat shield. Xiaoluo has lived up to the Lord's expectations. A trace of shame and self-blame appeared in Xiaoluo's heart. She has always been very calm, and even the shock before it has quickly calmed down. But at this time, the deep guilt and self-blame are too strong to dissipate. Don't be sad, Xiaoluo. Your mission is not to fight. I want you to help me build a world of reincarnation. Now, the world you created now fits my mind very well. Su Lang's soft and gentle voice appeared in Xiaoluo's mind again. What? Build a world of reincarnation. Master, what is the reincarnation world? What should Xiaoluo do? Xiaoluo heard Su Lang's voice and asked immediately. The specific world of reincarnation is like this. Su Lang chuckled, divine consciousness carrying a large amount of information flow into Xiaoluo's mind. Suddenly, Xiaoluo saw a strange world transformed by Su Lang. On the vast ground, an extremely turbid and wide river divides it into 2 parts. At the source of the river, a huge stone tablet was erected with the word Duang Chuan engraved on it. In the middle of the river, a bridge was erected across the river. A stone tablet was also erected on the bridge head of the bridge with the word Nehi engraved on it. However, the earth on the side of the steel was purple-black, and the sky was bleeding red. Strange plants grow everywhere on the ground. Even the mountains are like grave piles, creepy. A road extends from the steel of the bridge to the end of the purple-black earth, on the edge of a cliff whose bottom is invisible. There is no bottom under the cliff. But you can vaguely see an endless round wheel slowly spinning. The round wheel is composed of countless small squares. There is a small space in each small square, containing incense power without a trace of impurities. On the edge of the cliff, there is a stone tablet with the word Duangquan engraved on it. On both sides of the road, 18 behemoths rising straight into the sky one after another. 16 of them are just shadows. Only the 2 closest to the yellow spring steel can clearly see their appearance. The first behemoth is a huge colorful tree. The second behemoth is a long life lock surrounded by black jade chains. Look at the other side of the bridge. The sky is full of countless stars. These stars guard 10 suns. The sun's rays shone on the earth. The ground is vibrant, peaceful, and very beautiful. On this ground, there are 4 giant stone monuments standing up and down. 4 giant stone monuments stand side by side. The carvings on the above are different, including countless woods, countless beasts, and intelligent human beings living on the earth. Finally, there are intelligent creatures living in the clouds, high above them. Just when Xiaoluo looked at this world and pondered the intention of each of these arrangements, a huge flow of information poured into her mind. Suddenly, Xiaoluo thoroughly understood the arrangement of this reincarnation world. This is a transit point for the reincarnation of a soul. After the soul enters the world of reincarnation, The soul that enters for the first time will leave the mark of the true spirit in the reincarnation under that cliff. Under the action of pure incense, it is guaranteed not to die completely. Souls that have left the mark of the true spirit will enter Wangquan Road. After discerning its good and evil cause and effect, unqualified people will enter the hell of Qibao and heart-piercing hell. Chapter 1925, It's My Turn. 16 other hells will be set in the future. And the number of 16 is only tentative, there may be more. Qualified people will walk along Wangquan Road, step on the Nehi Bridge, and cross the Wangchuan River. When the soul steps on the Nehi Bridge, looking at the river below, you can see the picture of your life experience. After crossing the Wangchuan River, the memory will be erased. After that, these souls who have lost their memories will continue to rely on the merits of good and evil. They were thrown into the path of vegetation, beast, human, and heaven. Those who devote themselves to wood will become the soul of Lingzi Lingsao. The souls of the beasts are the souls of the beasts, and they are generally spirit beasts with wit. Those who are committed to humanity are all kinds of humanoid and intelligent creatures in the human world. Those who devote themselves to the heaven and humanity are the intelligent creatures of the heaven. The heaven is the heaven created in the world of Puxin. It is a world that only those who possess great merit are qualified to enter. In this kind of world, Su Lang wants to promote it in all worlds. The executor is her Xiaoluo. Having reached the primordial level, even without the Supreme Emperor's soldiers as a skeleton, she can easily establish a square heaven. And her body network mirror will be placed in the Dantian universe by Su Lang. Connect Shifeng Life universe and all Crystal Wall universes. In addition, she was allowed to choose some souls, and gave the dead souls different abilities and responsibilities according to her own preferences. For example, guiding the soul into reincarnation during death, so as not to dissipate the difference between heaven and earth and so on. What a sophisticated setting this is. In this way, those souls will always exist, and maybe some strange changes will occur after many reincarnations. Xiao Luo looked at the reincarnation world that Su Lang had transformed into, and couldn't help but exclaim. At this time, little network, I have instilled into you the criteria for distinguishing the cause and effect of good and evil in a soul. From the past, you will be in charge of reincarnation for me. Su Lang's voice echoed in Xiaoluo's mind. Immediately after, Xiaoluo discovered that his body had been placed by Su Lang on a small table in the Dantian universe, the White Jade Emperor's palace. It's a bit like a makeup mirror. No one knows. Inside this mirror is a reincarnation that controls hundreds of thousands of worlds. And in the future, more and more worlds will be controlled, reaching trillions. Of course, now the world of reincarnation is still out. Let's start. Don't let the master down. Xiaoluo thought about it, and then immediately began to transform the world in the mirror according to Su Lang's settings. I saw the earth that was originally purple and black. Suddenly it was divided into two halves by a terrifying rift. A huge steel appeared at the end of one side of the rift. The turbulent and turbid river flows through the crack in the middle. Strange energy radiates from the river, which can easily erase the memory of the soul. Xiao Luo was originally playing soul. At this time, he was promoted to 2 beginner level, and he was still at the beginning of the second Yan, approaching the level of the beginning of San Yan. Its control of the soul has reached the point of superb power. But as long as it is a soul below the primordial level, none of them could resist the power of the Wangchuan River, even the soul of a strong man at the beginning level of Yiyan. Over time, memories will be gradually erased. After the creation of Wangchuan, Xiao Luo immediately created Nehi Bridge, Wangquan Road. The living world on the other side was also created, and it turned out countless creatures to thrive in it. 4 stone monuments stand on the ground, corresponding to the 4 reincarnations. Soon, Xiao Luo created the Wangquan Road Samsara Cliff and Samsara Disc with his hand. Her gaze immediately fell to Wangquan Road. The colorful giant tree and the long life lock entwined with black jade chains were created by her. There are 16 unidentified hells. Su Lang looked at this scene and nodded, very satisfied. It's time for me to do it. Su Lang's thoughts moved, and a large amount of pure and flawless incense and aspirations poured into the reincarnation disc from the virtual spirit universe, into the countless small grids. Immediately after, 2 space channels emerged. They are hidden in the Qibao Miaoshu and the giant sculpture of the heart-piercing lock. These 2 spatial channels are connected to the real 7 treasure tree and heart-piercing lock in the virtual spirit universe. Chapter 1926. Shocked souls. Once the soul is thrown in, It will become the incense creature that has been thoroughly brainwashed in the 7 treasure tree or the heart-piercing lock dragon vein. This will be a terrible punishment. Next, but on the other side of the bridge, in a vibrant world, the 4 statues also appeared in space channels, connecting hundreds of thousands of worlds. Xiao Luo will also control the souls of all world creatures after death through these 4 spatial channels. Xiao Luo's spiritual thoughts spread out, extending into the world along the space channel. She suddenly saw hundreds of thousands of planetary worlds with intelligent life. There are countless creatures living on it, and creatures are born and die at all times. At this time, in the reincarnation world, millions of souls appeared at the starting point of Wangquan Road, and they were released by Su Lang. These souls enter Wangquan Road, suddenly looked around. Where is this place? What a beautiful colorful giant tree, it's so vast, just like the Milky Way. What is the giant wheel under the cliff behind? It gives people a feeling of eternity. All sorts of doubts arose in the hearts of a large number of souls, and they never expected to return to this place after their death. At this time, the reincarnation disk under the cliff was spinning, and suddenly there was a burst of suction, acting on each soul. What? No, no, no. The souls were terrified, but they didn't have any resistance. They are fortunate. I was just a trace of soul origin being sucked into that vast wheel, into small grids. This trace of true spirit and pure aspiration is infused, and it grows suddenly. Since then, even if these souls are scattered, they will never be completely wiped out. They will always exist in samsara. They who have left a trace of true spirit will not die in reincarnation, they will not die. This is almost the immortal power that Su Lang gave them. I feel it now. I want that great wheel to have a touch. If I can be with it, it is there, I am. What the does this mean? Some of the souls were surprised and some were anxious. At this time, a faint voice appeared in the minds of all souls. Wait, listen up. I am Luo Yujing, the master of reincarnation. This is the world of reincarnation, the co-master of the endless world, the place of reincarnation created by His Majesty Su Lang for the soul. His Majesty Su Lang can't bear the souls of the dead to dissipate in the heavens and the earth, and specially created reincarnation, so that your souls will be immortal and even be reborn. However, to be eligible for rebirth, one must go through 18 trials. You are very lucky. There are only 2 hells in operation now. After passing the trial of these 2 hells, you will be able to reincarnate and regain your life. Now, the 7 treasure hell trial begins. When the souls heard this, they were ecstatic, shocked, or unbelievable. What? Can we not die? This is the world of reincarnation, the world of reincarnation created by His Majesty Su Lang. His Majesty Su Lang, it turned out to be His Majesty Su Lang. I come from the Tai Sui world. His Majesty Su Lang is the creator we worship. His Majesty Su Lang is the greatest existence. He has created countless worlds and creatures. Reincarnation. This is the end and beginning of all the dead. Which one exists that coercive voice can actually control reincarnation? Could it be the Taoist companion beside His Majesty Su Lang? Countless thoughts arose in the minds of the souls, one by one was dumbfounded, shocked to the point that it was hard for oneself. Suddenly, the faint voice sounded again. While you are waiting, 370,000 people have done too much to kill and steal treasures, and they have gone into Qibao Hell. The voice just fell. 370,000 souls were immediately thrown into the space channel of Qibao Hell. Entered into the emptiness of Dragon Vein Heaven that provides incense and hope for Qibao Miaoshu. Chapter 1927. Shaoluo's practice, this. So many people have not passed the trial. Fortunately, I almost never snatched anything from others. The rest of the soul was panicked and fearful. Although they don't know what Qibao Hell is, they know that it is definitely not a good place. Next, conduct a hell trial for heart piercing. Xiao Luo's faint voice sounded again. She could easily look at the soul of these memories, and the trial was over soon. Among you, 130,000 people have repeatedly restrained and injured innocent people, and they have entered the **** of heart piercing. The voice just fell. 130,000 souls were immediately thrown into the **** through the heart. These souls kept begging for mercy when they were judged. It's a pity that Shaoluo won't open the internet at all. Those souls have entered the seven-treasure hell or the heart-piercing hell, and only the palace master of the endless world, Su Lang, can release them. Next, Xiaoluo's voice sounded again. The remaining people can walk across Wangquan Road and go to Nehi Bridge to watch their lives. The remaining hundreds of thousands of souls immediately moved forward with excitement. They walked on the long Wangquan Road. I was very excited at first, but Wangquan Road is too long. They gradually calmed down, and what they had done in life came to mind. This reincarnation world, judging whether to go to ***** based on the good and evil of the soul before death. Once in hell, will definitely be severely punished. At present, there are only Qibao hell and heart-piercing hell. They managed to escape from the double trial. But next time, after reincarnation, can they still escape trial? No way, I can't enter hell. I will be a good person, I will be a good person. I want to carve this sentence into the depths of my soul. Quote. A large number of souls reflected on Wangquan Road, and then gradually walked to the Nehi Bridge. Several souls took the lead on the Nehi Bridge. They looked at the muddy Wangchuan River. The muddy river gradually cleared, and reflected their respective lives, but everyone can only see the scenes he has experienced in his life, and cannot see other people. Watching scenes in the river, some souls began to sob silently. Some stood motionless, while others shook their heads and walked towards the end of the Nehi Bridge. The souls who crossed the Nehi Bridge were immediately erased by Xiaoluo. Only those obsessions that are deep in the soul still remain. In fact, these obsessions can also be erased. But Su Lang asked Xiaoluo to keep it. These souls stayed and didn't want to leave. When you die, don't miss the past life anymore. Xiaoluo waved his hand, and the lingering souls were suddenly pulled to the end of the Nehi Bridge, erasing their memories. The soul whose memory has been erased. They were put into the way of grass and trees, the way of animals, the way of humanity, and the way of heaven and humanity. At this step, the souls who escape the ***** trial by chance will be judged again. Too much sin will turn into vegetation, then beasts, then humanity, and finally the good people can enter the realm of heaven and humanity, of course. Those stupid virgins will not be attributed to heaven and humanity. Those who can enter the realm of heaven and humanity are all those who have great courage and great merits, and not just a mere kindness can enter, and stupidity is even more impossible. Quickly, one soul enters the four realms. Xiaoluo's spiritual thoughts compose these souls, and follow the four spatial channels to connect to Su Lang's 10-plane life universe and hundreds of thousands of crystal wall worlds. Immediately after, throw them into an embryo that has just conceived but has not yet given birth to a soul. This is reincarnation. Xiaoluo can have the authority to reincarnate the soul. Naturally, there was also a reason why Su Lang opened the door to convenience, otherwise she would not be able to travel to so many worlds smoothly. In these reincarnated souls, because of the accumulation of previous lives, it will naturally be stronger than similar. They will drive the whole world to make a leap forward. This is exactly one of Su Lang's goals. It takes a moment to create reincarnation, but the benefits are so many, it's really profitable. Chapter 1928. Arrived at Xuanyan Dojo, Little Network. Good job, but you will be tired if you do this. Now that there are not many souls, you can still be busy. In the future, trillions of souls will come in together, and you will feel strenuous. So you should find some suitable souls as early as possible and make them into dead souls to help you deal with the affairs of reincarnation. Su Lang praised Xiaoluo unreservedly and gave his own suggestions. Yes, master. Xiaoluo bowed to Yingying in the pubic universe. His slim figure was fully revealed because of his tight clothes. Haha. Next, the authority to collect dead souls is also given to you, come on. Su Lang smiled happily, then retracted his gaze and tried the detection range of his mental power. The breakthrough of spiritual power to pure nirvana is a great leap in sublimation of the soul. The total amount of mental power alone has grown 100,000 times. The detection range has skyrocketed. With Su Lang as the center, it can cover a spherical area with a radius of 100,000 light years. Coupled with the bonus of other mental power techniques, Su Lang's detection ability has also been greatly improved. Such a wide detection range, this is the power of the strong in the beginning. The corner of Su Lang's mouth hooked, revealing a satisfied smile. At this time, Zhang Wenzheng and others are already surrounded him. Arrived at the largest broken continent in the 100,000 sky star cluster. At this moment, there is simply a sea of people on this continent. Because countless warriors had been informed in advance by Zhang Wenzheng, Zhuge Junduo and other early powerhouses, and gathered. And these people are not all. Only less than 1% of people gathered in a short period of time. Quickly, go to the Xuanyan Dojo, Senior Su Lang and Zhuge Junduo and other seniors are going to preach there. It's not a preaching, but to gather countless array masters to study the array classics gifted by Senior Su Lang. What? This guy just came out of retreat, I don't know what Senior Su Lang is. No matter that, beat him up and explain. Quote. Countless warriors rushed towards a huge plain on the broken continent. If the 100,000 heavenly misty stars had a preaching by a powerful person, they would go to the plain of profound words. Over time, this huge plain became a dojo. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of godless powerhouses have already arrived at the Xuanyan Dojo. They are looking forward to taking a good position. Everyone had heard that Su Lang had resurrected countless powerful men, eating and drinking water generally broke through the beginning, and also repaired the empty deeds of the 100,000 heavenly star cluster. No one wants to see Su Lang's true face. At this time, a large group of streamers flew from the void in the distance and stopped above the clouds of the Xuanyan Taoist temple. Immediately after, streams of light dispersed, revealing the figures of Su Lang, Zhang Wenzheng, Zhuge Junduo and others. Appeared. Senior Su Lang is the one who is surrounded by all the predecessors from the beginning. Senior Su Lang is so handsome, so young, he looks like he is 20 years old. The key is that all the seniors are surrounded by Senior Su Lang as a treasure. Okay, Senior Su Lang is really a new hope for our heavenly continent. Yeah, my new hope for the heavenly continent. I look forward to Senior Su Lang starting a school. Quote. Countless warriors looked up at Su Lang in the sky, their eyes were full of admiration and worship. A large amount of incense aspiration power just rushed to Su Lang, entered the sea of knowledge, and was absorbed by the two void dragon worlds. Friend Su Lang, Zhuge Jen Doha laughed and said, look, all these little guys are admiring you. Haha, then I will not disappoint everyone. Su Lang smiled lightly, I will also participate in the formation of the meeting. That's great, Zhuge Jen was overjoyed, I am here to replace the younger generations and thank Taoist Su Lang first. Zhang Wenzheng and others were also full of surprises, even a little embarrassed. Su Lang not only burned a large number of primordial formations and godless level formations into the jade slips in great detail. At this time, he had to personally participate in the formation meeting to be held. Which was really the ultimate. Chapter 1929. I happen to know some alchemy, you don't have to be like this. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, all this is for the future of our boundless universe. There is friend Su Lang. We finally saw hope in the darkness. Quote. Everyone, look at me and I look at you, all smiled and said with emotion. Friend Su Lang. Zhuge Jen laughed a lot, at this time, the younger generations have not yet gathered, so it's better to rest for a while. Also, Su Lang nodded and asked, by the way, I don't know how the alchemy of the heavenly continent is. Dando, the strongest alchemist in our Tianmen continent is Taoist Zhang Wenzheng. Fellow Taoist Zhang Wenzheng is the only alchemist of the primordial beginning in our Tianmen continent, and the strongest alchemist. Zhuge Jen smiled and looked at Zhang Wenzheng, who waved his hand humbly. That's it, friend Zhang Wenzheng, it just so happens that I can do some alchemy. Why don't we take this opportunity to gather the warriors of the alchemy to participate in the research? Su Lang said to Zhang Wenzheng seriously. What? Friend Su Lang actually has extremely high attainments in the alchemy. It seems that Taoist Su Lang's alchemy has reached the primordial level. My god, it's surprising enough that Taoist Su Lang's formation is so powerful, and Dan Dao is also so terrifying. Quote. After hearing Su Lang's words, a group of primordial warriors suddenly widened their eyes in surprise, their faces in disbelief. Unexpectedly, Taoist Su Lang has reached the elementary level in Dan Dao. Friend Su Lang, you really deserve to be the genius of our heavenly continent. Come here, I happen to have some problems on the Dandao here, let's talk about it. Zhang Wenzheng was the most shocked person. It took him billions of years to reach the primordial level on the alchemy, and he knew the difficulty of it. Su Lang is incredibly strong in cultivation and formation. There is still time to study the alchemy, and he has reached the same realm as him, this is simply unimaginable. Therefore, Zhang Wenzheng invited Su Lang to exchange Dandao. On the one hand, it is a sincere communication, on the other hand, I want to see if Su Lang's alchemy is really so powerful. Come here. Su Lang smiled faintly, and threw out a set of tables and chairs at the rank of emperor soldiers. Please. Zhang Wen was nodding busy, and sat on both sides of the table with Su Lang. Zhuge Junduo and others also surrounded them with great curiosity. Basically, they all have a certain amount of achievements in the path of elixir, and they are all alchemists who can refine the godless level pill. They also wanted to see Su Lang's alchemy methods. Sit down in a chair. Friend Zhang Dao, I like to study unfamiliar prescriptions the most. Su Lang smiled faintly. Why don't everyone take out the pill and let me analyze and participate in the research on the spot? This statement came out. There was another wave of turmoil in the hearts of the strong people from the beginning. As soon as he came to study an unfamiliar pill on the spot, Su Lang was really confident. Okay, these are the alchemy classics that I have collected for many years. Zhang Wenzheng laughed loudly, and then took out all his alchemy classics to Su Lang. This classic is nothing compared to other things. Being seen by someone is equivalent to giving away. But Zhang Wenzheng still did, because he was willing to give it to Su Lang. Even he very much hoped that Su Lang could really show his superb alchemy and defeat him severely. That way, Su Lang's genius name will rise to the next level. The light of hope on the Tianmen continent will also be brighter. Friend Su Lang, I have this too. Although these alchemy classics are not comparable to Zhang Wenzheng's, there must be some he doesn't have, hehe. I have this too, and may have some repetitions with other Taoists, but this is a classic book that I have worked ***** throughout my life. Me too, I have this too, ahaha. Quote. Bai Tongguang and others also took out their collection of alchemy classics and handed them all to Su Lang. It's like handing over the formation classics to Su Lang before. Thank you fellow Taoists. Su Lang kept giving thanks, quickly. In front of him was piled up a lot of jade slips of alchemy classics. I even had to make the great emperor's soldiers' table a little bigger to put it down. Chapter 1930. This question is too simple, go ahead, Taoist Su Lang. Zhang Wenzheng saw that everyone had taken out the alchemy classics, so he nodded to Su Lang. It is good. It starts with this classic book by Dao Yuzhong. Su Lang smiled, immediately picked up a jade slip and began to read. In a blink of an eye, he finished reading the alchemy classics, and learned it straight away with the function of the system. Then, just when Zhang Wenzheng and others were ready to wait for a while, I have integrated this alchemy classic. Su Lang put down the jade slip in his hand and said to Zhang Wenzheng, Bai Tongguang and others. This statement came out. All the two junior powerhouses present were stunned. What, haven't you just picked up the alchemy classics? How is it possible to learn at a glance? Even if the eyes do, does the brain do? The brain knows, does the hand know? Friend Su Lang, are you kidding me? Zhang Wenzheng said with a shocked look, the ancient book just now is the most difficult one of the alchemy books I have collected. Yes, Taoist Su Lang, you really learned it. To be honest, fellow Taoist Su Lang, I can't believe you learned this classic so quickly. Quote. Bai Tongguang and others also looked at Su Lang in disbelief. Really learned? Su Lang nodded earnestly. If you don't believe me, I'll believe it if you ask Zhang Daoyu to take the exam. This is serious. Zhuge Junduo hesitated and said, then, Zhang Wenzheng, would you give Taoist Su Lang a question? Please. Su Lang also nodded to Zhang Wenzheng. Then I asked, excuse me, Taoist Su Lang, in the 99th volume of the classics. How many refining techniques does Qianyuan Jingwu Tian Dan have? What is the third kind? How many roughly can it be divided into in total? How many steps are there in the subdivision, and what is the 372nd step in the subdivision? Quote. Zhang Wenzheng asked a lot of questions in one go. Everyone looked at each other and even felt a little embarrassed. But this question is too simple. Everyone, listen to me in detail. There are 4 kinds of refining techniques recorded in the Qianyuan Jingwu Tiandan, but I have developed the 5th one based on my experience in the way. Su Lang laughed, and the 3rd refining technique can be roughly divided into 9 steps, subdivided into. Everyone listened to Su Lang and talked freely, and they were all bewildered instantly. When Su Lang finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Fellow Zhang Dao. Zhuge Zhen regained his sense of shock and hesitated to look at Zhang Wenzheng. The eyes of the others also shifted from Su Lang to Zhang Wenzheng. All right. All of what Taoist Su Lang said is correct. Zhang Wenzheng also recovered, and took a breath, dared to ask fellow Su Lang, what is the fifth technique you developed? The fifth technique is the simplest one. Su Lang smiled faintly, then continued, this is how it is, then. He said lightly there. Zhang Wenzheng and the others put their ears up and listened, they look like students. Wait for Su Lang to finish again. Everyone exclaimed and felt incredible. Unexpectedly, Qianyuan Jingwu Tiandan could be refined with such a simple method. Yes, Taoist Su Lang's talent on the path of the pill path is not inferior to that of the formation path. It's amazing, Taoist Su Lang, all-rounder. Zhang Wenzheng and the others felt astonished. As for whether what Su Lang said was fabricated, they would naturally hear it, at this time. This method is simple, but there are a few details that cannot be said. I will refine it once for everyone, let everyone see. Su Lang laughed again, and directly condensed a pill furnace with colorful burning heaven and wonderful flames. This colorful burning heaven came out. Everyone was in an uproar again. It's a cosmic fire. Little friend Su Lang actually has a cosmic fire. This is the first time this old man has seen such a colorful cosmic fire after living so long in Tianmen continent. This flame seems to have countless characteristics, far surpassing those unique fires with a single characteristic. Chapter 1931, Two Elementary Colorful Burning Sky Wonderful Flame. Zhang Wenzheng and the others looked at Su Lang's strange fire, their eyes brightened, revealing horror. Yiwo was originally a specialty of Boundless World. They live in the Tianmen continent, and naturally they have seen a lot of different fires. However, the colorful burning heaven and wonderful flame was obtained by combining a large number of different fires with Su Lang, and Zhang Wenzheng and the others would naturally not have seen it. This strange fire is my fusion of various single incomes. The method used is the one in the special technique, Fentian Great Emperor Jing. Although this technique is relatively low level, only the Emperor's level, but it can condense the cosmic fire, which is also useful. I'll give this exercise to you. If you have a strange fire, you can also share it with me. Su Lang laughed, and before long, he took out the original technique of Burning Heaven Great Emperor Jing, and put it on the table. Hear this. The eyes of Zhang Wenzheng and others suddenly brightened. The cosmic fire is the strongest among the fires. Its power level ranges from no ***** to 2 junior. The most important thing is that alien fire has various special characteristics. These characteristics are created by nature, very mysterious. Everyone also collects different fires, and what they value is the particularity of the different fires. At this time, Su Lang's Burning Heaven Great Emperor Jing was really extremely useful to them. I didn't expect to have such a technique. Thank you so much to Taoist Su Lang. With this technique, we can all have one more method. Yes, if the cosmic fire is continuously improved, it will even reach the peak of the primordial level in the end. By the way, fellow Taoist Su Lang, this is the 157 different types of fire I have collected in the infinite realm. I will give you a part of it. I have this too, some of which are the same as Zhang Wenzheng's, but there are a few things he definitely doesn't have, because the entire infinity realm is only one copy, haha. Zhang Wenzheng and the others laughed loudly, and then one after another took out the abnormal fires they had collected, and gave some of them to Su Lang. In a blink of an eye, there were a total of 197 different kinds of fire in Su Lang's hands. Fen Tian Ju, melt. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and immediately merged these strange fires into the colorful burning heavens. Suddenly, the power of that colorful burning heaven Miaoyan skyrocketed wildly, and it reached the primordial level in an instant. Hiss, it's really amazing. Zhang Wen was waiting for the strong from the beginning to see this scene, so he sucked in cold air. It is important to know that something like alien is made by nature and consumes very little energy to use. So this is an extremely powerful means of flame. This power is pretty good. It's enough to refine the weapons of the early days. I also have 88 different fires here for you all. Su Lang merged the different fires and nodded very satisfied. Immediately after splitting a part of the different fire found on the blue star, such as the Qinglian dragon pattern fire, they gave it to Zhang Wenzheng and others. God, so many different fires. Friend Su Lang, didn't you live the heavenly misty continent from the future? Why, you have so many kinds of strange fires. Although they are not high level, they are very powerful. It's like this Xuanyan Jingyuehuo, it can hide its breath, it's comparable to a 2 basic secret technique. Quote. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Su Lang's strange fire. Our human race was backed by the leader of the boundless world. The place where we live and multiply is actually part of the core fragments of the boundless world. Therefore, there will be these various kinds of strange fires. Su Lang did not hide everyone's thoughts either, and said directly. The core fragment of the boundless world. Taoist Su Lang actually has the core fragments of the boundless world. That is the most important thing in the boundless realm. We haven't seen a few early powers in the Tianmen continent for billions of years. It is because the mainland has lost its core, which has greatly weakened the cultivation environment. Furthermore, the core fragment of the infinite realm is the most important thing for bonding the 4 infinite continents. Even the core fragments of the boundless realm are on Taoist Su Lang. Taoist Su Lang is really the hope of our boundless universe. Quote. Zhang Wenzheng and the others were shocked, and they talked a lot, and their gazes at Su Lang became more enthusiastic. Chapter 1932. I know how to do it, of course. They didn't let Su Lang surrender the core fragments of the infinity realm. In the eyes of everyone, only Su Lang is qualified to keep the core fragments of the boundless world. Even Su Lang, the leader of the human race, is the next leader secretly set by the previous leader of the boundless world. Haha, everyone, I am going to refine the pill now, please look carefully. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately transformed the more powerful colorful burning heaven Miaoyan into a pill furnace. Immediately after, he took out a variety of materials from the storage space, and began to process them in a smooth and flowing manner. Alchemy begins from this step, and just this first step made Zhang Wenzheng and the others stunned. Too skilled, really too skilled. When Su Lang shot, it was as if he had practiced for countless billions of years and had become a deep soul and body instinct. No matter how you look at it, you can't find a trace of flaws. Just look at this step. Zhang Wen was exclaiming in a cold breath, Taoist Su Lang's alchemy attainments far exceed me by many times. Ha ha ha, Taoist Su Lang's alchemy attainments are really as good as the formation's attainments. Our hope has grown again. Great. Quote. All the early powerhouses were elated and overjoyed. Soon, they were once again attracted by Su Lang's alchemy techniques. Moreover, Su Lang would talk about it when he reached some difficult stages. This immediately allowed everyone to better learn advanced alchemy skills. In a blink of an eye, Su Lang refined a perfect quality Qianyuan Jingwu Tianden. This immediately caused everyone to breathe in cold air again. This is too basic medicine. Even the most inferior pill of Taichu, in the eyes of everyone, is a huge treasure. What's more, this perfect quality Taichu pill without impurities. To be honest, they have lived for billions of years. This is the first time I have seen a perfect quality medicine that is too basic. Everyone, from now on, don't call me the first person in the heavenly pill road. Zhang Wenzheng stood up and smiled. This title is only deserved by Taoist Su Lang. Me too. The title of the first person in the formation is also that of fellow Su Lang. Zhu Junduo also got up immediately. From then on, fellow Taoist Su Lang is the first person in the Dao Dan Dao formation in the heavenly misty continent. Correct. Bai Tongguang's eyes suddenly lit up. I don't know what Taoist Su Lang's accomplishments are in the Dao. This statement came out. Everyone suddenly looked at Su Lang curiously. Which way? I know how to do it. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he smiled, similar to Dan Dao formation. Hiss. All the strong people from the beginning took a cold breath, and didn't know what to say. Dan Dao Array Dao Kadao. Each of them is as difficult as the way of cultivation. But Su Lang's achievements far surpassed others not only in practicing together. They even surpassed their billions of years of achievements at the same time on the 3 difficult roads of Dan Dao, Zhen Dao, and Qi Dao. This is really shocking. Wait for a chance. I will refine 2 low-level weapons for you fellow Taoists. Su Lang smiled at the early powers. As long as there are materials, there is no weapon that I can't refine. If this is spoken in the mouth of others, it will be sprayed with blood from the public, but this is what Su Lang said. As long as Su Lang said, they all believe it, it is good. I will give the refining materials to Taoist Su Lang. Haha, I still have some pill materials, and I will also ask Taoist Su Lang to refine them. The extras are rewards, please. Me too. Just waiting for this pill to break through. Taoist Su Lang, please. Also ask Taoist Su Lang to help repair my primordial weapon. Quote. With all their faces in surprise, everyone took out the materials they had collected and handed them to Su Lang. Basically, every strong man in the early days took out all his wealth. Good. Don't worry, everyone, after this preaching, I will refine the pill for everyone and refine the weapons of the beginning. Su Lang made a lot of money, naturally he was very happy, and agreed to everyone's request. Chapter 1933, The New Hope of Tianmen Continent. Anyway, it's alchemy or something. Leave it to the system to do it, it's completely easy, no trouble at all. Thank you, Taoist Su Lang. Seeing that Su Lang had promised so simply, all the strong in the early days suddenly liked it. At this time, a quasi-primary warrior came outside. Enlighten you seniors. There are almost all the warriors who came to participate in the formation meeting. The quasi-primordial warrior said respectfully, do you want to start preaching? Don't be too busy to start. Call us all those who refine pills and tools. Zhang Wenzheng laughed and waved, let them worship the new hope of our heavenly continent together today, Taoist Su Lang. The new hope of Tianmen Continent. The quasi-primary warrior couldn't help but glanced at Su Lang with reverence, and then bowed down again, yes. Immediately after, this quasi-beginner strong immediately went down to deliver orders. Once the news spread, suddenly caused an uproar again. Senior Su Lang is our new hope for the heavenly misty continent. This is something Zhang Wenzheng waited for all the predecessors to admit in person. Oh my god, Senior Su Lang can be recognized by Zhang Wenzheng and other seniors. He must be extremely powerful and can take our Tianmen continent to a better future. It is said that this time the conference is not just the formation convention, but the formation, alchemy, and tool ways together. Why is this happening? I guess it must be Senior Su Lang who has unparalleled knowledge on the three avenues of Jundao, Dandao and Kadao. Yes, only in this way can we get the recognition of all the predecessors. Quote. Countless warriors talked about it. Simultaneously, they are also looking forward to the upcoming Sandao conference. Time passed slowly. Zhuge Junduo and Zhang Wenzheng and others went to arrange the venue. Said it is an arrangement, in fact, it is completed with a wave of hands. Under the magical powers of all the primordial powers, the countless sea of clouds above the clouds turned into a majestic palace. Around and below the palace, there are numerous futons made of white clouds. These futons are naturally a place for those warriors who listen to the Tao to sit cross-legged. Because the place of preaching is in heaven. Therefore, there are positions at the front, rear, left, and bottom, and the space is used with maximum efficiency. Here, Su Langduan sat in a chair with his eyes closed and rested. But in fact it is already refining pills and weapons. System. Use these designated materials to refine 2 low-level weapons. System. Start 1 key alchemy, and help me refine all these heavenly materials and earth treasures into pill. Quote. Orders were issued by Su Lang. Suddenly, in the mysterious black space, the pill refining villain and the refining villain were frantically busy. The treasures of heaven, material and earth disappeared, turning into a large amount of pills and entering Su Lang's storage space. Pieces of 2 low-level weapons were refined, and they were randomly displayed inside the storage space like ordinary weapons. Looking at the countless pills, Su Lang's heart moved, and he began to synthesize all the low-level medicinal herbs with the 1-key synthesis function. In a blink of an eye, a large number of godless-level pill were synthesized into 1-2 primary pill. The rest of the lower-level elixirs have an overwhelming number of them, and they are also synthesized into the emperor-level and godless-level elixirs. In this way, these useless elixirs suddenly became valuable and precious elixirs. It does not take long to synthesize the pill. Quickly, all the materials obtained from Zhang Wenzheng and others have been refined into pill, and they are all synthesized into the precious no-god level pill, 2 primary pill. Su Lang did not intend to swallow these pills alone. Instead, he took out a portion and prepared to give some to Zhang Wenzheng and others after a while. Some of this group of early powers are stuck in the bottleneck. Once you get the applicable pill, it is very likely to be promoted to a higher level. After the pill is synthesized, Su Lang's gaze fell on the technique he was practicing. Now my 1-key enhancement function is relatively advanced. The previous useful but relatively low-level exercises can be fully strengthened. It's better to take this opportunity to finish this thing. Su Lang showed the light of thinking, and immediately began to choose the exercises that needed to be strengthened. Chapter 1934, Strongly strengthen the exercises. First of all, Su Lang's mind came up with the super hooligan technique, a thought to seal the sky. Using Yi Nian function can pull a target into the Nian Feng space completely isolated from the outside world. It is difficult for outsiders to influence the Nianfeng space. The target sealed in the Nianfeng space must also be forced to face Su Lang alone. In short, with this technique, thousands of troops can be easily separated in the eyes of Su Lang, and then defeated one by one. Its U system, start one key enhanced function. Su Lang's heart moved, and immediately began to strengthen this technique. The one Nian function technique had already been strengthened once, reaching the Emperor level. But the second strengthening failed because of insufficient materials. However, Su Lang now has enough materials. Don't look at the materials consumed by alchemy refiners are very scary, but they consume only a small part. More materials are still stored in the storage space, just as the raw materials needed for strengthening. In a blink of an eye, Feng Tian with a thought, was strengthened by Su Lang to the early stage. The basic functions of the exercises have not changed. Still drag the designated target into the Nianfeng space for singles. On this basis, this exercise also adds the function of constant time. In other words, inside the Nianfeng space, it can maintain the same constant time flow as the endless universe. Unless the enemy's control of the world has far surpassed Su Lang. Otherwise, it is impossible to threaten Su Lang with time in the Nianfeng space. Very awesome, even time can be constant. Even if the hostility can break the constant at the beginning, it will definitely be very severely weakened. Those who are too junior rely on this to feed, and once they are weakened, they are absolutely uncomfortable to death. Su Lang felt the profound meaning of the brand new function with one thought, and the corners of his mouth suddenly showed a touch of playfulness. I don't know which unlucky ghost can enjoy his Nianfeng space first. Alright, next, the second exercise. What's the best way to strengthen it? By the way, the small mystery method. This technique can greatly enhance the effect of mental power detection, and it is an incomparably defying technique at the same level. Strengthening to the primordial level is absolutely the same. After turning his eyes, Su Lang issued instructions again, and strengthened the small mystery method to the primordial level. Suddenly, a large number of brand new exercises and profound meanings appeared in Su Lang's mind and imprinted in his soul. Not only that, under the passive action of Gongfa, his mental power was strengthened in horror on the spot. Not only did the detection range of mental power skyrocket again, reaching a radius of 150,000 light-years, a direct increase of 1/2. The detection effect of mental power has also undergone earth-shaking changes. The strong from the beginning of the same level don't even want to use any disguise in front of Su Lang. Even if it was a stronger primordial level, Su Lang would see through the disguise. In addition, Su Lang's detection ability at the micro level has been greatly improved, and he has reached the atomic level. This level of detection capability, coupled with his various supreme magic methods at this time, it's easy to create a powerful and intelligent creature alone. Great, strengthening a technique. The spiritual power will increase by half directly, cool. Su Lang rubbed his hands excitedly, and immediately began to strengthen the next exercise. This time he chose, Independent World. This exercise in the Independent World comes from the ruler of Hong Tianxing, Yi Chen, a good friend of Li Qiwei. It's a pity that the two of them failed to survive the erosion of time, and the dust returned to the dust long ago. Closer to home, Independent World contains two stages of explosive mystery. The first stage is the Independent World. The second stage is the Broken World. Once activated, the warrior will completely explode the energy contained in every atom in the body. Seen as the profound meaning equivalent to the annihilation of the universe. The death of the universe is to consume all the energy stored in the whole body, such as Su Lang's innate qi, all in an instant. To break the world is to consume the energy latent in the atoms of the body cells. The side effects of this secret technique are terrifying, but Su Lang is immune to this side effect and can be used without damage. As a result, this secret technique of exercises seems even more perverted. Chapter 1935, Condensed 2 Primary to break a sword quickly. Su Lang finished strengthening, Independent Human World. Immediately after, he stared at the Lubin Cultivation secret technique again. The first book is derived from the explosive secret technique, No Shackles, of the Origin Devil Emperor. The second book, Kunlun Invisible Step, the secret technique of super strengthening method. The third and fourth books are, The Great Sun Haoshan Picture, and The Great Emperor Sutra, respectively. The fifth and sixth books are, hidden scale west hunting, and Wanyu Jixiji. These exercises are all exercises that Su Lang used very smoothly in previous battles. Strengthen at this time, and it will be able to reproduce the glory. System. Start 1 key enhanced function. Su Lang took a deep breath, activated the system function, and strengthened all these secret techniques. Suddenly, numerous super primary profound meanings emerged into Su Lang's mind like a torrent. A lot of warm currents were integrated into Su Lang's body, which made him form special muscle memory, even an instinctive means. Immediately after, Su Lang also selected Emperor Transformation Sunken Star, and Emperor Shang Wuxi, and other exercises for strengthening. These exercises are passive exercises. Once strengthened, countless benefits can be immediately obtained. At this time, Su Lang strengthened several body-building exercises to the early stage, and his body instantly gained a terrifying increase. Not to mention the strength and toughness of the body has far surpassed the first Yan Taichu, and even surpassed the second Yan Taichu. The key is that Su Lang's cell count has increased by a full 6. The total number of cells, originally 164 Gai, has become 170 Gai. Lying down, Su Lang smiled bitterly. When this continues, when can I complete all the crystal wall talk of the cell and step into a higher realm? Of course, to him, the extra 6 Gao cells are actually nothing. Big deal, wait 2 more days to save up the cultivation base. The technique is almost strengthened. Now, let's gather a new breaking sword. Based on my current practice, the condensed Po Yi Jian will definitely be extremely abnormal. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and immediately issued an instruction. The system, activate the source of the exercise's function, condense a brand new breaking sword. Ding. Start deducing the source of the exercise. The system prompt sounded, and countless torrents of uprightness suddenly gathered together and turned into a huge colorful ball in Su Lang's consciousness. When the ball changed from colorful to transparent, it exploded. Countless moves are constantly pouring into every cell of Su Lang like a tsunami. In a blink of an eye, Su Lang found that his Po Yi Jian became even more terrifying. The 1 in Po Yi sword represents not only a single individual, but also the whole. It restrains everything in the world. At this time, a lot of the profound meanings of the basic exercises were deduced. Even the power of distortion and the power of time can be restrained. The level of Po Yi Jian is too elementary. With its restraint, I can definitely leapfrog the enemy. There was a glimmer of expectation in Su Lang's eyes. At this time, the previous quasi-primary powerhouse once again came to report. Enlighten you seniors, the 3 martial arts of formation, alchemy, and implement are here. But there are more warriors who are not proficient in these 3 ways, and they also want to enter the Xuanyan dojo to listen to the Tao. The quasi-beginners are talking respectfully. It depends on whether Taoist Su Lang allows it. This preaching is a very serious thing after all, and it's a bit. While talking, Zhang Wenzheng looked at Su Lang. It's okay, everyone can come. What if they listen to my preaching and immediately become interested in one of the 3 teachings? Su Lang laughed loudly, waved his hand. Yes. It is good. Zhang Wenzheng and the others nodded immediately. Immediately, the warrior of the early primaries went down to convey the news. The warriors who were blocked from the Xuanyan dojo were immediately released. Great, Senior Su Lang let us in. Ha ha ha, I must study hard today. Senior Su Lang preached, I hope my elm head can gain something. Quote. More warriors poured into the Xuanyan dojo, and the number was densely packed, exactly the same as the locust crossing the boundary. Chapter 1936, Jindao Exchange Conference begins quickly. All the warriors who participated in this preaching meeting are here. Under the arrangement of many quasi-primary powerhouses and godless powerhouses, one by one the warriors found their own Beiyun futon, sat on it properly, and waited for the preaching meeting to begin. Friend Su Lang. Zhang Wenzheng looked at Su Lang and asked, everyone has arrived, shall we start now? Let's start. Su Lang nodded and got up from the chair. Zhang Wenzheng, Zhuge Junduo, Bai Tongguang and others followed closely and stood up. Immediately after, the powerhouses of the early days guarded Su Lang, while discussing and talking, and appeared in front of countless warriors. Senior Su Lang. I saw Senior Su Lang. Senior Su Lang, you are the most handsome person in the world. Ah, Senior Su Lang, do you still lack a maid? Quote. All kinds of rotten cheers resounded all over the world, and the sound spread like a tsunami like a tsunami. People who don't know thought there was a terrible battle here. Quiet everyone. Su Lang raised his hands and pressed lightly. A faint voice came into the ears of every warrior. Suddenly, the scene was so noisy that it seemed like the world was boiling. Every warrior suppressed the excitement in his heart, holding his breath and waiting for Su Lang to continue speaking. Now the boundless universe is at stake. When you are practicing, you can cultivate the pill formation and implement the Tao, all of them are great perseverance. Today, I will preach you more of the profound meanings of the alchemy formation and the Taoism Tao. I wish you a higher level. With a faint smile on Su Lang's face, he immediately waved his hand again. Now, open the Array Tao Exchange Conference. Immediately after, Zhuge Junduo took a large number of the formation classics that Su Lang had burned forward. Look up, these are the essence of the lifelong learning of your senior Su Lang. Taoist Su Lang's array skills are more than 100 times deeper than me. However, these formations are extremely cherished, and to prevent you from being too greedy. So we won't make it public. Only with our approval can we formally learn these formations and classics. But you don't have to be disappointed. Today, Zhuge Junduo will give you all the answers. If I can't answer, then Taoist Su Lang will go out. Now, those who have questions can be asked, and I will answer them one by one. After Zhuge Zhen had finished speaking, he collected all the books of the formation, and then condensed a huge cloud platform and flew up. Hiss. Only those who are struggling with Senior Zhuge can ask Senior Su Lang for advice. It's almost impossible, we're afraid we won't hear Senior Su Lang preaching. Haha, the predecessors of Zhuge Jundu preaching are equally difficult, the last time it was 1,000,000 years ago. Quickly, see who can ask questions that are difficult for Senior Zhuge Junduo, and get the qualifications to talk to Senior Su Lang personally. Quote. Countless warriors talked about it, and a large number of strong formations were eager to try. More people asked questions immediately. But, Zhuge Junduo deserves to be the #1 person under Su Lang, and solved all the problems almost instantly. Immediately after, there are more and more people asking questions, and they are getting tougher. But Zhuge Junduo solved everyone's problems easily. Even when he was answering questions, he was still distractingly digging into the formation classics written by Su Lang. Occasionally the brows are slightly frowned, and occasionally the face appears suddenly, and even a slap on the thigh. Time passed slowly, countless people asked questions together, and Zhuge Junduo could answer many people's questions at the same time. As a powerful person, this small method is simply too simple. Finally, everyone slowly stopped asking questions. The formation problems they are currently encountering have all been solved by Zhuge formation. Even a few powerful people who were too junior went to join in the fun and asked some tricky questions, which were answered by Zhuge Zhen. Haha, you guys really asked some tricky questions. If it weren't for the fact that I had a guide to Su Lang's formations, I would have to think about it for a long time to reluctantly answer you. Okay, now that you have no problem, it is my turn to ask Taoist Su Lang questions, but my stupid head has a lot of doubts. Zhuge saw no one to continue to inquire. Zan even laughed, flew from the cloud platform to Su Lang. Chapter 1937. Su Lang speaks and his words fell in everyone's ears. Suddenly set off a wave of exclamation. Zhuge Junduo, who had been the first person in the Tianmen continent for countless years, actually wanted to ask Su Lang for questions. Senior Su Lang, who is regarded as the new hope of the heavenly continent, is finally about to speak. Great, I thought I couldn't hear Senior Su Lang preaching. Haha, the question asked by Senior Zhuge Junduo must be very profound, and it's useless if you listen to it. Who said that? Maybe I was inspired. Countless warriors were talking, and their fiery eyes fell on Su Lang. Immediately after, friend Su Lang, please advise. Zhuge Junduo bowed to Su Lang. This is not a polite pre-fight, but a literal meaning, which is to ask for instruction. I can't talk about advice, communication is communication. Su Lang smiled modestly, I don't know what question Zhuge Daoist wants to communicate. As such that, I haven't figured it out after thinking for a long time. Zhuge Junduo was about to talk about the problems he encountered. It turned out to be the problem. Su Lang nodded, and immediately began to explain more to Zhuge Zhen. He spoke profound theories in simple terms and was very detailed, basically answering Zhuge Junduo's questions in a few sentences. Most of the warriors with their ears underneath could hear them in the mist, and they didn't understand anything. On the contrary, there was also a genius of formation, who realized the powerful formation method from Su Lang's words, and suddenly bowed to Su Lang. In a blink of an eye, Zhuge Junduo's question is temporarily finished. Everyone there were not only the martial artists of the Array Dao, Alchemy Dao and the Qi Dao, but also other martial artists who had not yet involved these three Dao. Zhang Wenzheng smiled and said, "It's better to ask Taoist Su Lang to preach for everyone, and guide the warriors who are interested in Sandao to step on the threshold." "Exactly, friend Su Lang, please preach for everyone." Zhuge Junduo and others also immediately seconded. This is to allow Su Lang to establish a deeper and greater image in everyone's hearts. "Then I'll talk about it." Su Lang smiled faintly. "Since it is to guide everyone to get started, let's say something simple." This statement came out. Countless warriors calmed down, holding their breath, staring at Su Lang intently, for fear of missing a word. Soon, Su Lang's preaching began. He really started from the basics. But because of the high-rise building, even the most basic things can speak new ideas. It is not only those warriors who have never been in contact with the Array Dao for it. Even the godless Array Mage, and even Zhuge Array, have some insights. When Su Lang stopped, countless warriors are still immersed in the ocean of formation knowledge, their faces are full of intoxication. After a while, some warriors who had doubts, only opened their eyes slowly, and looked at Su Lang with longing eyes. "Friend Su Lang," Zhuge Junduo immediately clarified his question, "the 37th meaning of the 9 is the extreme." "This question is like this." Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately answered Zhuge Zhen's question. Immediately after, seeing countless eager eyes below, Su Lang smiled, "If you have any questions, please speak up. I will answer 3 questions for everyone." Suddenly, the crowd below burst into cheers. Soon someone shouted out their own questions. "Don't be so loud, I can hear all your voices." Su Lang laughed, and then began to answer questions for countless warriors. He now has the spiritual realm of pure nirvana. There is also a bonus to the golden mystery method. It is too simple to distinguish the voices of everyone. And it's not only clear. Su Lang can also use his spiritual thoughts to pass the answers that everyone needs directly to their minds. In a blink of an eye, the questions of countless warriors were answered, and they immediately bowed to Su Lang. The countless warriors occupying the entire sky were short in a moment. Chapter 1938, Countless warriors knelt down. Su Lang's preaching continued. Although he quickly explained the basics of formation and answered countless martial artists' questions. But there are alchemy and instrumental ways. The foundation of the formation, and the answer to the puzzle, come here first. Next, I will start to explain the basics of Dan Dao. The so-called alchemy, in essence, is to refine the essence of heaven and earth into energy that our human body can absorb. Su Lang spoke slowly, explaining the basics of alchemy in a very novel and impressive way. Suddenly, after countless Array Dao warriors bowed down, there were also alchemy warriors kneeling down. Zhang Wenzheng, a master who has reached the primordial level on the alchemy, has a vague understanding and has obtained new gains. Time gradually passed. Countless alchemy martial artists knelt and listened to Su Lang explaining the basics of alchemy. After Su Lang conducted a detailed analysis of the basics of the alchemy, it was the turn to answer the questions. This time everyone answered 3 questions too. After the answering session begins, numerous alchemy warriors immediately asked questions that had puzzled them for many years. There are also some warriors who have not studied the alchemy, but have been told by Su Lang at this time to enter the alchemy. Also tell me some naive questions. Although in Su Lang's eyes, everyone's problems are very superficial, but he still patiently answered questions for each warrior. That gentle tone made countless warriors grateful for it. When all the martial artists' questions were answered by Su Lang, countless warriors bowed down to Su Lang. He has been regarded as the #1 alchemist by countless alchemy warriors, and has become the enlightenment teacher of a large number of alchemy warriors. Su Lang's preaching immediately came to the last link, explaining the speech. For Kadao, Su Lang has yet to show his accomplishments in front of everyone, therefore. Although Zhang Wenzheng and others knew that Su Lang would definitely not lie. It is absolutely possible to have the same advanced knowledge as the Dandao formation in the Qi Dao. But they still really want to see Su Lang demonstrate the refinery with their own eyes. For this, Su Lang naturally guessed it. Next, it's time for the explainer. After this time, I will show you again. Su Lang looked around the sky with countless warriors, and smiled lightly. Haha, great, Senior Su Lang will demonstrate the refining device himself. Quickly, the image stone is ready, it must be recorded clearly. Quote. Countless warriors cheered and exclaimed. Many warriors also took out brand new image stones to record. When Su Lang preached before, these warriors were also recorded and prepared to take them back for learning. Su Lang didn't care about it, and just recorded some basic stuff. Next, Su Lang began to explain the basics of Qi Dao. This is not more difficult than the Array Dao and the Alchemy Dao. It also took a very small amount of time to analyze the basics of the Qi Dao clearly. The key point is that his method of explanation is different from the traditional one, and he has a more profound and unique understanding. This allows countless warriors to remember more clearly and understand the content of the sermon more easily. After finishing talking about the basics of Qi Dao, and answering the questions of countless warriors, Su Lang took out a trash transparent pot. Begin to demonstrate refining a holy artifact in the gaze of countless warriors. Senior Su Lang is going to demonstrate refining. Look, that cauldron is just one of the most common cauldrons, not even god level. I don't know what kind of weapon Senior Su Lang can refine with it for a cauldron that is not at the ***** level. I really look forward to it. Quote. The eyes of countless warriors were bright, looking at Su Lang intently like a searchlight. Wow, Su Lang waved his hand gently, and the colorful burning heaven Miaoyan appeared out of thin air. The temperature is controlled to the point where the magic pot can withstand it. Soon, Su Lang began to process materials. These materials are very **** materials, almost all of the **** level, and there are only less than one hand at the holy level. Chapter 1939. The preaching conference ends here. Only use so few saint-level materials, and the rest are all Wuxian-level materials. It is almost impossible to refine the holy artifact. As a result, everyone in the audience was horrified, and there was even greater expectation in their hearts. Next, Su Lang smiled faintly. With special magical powers, all the details of the processed materials will be formed into images. Then it is projected on the sky, so that all the warriors can see clearly. Then, countless warriors looked at Su Lang's tricks like clouds in flowing water, suddenly became intoxicated, or changed some enlightenment. Even those strong people with very advanced refining knowledge, seeing Su Lang's method of handling materials, he was also dumbfounded, and immediately couldn't wait to learn. In a blink of an eye, Su Lang processed all the materials. Immediately, it was the time for the formal refining. While explaining, Su Lang poured various materials into the transparent vessel and began to refine the sacred vessel. All kinds of peculiar techniques were immediately revealed from Su Lang's hands. His movements are very slow, but they are extremely smooth and complete. No flaws can be found at all. The audience didn't know how many billions of warriors, all of them looked dumbfounded. Time passed unconsciously. Not long. A sacred artifact was easily refined by Su Lang. And it is a very high-quality quasi-immortal device. Such a result, in an instant, countless warriors in the entire Xuanyan dojo boiled. Too strong, too strong. As expected of Senior Su Lang, he actually used so little and such a low-level material to make a quasi-immortal weapon. This is simply a miracle in the history of refining, a feat that has never been seen before. Quote. Each of the warriors talked and cheered, and the respect for Su Lang in their hearts reached their limit. Suddenly, countless incense aspirations emerged and Su Lang was inhaled into the virtual spirit universe. Among them, there are even a few two junior warriors who admire Su Lang so much that they generate some incense aspirations. In addition, there are many quasi-primordial powers and a large number of supreme emperors among the warriors present. The incense hope that Su Lang has harvested in this wave is very huge. Hey, it seems that in addition to preaching, there are still many benefits. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, before he tossed the quasi-immortal weapon in his hand. Go, look for your destined person. The quasi-immortal device was thrown out. Qi Ling immediately began to look for people with destiny from countless warriors, quickly. The quasi-fairy selected a beautiful girl. Thank you, Senior Su Lang. The girl warrior never thought that she could actually obtain a weapon refined by Su Lang himself. At this moment, holding the quasi-immortal implement in his hand, he was grateful and bowed to Su Lang Yingying. The preaching conference ends here. I hope you can gain something. After you go back, you will study carefully and take it to the next level. Su Lang smiled and left his blessings, and then turned back to Zhang Wenzheng and the others. Wonderful. Bravo, friend Su Lang, those alchemy basics you talked about really made me cheerful and inspired. The Taoist fellow Su Lang's refining demonstration was also extremely wonderful. After watching it, many doubts in my heart dissipated on the spot. Ha ha ha, Taoist Su Lang deserves to be our new hope for the heavenly continent. Quote. Zhang Wenzheng and other two junior powerhouses surrounded Su Lang in the middle, and words of admiration kept saying. Everyone is absurd, everyone is not weak in the formations, alchemy, and Taoism. Su Lang smiled modestly, I just know a little bit better than everyone. Taoist Su Lang is really too humble. Yeah, the three attainments of Taoist Su Lang, I can't compare it to a horse. When will I be able to see the back of Taoist Su Lang on these three paths? I will cheer soon. Quote. All the strong from the beginning once again admired. It's over. Su Lang smiled blankly. Now that the preaching conference is over, it is time for me to continue preparing for the war. This statement came out. Everyone's body suddenly became dignified. Although the new hope of Su Lang appeared in Tianmen continent. But overall, the situation on the Tianmen continent is still too bad. Chapter 1940. The seventh time to strengthen the reincarnation of the corpse soil source soul. Our heavenly misty continent is in urgent need of the strong. I don't know how the fellow Taoists who prepared materials for the resurrection ceremony of the corpse soil source soul are doing. There is news. Fellow Taoist Li and the others have prepared more corpses of powerful men. Among them there are 9 powerful men who are too junior. Quote. After everyone discussed, Zhang Wenzheng suddenly took out the jade card for communication, with a hint of surprise on his face. Immediately after, everyone's eyes fell on Su Lang. Although everyone had already received the corpse soil source soul reincarnation technique given by Su Lang. But they can't learn it in a short time, so we have to rely on Su Lang to make a move. Don't worry, everyone, Su Lang nodded solemnly, I will try my best to resurrect these strong men, let's go. Zhang Wenzheng and others nodded one after another. Immediately, everyone set off together and reached the top of the heavenly continent through the teleportation array. At this time, several early powerhouses who had gone to collect the materials needed for the resurrection ceremony of the corpse soil source soul just rushed over. The two sides merged together immediately. Friend Su Lang, these are the corpses and remnants of all the strong men we can collect. Including 200,000 two junior strong, 3,000 quasi-primary strong, 9 two junior strong. A few two junior experts looked at Su Lang with hopeful eyes, and offered the storage ring in their hands with both hands. I will try my best. Su Lang nodded, and took the materials needed for the corpse earth origin soul reincarnation technique. Soon, he began to refine tombstones and corpse soil materials on the spot. Fortunately, those powerhouses at the godless and quasi-primary beginning levels are basically confident that Su Lang can bring them back to life. However, Su Lang, the 9-2 junior strong, was not particularly sure, after all. Basically, those who are too junior have all kinds of methods to extend their lifespan, and they have even lived in the second life or even the third life. The more secret techniques used, the less likely it is that the corpse earth source soul will succeed. Now the one key enhancement function has reached 7 times. It's better to strengthen it again to increase the success rate. Su Lang's heart moved, and immediately glanced at the storage space. I have strengthened a variety of exercises many times before, and the materials in the storage space have consumed a lot. Except for the treasures of heaven and earth to refine pills and weapons for everyone, I don't know if there is enough. After all, this is the 7th enhancement, and it is the enhancement of the primordial level. System, activate the one-click enhancement function, and the goal is, soul reincarnation technique. Su Lang eliminated all the useful materials, locked in those useless materials with his spiritual mind, and issued instructions. Suddenly, countless materials are consumed as materials. Ding! Zone Earth Origin Soul Reincarnation Art, Enhanced +1. The system prompt sounds. A large number of brand new exercises and secrets poured into Su Lang's mind and imprinted in his soul. Success! Su Lang was overjoyed and glanced at the storage space again. But after seeing those useful materials, the remaining world, materials and treasures are all consumed. Just enough. If it's not enough, you can only ask Zhang Wenzheng and the others for it. However, it is estimated that their net worth is almost as much as I want them now. Well, why do I miss Qin Song and the others a little? I don't know what they added to the space-time and sky grass. Thoughts flashed in Su Lang's heart, but his hands were unambiguous. In the gaze of Zhang Wenzheng and others, Su Lang flew high into the sky, and 200,000 corpse soil materials mixed with heaven, material and earth treasures fell on the ground, forming piles of graves. Immediately after, one after another tombstones fell to the ground, and fell on the graves, deeply embedded in them. These tombstones and grave soil were all made by Su Lang using the new reincarnation technique. The effect is guaranteed to be stronger than before. After the gravestone tombstone is ready, Su Lang condensed the origin soul summoning bell, and then directly released the remnant soul prepared in advance. Wow! Suddenly countless remnants of souls gush out, are sucked in by the origin soul calling Lingzong, and evolve into clear souls. When all souls have been purified, it is the last step. Chapter 1941, The Resurrected Powerhouse Lu Chuyu, Go! Reincarnation Return. Su Lang took a deep breath and thought. The origin soul calling spirit clock collapsed suddenly, turning into countless energy streams like a galaxy hanging upside down, forming a terrifying waterfall, rushing to hundreds of thousands of graves. In an instant, a large number of souls are mixed with the energy of the source soul summoning the bell, and blended into the tombstone. Immediately flowed down the inscription, soaking all the grave soil. Next, just wait, but this time the wait is not only Zhang Wenzheng and others. Even Su Lang felt a little nervous. Among the goals of this resurrection, there are two primary existences. The 9 huge grave piles arranged in the front belong to the 9 powerhouses from the beginning. Time passed slowly. Everyone stared at the graves of the 2 junior powerhouses, their hearts beating faster and faster. Suddenly, boom, the grave of a 2 junior powerhouse exploded, and a muscular man with endless might appeared in front of everyone. The face of this muscular man was like a sharp knife, full of determination. The magnificent body is also cast like marble, full of explosive power. He is naked and has a bit of spicy eyes. I am resurrected. Who can bring me back to life? Who has this method? The muscular man looked around dumbfounded. A trace of horror gradually appeared on his face. Immediately after, he saw Zhang Wenzheng and others suspended in the sky, extremely surprised and excited. Liv Chuyu, you are alive, ha 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 ha. Liv Chuyu, do you remember us? Quote. Zhang Wenzheng and others shouted in surprise. Zhang Wenzheng, Bai Tongguang, there are many Zug formations, you have resurrected me. Hi, when did you have such a powerful means? Lu Chuyu looked at Zhang Wenzheng and the others in the sky, also shocked and surprised. But, what happened next left him stunned. Liv Chuyu, it is not us who resurrected you, but the new hope of our heavenly continent, Taoist Su Lang. See clearly, this one. Quote. Zhang Wenzheng and others laughed, and while looking at Su Lang gratefully, they introduced Lu Chuyu who had just resurrected. What? The new hope of the heavenly continent, Taoist Su Lang. When did our Tianmen continent have new hope? Lu Chuyu looked at Zhang Wenzheng and the others in horror. Taoist Su Lang, I have never seen it before. Where did this come from? It was not long since his death. According to the time concept of the strong in the early days, it can even be considered short. In such a short period of time, new hopes for the heavenly continent emerged. It seemed that Zhang Wenzheng was recognized by everyone. This is incredible. Liv Chuyu, you are optimistic. Friend Su Lang is the leader of the human race at the end of the Battle of the Boundless Realm. He led the human race back from the boundless universe. Taoist Su Lang is not only unmatched in the way of cultivation, but also crushed us all in the way of the alchemy tool. LV Chuyu, don't you thank Taoist Su Lang for his life-saving grace? Quote. Everyone said something to me. Lu Chuyu gradually understood the ins and outs of the matter. Original. This human leader who has just arrived on the Tianmen continent in less than a day. In this day's time, not only used the tactics of Sao Discord to resolve the terrorist war against the Tianmen continent, and also resurrected a large number of heavenly warriors from the mainland. After that, he broke through to the beginning level, and as soon as he broke through, he gained the strength of the second Yan beginning. Immediately after, in a very short period of time, the void in the formation caused by Zhang Bizu and others was made up for. The key is that he also smoothly perfected the great formation that Tianmen continent had built for billions of years. After perfecting the formation, a preaching conference was held again with the three ways of Tao, 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 Tao and Tao, and countless people admired it. At last, on the other hand, he resurrected Lu Chuyu. Chapter 1942, Only Su Lang can do it. I'm not dreaming. One day, so many miracles were accomplished in one day. My heavenly misty continent really has new hope like Taoist Su Lang. Lu Chuyu was stunned, and the whole person stood there like a piece of wood. This short period of resurrection, he has heard more miracles than he has heard in the billions of years he has been alive. Really? Zhang Wenzheng laughed. It's all true, it's all we have seen and experienced. That's true, Lu Chuyu, thanks to Taoist Su Lang for his resurrection. An ecstasy appeared on Lu Chuyu's face, and he immediately bowed deeply to Su Lang. You don't need to be polite. Su Lang smiled and lifted Lu Chuyu up with force. Lu Chuyu was overjoyed, but at this moment, a time fluctuation erupted from Lu Chuyu's body. Immediately after, Su Lang, Zhang Wenzheng and others saw that Lu Chuyu's complexion changed drastically, his body began to crack, and his vitality began to dissipate crazily. Not good, it's the power of time. Sure enough, the two junior powerhouse is not so easy to resurrect. Quickly disintegrate those time forces. Zhang Wenzheng and the others were also shocked, and immediately used various time methods to offset Lu Chuyu's time power. As for Lu Chuyu himself, he had just been resurrected, and his body was still a corpse. There is no life planet in the cubic universe, and there is no way to resist the power of time. At this moment, with the help of Zhang Wenzheng and others, the power of time around Lu Chuyu was finally under control, but relying on external forces is not a good way after all. Whether it can survive, it depends on him at all. Su Lang's eyes flashed with thoughtful light, and his eyes lit up and he flew straight to Lu Chuyu. Swallow. Taking out a handful of pills, Su Lang went straight to Lu Chuyu's mouth. All these medicines are perfect quality 2 primary medicines, possessing very scary healing energy. Simultaneously, Su Lang squeezed his right hand, and a radiant sword suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was the sword of light. A Sopher, Su Lang whispered, and in the violent eyes of Zhang Wenzheng and others, he held a long sword and severely cut it down. Wow! A bright light flashed. The majestic vitality and countless energies poured into Lu Chuyu's body. Suddenly, under the dual effects of the pill and the sword of light, Lu Chuyu's state began to rebound rapidly, and it was moving in a better direction. This is healing weapons. It's a rare healing weapon, and it's a primordial weapon. I said why Taoist Su Lang would swing his sword at Lu Chuyu. That's how it is, that's how it is. Zhang Wenzheng and the others were shocked, and at the same time there was a strong ecstasy. The shock was because Su Lang actually possessed the weapons of the early days, and the ecstasy was of course because Lu Chuyu's condition was under control. But in Su Lang's view, this is not enough. If he lost his help, Zhang Wenzheng and others, once these vitality and energy are consumed, Lu Chuyu still has a dead end. Moon moth, Su Lang thought. A diamond-shaped crystal emerged. Sha Nu knocked to see the master. The Qi Ling Yu moth flew out and bowed to Su Lang. Su Lang immediately asked, "Where are the body fragments of the Supreme Emperor given you? Have you finished eating?" "No, the slaves only digest a little when they need to be used." The moon moth nodded quickly, and immediately took out all the body fragments of the Supreme Emperor from its inner space. "I just want to be at the beginning level." Su Lang waved his hand and took part of it. "Retract the rest." "Yes, master." The moon moth nodded immediately, and immediately collected the remaining body fragments of the Supreme Emperor, and once again entered the life universe of Su Lang. "I hope these evolved quasi-primary body fragments are useful to you." Su Lang looked at Lu Chuyu, and soon merged a large number of quasi-primary soul bodies into Lu Chuyu's body. This method contains the incomparably mysterious Supreme Alchemy Tao and other techniques of the Supreme Zombie Earth Origin Soul Reincarnation Technique. Only Su Lang can do it. Chapter 1943. I give you a planet accompanied by a large number of quasi-primary body fragments merged into Lu Chuyu's body. Lu Chuyu's condition has improved a lot. Friend Su Lang, what kind of means are you, so powerful? These unique treasures of genius must be treasured very much. For the sake of this deceased person, Taoist Su Lang is willing to consume such cherished materials. I am grateful. LV Chuyu is not dead today, and I will be the leader of Taoist Su Leng in the future. Quote. Lu Chuyu found that his state was constantly developing in a good direction, and he was immediately grateful. He was resurrected by Su Feng once, which was already a gift of remaking. At this time, he took out more cherished materials to treat him. This is simply the ultimate for him, but this so-called extreme is just what Lu Chuyu thinks. But Su Leng still has no means to use. Father Lu Chuyu, you are now trying and opening the universe of life. I have a quasi-primary level unowned life planet here, without any remaining ***** consciousness. And there are a lot of creatures on this living planet. Su Leng looked at Lu Chuyu with a grateful look, smiled faintly, and said, the life universe is extremely important to a warrior. This is especially true for 2 junior warriors. A universe of life for those who are 2 junior. It is already many times stronger than the ordinary natural life universe in the universe. It also contains complete rules, including time rules. With a complete universe of life, a powerful warrior can better condense the twisting power to fight. But Su Leng does not have a very basic life planet for Lu Chuyu. You can only step back and choose a life planet at the quasi-primary level. Compared with the very elementary life planet, the quasi-primary level life planet is smaller in scale, and the difference in rules is only the time rule. Open the universe of life. Give me a quasi-2 elementary life planet, and it's a planet without any remnant consciousness of ***** at all. Lu Chuyu heard Su Leng's words, and his eyes immediately showed shock. Zhang Wenzheng and the others were shocked after hearing Su Leng's words. They can also get life planets at the quasi-primary level, but the quasi-primary powerhouse has completed 100% of the soul body, and consciousness rules the entire world. Even if it was killed, there will also be a lot of consciousness that is difficult to clean up. Under the action of the incense aspiration generated by all beings on the planet, it rapidly developed into world consciousness. This special world consciousness is more stubborn than the consciousness of the natural life planet. Because they have penetrated into every particle in the world, to eliminate them, it is impossible to kill all the creatures on the entire planet, and it is almost impossible to destroy the entire planet. However, Su Leng possessed the quasi-primary life planet that had completely cleared the world consciousness. Not only is the planet intact, it even has countless creatures alive. This is incredible. It is absolutely impossible for them to be themselves. If it were a great emperor-level life planet that had not yet completed the fusion of soul, body and soul, it might be possible. But the great emperor-level life planet is completely useless for those who are 2 junior. And how did Su Leng clean up the reigning consciousness of those living planets? It's simple. It depends on the passive effect of the perfect plunder function. All the universe of life that has been perfectly plundered will be cleared of all remaining ***** consciousness. In addition, Su Leng also possesses a powerful, virtual spirit universe, which can absorb all the existence of incense. The essence of world consciousness is the development of incense avenue. Under the virtual spirit universe, everything is food. Don't ask more. After you see it with your own eyes, you will understand. Su Leng looked at Lu Chuyu and said with a smile, hurry up, with the life planet, your condition can be more stable. It is good. Lu Chuyu nodded hurriedly. Soon, he hurriedly tried his best to open a channel for his newly condensed universe of life. Naturally, Su Leng would not hold the planet in front of the passage and stuff it in. Chapter 1944, Resurrect the 6-2 Junior Powerhouses, Clone Dispatch. As soon as his mind moved, a clone of Su Leng entered Lu Chuyu's universe of life. Immediately after, Su Leng selected a quasi-primary level from his hundreds of thousands of crystal wall worlds. Then the quasi-primary level life planet is directly transferred to the hands of the clone through the transfer function. Next moment, clone raised his hands. A vast life planet appeared in the life universe of Lu Chuyu. The creatures in the universe of life discovered the strangeness at this time and became a little panicked. My people, don't panic. Your world just changed a coordinate. Through the clone, Su Leng calmed down all the creatures on the planet of life. Immediately after, the 3,600 imaginary avenues contained in this living planet began to spread around. Soon all of Lu Chuyu's current body was affected. With the help of this life planet, Lu Chuyu's physical condition has improved again. Even he now has some 2 elementary combat power. But this is not over yet. Father Lu Chuyu, Now the planet of life is in place. Su Lang smiled faintly, but it lacks time rules, it's up to you. No problem. The integration of the rules of condensing time into the planet of life is the level of the quasi-primary stage. I have already entered the Wuyan Supreme beginning stage, and I can do it. Lu Chuyu nodded heavily. Zan even began to condense the rules of time into the universe of life. At this moment, there is no need for Su Lang to protect the law himself. It doesn't even need the assistance of Zhang Wenzheng and others. Just then, boom, another huge roar came. However, he saw a super junior grave beside Lu Chuyu exploded, revealing the figure of an old man. There was a deep shock in the old man's eyes. But he had obviously recovered from the shock. He has already regained consciousness. However, he discovered that Lu Chuyu was in a bad state, and Su Lang and others were simply too busy. Therefore, only then will he continue to use the remaining power of the corpse Earth Origin Soul Reincarnation technique to stay in the grave and wait. At this time, realizing that Lu Chuyu had stabilized, he couldn't help but rush out. Xu Yongxin thanks Taoist fellow Salong for his life-saving grace. After the old man rushed out of the grave, he immediately bowed and saluted Su Lang. The old waist was almost folded in half. It can be seen how strong his gratitude to Su Lang is. Of course, this also meant asking Su Lang to take action, because, like Lu Chuyu, he just came back from the resurrection, and he will be dragged into a deadlock by the long river of time. Xu Yongxin is resurrected, the power of time has appeared, and his body is about to collapse. Quickly, help him disperse those time forces, otherwise he will die again. Zhang Wenzheng and the others shouted, and immediately used the time rule to help Xu Yongxin dispel the lingering power of time. Hurry up, please. Su Lang immediately supported Xu Yongxin. Then, apart from anything else, he took out a lot of fragments of the quasi-Taichu Emperor's body. Reincarnated with his unique alchemy Tao Profound Righteousness and Corpse Earth Origin Soul Rebirth Profound Righteousness, and blended these quasi-primary Emperor body fragments into Xu Yongxin's body. Everyone worked together. Xu Yongxin's physical condition was immediately stabilized. And under the effect of those quasi-primordial Emperor body fragments, the state began to slowly improve and rebound. Next, Su Lang repeated the old tricks. Let Xu Yongxin open the universe of life. A quasi-primary level life planet was placed inside with the clone. Xu Yongxin's power assistance from the planet of life suddenly improved. Soon, like Lu Chuyu, he began to condense the rules of time into the universe of life. Gradually, Xu Yongxin is like a cured severely ill patient, already able to jump around. Next, among the remaining 7 super primary corpse soil source soul graves, 4 were resurrected. These 4 were named Di Haokuo, Hu Liangkai, Yi Hongye, and Yuan Xingyuan. Su Lang, Zhang Wenzheng and others used the same method to help them stabilize, and then gradually improved their condition and passed the dangerous period of resurrection. Unfortunately, there are also 3 very low-level corpse soil source soul graves silent, obviously a failure. Chapter 1945, Allegiance of the Sixth Great Beginning. Friends Peng Taoist have used too many life extension techniques, and they are completely unable to resurrect. Zhang Wenzheng and the others looked at the 3 motionless graves and sighed slightly. But in their hearts, of course it is more exciting than regretful. After all, they have resurrected a total of 6 junior powerhouses. These are 2 low-level powerhouses, each of them is a veteran master, generally at the level of 5 Eves. Even Yuan Xingyuan is still a strong man in the early 6th Yan dynasty. Only one step away can step into the Qian Taichu realm and gain the power of the past time. At this moment, the resurrected 6 junior powerhouses stood in a row and bowed to Su Lang in unison. LV Chuyu, Xu Yongxin, Di Haokuo, Hu Liangkai, Yi Hongye, Yuan Xingyuan. Thanks to fellow Su Lang for his life-saving grace. Taoist Su Lang is the light of hope in the heavenly misty continent. I will look at Taoist Su Lang as the head of the horse. The 6 veteran and junior strong men are grateful and expectant. Bowing to Su Lang, a rising star, even faintly meant to be the Lord, even. Zhang Wenzheng and others all saluted Su Lang slightly. It contains the meaning of subordination to Su Lang. I have high hopes from you. I will do my best to lead the development and growth of the Tianmen continent. Then conquer Tianshuan and Tianning continent, counterattack Tianmi, and kill Yuan Mingzhou Emperor. Faced with the high expectations of everyone, Su Lang bowed solemnly in return. Seeing that Su Lang does not have any arrogance, everyone's heart is even more positive. I was determined to obey Su Lang's orders from now on. At this time, among those godless level corpse earth source soul graves after all the 2 junior powerhouses, there is also a famous and powerful warrior who has resurrected and returned. They have not been disturbed by the long river of time. Once resurrected, it is safe. Many of these resurrected warriors have a dumb face, and they don't know what's going on. When they recovered and discovered that they were resurrected, I saw a strong man in the early days holding a slight bow to a young man. Suddenly it became even more daunting. What happened? How come there are more than 22 junior powerhouses who are so respectful to a young man at the same time? But a few thoughts turned in their minds, and their bodies naturally knelt down to Su Lang. Then again, as more and more godless powerhouses are resurrected, Zhang Wenzheng spoke up and told them all the truth. That is Senior Su Lang. The great Senior Su Lang has resurrected us. Not only that, Senior Su Lang even resurrected 2 junior powerhouses, and even Senior Yuan was resurrected. It's too strong. Senior Su Lang is really the light of hope for our heavenly continent. After I was resurrected, I was still at a loss, and there was no hope for the future. This time is different. I saw the light in the dark. I want to follow Senior Su Lang and fight Tianmi continent to the death. With Senior Su Lang here, we will surely have a bright future. Quote. Countless Supreme Emperor powerhouses knelt on the ground, kowtowing towards Su Lang, expressing gratitude and loyalty. In an instant, Su Lang absorbed a large amount of incense aspiration power, merged into the Void Spirit universe, and was absorbed by the 2 Void Dragon Vein worlds. Among them, the Void Dragon Vein world belonging to the Qibao Miaoshu has gradually condensed some special incense and wish power crystallization. Great! This time, I not only harvested 6 powerful 2 junior thugs, but also got so many special incense willingness crystals. If you condense more, it is estimated that the Qibao Miaoshu will evolve once. I really look forward to the scene of using the Qibao Miaoshu. Quote. Various thoughts flashed in Su Lang's heart, and a satisfied smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Soon, you have just been resurrected. We still need to consolidate our own state, or we need to meet with relatives who are in the world. I won't leave you here much. You first follow Dao fellow Zhang Wenzheng's arrangements. The next time you meet, it is estimated that the battle is about to come. I hope you will be fully prepared by then. Su Lang looked around at the crowd, smiled slightly, and then took out a lot of pills to the crowd. Among them, for Yuan Xingyuan, Lu Chuyu and others, they are all 2 low-level pills of perfect quality. Chapter 1946, Tianmen Mainland Exchange House Project. See these pills. Everyone present was stunned, including Zhang Wenzheng, and others were all stunned. Although they knew that Su Lang's alchemy attainments were very superb, the Qianyuan Jingwu pill capable of refining perfect quality has reached the level that no one in the heavenly continent can rival it, but they never expected it. Su Lang was able to refine so many primordial perfect quality pills. It is necessary to know that the first person of the heavenly misty continent pill Dao, Zhang Wenzheng, can only refine very ordinary 2 low-level pill. The lower grades can at most refine top grades, the higher grades can only refine lower grades or even waste products. But even if it is a waste product that is too elementary, it is reluctant to lose it. In their eyes, Su Lang also couldn't refine a lot of perfect quality 2 primary pill. But now, they just saw it. Those immortals of perfect quality are not 10 or 100 pills, but thousands. This can no longer be described in large quantities. In the eyes of Zhang Wenzheng and others, it is simply huge. Oh my god, too much, too much. I have never seen so many perfect quality 2 low-level pills. Don't say it is a perfect quality pill from the beginning. I have never seen so many medium-grade pill from the beginning. Taoist Su Lang's alchemy skills are so terrifying, it is beyond imagination. Ha 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 ha, I will always defend Su Lang, the light of hope from the heavenly continent. Me too, only by following Taoist Su Lang can we have a way out. Quote. Zhang Wenzheng and others talked a lot, and the eyes looking at Su Lang were full of endless reverence and admiration. Although Su Lang is younger than any of them, even Su Lang had just arrived in Tianmen continent for a day. But in their view, Su Lang has fully demonstrated his powerful strength and even more terrifying potential. Everyone has deeply believed it. Su Lang was the new leader of the Infinite Realm that the leader of the Infinite Realm had long established. is the main force against Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. These people, all of them must become Su Lang's protectors, and they will give everything to protect him during Su Lang's growth. At this time, correct, friend Zhang Wenzheng, when I preached, I refined these medicines in the universe of life, and they just have what you need. Well, this 9 apertures nourishing essence returning heaven pill is required by many Taoists of Zug formation, and this 7 life storage element demon pill is required by Bai Tongguang. While talking, Su Lang took out all the pill that everyone asked him to refine and distributed them to everyone. For Su Lang, he has received the deepest recognition from Zhang Wenzheng and others, and the allegiance of Yuan Xingyuan and others. Some secrets are exposed, but the problem is not big. At this moment, he put one by one the perfect quality 2 junior pill into the hands of Zhang Wenzheng and others. It has gained countless gratitude, respect and admiration. Quickly, Su Lang distributed all the pills that everyone needed. Even the pill that everyone gets has far exceeded their expectations. Suddenly, all the early powerhouses showed overjoyed expressions, and kept saluting Su Lang. Friends of Taoism, if you have great talents, you can hand it over to me for alchemy. In addition, I have a set of exchange building models here, which can be promoted in Tianmen continent. The specific exchange building model is like this. I will arrange human race xianxia and others to assist you and build it. In addition, there are the various civilization crystallizations of our Xinghai domain, which will definitely be of great help to the heavenly continent. For these things, I will ask Yangxingxing and others to assist you, move them to the heavenly continent, and make improvements. Su Lang gradually explained the mode of the exchange building to everyone. Suddenly, one by one the strong at the beginning was shocked again. No one can think of it. There can be such a development model that takes such care of low-level warriors in the world. With a certain amount of low-level items, you can exchange for high-level items with a value much higher than this. The exchangeable thing contains materials, the 4 categories of medicine, weapons, and exercises, which is incredible. Chapter 1947, Find Zhang Bizu and others. Friend Su Lang, doing so, won't we lose money? Although the foundation of the heavenly misty continent is very important, the decisive power is still 2 primary power. If our resources are spread to low-level warriors on a large scale, they can greatly increase their combat power, but they will not help much in decisive battles. Quote. Everyone admires Su Lang very much, but they are not the kind of brainless flatterers. When they encounter questions, they naturally have to ask. This is assisting Su Lang. Ha ha ha, I have a mysterious method to ensure that I will not lose money, but I can still make a lot of money. I won't tell you what the specific method is. Anyway, it is not clear. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it now. When you see a steady stream of 2 low-level pills, you will know that I am not messing around. A bright and confident smile appeared on Su Lang's face, and he made a promise. When Zhang Wenzheng and the others saw this scene, they looked at each other and immediately chose to believe in Su Lang. There were too many unbelievable words from Su Lang. But he realized it all, creating miracles one by one. Everyone believes. Su Lang was not talking big words, he was stating that he was about to create another huge miracle. Friend Su Lang, no matter what you are going to do, we will do our best to do so, only obey. Friend Su Lang, I don't know where the Taoist Yangxingxing and other strong humans are. We want to start implementing your exchange house plan now. Everyone is a pragmatic person. After choosing to believe in Su Lang, he immediately asked Su Lang to take action. It is good. I will let Yan Engxing and others meet you now. I stayed in the exile for a while, and after returning, 3 billion years have passed since the Xinghai region. During this period of time, it was Yangxingxing and my other confidants who managed the Xinghai area in an orderly manner. While introducing the deeds of Yangxingxing and others, Su Lang released them from his own universe. Patriarch, are you okay? When Yan Hingxing and others saw Su Lang, their faces were immediately excited and worried. They stayed in Su Lang's universe of life. I didn't know that it took Su Lang less than a day to conquer Zhang Wenzheng and more than 20 early powers. The remaining 20 are strong from the beginning. That is, Qin Song and the others, also completely recognized Su Lang. Although they are supplementing the time and space power of the time and space in the sky, they are temporarily unable to return to the Tianmen continent. But they can receive various messages sent by Zhang Wenzheng and others. For example, Su Lang added the deeds of the 100,000 heavenly misty stars array. Su Lang preached the scenes of countless warriors in the three Taoist Dao Array Dao Qi Dao. Su Lang resurrected more than 200,000 godless powerhouses, and resurrected 6 images of powerhouses from the beginning. In the scene of giving out a huge amount of perfect quality pills from the beginning to everyone. Watching this scene of miracles, Qin Song and others were no less excited than Zhang Wenzheng and others. They also recognized Su Lang, regarded Su Lang as a new hope for the heavenly continent, and automatically placed themselves in the position of guardian. Ha ha ha, what can I do? You are worried about wool. Now all the early Dao friends recognize me. From now on, I will lead the Tianmen continent against the Tianmen continent and against the Emperor Mingzhou. Su Lang looked at Yan Engxing, Xiao Ning, and Xin, Yao Qiyiren and others who were all concerned, and suddenly smiled. Compared with Zhang Wenzheng and others, sure enough, these old men are more cordial. Soon, immediately my empowerment function will refresh the number of times. Next is the moment when you reach the primal beginning realm. Su Lang whispered in his heart, and immediately began to introduce each other to Yan Xingxing and others, Zhang Wenzheng and others. After the introduction, Yan Engxing and others immediately understood their mission and established an exchange house. And Su Lang himself has to participate in it, but his main job is to build the spiritual internet and transmit the internet of heavenly continent. And dispatch a avatar to act as a vending machine in the exchange building. But just as Su Lang was discussing with everyone, his expression suddenly changed. Su Lang, what's the matter? Xiao Ning was the first to discover Su Lang's strangeness, and immediately asked. Ha ha, Su Lang's mouth twitched and smiled. Good news, I have found Zhang Bizu and others. Chapter 1948. Wait a minute, catch it all, what? Friend Su Lang, you found Zhang Bizu and the others. Zhang Bizu and the others have been hiding in the Tianmen continent for so long. We have not been able to catch them. They have no way to escape us. I didn't expect Taoist Su Lang to find them. It was really amazing. Yeah, I thought we would be gone if they ran away. Now it seems that they don't want to escape back to Tianmi continent. Friend Su Lang, where are they now? Do we want to kill them? Quote. All the junior powerhouses were very pleasantly surprised, their eyes filled with excitement. Zhang Bizu and others hid in the Tianmen continent, and became a thorn in their eyes. At this time, Zhang Bizu and others were traced. Zhang Wenzheng and the others couldn't help but want to kill Zhang Bizu and others. Wait, don't make a move. They didn't realize that they had been tracked by me. Now they are all gathered together, it seems they are waiting for someone, they should be trying to escape back to Tianmi continent. Su Lang watched the feedback from the treasure hunt flying, and a sneer was outlined at the corner of his mouth. The treasure hunt flying glider is really unremarkable, although they use the soul ability to chase down to Zhang Bizu and the others. However, Zhang Bizu and others were stunned and found no abnormalities. Just treat it as the most ordinary creature in the Tianmen continent. If Zhang Bizu and others have noticed that they have been tracked down, Su Lang would definitely take action immediately to intercept and kill them, but now, they didn't realize this, but were waiting for someone. No matter who they were waiting for, Su Lang knew that they were definitely not good people. That being the case, just wait a minute and catch it all. That's it. Taoist Su Lang's pursuit methods are really peculiar, and even Zhang Bizu, a very junior warrior with powerful anti-reconnaissance capabilities, could not find it. Haha, fellow Taoist Su Lang can always create miracles that we can't do. It's worthy of our new hope for the heavenly continent. Friend Su Lang is too powerful. Quote. When Zhang Wenzheng and the others heard Su Lang's words, they were overjoyed and praised Su Lang. Everyone is absurd. I will continue to stare at Zhang Bizu. As soon as there is any news, I will tell you fellow Taoists immediately. With a smile on his face, Su Lang said faintly, now let's set up the exchange building and other facilities. It is good. Once the exchange house is established, our overall strength will definitely be greatly improved. My little friend Xianxia, can you please advise me a lot? Quote. Zhang Wenzheng and the others immediately agreed, and were very polite to communicate with the strong humans such as Xianxia. Soon, under the leadership of experienced humans such as Xianxia, Zhang Wenzheng and others began to build exchange houses everywhere. During this period, they made a new decision after discussing. That is to make incense statues for Su Lang, incense statues all over the Tianmen continent. To this, Su Lang was naturally very happy, and immediately nodded in agreement. Although he now possesses the ethereal universe, he can instantly absorb all the incense power within the scope of his spiritual power. But Su Lang's current mental power could not cover the entire Tianmen continent. It would not be able to directly absorb the incense power from the entire celestial continent. But if you have the incense statue, you can collect it and transmit it to the main statue for Su Lang's use. Take the vastness of the continent away from the sky. I don't know how many intelligent creatures live. It is definitely much more than the sum of hundreds of thousands of life planets in Su Lang. With the incense aspiration power provided by these countless creatures, the Void Dragon Vein is guaranteed to quickly condense the incense and desire power crystallization required by the 7 treasure tree. Heart-piercing hell can truly turn the emptiness into reality and become a treasure that Su Lang can use. The incense aspirations of countless creatures in the Tianmen continent are really exciting. A gleam of excitement flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and immediately began to do his own thing, use formations and other means to forge the spirit belonging to the Tianmen continent and transmit the internet. Make the cultivation civilization of the entire Tianmen continent develop faster. Chapter 1949. Go to the space-time Tianmo again. Now there are those 2 basic formations. The mental internet formations laid out can also be more advanced. It's a pity that there are no souls of the beginning level, and the 3 remnants of the primordial powerhouses who have not been able to resurrect before have also disappeared. Otherwise, the first soul of the ether is the best choice as the processor of the spiritual internet. At the moment, you can only use the quasi-primary level soul. While thinking about it, Su Lang kept arranging the formations, and when he thought of it, a large array of formations would appear. Anyway, he also performed in front of Zhang Wenzheng and others to instantly make up for the 100,000 Sky Star group. It's okay to be more exaggerated now, but Su Lang's method of arranging the formation was terrifying. However, the materials for the formation are not enough. Zhang Wenzheng almost used up all the materials for the formation. The rest of the treasures of heaven, material and earth are for them to refine or repair the weapons of the early days. It seems that I can only go to Qin Song and the others. Looking at the empty storage space, Su Lang curled his mouth, then contacted Zhang Wenzheng and informed him of the matter. Zhang Wenzheng and others discovered that Su Lang had arranged countless arrays. It is almost equivalent to making up for tens of thousands of celestial star cluster holes. The materials were also exhausted, and Su Lang had to stop the formation. Hiss. Even if you know fellow Taoist Su Lang, your formation skills are terrifying. But being so strong, it's really beyond imagination. Does Taoist Su Lang's formation skills have broken through the shackles of the primordial level and reached the realm of eternity? Zug Junduo and other early powerhouses looked at the formations that covered the sky and sun, and they were shocked. If they were to arrange these formations, it would take thousands of years to complete. But Su Lang completed it in such a short time. It is an unimaginable miracle. Immediately after, the crowd suppressed their shock and immediately sent Qin Song the news of the shortage of materials. After Qin Song and others received the news, Su Lang suddenly knew that Su Lang had begun to create miracles again. Shocked, they were equally delighted. Immediately promised to fully support Su Lang's spirit of building the heavenly continent and transmitting the internet. Soon, they planned to send people back to the Tianmen continent to bring back materials for Su Lang. Zhang Wenzheng and others planned to do the same. After all, it takes a round trip to travel from the Tianmen continent to the space-time Tianmo. But Su Lang refused. I'm going to take a trip to the time and space sky trench myself. One is that it only takes a moment for me to go back and forth, which can greatly save manpower. Secondly, I want to explore the situation outside the space-time sky mode and see how the army in Tianmi continent is doing. As soon as Su Lang said this, everyone was shocked. What the hell? It only takes a moment to go from the Tianmen continent to the time and space Tianmo. This is too exaggerated, but after the horror, everyone agreed. No one, because Su Lang always creates miracles. To create another miracle between the heavenly continent and the time and space sky grain in an instant is completely acceptable. Then you continue. I'll go to Qin Song first. You remember to say hello to him, lest you get scared by my sudden appearance, and then you still don't believe me. Su Lang smiled faintly, watching Zhang Wenzheng and others send a message to Qin Song, immediately dispatched the clone and chose to replace it. In a blink of an eye, Su Lang had already arrived at the space-time Tianmo from the Tianmen continent. Song and other 25 five-minded powerhouses are constantly instilling the power of time and space into the time and space. See Su Lang appear. Rao is that everyone has received the message and prepared in their hearts, but they were shocked. The journey from the Tianmen continent to this time and space is not a short distance. Su Langning shuttled between the two places in an instant. In fact, the method is really abnormal. Friend Su Lang, you shuttle through such a long space in an instant, no problem. Quote. After a moment of horror, Song and others stopped their work and looked at Su Lang with concern. Chapter 1950. I have more than 4 clones, nothing. I can go anywhere far away. Su Lang laughed, and immediately looked at the time and space. After the continuous indoctrination by Song and others, the power of time and space within it has completely compensated for the passage opened by the people of Tianmi continent, but compared with the beginning, the power of time and space is still slightly weaker. It seems I have to let the clone go in and work harder. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, then looked at Song and the others with a smile. We have prepared all the materials needed by fellow Su Lang. I heard that Taoist Su Lang's attainments in the 3 aspects of alchemy Dao and formation Dao are extremely high, and may even be close to the eternal realm, so we prepared other materials. Haha, I just prepared more materials for alchemy and refining. By the way, there is also the source of the Emperor, which is indispensable. Quote. Seeing Su Lang smile, Song and others immediately consciously took out all the prepared materials to Su Lang. With the great sponsorship of these 25 early powerhouses, Su Lang speculated that he had been able to deploy the spirit and transmission internet covering several major areas of the Tianmen continent. Except besides, there are also a large number of Emperor sources, materials for refining pills and weapons. Compared with Zhang Wenzheng, Zhuge Junduo and others gave more. After all, there are a total of 25 junior powerhouses here. And their trust in Su Lang is no less than that of Zhang Wenzheng and others. Thank you for your sponsorship. I will make the results as soon as possible for everyone to see. By the way, all fellow Taoists exerted the power of time and space on the time and space sky trench, which consumed a lot of energy. Here are some primary energy recovering pills I refined, all of which are of perfect quality and can be taken with confidence. While talking, Su Lang took out a large amount of recovery pill and handed it to Song and other early powers. Hiss. The perfect quality Taichu pill. Haha, Zhang Wenzheng still used to greedy me before, now I have it too. This is the first time I have taken a perfect quality pill. Oh, the taste is amazing. It's such a powerful medicinal power. With one pill, all the energy I consumed has recovered. Quote. Everyone took the 2 low-level recovery pill, and each one was radiant and energetic. Soon, Song and others planned to make persistent efforts and continue to inject more time and space power into the temporal scourge. Just then, Su Lang thought, 4 clones suddenly appeared. Boom! The breath of the 4 paths approaching Sanyan Taichu exploded, shocking Song and others, and their complexions greatly changed. Who? They surrounded Taoist Su Lang. Hurry up and protect Taoist Su Lang at all costs. Hey, something is wrong. The aura on their bodies is exactly the same as that of Taoist Su Lang. Friend Su Lang did not feel shocked at all. Quote. Everyone's expressions changed wildly, and they were about to use their best efforts to protect Su Lang in an instant. But in an instant they found something was wrong and stopped in surprise. Everyone, don't be nervous. These are my previous clones. Su Lang smiled faintly and explained, it's just that I made them stronger. Hear this. In an instant, Song and the others raised their eyes like a thunderstorm, and their faces looked incredible. What? Clone? A clone of the primordial level? And is it a clone of Sanyan Taichu level? The thinking of Song and others became somewhat stagnant. They clearly remembered that Su Lang was only at the quasi-primary level. In less than a day, Su Lang's deity broke through to the primordial level and possessed the combat power of the Sanyan primordial level. It was incredible enough. Now even his clone has suddenly become a powerful existence close to the beginning of Sanyan. OMG. They never knew how much time it took to cultivate from the first stage of Yiyantai to the point where they were close to the beginning of Sanyantai. Su Lang did it in just one day. Also smoothly promoted the clone. This is just a pervert that can't be calculated. You don't have to be so horrified. Su Lang smiled. Actually, I have more than 4 clones. Song and the others twitched their bodies as if they were compensated, feeling that they were about to autistic. Chapter 1951, Release the Clone and Explore Intelligence after a while. Taoist Su Lang is indeed the light of hope from the heavenly misty continent. It deserves to be the new leader appointed by the last leader of the boundless world. Taoist Su Lang, I believe that Taoist should have an official leadership status. Right, yes, right, when this is done, we will announce the entire celestial continent. Quote. With shock and joy in their eyes, Qin Song and others bowed and saluted Su Lang. This is to recommend Su Lang to officially become the leader of the Tianmen continent. Unimaginable. Su Lang had just arrived on this day and it took less than a day. Su Lang was naturally willing to become the leader of the heavenly misty continent. You trust me so much. I will not let you down. Su Lang nodded solemnly, and said, next, I will send a clone to cross the time and space in the sky to investigate the movements of the Tianmen continent. This statement came out. Qin Song and the others kept nodding their heads in surprise. They did not want to detect the situation outside the Tianmen continent. However, there is more than enough energy but not enough energy. Often relying on various means and channels to learn about intelligence outside of the Tianmen continent, it has been lagging for a long time, but now Su Lang had such a powerful clone. As long as you can reach the space-time Tianmo, you can rely on close contact with Su Lang to immediately send the latest information back to the Tianmen continent. In the war, intelligence is always one of the most important things. Just when Qin Song and others were surprised, with a thought in Su Lang's heart, the four avatars suddenly broke into the space-time sky trench. These four avatars have reached the primordial level, and naturally they have some time power. In addition, they are not afraid of being consumed, so you can keep moving forward without scruples. And the way they move forward is Su Lang's endless dispatch. Each dispatch can instantly span a distance of 150,000 light years. In just 1 minute, it spanned a distance of nearly 10 million light years. After a few minutes, the clones have passed through the time and space and arrived in a brand new void. Humph, scum of Tianmi continent, here I am. By the way, I have to investigate the situation of the Tianning continent and the Tianshuan continent. Various thoughts flashed in Su Lang's mind, and then dispatched all the clones. And use the buying avatar function to turn it into more than 9,000 Yiantai primary avatars, spreading rapidly toward the surroundings. Su Lang is going to expand the scope of dispatch. If the entire boundless realm area has been expanded into a dispatchable range, then just relying on the super abnormal mobility of the clone function, Su Lang is sure to clean up the smog of Tianmi continent. Although Tianmi continent has a large number of 2 junior powerhouses, there are also terrifying existences like Mi Ling Buddha. However, Buddhism's cultivation methods are very flawed. Their way of cultivation is essentially the way of incense. As long as all its followers are destroyed, the strength of those who are 2 low-level Buddhist monks will be greatly weakened. Of course, less than endless, Su Lang would not make things so big, because with his current strength, it would be too risky to do so. Time passed slowly. Su Lang's clone continued to move forward. At last, somewhere in the boundless dead void, the spiritual power of the clones found a flying continent. This continent is bigger than the quasi-primary life planet. The driving force for advancement is a beast of the beginning level. After seeing all this, Su Lang's eyes trembled suddenly. Immediately take back the clone. At this moment, an extremely terrifying time force shrouded all the positions where the clone had stayed before. Okay, disappeared. A mere elementary yin can escape in the palm of my hand. On the flying continent, a monk with a long beard was widening his eyes, looking at the place where Su Lang had disappeared in disbelief. This person is the monk Kongji. In addition to monk Kongji, there are also Master Weiju, monk Shiyu, and many other early powers. Chapter 1952, A Clan of Beasts, Never Surrendered. These 2 junior powerhouses are also unbelievable. When Su Lang's clone just appeared, they found out together. However, I noticed that the coming person is only a very basic person. Therefore, after monk Kongji took the shot, the others did not take the shot, from their perspective. Using the means of the empty-witted monk, catching a beginner Yiantai is simply a matter of hand, but they didn't expect it. Monk Kongji unexpectedly missed. It's as incredible as a cooked duck flying away. Damn it, what exactly is going on? How could he escape under my nose? Monk Kongji stood up angrily. Under the full view of everyone, even one of the junior Yian was not caught, which is simply a shame to him. Brother Kongji, calm down. That person may have come prepared. In my opinion, it should be someone who is rebelling, and there is definitely a very powerful, too junior, powerful behind him. Yes, that's it. Quote. Monk Shiyu and the others were relieved, and immediately let Monk Kongji's anger gradually dissipated. We are now being targeted by a resistance force that is too rudimentary. Unfortunately, the time has been rushed just now, and there was no time to capture that person's breath. Otherwise, you will be able to follow that person's trail and find the person behind him. Now, we have to strengthen the investigation of the surroundings, although the probability of someone shooting us is very small. Quote. There was a lot of discussion at the beginning, and they did not expect that the figure that appeared before was a clone of Su Lang, and the power represented was the heavenly misty continent that they had just explored. Correct. On the other side of Tianmen mainland, Zhang Bizu contacted me. I have dispatched 3 other 2 junior powerhouses lurking in the star field near the heavenly continent to meet them. I believe that with their hidden ability, they will not be discovered by the heavenly Mian continent. HMPH, after Zhang Bizu and the others come back, I will find the traitors among them. Yes, the traitor must die. Quote. At the beginning of the discussion, everyone still believed that a traitor had really appeared among Zhang Bizu and others. The other side, there's news. Su Lang, who retracted his clone, squinted his eyes and touched his chin. What? There is news so soon? Dao, fellow Su Lang, your investigative ability is too strong, right? Unbelievably strong. Taoist Su Lang, please tell me, what's the news? Quote. Qin Song and the others looked at Su Lang in shock. It was only a quarter of an hour before they had received the available news. Had it not been for they had already convinced Su Feng. Su Feng will definitely be suspicious at this time, thinking that he is fabricating fake news. Everyone, I saw the people who came to invade the heavenly continent. Most of them are from the Tianmi continent, and a few are from other forces. And those sacred beasts were forcibly enslaved by them. Su Lang's eyes suddenly rose, and then a trace of anger emerged. He had heard of it before. When the Tongtian Temple attacked the Xinghai domain group, the beasts of the Tianting continent dispatched to participate. However, he fought back halfway with the beast, using his own life as the price to cause huge losses to Tongtian Temple. Even the Xinghai large domain group can escape, all have the credit of the sacrificed beast, therefore. At that time, I saw a super primary beast helping a bald donkey in Tianmi continent to open a space-time channel. Su Lang felt incredible, and this time, the truth is revealed. The beasts do not voluntarily help the evil spirits, they are all involuntarily. The divine beasts and spirit beasts of all races in the Tianting continent have never succumbed. I don't know how much they have suffered during such a long time. I really want to hit the Tianting continent now and rescue them all. Su Lang sighed in his heart. He knew that his current strength was not enough, so he could only wait. Simultaneously, Qin Song and the others were relieved and sighed when they learned that the beasts had never succumbed. They had tried to contact the Tianting continent before, but they all failed without exception. Every failure is accompanied by huge losses. So that later, there was no more power to unite the power of Tianting continent. At this time, Su Lang's expression suddenly moved again. The person who responded to Zhang Bizu and the others has appeared. Chapter 1953. Quasi-primary warriors who eat inside and outside. What? I appeared so soon. The expressions of Qin Song and others changed, and their faces were shocked. Yes, there are 3 people. These 3 people should also be gangsters who have gotten into the heavenly continent. They brought the teleportation array to meet Zhang Bizu and others, presumably to move them to a safer place. Su Lang looked at the vision screen shared by the treasure hunt flying gliders, and a faint smile was outlined at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, I knew that they had eroded the heavenly misty continent for so long, it is impossible not to leave behind any other players. Qin Song took a deep breath and asked solemnly, Taoist Su Lang, can you show us what the 3 of them look like? No matter who it is. If you dare to betray the Tianmen continent, I will smash him into pieces. Betrayers, all damn. Quote. The strong people from the beginning also growled in indignation. Of course can. These 3 are the warriors who respond to Zhang Bizu and others. Su Lang nodded slightly, and immediately condensed 3 figures with illusion. Saw these 3 people, the expressions of the strong from the beginning suddenly sank. Because these three people turned out to be members of the Guards of the Heavenly Misty Star Group, all of them are quasi-primary powerhouses that have been painstakingly cultivated. It turned out to be them. It's in vain that we trust so much, and I mentioned them many times, hoping they can step into the primordial realm. It's really unforgettable. They all deserve to die. Quote. A trace of pain flashed in the eyes of Qin Song and others, and immediately turned into killing intent. They are fighting hard against outside intrusions. These three gangsters have eaten inside and out, they are simply unforgivable. Their teleportation array is very strange. Inferred based on my knowledge of formation. They should be heading to a star field outside the heavenly misty continent. I guess these three people are not the ones who will eventually respond to Zhang Bizu and others. The real receiver leads others. Maybe the real linker is too junior and strong. Su Lang continued to observe the traces of Zhang Bizu and others, slowly analyzing. If there is someone else, I must not let it go. Yes, we should catch them all. Friend Su Lang, is there any way to find someone who really meets Zhang Bizu and the others? Quote. Qin Song and other two junior powerhouses were angry and asked Su Lang one after another, can? They are talking now and seem to be exchanging information. A smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. I take this opportunity to recreate their teleportation array. Although it was too far apart, the formation was no longer in the scope of the divine consciousness, which made it impossible to directly control the formation. But relying on the formation skills of the early stage, he can perfectly engrave the opponent's teleportation array, even stealthily. And just when Su Lang was reenacting the teleportation array, the place where Zhang Bizu and others are located, a total of 28 powerful experts stayed in a teleportation formation. But faintly separating some distance from each other is obviously defensive. In front of Zhang Bizu and others, the three quasi-primordial powerhouses are explaining the major events that have happened in the Tianmen mainland recently. Unbelievable things came out of their mouths. Immediately made Zhang Bizu and all those who were too junior and powerful were dumbfounded. What, you said? Su Lang, the leader of the human race, suddenly supplemented the celestial constellation that we blasted out of. Huh, it's not just a compliment, but also some improvement. How is this possible? Isn't this the most exaggerated? The exaggeration is that he resurrected a large number of godless powerhouses killed by us. You say it again. After resurrecting a large number of powerful men, he actually broke through to the primal beginning realm on the spot. Then Su Lang also convened the 3 Dao meetings of the array Dao Dan Dao Qi Dao Dao. Any one of accomplishments crushed the entire heavenly misty continent. Now the entire Tianmen continent respects him very much, and there are countless incense statues erected for him. Fake. It must be fake. How can so many incredible things happen in just one day? What? You saw it with your own eyes? No, your eyeballs must be broken. Chapter 1954, Teleportation Array. When Zhang Bizu and others listened to the 3 quasi-taichu in front of them telling the miracles created by Su Lang, they were shocked as if they were electrocuted. They were dumbfounded, and shaking their heads constantly, their pupils shrunk like needles. Those miracles created by Su Lang. Anything can have a terrifying impact on their outlook on life. They are instinctively unwilling to believe and unwilling to accept. But they know. In front of 3 quasi-prime undercover agents. At the same time as unbelievable, but still so solemnly past it as official information. This means, those things really exist. Su Lang really created so many incredible miracles. Gosh, is there really such a terrifying genius in the world? We are all super geniuses from the beginning, but we are nothing compared to him. It's unbelievable, but Su Lang does exist like this, and we must make a coping strategy. I suggest to assassinate him and kill him in the cradle. Idiot, he must be protected by Qin Song, Zhang Wenzhang, Miao Mingyuan, and others. How can we assassinate him? No, you can't assassinate. There may be traitors among us. Once the news is leaked, our assassination will turn into a snare. Quote. Everyone talked about each other, and continued to analyze. Finally, they still decided to return to Tianmi continent first. The information transfer is complete. Now quickly open the teleportation array, let us go to the Qingsheng domain. Zhang Bizu took a deep breath, and said a little hastily to the 3 quasi-beginners. When he thought of the possibility of a traitor in his team, he felt anxious. If they are now leaked by the traitor, and intercepted by Tai Chu from the heavenly continent, I am afraid that many people will be harmed. Yes, Let's open the teleportation array now. The three quasi-beginners immediately took out a broken key. Immediately after, they are ready to be embedded in the three gaps in the ground transmission array. The other side, Su Lang suddenly smiled when he saw the formation keys taken out by the three quasi-primary powers. He has burned the formation, but the space coordinates are blank. At this moment, the left side of the space is in the formation key. Three separate coordinates, combined together, is a complete three-dimensional coordinate. Identify by array method, Su Lang instantly mastered the production methods of the three formation keys and the spatial coordinates contained therein, but the real responder is obviously very cautious. The teleportation arrays on the Tianmen continent and the extraterrestrial territory are all one-offs. If it is to open the teleportation array in advance, after Su Lang took Qin Song and the others out, all three teleports will be destroyed. Zhang Bizu and others will be left in the Tianmen continent. When the time comes, Zhang Wenzheng and others can't stop them, and they will surely cause terrible damage in the heavenly misty continent. Therefore, Su Lang can only start the teleportation array with them at the same time. Thus, it will be able to catch the people such as Jiangren and Zhang Bizu at the same time outside the star field where Yinren is located. The battlefield will also be outside the Tianmen continent. Will not cause damage to the mainland on the first day. At this time, when Su Lang thought, three formation keys were condensed. Then, at Zhang Bizu's side, three quasi-prime primaries set the formation key on the formation at the same time. Su Lang also inlaid the formation key. Suddenly, the two teleportation arrays burst out a terrifying white light at the same time. Zhang Bizu and others were all shrouded in it. Su Lang, together with Qin Song and others, were all covered. Next moment, the white light flickered and disappeared like thunder. Everyone disappeared, outside the mainland of Tianmeng, in the great area of Qingsheng, on the giant peak of a certain planet. Three powerful men from the beginning surrounded a teleportation array. Immediately a white light burst out fiercely, coming. The eyes of the three primordial powers lit up, and they were slightly relieved. If Zhang Bizu and the others are accepted, they can also leave this Qingsheng realm and return to the boundless realm of Tianmi continent. Chapter 1955, The Terrified Zhang Bizu simultaneously. At the same time the light burst, Zhang Bizu and the others were also very relieved. In the Tianmen continent, they have to endure a lot of pressure every day. Although their anti-reconnaissance capabilities were very abnormal, Qin Song and others could not find them at all. But they are also restricted as a result, it is difficult to carry out various actions. Otherwise, if there is a slight disturbance, you will be found and besieged. Careful for a billion years. At this moment, I can finally get free. Great, I can finally go back. The next time you come to this Tianmen continent again, it will be when the Tianmen continent is destroyed. Zhang Bizu watched the white light in front of him gradually dissipate, and saw a familiar receiver standing on the edge of the formation directly in front of him, and he suddenly smiled. But at this moment, he suddenly noticed that the face of the respondent changed drastically. What's the situation? What happened? Is it possible? Zhang Bizu felt bad in his heart, and then he felt that the number of people around was wrong. His team clearly has only 28 people. Even with the addition of 3 quasi-primary warriors, there are only 31 people. But this time, 26 more people. In an instant, Zhang Bizu could see the faces of those extra people. Qin Song, Lumen, Qiwang, it's them, it's people from the heavenly misty continent. How is it possible? How is this possible? Why do they appear here? Is there really a traitor among us? The traitor not only leaked our whereabouts, but even chased after the responder, and wanted to kill us. Or in other words, the coordinator betrayed us. This time the reception is actually a trap. Quote. Countless thoughts flashed in Zhang Bizu's mind, and a trace of panic suddenly appeared in his eyes. Except for Zhang Bizu, his companions also reacted in the same way. One by one, from the excitement that was transmitted, to doubt, to the discovery of the truth, they were extremely shocked and terrified. Although they are more numerous, but in their perception, they have fallen into a trap. Qin Song and others will definitely be fully prepared to kill them all. At the same time, the 3 responders were equally horrified, but their thoughts are different from those of Zhang Bizu and others. When I saw Qin Song and others and Zhang Bizu and others teleported over, the 3 attractors stood upside down instantly, and their scalp exploded. What's up? How could Zhang Bizu and Qin Song teleport over with them? Could it be that Zhang Bizu and the others have all rebelled? My God, All 28 people have rebelled. It's over, we are dead. No, I don't want to die. Quote. All kinds of horrified thoughts appeared in the three people's minds, making them horrified and frightened. But at the same time that Zhang Bizu and others and the three responders were incredulous and frightened. Rumble. A series of terrifying magical powers suddenly broke out. The three quasi-primary traitors were wiped out in an instant. One by one, unsuspecting two junior powerhouse was seriously injured by Qin Song and others. In fact, if it wasn't for the spoils of war, Su Lang had instructed Qin Song and others to cede all enemies to him in order to kill him. Qin Song and others can kill 6 or 7 in this wave. Escape. Escape the trap. The next thought of Zhang Bizu and others was to escape, and also put it into action. They began to flee around. But, how could the prepared Su Lang and others let them escape? Various means of sealing and interception have been thrown out. Zhang Bizu and others, who were already badly injured, immediately slowed down. Just then, the three responders finally reacted. Zhang Bizu and others did not betray. But Zhang Qin Song and other primordial powerhouses on the heavenly misty continent didn't know what weird methods they used, and they were sent together. Fast, help Zhang Bizu them, don't run away, they only have 26 people, they are not our opponents. Quote. The three responders yelled an instant, and then one after another helped Zhang Bizu and others. Chapter 1956. Reappearance among the crowd. Su Lang was holding the Yutian sword and severely injured a Sanyan primordial master. The opponent had no intention to fight at all, so turned and ran. But wanting to escape in front of Su Lang is simply wishful thinking. Yi Nian Feng Tian. Su Lang's thoughts immediately created a space for the confinement of thoughts, and enveloped the powerful Sanyan Taichu. Then, the powerful Sanyan from the beginning found that everything around him turned grayish-white. I can't touch them anyway. I can't even feel the outside atmosphere. I was sealed. The strong man from the early days of Sanyan exclaimed, and immediately found a figure with a color, that is Su Lang. Take a closer look. After seeing the portrait, he immediately recognized Su Lang. It's you, the hope of the heavenly continent, the leader of the human race, Su Lang. Unexpectedly, you would have the strength that is close to the beginning of Sanyan. You really are a genius with no one before and after no one. Unfortunately, if you don't hide and practice hard, you suddenly dare to run out to fight. In that case, I am happy to erase the light of hope from your ethereal continent. When the Sanyan Taichu warrior was shocked, he gradually revealed a cruel sneer. He knew he probably couldn't escape. However, if you can kill the hope of Tai Miao continent and have Su Lang buried with you, you will not lose. As for whether you can kill it, he never doubted his abilities. Su Lang is only the first stage of Yi Yan, and the strength he possesses is close to the first stage of San Yan. This strength, compared with his veteran Sanyan Taichu, he is at least 100 times weaker. Even if he was seriously injured by surprise now, he was confident that he would take Su Lang within 10 breaths. Die to me, Tianwei Shuquan. With a roar, an extremely basic glove appeared on the right hand of the Sanyan Supreme Beginner Powerhouse, instantly blasting towards Su Lang. Swallow the clone and break the shackles. Big Sun, Haoshan, Supreme Devouring Sun. The inner world of 10 directions, the broken world. The Emperor Hua Chen Xing, Kunlun is invisible. Hidden Linksisho, the world is dead. Break a sword. With a thought, Su Lang swallowed 5 clones, and instantly displayed all the terrifying secrets he possessed. These secrets, but all have been strengthened to the early stage, and he also mastered it all to the founding realm. Among them, the broken sword is a super horror skill condensed from the essence of all exercises. Any existence can be restrained. At this time, Su Lang's various secret methods erupted together. The aura soared from the peak of the second Yan to the great beginning of the third Yan in an instant, and even surpassed the strong of the rushing San Yan at the beginning. How is this possible? What kind of secret technique is this? This can't be true. The eyes of the Sanyan primordial powerhouse suddenly burst, but his fists were already slammed, and there was no way out. The next moment, Su Lang's extremely sharp Yutian sword slammed into the gloves of the Sanyan beginning powerhouse. Rumble. An immense aftermath of the battle broke out instantly. It spread wildly around like a terrifying tsunami. The strong man from the beginning of Sanyan was frightened and flew out. Ah! A screaming scream came out from the gloves. It was the spirit of the weapon screaming. Screaming, mixed with a hint of crisp breaking sound. It is the glove that has split a lot of cobweb-like gaps. Do not. Seeing his primordial weapon was seriously wounded and dying, the Sanyan Taichu strongman suddenly let out a miserable cry. And at this moment, broken a sword, Su Lang was holding the Yudian sword and killed him again. Time slows down and freezes. I don't believe that you are too early, you can fight against the rules of time. At the beginning, Sanyan's eyes were about to split, and he immediately used his own time rules. But he was dumbfounded in the next second, because he found that no matter how he urged the time rule, it would not have any effect at all. In this space, time is constant as the timeline of the boundless universe and cannot be changed. What kind of weird secret is this? How can it be possible to live forever? The strong man in the early days of Sanyan collapsed and became autistic. Chapter 1957. Kill Sanyan Taichu. He thought that his time rules could instantly seal Su Lang. Then kill it easily. But now, the time regular moves that took precious time to perform have no effect at all. This is simply a fatal result. Endless panic and despair appeared in the heart of this Sanyan Taichu. Next moment. Puff! Su Lang's Yudian sword pierced through all his defenses fiercely, killing him completely. Under the Yudian sword breaks the defense and dies, Su Lang's perfect plunder, and the void spirit universe. All the backhands, prepared by Sanyan's primordial powerhouse for him, are useless. In an instant, this powerful Sanyan was dead in the beginning. Not only the soul of the beginning was taken away instantly, even the body was broken down into fragments of the primordial body by the system and stored in the storage space. The opponent died and disappeared. Su Lang's Nianfang space suddenly failed and collapsed. Immediately after, he immediately beat Qin Song and others who were severely wounded and dying, and killed the primordial powerhouse who could not fight back. In this time, Zhang Bizu and others finally realized that they had not fallen into the trap after 5 severely wounded and dying 2 junior experts were beheaded by Su Lang. And they did not appear as traitors. If there was a traitor, he would have turned against him at this time. But the fact is that everyone is being hunted down by Su Lang and Qin Song. And so, Zhang Bizu and others understood. Everything was brought here by Su Lang and others using special secret methods and riding their ride. There are now 26 people in total, which is about the same number as Su Lang and others. The teleportation array has been completely destroyed. They don't have to worry about Zhang Wenzheng and others being able to support them in a short time, even. As long as you keep an eye on every opponent, Su Lang and others cannot place the teleportation array, and Zhang Wenzheng and others can support it. There are quite a lot of people, but we are stronger and we can fight. Kill Su Lang's miscellaneous, revenge for our fellow Taoists who died in battle. Kill Su Lang and erase the hope of the heavenly misty continent. The dying Tianmiao continent should become a dead place. At the call of Zhang Bizu, the early powerhouses who fled frantically stopped one after another, condensed the intent to fight, and fought fiercely with everyone in the Tianmen continent. Suddenly, the aftermath of countless horrible battles spread. Various temporal and spatial fluctuations are constantly appearing, and time turbulence and spatial turbulence are everywhere. Such a battlefield, as soon as the Quasi-Tai entered, he would die immediately. And in the battlefield, Zhang Bizu and others all wanted to kill Su Lang. They kept approaching Su Lang while fighting. Qin Song and others frantically pestered their opponents. But Qin Song's overall strength was slightly weaker, and he was gradually approached Su Lang. But they are not very worried, because Su Lang had told them long ago that there was no problem with his safety. At this moment, a powerful Wu Yantai junior expert, at the cost of serious injury, forcibly thrown off the opponent who was entangled with him, and killed Su Lang fiercely. But at this moment, rumble, 2 mysterious powerhouses approaching Wu Yantai's primary level suddenly appeared, protecting Su Lang behind him. This is not over yet. Suddenly the 2 mysterious Taichu unfolded the universe of life, and a total of 27 Taichu powerhouses emerged within them. It was Zhang Wenzheng and others who were taken over by Su Lang clone. Even Yuan Xingyuan and others who had just been resurrected were among them. Although they have not yet recovered their full strength at this time, they can barely fight. As long as they can fight, they won't watch it. Protect fellow Su Lang. Zhang Wenzheng and others spread instantly, protecting Su Lang in the middle. Even more powerful people instantly greeted Wu Yan Taichu who attacked and killed Su Lang. What? How can so many powerful people suddenly appear? It's Zhang Wenzheng and the others. How could they suddenly cross such a long distance from the heavenly misty continent to this Qingsheng great realm? That's the dead Yuan, Xingyuan, and Lu Chuyu, Shu Yongxin, Di Haokuo, Pu Liangkai, and Yi Hongye. How is it possible? They are obviously dead, how can they be resurrected? It's over, they are now more than 50 people, we are not opponents at all. Escape, one who can escape is one. Chapter 1958, The Enemy's Life Su Lang Comes to Reap. Zhang Bizu and the others were shocked and stunned when they saw so many early powers suddenly appeared on Su Lang's side. Endless panic filled their minds. The fighting intent that had just condensed was instantly washed away. The thought of fleeing reoccupied everyone's minds. Suddenly, on Zhang Bizu's side, all the early powerhouses tried their best to get rid of their opponents, but after Zhang Wenzheng and others came to support him, basically, each of them was entangled by two powerful men, and they couldn't escape at all. What's more terrifying is, there are two mysterious masters who have freed their hands to participate in the siege everywhere, attacking and killing all the powerful ones. These two mysterious masters are naturally the clones made by Su Lang using Xingquanyan. These two avatars consist of 47 avatars and 47 twin avatars, respectively. Although there is no living planet in the living universe, but their strength also reached the terrifying level of the 5 generations. And Zhang Bizu's side, Wuyan level is already the top powerhouse. The rest of those who are 2 elementary also have 3 or 4 levels. Each of them was entangled by the 2 powerhouses on Su Lang's side, and was attacked and killed by Su Lang's clone. Group fights 3 to 1. Moreover, the Wuyan level Su Lang clone also used sneak attacks. Zhang Bizu's 2 junior can't hold it. It often breaks down with a few strokes. They died away. In a short time, there are a total of 5 2 junior powerhouses being killed by Su Lang's clone. And Qin Song and others were greeted by Su Lang. They all knew that they would leave the opponent's life to Su Lang to harvest, therefore, Su Lang's opponents became those 2 junior powerhouses who were beaten to death. Rumble. Amidst the void, the aftermath of the terrifying explosion burst out, disrupting even time and space. A junior powerhouse of Sante was blasted by Bai Tongguang. He spurted blood, his face was like golden paper, and his chest was punched with a big hole through his chest and back. Traitor of the boundless world, it. Bai Tongguang's eyes condensed, and another punch was blasted out, and the terrifying twisting power fell on the seriously injured early powerhouse. Boom. The strong man from the beginning suddenly flew out like a tattered puppet, losing all resistance. At this time, Su Lang traveled through the space, and the Yutian sword in his hand severely chopped down at the difficult to resist and dodge Sanyan Taichu. Under the blessing of various secret techniques, the Yutian sword that condensed this terrifying power suddenly broke through all the defenses of this Taichu, and pierced his head fiercely. Ding! You get the soul of the primordial one, the universe of the primal life one, the fragments of the primordial body 3 million, the material of the primordial, no god-level material, the superior emperor source 23,656,589. The system prompt sounded, announcing the complete fall of this powerful man. Friend Su Lang, good job. Bai Tongguang laughed, his eyes full of excitement and shock. It should be understood that Su Lang has just broken through, and he can actually kill Sanyan Taichu, which is incredible. Thank you Bai Tongguang fellow Taoist for giving me his life. Su Lang smiled brightly, and slightly bowed his hand to Bai Tongguang. Although I don't know what Taoist Su Lang's intention is, but since it was the request of Taoist Su Lang, we only obeyed. Bai Tongguang seriously bowed his hand in return, immediately laughed, and continued to join the battle group. At this time, in the distant battlefield, a Wuyantai Jr. Strong was cut through the defense by Qin Song with a sword, and was instantly seriously injured. Immediately after, Qin Song's attack fell like a violent storm on that Wuyantai Jr. Suddenly, blood rush. Stop, Qin Song, stop, I surrender. I have surrendered, I am willing to help you resist Tianmi continent. Quote. This Wuyan 2 Jr. Strong man kept screaming for mercy, terrified. Humph, you, a dog who betrays the boundless universe, count on me to spare you, dream. Qin Song's eyes were blood red, and the attacks in his hands continued to blast out, and the terrifying twisting power blasted the already seriously injured Wu Yan Taichu completely beyond recognition. How fast is a battle that is too elementary? In a blink of an eye. At the beginning, Wu Yan became half dead in Qin Song's hands. Chapter 1959, Zhang Bizu, begging for mercy immediately after. Qin Song squeezed Wu Yan Taichu's neck, imprisoned it, and instantly shuttled through space to Su Lang's Xingquan Yunhe clone. Thank you Taoist Qin Song. Su Lang laughed and passed the Yudian sword to the clone. Immediately, the Wuyan-level clone holding the Yudian sword severely slashed and killed the Wuyan Taichu enemy who was pinched by Qin Song. Ding! You get the soul of the beginning 1, the universe of the beginning life 1, the fragment of the body of the beginning 5,500,000, the 2 elementary materials. Another system prompt sounded. A Wuyantai Junior powerhouse fell into Su Lang's hands. Ha 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 ha, it's so happy. Qin Song laughed loudly, dropped the corpse in his hand, and immediately continued to hunt down the other members of Zhang Bizu's gang, far away. Rumble, crackling, the incomparably vast battle vision blooms in the void, like patches of nebula. It was Miaoming Yuan and Zhang Bizu who were fighting in it. Miaoming Yuan's face was ordinary, but he was from the beginning of Lu Yan, and his strength was stronger than Qin Song and Zhang Wenzheng. And Zhang Bizu is just the peak of the Wuyan Taichu. At this time, he broke out all kinds of desperate secret techniques, and barely resisted Miaoming Yuan's several moves. Damn, I'm afraid I will really be planted here today. How could it be like this? We are already very careful. Why are they being tracked? Why are they suddenly showing up so much support? What the asterisk is going on with that Su Lang dog chop? As soon as he appeared, everything changed drastically. Who is he? Quote. Zhang Bizu kept desperately resisting Miaoming Yuan's attack, but countless horrified thoughts flashed in his mind. Especially watching one after another companion fall. Intense fear swept through the whole body, making him cold like falling into an ice cave. Except Zhang Bizu, his accomplices, Wu Yuquan, Mu Yiji and others were also very frightened. Zhang Bizu can hold a few moves under Miaoming Yuan's hands, but each of them can hardly resist 2 opponents, and, with them, one by one, the powerhouses at the beginning level were killed. Su Lang's side vacated more and more early powers. These free powers, such as Bai Tongguang and Qin Song, can immediately participate in the siege of other battle groups. Under the gang fight, almost a moment, someone fell from Zhongbyaju's side. Once the balance of victory begins to vent, the losing party will lose faster and faster. The winner will be as unstoppable as a snowball, crushing the loser. At this time, Su Lang's side was like a snowball, and the offensive became more and more fierce. Zhang Bizu's primordial powerhouse was seriously injured one by one and was dying, and then they were harvested by Su Lang. First, Sanyan all fell from the beginning. Then it was Xian Taichu's turn. After Xian Taichu died, only Zhang Bizu and 3 stubborn Wuyan Taichu were left. And they will face the siege of 50 or 60 powerhouses from Su Lang's side. Qin Song, Zhang Wenzheng, Miaoming Yuan, you go around us, we can help you undercover Tianmi continent. You will be much better if we are secretly making trouble in Tianmi continent. Trust us, we can swear, we can be imposed by you and let you control it. Quote. In the siege of Su Lang and others, Zhang Bizu and other 5 Wuyan 2 junior powerhouses began to beg for mercy in horror. In order to survive, they have given up all bottom lines. In fact, they can betray the boundless universe and have been poisoning the heavenly continent for 1 billion years. They are a group of people without a bottom line. Zhang Bizu, you dogs are unforgivable. Even if we have the means to control you, don't think we will agree, because you betrayers are not worthy. Go to death for me. Quote. Qin Song, Zhang Wenzheng and others angrily attacked Zhang Bizu and others. For the Tianmen continent, the harm caused by Zhang Bizu and others was really too great. It's too serious to be forgiven. And so, even Zhang Bizu and others still have some value. Qin Song and neither of them would spare their lives. Chapter 1960, Kill Zhang Bizu not to mention. Now there is Su Lang who can use magical means to investigate outside. Even before, the retreating army of Tianmi mainland warriors had been found. The undercover value of Zhang Bizu and others is not great. Next, in the extremely desperate eyes of Zhang Bizu and others, Qin Song and others resorted to their best efforts, attacked frantically, and vented their anger and hatred fiercely on them. A total of 50 or 60 powerful, 2 junior and powerful people all started together. Countless terrifying supernatural powers almost want to penetrate this star field. In an instant, Zhang Bizu and others were completely submerged in the ocean formed by supernatural powers. Distorted screams continued to spread from it. One by one, the 5 Yan level Taichu was seriously injured and dying. Immediately after, everyone's attacks will avoid these seriously injured and dying people, and let Su Lang's clone kill them. In a blink of an eye, Zhang Bizu became a polished commander, and he had been beaten to death by Qin Song and others. At this moment, he saw his clothes shattered, disheveled hair, gray-headed face, blood spurting in his mouth, and his body showed unnatural distortions in many places. The internal injuries are more serious. A large number of crystal wall cells have been shattered, and even his too rudimentary life universe has been affected, killing and wounding countless creatures. No, I don't want to die. Endless fear rose in Zhang Bizu's eyes. Being too junior and strong will generally have a lifespan of 5 billion years. The higher the level, the more secrets you have, and the longer your lifespan. Zhang Bizu's lifespan can be measured in units of 100 million years. How could he be willing to die? But he has no choice. His life and death are in the hands of Su Lang. If Su Lang wants him to be born, he will live, and if Su Lang wants him to die, he must die. Kill him. A cold light flashed in Su Lang's eyes. As soon as the order was issued, the two Wuyantai avatars immediately launched a fierce attack. 2 stars Kuan joined the clone. One holds the Yudian sword and the other holds the godless dragon platform. Countless energies paid attention to it, and displayed a terrifying attack, which instantly fell on Zhang Bizu. The secret technique of immortality in the underworld. Zhang Bizu was dying and struggling, using a powerful secret technique like a flashback, blocking the attack of the 2 clones of Su Lang. But the next moment, Qin Song and others, who were assisting by the side, immediately took action. The endless terrorist attack completely dissipated the effect of Zhang Bizu's secret technique. And Su Lang's clone once again condensed a tsunami-like energy attack and a sword light, instantly penetrating Zhang Bizu. Rumble. Po Yijian immediately broke Zhang Bizu's defense and pierced his head violently. The sea-like energy attack of the godless dragon tower immediately poured into his body, destroying his cells one by one. Zhang Bizu's vitality was quickly consumed. Gradually, in the eyes of Su Lang, Qin Song, Zhang Wenzheng and others, the ashes disappeared. Ding! You get the soul of the primal beginning 1, the primal life universe 1, the fragment of the primordial body 5,990,000, the primal material, the godless grade material. The Supreme Emperor 53,656,589. The system prompt sounds, represents Zhang Bizu's complete fall. So far, this 2 junior gang that has hidden in the heavenly continent for 1 billion years. Together with the 3 Taichu who corresponded to them. All fall, ha ha ha, they are all dead, great. I used to dream of catching these traitors and making them pay the price, but this is finally realized. Ha ha ha, this time the Zongbyuju group can be eliminated, mainly thanks to Taoist Su Lang. Yes, if it wasn't for Taoist Su Lang, we wouldn't even be able to catch them. How can we kill them all? Yes, it is because of Taoist Su Lang's strange supernatural powers that we can support us so quickly. The 2 clones of fellow Su Lang are also incredibly powerful, and they have exerted the power of Wu Yantai. The performance of Taoist Su Lang himself was beyond expectation. It is hard to imagine that Taoist Su Lang broke through to the primordial level in less than a day. Qin Song and the others got rid of their many years of heart troubles, and immediately burst into laughter with joy. Simultaneously, they also knew that Zhang Bizu and others could be wiped out this time. Su Lang plays the most crucial role in it. Therefore, everyone is not hesitant to praise and give the credit to Su Lang. Chapter 1961. Everyone's shock and admiration, everyone is too ridiculous. If you hadn't formed an absolute crushing strength, what if I could find Zhang Bizu and them? My combat power alone cannot pose a threat to them. So, to say credit, you fellow Taoists are more than me. Seeing everyone complimenting him, Su Lang immediately said modestly. Qin Song and others saw that Su Lang had not taken any credit at all, and that his favorability had soared, and the idea of defending Su Lang in their hearts became firmer. Then, everyone, once again, you say and I say, and most of the credit for this big victory is counted on Su Lang. Su Lang couldn't refuse, but accepted with a wry smile. After some conversation, the mood of the crowd gradually calmed down. Friends of Taoism, next, wait for me to collect all the planets in this star field into my body, so as not to have the fish that slipped through the net of the Tianmi continent. Su Lang looked around the many planets in Qingsheng Great Region, and said to Qin Song and others, "What? Take these planets into your body. Zhang Wenzheng asked in astonishment, "Are you sure it's the body, not other spaces?" This statement came out. Qin Song and others were also surprised. Taking the outside planet into the body and the space created by oneself are completely different concepts. Tuck into the body generally refers to the collection of life universe. But everyone's life universe can only accommodate their own very primary life planets, and at most they are engaged in some satellites. It is impossible to pack the entire star field into the body. Even with special magical powers to earn the space created by yourself, it is not an easy task. I really want to take them into my body. Su Lang smiled slightly, because my crystal wall cell development route is another one, the road to the great universe. Hear this. Qin Song and others were shocked. As a senior 2 junior strong, they certainly know the 2 development routes of the primordial realm for crystal wall cells. The first, it is the fusion and growth of crystal wall cells. The next day is to develop each crystal wall cell individually, in order to make the comprehend time rules be able to integrate into a larger proportion of the primordial body earlier and faster. The first path they all practiced. That is, the crystal wall cells merge and grow with each other. Because the second path is too difficult, not to mention trying, just thinking about it, they will all tremble. But Su Lang actually did that, and quite accomplished. As soon as it reached the first level of the first evolvement, many crystal wall cells have already grown and grown. Everyone understands. It is estimated that this is why Su Lang could possess the power to approach the level of Sanyan primordial beginning with Yian primordial beginning realm. Friend Su Lang, unexpectedly, you actually chose the cultivation method of the Great Thousand Universe, which is really incredible. Yes, the road in the early days is extremely difficult, and the cultivation method of developing the universe is even more difficult by countless times. Friend Su Lang, I know that you have extremely terrifying talents, but this road is really too difficult. Why would you consider 2 paths for fellow practitioners? If you initiate the 2 paths, on the one hand, a large number of cells will fuse and grow, and on the other hand, some cells will develop individually. In this way, the difficulty of training can be reduced a bit, and higher realms can be reached faster, but the combat power will also be many times stronger than the warriors of the same level. Yes, it is said that the previous leader of the boundless world used this kind of cultivation method. Quote. After Qin Song and others were shocked, they all showed admiration. Immediately, he worried that Su Lang's path of cultivation was too difficult, resulting in a delay in improving his realm. So they put forward their own suggestions. Their suggestions are also more pertinent, even after being practiced by the last leader of infinity. But for Su Lang, the hardest thing is the one that suits you best. There is one key practice function and one key martial arts function. It is not difficult to develop and grow every crystal wall cell. Your suggestions are very good, but I still decided to practice the path of the great universe. I want to cultivate all 170 Gai cells in my body into a crystal wall world like the life universe. Su Lang smiled, his tone was sonorous and firm, and he was extremely confident. Chapter 1962. Since then, the deity is the emperor of the endless universe. Everyone sees this. While shocked, while admiring, Su Lang's boldness is really too great, and Su Lang has that confidence and strength to accomplish miracles that they can't even imagine. If it succeeds, Taoist Su Lang will definitely be stronger than the previous leader of the boundless world. Ha ha ha, fellow Su Lang, no matter how you choose, we will do our best to support you. Yes, I tried my best without reservation. In fact, from my perspective, we can already confirm the new leader of Taoist Su Lang. I agree. Taoist Su Lang is our new leader, His Majesty Emperor Zhou. Yes, we have not had a backbone for billions of years. Now, fellow Su Lang is your Majesty Emperor Zhou. Quote. Qin Song and others solemnly expressed their attitudes, and bowed down to Su Lang one by one, shouting in their mouths His Majesty Emperor Zhou. As for the identity of the leader, Su Lang does his part. Dear friends, please, since everyone can afford it, then, from now on, the deity will be the emperor of the boundless universe. This deity will definitely lead the people to fight the heavenly Mi continent, and regain the heavenly jade, Tian Ting, and Tian Mi continent. The emperor Origin Mingzhou, the deity will also kill him, and even wipe him out of the long river of time. Su Lang accepted the identity of Emperor Wu Bianzhou, and used a burst of energy to hold up more than 50 Taichu statues together, and gave a solemn promise. I will follow your majesty to the death. Qin Song, Zhang Wenzheng, Miaoming Yuan and others all saluted Su Lang respectfully. Since then, they are the strong under Su Lang, the current protectors. It is good. Go, the deity will take you to accept this star field. Not only this star field, but the deity will also bring the entire big 1,000 domain ring, the small 1,000 domain ring, and all the life planets in the boundless outer domain into the crystal wall world. The deity wants the power of the entire boundless universe to be concentrated on me, to fight against, and to kill Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. Su Lang smiled and nodded, his eyes revealed the domineering and domineering meaning. Immediately after, under the leadership of Su Lang, everyone went to the Qingsheng Great Domain one by one to completely control them. Soon, it was Su Lang who put these natural life planets into his crystal wall world. At the same time, the distant void of the universe, under the drag of dozens of super primary beasts, a giant continent kept moving forward. Suddenly, there were waves of terrifying exclamations from the mainland. What happened? Zhang Bizu and they simply can't get in touch. Damn, Wu Yuquan's life card is broken. He has fallen. No, Mu Yiji's life card is also broken, and he has fallen. Dead, all dead, including Zhang Bizu, and even the 3 early powers who responded to them, all dead. How is this possible? How could they be completely wiped out? Could it be that they were caught by the lingering old things on the heavenly continent? Impossible, they have been lurking for a full billion years without being caught. How could they be caught at this time? Then what the asterisk is going on? Zhang Bizu and the others have a total of 28 taichu, plus 3 attractors, for a total of 31. Could it be Zhang Bizu and the others who were betrayed by a traitor, but the traitor was also cleaned up, so everyone's life card was broken? But why do they want to clean up the traitors? Their population is already small and they need new blood to join. What's more, the traitor has helped them to do this step and wiped out Zhang Bizu and his group. The primordial powerhouses were arguing, but basically everyone was terrified. A total of 31 losses of the strong in the beginning. For the first time in billions of years. Damn it, this temptation is really a blood loss. We didn't get any benefits. We can't even return without success. We are simply defeated. Damn it, now there is no one to send a message back from the heavenly misty continent. I will lose the advantage of reporting. Talking about this, the faces of the monks in robes, Zheng Buddha, suddenly looked ugly as if they had eaten shit. Chapter 1963, Millions of Wonderful Trees. Suddenly, you said, could it be the ghost of Su Lang? Monk Kongchen said while pulling his beard. In fact, he himself didn't believe it very much. It was just that Su Lang's weirdness was suddenly thought of, so he said it. The rest were even more disbelief. Su Lang, what Su Lang? The quasi-primary human race leader who was brought by Qin Song. Hee, what a joke, how can it be possible for a quasi-prime primacy? The rest of the early powerhouses shook their heads, their faces full of disbelief. Yes, he is so weak that he is not qualified to do anything. That chopstick, the next time he attacks the Tianmen continent, it will be his death date. Monk Kongji smiled bitterly and shook his head, wondering how he would mention the weak aunt of Su Lang. Humph, that Su Lang dog is as cunning as a fox and has escaped from our hands many times. It's really hateful. I really hope I can launch a general offensive again soon and bring his heavenly misty continent into the rule of my Buddha. The Su Lang dog must be punished with the harshest punishment. Seeing Monk Kongji mentioning Su Lang, Master Weiju Nun suddenly flashed his own loss experience in his heart, and immediately resented him. Weiju, don't worry, the next total attack will not be too far. Monk Shiyu looked indifferent, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Except for the returning army of warriors. In Tianmi continent, among Mi Ling Mountain. As the master of all things, the leader of Buddhism, Mi Ling Buddha also learned the bad news that Zhang Bizu and others had all fallen, but he was just stunned, and immediately didn't take it to heart. A little loss does not affect the overall situation. In his opinion, Tianmi continent will eventually rule all the boundless fragmented continents, there is no second ending. But he didn't know, as a variable, Su Lang has appeared. At this moment, in the Qingsheng Big Domain, the natural planets in each star field were taken into the crystal wall world by Su Lang. The creatures above were all unscathed. For these countless creatures, they are nothing more than changing a piece of sky. In this new world, Except that he couldn't fly out of the sky like a crystal solid wall, the change was not big. The biggest change, probably it was the disappearance of world consciousness. This has led to almost all the mysteries of causal fate to be ineffective. World consciousness was swallowed by the virtual spirit universe. First of all, Su Lang would not allow other consciousnesses in his world. Secondly, as a huge pan-consciousness formed by the incense aspirations of sentient beings. In Su Lang's eyes, they are also nourishment for irrigating incense weapons. The incense power accumulated by a natural planet for countless years is very complicated. But here in Su Lang, any chaotic incense aspiration can separate the incense aspiration he needs most. In addition to the incense aspiration power absorbed by the consciousness of swallowing the planet, Su Lang also got the incense aspiration power from countless creatures on every planet. Because the world has changed suddenly, the emotions of the creatures change drastically, and the incense aspiration generated by them is not of high quality, but the quantity is definitely leveraged. And the huge incense will power. Su Lang immediately brought huge benefits. When Su Lang collected all the planets of Qingsheng Deu into the Crystal Wall world, a huge amount of incense aspiration power poured into the Void Spirit universe, and entered the two Void Dragon Vein worlds respectively. In a short time, on the picture scroll of the Void Dragon Vessel, which represents the heart-piercing lock, the picture of the longevity lock becomes clearer and more real. In the world of Void Dragon Veins that provide incense and aspirations for Qibao Miaoshu, it has also condensed dozens of millions of special incense wishing power crystals. This kind of crystallization was called Miaoshu crystal by Su Lang. At this moment, these incense will power crystals have been able to evolve the Qibao tree. Standing in a void, Su Lang took out a piece of incense and wishing power and looked at it. I saw that the incense wishing power crystal is a thorough crystal, each showing a perfect spherical shape, very round. The breath from above is very strange. That is the Qibao Miaoshu. I will grab your weapon, and you can't resist. Characteristic aura. Chapter 1964, Evolution 7 Treasure Tree. This weird breath. They have never felt the custody of Zhang Wenzhang. Evolve incense weapon. I haven't experienced it before, try it. Su Lang weighed the incense in his hands and wished the power to crystallize, and immediately issued instructions. System, evolve the 7 treasure tree for me. Ding. Consuming special incense and wishing power to crystallize *10000, Qibao Miaoshu has evolved into Urdu godless soldier. 100,000 incense wishing power crystals evolved once. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, glanced at the crystal of his remaining willingness, and ordered again, give me 5 more attempts to evolve. Ding. Consuming special incense and wishing power to crystallize *20000, Qibao Miaoshu has evolved into a Sandu godless soldier. Ding. Consume. Qibao Miaoshu has evolved into Sidhu godless soldier. Ding. Consumption. Wudu has no ***** soldiers. Ding. The special incense is not enough to crystallize. The system prompt resounded through Su Feng's mind. From the beginning to the end, the Qibao Miaoshu has evolved 4 times, reaching the Wudu godless level. But because it has been strengthened 7 times before, therefore, its level is higher than that of the Quasi-Taichu, and it has the power of the 11th level Supreme Emperor. With this level of power, any weapon of the Supreme Emperor and Quasi-Prime beginning can be easily taken away. Moreover, with Su Lang's strength at this time, he urged the 7 treasure tree with all his strength, so that even the weapons of the early powerhouse Yin could be taken away. For the higher level primordial powerhouses, it can also cause a brief loss of control of their weapons. Very strong, very good. Wei Neng has been initially highlighted. If you evolve and strengthen a few more times, you will be able to completely show the characteristics of being against the sky. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, and immediately looked at the heart-piercing lock Void Dragon Vein world. At this time, the moon moth was collecting souls from hundreds of thousands of worlds in Su Lang's body all the time. At the starting point of Wangquan Road, all souls that could not be reviewed were thrown into Qibao Hell and heart-piercing hell. The inside of heart-piercing lock Void Dragon Vein world is already full of countless souls. They become incense creatures. Believe that this world is transformed by a heart-piercing lock. I firmly believe that I am the offspring of the lock, and have all the abilities of the lock. They continue to condense 9 black jade chains to attack others. Believe that you can confine and harm the body and soul of the enemy. A large number of special incense aspirations are generated in this way, and merged into the core of the Void Dragon world. although it has been a short time from condensing the heart-piercing Lock Void Dragon Vein world to now. However, with the supply of a large amount of incense willingness, 1/10 of the cohesion has been completed. Su Lang knew very clearly. With more and more worlds in one's body, more and more incense creatures, the incense aspiration that oneself obtains will grow wildly like a snowball. The condensing speed of the lock will be faster and faster. It doesn't take much time to completely condense. At this time, Zhang Wenzheng, Qin Song and others all gathered to Su Lang's side. His Majesty Su Lang, Emperor of Boundless Universe. The crowd bowed on one knee and saluted. Everyone, please. Su Lang smiled and held up everyone. The heavenly misty continent needs everyone to sit down. Let's go back now, and everyone will enter the life universe of my clone. Talking. Then make Xingquanyan he clone to open the universe of life. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhang Wenzheng and the others immediately took their orders, and immediately got into the universe of life of Xingquanyan he clone. Immediately after, Su Lang activated the clone dispatch function. Quickly, 2 Xingquanyan combined clones appeared in the Tianmen continent. Su Lang also used the clone replacement function to return to the Tianmen continent. Then Zhang Wenzheng and the others were released by Su Lang from the universe of life of Xingquanyan he clone. Everyone, go ahead and create the exchange building and the incense statue. The deity will also continue to build the spirit of the heavenly continent to transmit the internet. Su Lang smiled and waved his hand, and immediately flew high into the sky, and began to arrange formations one by one. Yes, Your Majesty Emperor Zhou, don't let His Majesty Emperor Zhou be disappointed. After Zhang Wenzheng and others took their orders, they went to find xianxia and others. Each of them is responsible for different areas. The powerful strength of the etheric beginning. I believe that the task of building incense statues and exchange buildings on the entire celestial continent and celestial constellations will soon be completed. Chapter 1965. 3 consecutive upgrade functions here. Su Lang arranged the formation on the side. While pulling out a trace of divine thought, some of the clone avatars and twin avatars were sent to collect natural planets in the Great Thousand Regions Ring. After these clones used buying clones, there were more than 9,000. And all of them are Yiyantai's primary combat power, and they are almost invincible when placed in the Great Thousand Domain Ring. The original mission of these clones was to use the 9 Taoist places to cultivate treasures. But now it seems, it is more cost-effective to collect natural planets directly from the boundless universe. There are so many treasures and wise creatures on a planet. Isn't it the inferior treasure made by Dao Li Ju? After the clones were dispatched, soon a star field was found, and then the avatars conquered the planets one after another, into the universe of life. Then he returned to Su Lang's side, gave the natural life planet to Su Lang, and put it into the crystal wall world. Seeing that there are more and more crystal wall worlds with planets, Su Lang was immediately happy. Immediately after, he started to do something more pleasing. That is to count the spoils obtained by killing Zhang Bizu and others this time. System. Deposit all Shanyuan Diwan into the balance. Su Lang's eyes first fell on the capital casserole noodles. After the order is issued, the system command sounded immediately. Ding. The storage is complete, and the balance is 9.85 universe origin. 9.85. It's the 98.5 million Supreme Emperor Yuan. Unexpectedly, there are so many high-quality Emperor sources. Zhang Bizu is so fat. After listening to the system reminder, Su Lang suddenly formed an excited smile. This is a whole 9 universe origins. Several system functions can be upgraded. System. First upgrade me the 1 key martial arts function. Su Lang licked his lips excitedly, and then gave the order. Ding. Consume 1 universe origin. The 1-click martial arts function is upgraded to level 48, and the training speed is increased to 375 trillion times the speed of the basic training without lack of aptitude. Ding. Consumption of 1 universe origin. The 1-click treasure hunting function has been upgraded to level 47, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders is 375 trillion. Ding. Consumes 1 universe origin. The 1-key enhancement function is upgraded to level 8, the enhancement limit is +1, and the current enhancement can be 8 times. 3 system prompts sounded. The speed of martial arts with the 1-click martial arts function has increased again. With the function of 9 hearts into 1, the rate of 9 martial arts villains practicing one exercise at the same time has reached a terrifying 3,375 trillion times. Such a terrifying speed. It only takes less than 2 hours to practice Taiyuan Gongfa to the founding level. The previously placed, the map of clouds and fog, has been practiced for a while. It's estimated that it won't take long to reach the founding level, hehe. Su Lang glanced at the 9 villains who were busy practicing martial arts in the mysterious space, and a trace of expectation rose in his heart. In addition to the one-click martial arts function, the number of treasure-hunting flying gliders has also doubled. A total of 375 trillion can only ignore the godless-level treasure-hunting flying gliders, and they are almost invincible in the Great Thousand Domain Ring and the Small Thousand Domain Ring. Because those places basically won't have 2 junior strong people. If this is released to search a certain star field, custody can dig the planets into Death Stars. Su Lang took a breath, and his eyes lit up. Even at the beginning level, it is not common even in the 4 continents transformed by the boundless world. Compared with the vast expanse of 4 continents, the distribution of the strong from the beginning is completely sparse. Treasure hunt flying gliders can also play their role. You have to find a way to put the treasure hunting flying glider on the Tianmi continent. Still can only choose a clone, continue to dispatch, and gradually arrive at Tianmi continent. Su Lang thought silently, and immediately transferred a buying clone. First, he was dispatched to the void where he had encountered Monk Kongchen and others. Soon, he began to dispatch avatars constantly to make them approach Tianmi continent. Immediately after, Su Lang's gaze once again fell to the enhancement function. After the enhanced function is upgraded, the upper limit is raised again. Weapons such as the Yutian sword, Godless Dragon Terrace, and xianxia 8-edged shield can all be strengthened again. Chapter 1966. Disassemble 2 primary weapons, but before that, Su Lang planned to disassemble all the captured weapons, formations, and medicines. Then use the decomposed materials to try to evolve the Yutian sword and other weapons. After some sorting, Su Lang found 13 complete 2 junior weapons, and more than 50 very powerful quasi-2 junior weapons, and a greater number of godless soldiers. A weapon that can reach the primordial level. Basically, it has gone through billions of years of continuous improvement to have the current power. Countless treasures of heaven, material and earth were used during this period. I don't even know how many souls of the Supreme Emperor have been swallowed, or even the remnants of souls that are too basic. Once broken down, there are bound to be countless materials. In addition, because they are very loyal to their owners. Moreover, Su Lang didn't want to believe them, so he didn't have the idea of extracting information from them. System. Resolve this arsenal of pure Luzhong scissors. Su Lang locked a magic weapon of Yian primordial level scissors with his spiritual thoughts, and issued instructions for decomposition. Ding. The decomposition is successful. You will get the soul of the beginning 3, the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1,325,685, the Yulinbo daughter of the 2 elementary material 1253, and the secret jade of the sky vision 8564. The system prompt came. The powerful 2 elementary weapon suddenly collapsed into countless materials. The spirits in it didn't even have time to scream. Tisk tut. 3 copies of the soul of the beginning. This means that there are 3 2 junior powerhouses. There are more than 1 million souls of the Supreme Emperor. Su Lang couldn't help but twitch when he looked at the huge amount of materials accumulated in the storage space from the decomposition. The soul of the Supreme Emperor alone is more than enough for him to evolve 2 low-level weapons. Have to say, the one-key mixer function is awesome. It can always evolve with the best solution, and will not take any detours and consume any unnecessary materials. At this time, Su Lang took out a copy of the Soul of the Beginning which was obtained by decomposition. The Soul of the Beginning presents a palm-sized humanoid silhouette, like a crystal-clear translucent fluid. These characteristics are almost the same as the Jingani Soul. This is the Soul of the Beginning. Continue. Su Lang's eyes lit up, and the one-key decomposition function was activated again to disassemble all the remaining weapons. Home in a blink of an eye. There are more than 30 copies of the Soul of the Beginning in the storage space. The soul of the Supreme Emperor has reached tens of millions. A godless giant who can dominate one side in the outer star field of the boundless universe. Here is 1 in tens of millions, completely insignificant. Plus the last time you disassembled the weapon, my soul of the Supreme Emperor has probably reached 40 million giants. Hey, refining an evolution weapon certainly can't consume so much. Su Lang rubbed his hands in excitement, put the rest into the Void Dragon Vein Celestial Realm, and it can improve the efficiency of the heart-piercing lock. Immediately after, he then decomposed all the seized finished pills and formations. Suddenly got countless spirit flowers and spirit grasses, as well as a large number of training materials. Just to arrange the spiritual internet and transmit the internet requires a huge amount of refining materials. Plus Qin Song and others gave it from Zhang Bizu and other 2 junior powerhouses. The spiritual internet coverage provided by Su Lang suddenly skyrocketed many times. Next, Su Lang ordered the system to start refining pills. At the same time, while arranging formations, start evolving weapons. System, keep the current characteristics and evolve the Yutian sword. Su Lang took the Yutian sword that had turned into a hairpin from his head and gave instructions. Ding. Consumes the soul of the beginning 1, the soul of godlessness 2000000, and the elementary materials, Ningtian Mingxin 100, Haoxing meteorite core 200, Shaoxing Zunyu 520, Liaoyuan steel Lishi 986. Godless grade materials. Evil Emperor Devil Heart Jade 1,880,000, 6 Sun Flame Marrow. The Yutian sword has evolved into a weapon of the second Yan Taichu. A long list of system prompts appeared in Su Lang's mind. In the storage space, the godless materials disappeared. Simultaneously, a burst of brilliance flashed from Yutianjian's sword. Suddenly, the aura of Yutian's sword has soared by dozens to hundreds of times, and its power is greatly increased. Chapter 1967. Evolve weapons and practice medicine. Wow. Master is so amazing, so amazing. Xiaoyu loves you. Qiling Xiaoyu suddenly ran out and hung on Su Lang's body, the kind that couldn't be pulled off. Just happy. I will strengthen you again later. At the corner of Su Lang's mouth, Wei Yong, while rubbing Xiaoyu's hair, took out the godless dragon platform and issued the system command again. In an instant, another long system prompt sounded. Countless materials have been turned into nutrients for the growth of the godless dragon platform, pushing it from the primary stage of the first generation to the second stage of the second generation. Next, Su Lang has successively evolved the heavenly 8-round shield, bright sword, and lunar mother nest into Ariantai primary weapons. Don't look at the second level. It should be known that the basic weapons that Su Lang seized were basically all weapons. Only 2 handles are at the second level, and 1 handle is at the third level. Those who can hold Aryan weapons are all Wuyun 2 junior strong. Among Zhang Bizu and others, more than half of them did not have 2 basic weapons available, and could only use quasi-2 basic weapons, or simply use their bare hands. This can be seen. 2 elementary weapons are very scarce among the early warriors. At this moment, Su Lang has evolved all his commonly used weapons to the second level, 5 in total. I don't know what other primordial extremely strong people will feel when they know it. Closer to home, after the evolution of commonly used weapons, Su Lang strengthened them again. 5 weapons including Yutian sword have all completed the 8th enhancement. This immediately caused their power to approach the Xian Prime beginning level. The spirits were very grateful to Su Lang for the significant improvement. But because Xiaoyu hung on Su Lang's body, they didn't dare to bother, so they could only thank you in the weapon body. Next, Su Lang then refined the remaining materials into a very basic weapon. It was mainly refined for Zhang Wenzheng and other new subordinates. In addition, there are also refined for Yang Xingxing and others. In short, it doesn't take too much material to refining Yi in 2 basic weapons. Su Lang has refined more than 20 pieces, and only spent less than 10 million on the soul of the Supreme Emperor, and the soul of the beginning is even more useless. The weapon is refined. Su Lang put all the remaining soul into the world of piercing heart lock void dragon vessel. Finish these things. Su Lang's eyes finally fell on the pill. From Zhang Bizu and others, he obtained a large amount of alchemy materials. At this time, all of them are refined into pill, and use the synthetic function to merge it into the perfect 2 primary pill. At this time, Su Lang already has more than 500 perfect quality super primary pill. The 500 pills include cultivation pill, mental pill, and healing pill. There are 191 pill of cultivation type. These pills will give Qin Song and Zhang Wenzheng some points. After all, many of them are stuck at the bottleneck. It is better to give a few more pills. I can hardly use the healing pill, but I can just leave it to Yuan Xingyuan and other early warriors who have just been resurrected. They need these pill. I can't use the mental pill, my mental power is skyrocketing every second. So these spiritual pills should be left to Chu Xiaobei and the others. Their mental power is really too weak. Quote. While thinking about it, Su Lang quickly divided the pills he was going to give away. The rest are almost all pills that increase cultivation and mental strength and restore pill. During the battle, he often used the universal annihilation profound meaning to completely consume the energy of his whole body. With these recovery pills, he can recover energy faster. Now, start taking drugs and practicing. After Su Lang put all the other medicines in place, he took out a medicine to increase his cultivation and swallowed it into his abdomen. Rumble, the majestic medicine suddenly spread. Immediately, it was absorbed and digested in the crazy exercises of the cultivation villain, and transformed into a large amount of cultivation. Su Lang was as relaxed and comfortable as having eaten a jelly bean, touched his stomach, and took out a pill again to swallow it. Chapter 1968, Breakthrough, the realm of the second primordial beginning suddenly. Master, Xiaoyu wants it. Xiaoyu, who hung on Su Lang, said with a drooling expression. It's useless for you to eat these. Your foundation is on the weapon itself, and taking pills is useless. Why don't you give you some delicious fruits to eat and play with? Su Lang smiled, and then took out some delicious ling guo as snacks for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu wasn't picky, and started eating deliciously. In fact, she just watched Su Lang eating incense, so she wanted to try. After dismissing Xiaoyu, Su Lang continued to take pills to improve his cultivation. A large amount of pills entered the abdomen, constantly filling the white cultivator. Time passed slowly. It didn't take long. Su Lang has accumulated an unimaginable cultivation base. Hey, it should be enough to break through to the second level of cultivation. Mental power has already reached the breakthrough standard. A hint of excitement flashed in Su Lang's eyes. It's time to condense more mysterious time rules and make a breakthrough. Next moment, he issued system instructions and began to comprehend higher-level time rules. Ding! Time rules are beginning to comprehend. Accompanied by the appearance of system prompts. The extremely mysterious and obscure time rules emerged in Su Lang's soul, branded into it, and merged into one. In a blink of an eye, Su Lang has mastered the time rules to the level of the second Yan primordial realm. Look at the cultivation villain again. It's still golden, although comprehending the rules of time requires a huge amount of cultivation. But Su Lang relied on the one-key cultivation function and a large number of pills, and the accumulated cultivation base was enough to complete the breakthrough process at once. System, now give me a breakthrough to the second Yan primordial stage. Su Lang took a deep breath and gave instructions to the system. Ding! Start breaking through. The system prompt sounded. Most of the golden villain turned white instantly. Countless cultivation bases have all poured into Su Lang's body. The time rules mastered by these cultivation base Su Lang merged, and immediately merged with the Yingzhu universe. The same as when I broke through to the beginning of Yi and Taichu. A crystal wall cell around the luminous universe quickly completed sublimation. Immediately afterwards, there were the second and the third. Until a whole guy of cells were sublimated, the breakthrough was completely over. Yan is in the early stage. Su Lang felt the powerful force in his body, and a ray of joy suddenly flashed in his eyes. At this time, he already has 2 life universes that incorporate the rules of time. In addition to this, there are 2 whole crystal wall cells that have sublimated and qualitatively changed. This made Su Lang's combat power far surpass his peers. System, open the Properties panel, Su Lang thought, and gave the order. Properties panel, name, Su Lang race, human qualification level, turbidity realm level, second Yan Taichu attack level, Sanyan Taichu plus defensive level, Sanyan Taichu plus Shenfa level, Sanyan Taichu endurance level, Sanyan Taichu plus spirit level, realm of pure nirvana mastering the exercises, infinite heart sutra, 10,000 laws into one, infinite profound meaning, 2 elementary, founding activated system functions, 1 key practice function level 48, 1 key martial arts function level 47, clone dispatch function level 47, 1 key treasure hunt function level 47, 1 key alchemy function level 15, 1 key mixer function level 15, 1 key refinement function level 15, 1 key synthesis function level 15, 1 key empowerment function level 25, 1 key enhancement function level 8, 1 key decomposition function no level. The attack level has surpassed the ordinary Sanyan Taichu. Before this, I need to swallow 5 clones to do it. At the corner of Su Lang's mouth, Wei Yong was very satisfied with this promotion. Next, he will continue to practice the exercises and keep advancing on the path of cultivation in the universe. After Su Lang plans to complete the spiritual internet and the transmission internet, he will immediately run xianxia boundless world record to condense more crystal wall worlds. After making a decision, Su Lang's gaze fell on the super primary exercises captured from Zhang Bizu and others. Chapter 1969, Reinventing the Spiritual Internet. The Zhang Bizu group adds 3 recruits. There are a total of 31 junior strong. It's just that most of the exercises they practice are repeated. Therefore, Su Lang didn't get too many basic exercises, only 23 books in total, and it was not the original one. It's all 2 basic exercises of nature. There is still an eternal state above the beginning. Unfortunately, my 1 key synthesis function has reached the top level, and I cannot continue to upgrade. Otherwise, I can synthesize to eternal realm techniques. However, there seems to be only one condition to reach the realm of eternity, and that is to condense the time avenue and completely form its own independent universe. I have a system function to condense the avenue of time, and the bottleneck of the eternal realm can't trouble me. However, there is only so much cultivation base needed to condense a trace of time rules. To condense the time avenue, I don't know how much cultivation base is needed. While thinking about it, Su Lang picked from the 23 exercises. It is a pity that the exercises practiced by Zhang Bizu and others are relatively mediocre. It can't be compared with those 2 elementary exercises that Su Lang synthesized. I can only throw it into the storage space and eat ashes. Su Lang curled his lips, and immediately began to arrange the formation wholeheartedly. I saw him flying constantly at high altitude, and his ability to form an array was never interrupted. Wherever Su Lang flew over, as long as it was within the scope of the divine consciousness, countless formations would immediately appear, completely obscuring the sky. Accompanied by the continuous emergence of formations, the formation materials in Su Lang's storage space also disappeared sharply. When the refining materials are exhausted, Su Lang impressively has laid out a spiritual internet and transportation network spreading across the 10th of the heavenly continent. These places cover the most prosperous areas of the Tianmen continent. It is conceivable that when countless warriors enter the spiritual internet world, what a terrifying cultural development will occur. And they can also use the transport network to reach where they want to go, which is more convenient for the integration of civilizations in various regions. The spiritual internet and the transmission and transportation network can't actually increase the strength of the Tianmen continent in a short period of time. The main thing is that these 2 things can unite people's hearts, enhance fighting spirit, and increase my prestige. The spiritual internet and the transportation network will be completely integrated into the lives of all warriors. When they see these 2 things, they will think of me and provide incense and aspirations. Su Lang looked at the boundless super large array. The corner of his mouth suddenly outlined a look of expectation. Soon, he took out the jade card of transmission and sent a message to xianxia and others. Make it popularize the information that the spiritual internet and the transportation network have been established, and how to use it. Xianxia and others who learned the news were suddenly excited. The patriarch has set up the spiritual internet and transportation network. Although it is only 1/10, it already covers all the prosperous areas of the Tianmen continent. Its area is countless times larger than the Shanghai large area network we deployed before. You deserve to be the patriarch. He completed such a vast project in such a short period of time. If we were to be replaced by us, it would cost us hundreds of millions of years. Are you dreaming? Can we lay out a 2 elementary formation? It is even more difficult for us to make some quasi-prime formation. Hurry up, pass these news. Yan Hingxing and others were very excited. They have already tasted the benefits of the spiritual internet. I know that this is a great feat that stretches countless times for the Tianmen continent. Immediately after, Yang Xingxing and others told Zhang Wenzheng, Qin Song and others about the good news, and told them how to use it. Spiritual internet, even so that everyone can live, meet and communicate in the same virtual world, just like the second real heavenly continent. There is also the transmission of the internet. As long as it is within the coverage of the network, it can be transmitted to some designated locations, and the transmission distance is far greater than any transmission array, and it can be done across half a sky of the continent. His Majesty Su Lang is really great. Such a feat will surely greatly increase the overall strength of the heavenly misty continent. Yes, in time, our heavenly misty continent will become the new center of the entire infinite universe. Chapter 1970. I just want to worship your Majesty. After Zhang Wenzheng and others understood the functions of the spiritual internet and the transportation network, their eyes suddenly brightened, like a searchlight. Soon, with Su Lang's permission, Zhang Wenzheng and other two junior powerhouses became the first people to step into the spiritual internet. I saw that all the primordial powers used the special terminal refined by Su Lang to log into the spiritual internet with their spiritual power. Suddenly, they saw a world exactly like the current Tianmen continent. This world is so real. So even they are too junior and strong to see the clues. Can imagine, after those weaker warriors come in, I am afraid they will not be able to distinguish between the virtual and the real world. Too realistic. For countless creatures, this is their second world. With this world, countless warriors who will never be able to meet and communicate with each other. His Majesty Su Lang, the Emperor of the boundless universe, is too great, worship your Majesty. Quote. All the primordial powerhouses looked at the extremely real world around them, and suddenly raised their hearts of admiration and worship towards Su Lang. Suddenly, they produced a large amount of incense aspiration power, which was absorbed by Su Lang's virtual spirit universe. This is the incense aspiration generated by the two junior strong. One piece is worth the incense aspirations produced by countless ordinary creatures. Next, Yan Hingxing and others also entered this world. At the beginning, on Kenglan Star, the familiar feeling of entering the virtual world of the five elements sky formation was overwhelming. Everyone burst into tears. At this time, Su Lang's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It turns out that Su Lang has also entered this virtual world. Everyone, how is this virtual world? Su Lang looked at everyone with a small smile on his face. His Majesty Su Lang, Emperor of Boundless Universe. The virtual world you created is really the greatest miracle in the endless universe in countless years. This world is so real, I will think that I am still in the real celestial continent if I am not careful. I just want to worship your Majesty now. Quote. Everyone admired them from the bottom of their hearts, and bowed down to Su Lang one by one, and continued to bow down. Everyone, get up, I have refined countless login terminals, you can use them to distribute them. By the way, there is a refining method for logging into the terminal, and I will give it to you. I think you can easily refining it. Next, go and spread the news throughout the Tianmen continent, and let the continent enter a new era. While talking, Su Lang took out a storage ring to everyone. Yes, everyone bowed their heads one after another, Your Majesty Su Lang, the stalwart Emperor Su Lang. But, Su Lang did not let them leave immediately. It is to make everyone return to the real world first, and then reunite with everyone. Immediately after, in the look of everyone's fire, Su Lang once again took out a large amount of treasures to distribute to everyone. It is the large amount of pill that was refined before. The moment the pill appeared, countless medicinal incense filled the surrounding area, and even caused a vision of heaven and earth. Perfect 2 primary pill. Oh my god, so many 2 low-level pills. This is all refined by His Majesty Su Lang, it is incredible. Quote. When everyone saw the pill that Su Lang had taken out, they screamed in shock. Simultaneously, everyone was extremely excited, because they knew that these pills were rewarded by Su Lang. These pills should be enough for you to break through. In Yuan Xingyuan, you can also quickly recover with the help of healing pills. Su Lang smiled and waved his hand, and the pills immediately flew to the front of a powerful person who was too junior. Subordinates, thank Your Majesty the Great Emperor Zhou. I am waiting to defend the great Su Lang to the death. Subordinates will definitely be able to break through, and live up to Your Majesty's expectations. Quote. Zhang Wenzheng and others knelt down on one knee to Su Lang, their heads drooping, and their voices contained endless gratitude. You don't have to be like this. Su Lang smiled, lifted everyone up with his force, and then looked at Xianxia and others. Chapter 1971, 100 million crystal wall world. They are all quasi-primary level. The repair base has reached the ceiling. It is necessary to condense the rules of time to enter the realm of the beginning. Yan Engxing, Xiao Ning, don't worry. Soon, I will be able to make you break through to the primordial beginning in a few moments. Su Lang looked at Yan Hingxing and the others, and said with a gentle expression. This statement came out, Yan Xingxing and others were shocked and moved. Since Su Lang returned, they have grown up in the miracle created by Su Lang almost all the time. At this moment, he could break through to the primordial realm very soon. All this is almost dreamlike. Simultaneously, Zhang Wenzheng, Qin Song and others also thought of the haiku where Su Lang boasted. That is to create 500 powerful masters in one breath. We must know that there are countless geniuses in the entire heavenly misty continent, and there are not many who can achieve the primordial realm. Since the last world war of the infinite universe, the primordial powers of the infinite realm have faded away, and only a dozen primordial primaries have appeared in the Tianmen continent billions of years. This number is far too few compared to 500. For Zhang Wenzheng and others, the 500 of Taichu is an astronomical number. And as soon as I thought of the heavenly misty continent, there would be 500 brand new powerhouses from the beginning. While everyone was excited, they felt a little pressure. In my heart, I was determined to make good use of the pill that Su Lang gave me. Next, Su Lang asked Zhang Wenzheng and the others to go back to practice. Yang Xingxing and others continued to arrange Su Lang's incense statue. Although there is a spiritual internet, the incense statue is still quite important. After all, what Su Lang wanted to collect was the incense aspiration power of the entire Tianmen continent. At this time, everyone has dispersed. The realm has been broken. It's time to improve more crystal wall world. Su Lang looked inside his body for a moment, and immediately decided to raise the crystal wall world around the Yingzhu universe. After making a decision, Su Lang immediately began to operate the xianxia infinite boundary record. Cultivate crystal wall cells one by one with countless innate qi. A large amount of energy poured into a crystal wall cell, and in a blink of an eye it grew to a level comparable to the Emperor-level life universe. Time flies. Su Lang sat on the ground, desperately upgrading his crystal wall cells. Because of the breakthrough to the second Yan Taichu level, his innate energy has also been sublimated, and his reserves have become higher. Therefore, the efficiency of growing crystal wall cells has also been improved. At the same time, before Su Lang only grew 10 million crystal wall world. This time, 20 million crystal wall worlds were created. And Su Lang did not stop there. Instead, they constantly absorb the energy of the sun, take restorative pills, and continuously sublimate the crystal wall cells into the crystal wall world. It persisted until the Dantian universe and the Yinghu universe had 50 million crystal wall worlds at the same time. Su Lang was sweating profusely, and stopped panting. Lying down. This has only completed the number of 100 million. Compared to the number of cells in my entire body, it's insignificant. Su Lang sucked in cold air, feeling that this time the sublimation crystal wall cells were simply more tired than fighting with Zhang Bizu and others. But a world of 100 million crystal walls has brought great benefits to Su Lang. These crystal wall cells can condense a higher quality and more quantity of twisting power, so that Su Lang can fight across the realm more easily. In addition, a world of 100 million crystal walls also means that Su Lang can stuff 100 million life planets into it. What is this concept? Equivalent to a billion life universe. The power of humanity and the power of the world brought by this plus Chengdu will be extremely terrifying. I'm really looking forward to it. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, then looked at his Dantian universe. However, around the Dantian universe, the 300,000 crystal wall worlds with living planets have expanded to 320,000. Among them are more than 10,000 natural life planets in the Qingsheng Deu. There are also planets that the clones gather around without stopping. Correct. The life planet of Zhang Bizu and others should also be included in the crystal wall world. Su Lang's eyes suddenly brightened, and his eyes fell on the more than 30 life universes in the storage space. Chapter 1972. The Phoenix is resurrected. There are a total of 34 life universes, 31 primordial level and 3 quasi-primary level. Look at what the life planet of Wuyan Taichu was like. Su Lang curiously took out Zhang Bizu's life universe. Then tear a gap and observe the situation inside. This is another universe that is almost independent of the boundless universe. Because it has the power of time rules, its internal space is also extremely vast, comparable to multiple star-sea large domain groups. In the inner space of the universe of life, a huge planet is slowly spinning. Even experienced the terrible Two Junior War. This life planet was squeezed most thoroughly before Zhang Bizu died. But the planet remains intact. There is even life on the surface. This planet is comparable to 1,000 Kenglan stars. Looking at this planet, Su Lang couldn't help but be speechless. Such a huge planet. His crystal wall world simply can't hold it. It seems that some crystal wall worlds have to be expanded first. Su Lang thought so, and then used the profound meaning of xianxia boundless world record again to expand a selected crystal wall world. This is equivalent to the second round of growth. The energy consumed is terrible, and the time spent has become longer. It's not easy. Su Lang only expanded the first crystal wall world for the second time, so that it can barely pretend to be Zhang Bizu's life planet. Next, Su Lang began to transfer the planet of life. It took a lot of time to transfer it to the crystal wall world. What the hell? Finally finished. However, there are still 30 crystal wall worlds waiting to grow. Su Lang glanced at the remaining 30 super primary life universes, and suddenly rolled his eyes. Immediately after, he chose 30 crystal wall worlds and used the power of 9 nips and 2 tigers for the second expansion. Finally, 30 super primary planets were finally transferred to the crystal wall world. Among them, there are 16 crystal wall worlds containing very primary life planets near the Dantian universe. There are 15 near the magic universe. These primitive life planets are basically due to being squeezed in the war, and the creatures are almost dead. This requires Su Lang to transfer his souls to live. Fortunately, none of these living planets have world consciousness, and the road rules are perfect enough to make any creatures survive on them. It's easy to transfer creatures. Just find some worlds, pick some life races and throw them in. These 30-odd life planets are too elementary. There are a lot of opportunities on them. They are treasures everywhere. Those who have been moved are lucky. Su Lang smiled, and then began to select life races from other life planets. This thing is very simple. It was almost done in a moment. Then, 30 crystal wall worlds immediately became lively. Countless creatures built a brand new order on it and developed a peculiar warrior civilization. Just then, Su Lang's expression suddenly moved, and his eyes instantly turned to Yinghu universe. But I saw endless flames of magma suddenly erupted from the endless volcanoes on the earth of the planet of gleaming life. If it were on an ordinary life planet, this would definitely be a fatal disaster. However, it would not cause much loss in Yingwo, the core fragment of the endless realm dominated by the fire system, at this time. After the continuous volcanic group erupted, a crisp and melodious bird song suddenly spread throughout the world of Yingzuo. In an instant, countless creatures worshipped the erupting volcano group, especially those bird creatures. I can't wait to bury my head in the sand to express my humbleness. Accompanied by the crisp birdsong, a graceful phoenix with golden red as the main color and multicolored colors rushed straight into the sky, and the horror breath immediately burst out. It overlooks the whole world, proud but noble. The phoenix is resurrected. A glimmer of joy flashed in Su Lang's eyes. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Chapter 1973, Super Arrogant Phoenix Enchanting the Universe. This place feels so familiar. Phoenix looked down at Su Lang's fascinating planet, with a trace of surprise in his eyes. At the time when the nirvana of Metiophonix became a phoenix egg. Although he has some consciousness, he is very weak, and it is the limit to be able to complete some of the most basic actions. It is impossible to detect the abnormality of the surrounding environment in detail. But at this time nirvana rebirth is complete. He immediately noticed the strangeness of this planet. The familiar and unfamiliar feeling moved him a little, and some wanted to cry. I remember. This is the breath of the core of the boundless universe. And it's the feeling of the core origin of the fire element. This planet is transformed by the core fragments of the boundless world. Billions of years, I haven't experienced this feeling for billions of years. No wonder I can complete nirvana in such a short time. If you change to another place, it will take hundreds of years. What is the identity of the person who saved me before? Why are there core fragments of the infinite universe in his life universe? Quote. Stormy waves rose in Phoenix's heart, already extremely strong curiosity. As an extremely primary beast that existed before the Great War of the boundless world. He understands the preciousness of the core of the infinite realm. It is the most treasured treasure in the entire infinite universe. It is transformed by the core of the infinite universe. But now, a strong man actually appeared, possessing such a huge core fragment of the fire element infinite realm, much more than what he had originally. How does this make him not curious? At this time, Phoenix suddenly felt a trace of spatial fluctuation. Soon after, he found himself in a wider world. Another breath of familiarity and strangeness came, causing a faint splendor to rise in the Phoenix's eyes. This is the boundless world. Yes, although it has been weakened countless times, this is indeed the boundless world. It looks like this is a quarter of the original split of the boundless world. Phoenix's heart was shaken, and at the same time a little surprised. He was sealed in the Great Thousand territory of Fallen Phoenix, a place far away from the boundless realm. He remembered that he should be a quasi-primary warrior. But how could the quasi-primary warrior reach the boundless realm from the meteorite Great Thousand territory in such a short time? Think of it here. He looked at Su Lang beside him with a trace of doubt. Because he returned to the boundless realm, he moved a lot in his heart, so he turned his attention to Su Lang at this time. Little bird, is it resurrected? Su Lang looked at this extremely proud phoenix, raised his eyebrows, and said jokingly. Although this phoenix had succeeded in nirvana, it only had the strength of a primordial stage. This strength is no longer worth mentioning in front of Su Lang. You are the warrior who saved me. But you are clearly at the quasi-primary beginning level. How come you suddenly become the second Yan primal beginning, and the aura on your body is even comparable to the Sanyan realm? Phoenix looked at Su Lang in shock. Could it be that it was only your clone that saved me back then? It's me who saved you. As for how I was promoted from the quasi-primary early to the early primary level in a short time, this is difficult to explain, and you will never believe it. Su Lang smiled, not intending to explain. That must be your avatar who saved me. Anyway, it is impossible for a quasi-primary primordial genius to be promoted to the second Yan primal beginning stage in such a short time. Phoenix said confidently, also, no matter what, thank you for saving me. Okay, if you want to thank me, you can't say it verbally. The corner of Su Lang's mouth ticked. Look, do you mean something in return? Humph, what a greedy guy. If I still have the original cultivation base, I will definitely fix you. Phoenix glanced at Su Lang incomparably arrogantly, and didn't mean to give any reward. Lying down. You are so proud. I saved you and you still have to fix me. You knew you wouldn't save you. I didn't expect that Phoenix would look like this. It's totally different from what I imagined. Su Lang looked at Phoenix with contempt. Well, disappointed, really disappointed. Chapter 1974. I have eaten several. Humph. It is your honor to be able to save the great Phoenix. Let go of this Phoenix. Phoenix still wanted to say something arrogantly, but Su Lang pinched his neck in an instant and twisted it like a chicken. Just ask if you are still arrogant. Su Lang hooked his mouth and asked playfully. This Phoenix won't give in. Phoenix snorted coldly, as if dead pigs were not afraid of boiling water. Okay, originally, I also prepared a lot of delicious and primary medicines for you. But you are so to me, I can only seal you up again. Su Lang sighed regretfully, then took out a few pills containing powerful fire element spiritual energy to play with. Phoenix originally wanted to hum with disdain, but when his eyes fell on the pill, he couldn't move immediately. Even his eyes widened fiercely, and his entire pupils were filled in an unbelievable moment. Because he found out, the pill that Su Lang took out turned out to be too low-level pill of perfect quality. Tianal. For the sacred animal clan, it is not easy to eat too low-level pill. It is a great blessing even for Phoenix to be able to eat the super primary pill of perfect quality. In his long years, the perfect quality he has eaten is too low-level pill, which can be counted by both hands. But now, the young Taichu warrior in front of him actually took out 5 perfect quality Taiji pill in his hands. This is simply unimaginable. What to look at? Can you afford to eat you? Pull out your whole body and you can't afford my medicine. Su Lang glanced at the Phoenix disdainfully, with a look in his eyes. What? You little thing said that I can't afford this medicine. Phoenix glared at him and retorted, I have eaten several pieces. How many? You only eat a few, it really is a local chicken. Su Lang smiled contemptuously, and immediately with a wave of his right hand, dozens or hundreds of perfect quality primordial pills appeared. How can that be? How can you have so many perfect quality pills? Could it be that you are the alchemist who can refine the perfect pill of the beginning? Phoenix looked at the densely packed perfect quality pill in disbelief. So many primordial pills of perfect quality appeared at the same time, it was a wonder he had never seen before. In his memory, even the original leader of the boundless world, it is impossible to come up with so many perfect primordial pills at once. You are not convinced to say that you are ignorant and ignorant. Su Lang looked at Phoenix faintly, have you seen these pills, have you eaten them? You. I have eaten more natural treasures. Our sacred beasts don't need to be refined into pill, we just swallow the treasures of heaven and earth. Phoenix still said with a face full of dissatisfaction, only you paupers can carefully refine the treasures of heaven and earth into pill. Tisk tut, This is the first time I have heard that people will not make alchemy so fresh and refined. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and immediately put the pill into the storage space. Humph. Phoenix snorted and glanced at Su Lang from time to time. He is still locked in his throat, which is extremely uncomfortable. Phoenix, although you are so rude, but for the sake of you fighting for the boundless world, I won't punish you. Now, go wherever you like. Su Lang smiled, and even let go of his hand, letting Phoenix go free. What? Phoenix was stunned, and then said arrogantly, it seems that you are still afraid of this Phoenix, so you dare not attack this Phoenix. I hold a grass. I have to eat Orlan's secret roast chicken today. The corners of Su Lang's eyes and mouth twitched at the same time, and he immediately started to attack Phoenix. Stop it, I'm leaving now. Seeing that Su Lang moved really well, Feng Wang suddenly exclaimed, and then flew away desperately. Lying down. This Phoenix seems to have a problem with IQ. Is it a sequelae after Nirvana? Su Lang looked at Phoenix, who was going away, and suddenly rolled his eyes. Chapter 1975. Refresh the number of empowerments far away. Ah, this is just Nirvana, my head is really stiff. However, I didn't expect him to really let me go. It seems that he doesn't covet my Phoenix blood and flesh and blood materials. A young man of the early age with the core fragments of the boundless realm, who can even come up with a large amount of perfect pill, who is he? Wait until you figure out his identity before contacting him. As Phoenix thought, he randomly found a place to continue to recover his strength. After Nirvana, his strength will quickly return to its peak, and the environment is not very demanding. The other side, with a thought in Su Lang's heart, a treasure-hunting flying glider immediately activated its soul-retrieving ability and chased the Phoenix. He is very interested in Phoenix, a beast with a long history. Because this was the first divine beast he had come into contact with that existed before the Great War of the Boundless World. Perhaps he would have some information about the sacred beasts that Bai Yellen didn't know. In addition, Su Lang sent the treasure hunt flying Phoenix to protect the Phoenix. Although Tianmen continent is already very safe, it still needs to be just in case, but after releasing the treasure hunt flying, Su Lang suddenly realized that Phoenix hadn't flew very far, and he didn't even fly out of the area covered by his divine consciousness. What does this guy want to do? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, a little puzzled. At this time, a system prompt appeared suddenly. Ding! The number of 1 key empowerment functions has been refreshed. Finally refreshed. My 500 Spartans, oh no, it's the 500 primordial creation plan that can finally be implemented. Su Lang's eyes brightened, and immediately sent a message to Xianxia and others who had left soon. Zhang Wenzhang, Qin Song and others did not leave either. All important subordinates were notified. Somewhere on the ground. What? The Patriarch said he can give us time rules. Time rules. This is a stepping stone to getting into the elementary level. Xianxia and others are gathering the creatures in the life universe, preparing to build incense statues while distributing the terminals of the spiritual internet. After receiving the message, they were so excited instantly. Immediately, everyone flew in the direction Su Lang was extremely excited. Other places in the heaven and blessed land with extremely rich aura. Zhang Wenzhang and others have conveyed the news of the spiritual internet. After seeing countless warriors pouring into the spiritual internet with excitement, so he began the solemn rituals of bathing, burning incense, meditation, etc., ready to take the pill given by Su Lang. But at this moment, they received the message from Su Lang. What? His Majesty the Infinite Universe has been able to create 500 too early. Each of us can choose a few quasi-prime juniors who are good at fighting and participate in the 500 prime primaries plan. Hi, this miracle of no one before and after no one is finally created in the hands of His Majesty Su Lang. Oh my God, Your Majesty Su Lang deserves to be the new leader of the boundless world. With this hand, he is even more powerful than the old leader. Zhang Wenzhang and the others were terrified, and temporarily put away the pill, and then immediately screwed on his optimistic quasi-taichu, and rushed to the place where Su Lang was. In a blink of an eye, because of the existence of the spiritual internet and transportation network, the crowd soon gathered in front of Su Lang. Subordinates knock on the Patriarch. Your subordinates see the great and infinite Emperor Zhou. When everyone saw Su Lang, they knelt down on one knee and bowed. Because of the excitement, their voices were shaking. Among them, the most exciting is the quasi-beginners brought by the powerful men such as Zhang Wenzheng and Qin Song. When they learned that they were about to get the opportunity given by His Majesty Su Lang to break through to the primordial beginning realm, they were shocked and stupid at first. On the way to being screwed, I felt that everything was not real, as if I was dreaming. At this moment, seeing Su Lang who was smiling, they were so excited that they couldn't speak. Get up all. Su Lang smiled and held up the crowd. In addition to you, there are hundreds of people who are quasi-primary strong. Chapter 1976, People with Stagnant Thinking Talking. Su Lang waved his hand gently. Suddenly, more than 300 quasi-2 junior powerhouses appeared in front of everyone. Except for Chu Xiaobei's daughters, such as Monk Xinzheng, all have been upgraded to the quasi-primary level. Some of them were temporarily promoted by Su Lang to the quasi-primordial stage. The reason why hundreds of human races were created at the beginning was naturally to enhance the dominance of the heavenly continent. Moreover, the human race is the glue that condenses the boundless cosmic power, and it is beneficial and harmless to expand the human race. At this moment, in addition, the human race released by Su Lang from the universe of life is almost the beginning. There were exactly 500 quasi-taichu standing under Su Lang. Hiss. These 500 quasi-2 beginners will soon become 2 beginners. God, I don't know what kind of means can be used to turn them into the power of the beginning, and how much time and effort it will take for His Majesty Emperor Zhou. The luck of these younger generations is really against the sky. You don't need to be like us, who have worked hard for billions of years to break through to the beginning level by chance. If they dare to live up to the expectations of the great and infinite Emperor Zhou, they must be severely punished. Zhang Wenzheng and the others thought so. Of course they don't have to envy these juniors, because they have received the perfect godless pill from Su Lang. At the same time, in a mountain range not far away, the phoenix is floating in the air to recover its strength. Suddenly he looked surprised and looked in the direction of Su Lang. How come there are so many powerful people who are 2 juniors suddenly gather? There is actually a senior Taichu who is at the level of Luyan, and this Taichu has a strange smell, like a resurrected dead person. And these people actually bowed down to the young Taichu. The expression of respect does not seem to be fake, and it is not controlled. That young too early to save me can get so many 2 juniors. Those too early to call it the boundless Emperor Zhou. His Majesty the Emperor of the Boundless Universe is the title of the leader of the boundless realm. Is this young and powerful man named Su Lang the leader of this term? Impossible, he's just an Aryan who is 2 junior. There are so many people who are stronger than him. How can he convince the crowd? Also, why are those strong in the early days still chanting about the 500 quasi-prime primaries? How could it be possible? It's crazy. These people are really puzzling. Phoenix watched the scenes before him, and a lot of horror and incomprehensible thoughts emerged in his heart. At this time, Su Lang once again uttered words that made everyone tremble. Everyone. The so-called 500 preliminary plan is to create 500 preliminaries at once. However, this one time is once a day, which is to create 500 Taichu every day. Su Lang carried one hand on his back, smiled and looked around the crowd, and said a few words that were earth-shattering. This statement came out, including Phoenix. The individuals of Zhang Wenzheng and Qin Song were thunderous in an instant. They were dumbfounded, their thinking was stagnant, and their brains were blank. What? The 500 Taichu plan is to create 500 Taichu every day. 500 a day, 10 days is 5,000, 10,000 days is 5 million primordial beginnings. This is too much, madam. The entire Tianmen continent has accumulated dozens of 2 juniors for billions of years. Everyone was completely stupid. They couldn't imagine how Su Lang could do such a thing against the sky. This is impossible. This has violated the principled rules of the universe. Unless it is with the unqualified core origin of the universe, it is possible to do it. Phoenix's pupils shrank suddenly, horrified like a blasted rooster. At this time, Su Lang's voice came out again. You don't have to be so horrified. Soon you will get used to it. Now, Xianxia, you come first. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately waved at Xianxia. Yes, Patriarch. Yan Hingxing trembled all over, came to Su Lang and knelt down. Chapter 1977, 2 Junior Xianxia. A familiar feeling surfaced in his mind. He remembered the first experience of being instilled rules by Su Lang on the island in the Blue Star Sea. Quickly. Su Lang stretched out a hand and placed it on his forehead. Is coming. I am going to break through the primordial realm. The bottleneck that has not been able to pass for hundreds of millions of years is important to be wiped out in the hands of the patriarch. Yan Xingxing was extremely excited and grateful to the extreme. At this time. System. Start 1 key empowerment, rule empowerment. Instill the time rules I currently have for the designated target. Su Lang thought, and gave instructions to the system. Ding. Time rules are being instilled. The system prompt sounds. Immediately, Yang Xingxing felt countless mysteries about the rules of time appearing in his mind, deeply imprinted in his soul. In a blink of an eye, Yan Xingxing has mastered the same time rules as Su Lang's current level, that is, the time rules of the Aryan Taichu level. Because Su Lang had instilled enough cultivation skills into Yang Xingxing for a long time, he could complete the breakthrough only by the rules of time. At this time, Yang Xingxing not only got the time rules, he even got a time rule comparable to Aryan Taichu level. The most difficult bottleneck suddenly disappeared, and the breakthrough was a matter of course. In the perception of Yang Xingxing, countless godless elements merged with the power of time and immediately melted into the life universe of Dantian. Quickly, there are rules of time in the rules of the entire universe. Of course, it's just time rules, not time avenues, no matter what. All the rules are completely complete, and it immediately brings earth-shaking changes to the universe of life. After the rules are completely fulfilled, the godless element immediately sublimated quickly and became a primordial energy. This kind of energy is different for every elementary person, and each has its own characteristics. For example, Su Lang's congenital qi is too elementary. But under normal circumstances, it will be collectively referred to as primary yuaning. On the basis of consummation rules and yuaning in the early days, a new twisting force can be condensed. This is the power of two primary distortion. But, to truly display the power of two primary distortion, you have to integrate the rules of time into the crystal wall cells. In this process, after the universe of life was integrated into the rules of time, it immediately began. Although Yan Xingxing is also a human super genius, it is incomparable to Su Lang. He hasn't practiced much exercise techniques. Therefore, the number of cells is much less than that of Su Lang. Probably only less than 2 Gai. But under normal circumstances, an ordinary quasi-primary powerhouse has only 1 cell number. Therefore, the number of cells in Yang Xingxing is much more than that of martial artists of the same level. After all, apart from Su Lang, he is the first genius of the human race. At this moment, the rules of time spread from the universe of life. Using countless sublimated primordial yuan energy as the medium, it gradually extends into the crystal wall cells. In a blink of an eye, covers countless crystal wall cells. When this process stopped, Yan Xingxing had already been promoted from quasi-primary beginning to Yin primal beginning stage. And, the time rules he mastered reached the beginning of second Yantai. It was only because the ratio of the crystal wall cells that were integrated into the time rule to the whole body cells was not up to the standard, it did not break through to the second level. But the most difficult time rules have broken through the small bottleneck and reached the level of Aryan Taichu, and other breakthrough procedures have become simpler. Okay, it's done. Su Lang slowly retracted his hand covering Yan Xingxing's forehead, with a smile on his face. Stars kowtow to the patriarch for the gift. Yan Xingxing's eyes flushed with excitement, and he squatted deeply in front of Su Lang. Go ahead, manage those chores well. By the way, I will soon teach you that your practice is too elementary, so don't think about it yourself. Su Lang smiled, preparing to practice a super primary exercise method fused with crystal wall cells, and then instilled this exercise method and the boundless world of xianxia to Yang Xingxing and others. After all, a single path to the universe is too difficult. It is also suitable for Su Lang to practice by himself. Yes, Patriarch. Yan Xingxing once again bowed deeply to Su Lang, and then slowly retreated. In the scene where Yan Xingxing broke through from the quasi-primordial beginning to the primordial realm instantly under Su Lang's palm made Zhang Wenzheng and the others and Phoenix once again dumbfounded. Chapter 1978. A miracle that a phoenix can't imagine. This is a breakthrough from the quasi-primary beginning to the realm of the beginning. How long is this? 100 breaths have not been spent, right? This is really a breakthrough to the primordial beginning realm, not a breakthrough from body tempering to the official martial artist realm. So fast, fake it, It took me a full 100,000 years to completely break through the bottleneck and break through to the primordial stage. Quote. Zhang Wenzheng and the others stared blankly at Yang Xingxing, who retreated from Su Lang, all with a dull expression. They are really unimaginable. It only takes this little time to break through from the quasi-primordial realm to the primitive realm. This is really exaggerated. At the same time, Phoenix also opened his eyes wide, looking at Su Lang and Yan Hingxing in disbelief. What method did Su Lang use? How could he turn a quasi-primary primacy into a strong primordial primacy stage in such a short time? Even in the age when the boundless universe is the most prosperous and the powers of the primordial stage are like clouds, it is impossible for someone to develop such a terrifying secret technique. This Su Lang, how did he do it? Quote. Stormy waves rose in Phoenix's heart, constantly recalling his own memories of long years. But in any case, he couldn't remember when he had heard of such a means to create a powerful person in such a short time. The key is, this method can be used many times in a short time. Su Lang wants to create 500 strong men at the beginning. Moreover, 500 Taichu can be created every day. Even the well-informed Phoenix is unbelievable. But, no matter how unimaginable and unacceptable it is, the facts are in front of you. Su Lang has used his actions to confirm what he said is true. At this time, come on, next one. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and waved at the crowd of Zun Taichu. The hundreds of quasi in Tianmen continent were so shocked at first that they couldn't react for a while. The quasi-primordial powerhouses of the Xinghai domain group had already seen Su Lang's anti-sky. They deeply knew that Su Lang was an unreasonable figure, and even a truly omnipotent great god. So they can accept this earth-shattering miracle more easily and faster. However, the crowd did not swarm up, but pushed Chu Xiaobei out. Then I will come. Chu Xiaobei smiled slightly and came to Su Lang, looking at him with big eyes full of water. Come, close your eyes. Su Lang smiled and nodded, and reached out to touch Chu Xiaobei's forehead. It's like a prelude to the Wall Dong. A playful smile appeared on Chu Xiaobei's face. When you break through to the primordial beginning realm, you will be blown away. Su Lang smiled brilliantly. Come on, get ready. Chu Xiaobei nodded. Among all the people, she was the most experienced one, so she was well prepared soon. Immediately after, Su Lang began to instill the rules of time for her. It is the same as helping Yan Xingxing get promoted. A large number of time rules are integrated into Chu Xiaobei's soul, then into the life universe, into the crystal wall cells. After a while, Chu Xiaobei suddenly heard a powerful aura that was too basic. I have broken through. I have become stronger. Chu Xiaobei opened his eyes, and there was a deep excitement and a hint of shyness in his eyes. She remembered Su Lang's words clearly. When she reaches the realm of the beginning, she can have children together. It looks like you are in a hurry, Beckham. Su Lang seemed to see Chu Xiaobei's thoughts and asked with a chuckle, nothing. Chu Xiaobei quickly denied it, and then immediately pushed Ji Rushui up. Su Lang laughed, then looked at Ji Rushui. But I saw that Ji Rushui was also shy and infinite. Don't worry, don't worry. There was a playful smile at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and he was promoted for Ji Rushui. To promote the quasi-primordial primacy to the primordial realm, currently only needs to instill the power of the rules, without the need to use the avenue to instill the times. Therefore, Ji Rushui is only a quasi-emperor now. In Su Lang's hands, he can also break through to the primordial beginning realm. Chapter 1979, Breakthrough from Wushanjing to Taichu at this time. Su Lang first instilled 500 great roads for Ji Rushui. Immediately, she instilled her cultivation base, and continuously raised her realm to the quasi-primary beginning realm. Finally, it is to instill the rules of time and promote it to the primordial stage. Quickly, Ji Rushui became the third primordial powerhouse who broke through today. Although because of her weak foundation, her strength is very weak at the same level. But in any case, it is completely possible to crush the quasi-Tai. In Ji Rushui's breakthrough, it was from Zhundi, that is, Wushan level soared all the way to the realm of the beginning. This is simply more exaggerated than a body-tempering warrior instantly becoming Emperor Wu. The people of Zhang Wenzheng who witnessed all this were so shocked that their eyes were about to fall out. OMG! Raise a Wushan to the primordial realm instantly. This is incredible, and just when everyone was shocked and lost. As expected of the patriarch who cannot reason. Yeah, no reasoning, no reasoning. The most unreasonable great man since the birth of the endless universe. Quote. A murmur came from the mouths of many quasi-prime primaries in the Shanghai Large Area Group. Zhang Wenzheng and the others heard it, and instantly understood that Su Lang was a man who couldn't make sense. The other side, Phoenix stared at Su Lang blankly, and an astonishing light burst into his eyes. I understand, Su Lang is definitely a successor left by the last Emperor Zhou. Not only that, he is better than Blue because of Blue, and wins a lot. This young man is the hope of the whole boundless world. He can save the Tianting continent and the boundless universe. Quote. Every thought of horror arose in Phoenix's heart and made a decision. He decided to contact Su Lang again. No, it's not just contact, but surrender. Yes, leave for a short time. He intends to return automatically to find Su Lang and admit his mistake. Although he left arrogantly and returned to hit himself in the face at this time, he didn't think there was anything. For the Tianting continent, this is nothing at all. Next, Phoenix stared intently at Su Lang's promotion to a strong man from the beginning. Boom boom boom. Within a short period of time, a powerful primordial realm aura burst out. If this sky had not been suppressed by Su Lang's formation, there would have been countless turbulences long ago. Quickly, except for Murong Shenxian because he didn't have the power to master the great power, he could only postpone his promotion. All the remaining Shanghai domains have been promoted from the beginning. It also includes strong men like Yuqing, Yuji, and Xinzheng who have followed from the place of exile. Chu Xiaobei and others looked at Su Lang admiringly and excitedly. The eyes of the rest are endless admiration, awe and compliance. Su Lang has been more than a kind of reinvention to them. This gave them absolute loyalty to Su Lang. Even the most painful punishment could not make them betray Su Lang. At this time, Su Lang's gaze fell on the hundreds of quasi-taichu in the heavenly misty continent. These quasi-primordial warriors witnessed the birth of more than 100 primordial realm, and at this time they were almost trembling with excitement. Seeing Su Lang's gaze came over. Everyone lowered their heads in awe, crawling deeply in Su Lang's sight, and their hearts were full of endless desire. Teng Yi, come on. Su Lang's gaze fell on a senior quasi-taichu, and said with a smile. This quasi-taichu named Teng Yi is stronger than the rest. The foundation is also super strong, and he has experienced thousands of battles and has a strong will. He is the strongest one in front of the hundreds of quasi-tai junior high schools. Yes, His Majesty the stalwart Emperor Zhou. Teng Yi was called out by Su Lang's name, and his whole body trembled, and his brain went blank. He never expected that Su Lang would know his name, and this feeling of being valued made him grateful. After instinctively thank you, Teng Yi came to Su Lang as if dreaming. Su Lang put a hand on his forehead with a smile. Not long, he has become a real powerhouse in the early stage. His Majesty Su Lang, the great infinite emperor. Teng Yi must be the forerunner for you, and he will be crushed, and he will never regret it. Teng Yi, full of excitement, disbelief and gratitude, bowed deeply to Su Lang. Then he returned to his position like a dream, unable to calm his emotions for a long time. Chapter 1980. Create 500 new Jin Taichu next. It was the turn of the rest of the heavenly Mian continent, quasi-taichu. They are also the same as Teng Yi. From the beginning to the end, he was excited almost all the way to the blank of his brain and stagnant thinking. At the same time, I am also grateful to Su Lang, completely dedicated, and offer absolute loyalty. Not long, a total of 500 powerful men from the beginning appeared in front of everyone. 500 powerhouses of the primordial stage. Those who are strong in the early stage can also be cultivated in batches. This is the strong man standing at the tip of countless creatures on the Tianmen continent, and there are so many at once. The Tianmen continent has risen, and under the leadership of His Majesty Su Lang, the great emperor, it has risen. I will return to prosperity, regain the other 3 continents, and drive Yuanmingzhou Emperor out of the boundless universe. Quote. Although everyone knew that what Su Lang said was true, they couldn't help but tremble when they saw this miracle happen. They felt it deeply. From now on, earth-shaking changes have really taken place in the Tianmen continent. This is a turning point in an endless river of time. It is the beginning of a new era. After the defeat of the Infinity War, billions of years have been filled with countless haze. The gloom of Tianmen continent was completely dispelled by Su Lang. Everyone looked up at Su Lang floating in the air, as if looking at a brand new bright sun. They knelt down one after another, and bowed deeply at Su Lang. The entire Tianmen continent, everyone up and down, completely surrendered to Su Lang at this moment. Not only that, tweet, a crisp and sweet phoenix sound came. Immediately after, a holy and proud red figure flew from a distance and fell in front of Su Lang. It is the phoenix, which has never been a phoenix tree without falling, also crawled on the ground under Su Lang's feet. In the appearance of the phoenix, and immediately Zhang Wenzheng and others fell into endless shock and joy. Phoenix, unexpectedly, the phoenix appeared, even a phoenix, a beast that only existed before the battle of the infinite realm. His Majesty Su Lang, who opened up a new era, worships even the phoenix. Countless thoughts arose from the strong people from the beginning. In their view, Phoenix is auspicious, representing the legitimacy of Su Lang's new leader of the boundless world. You are here too. I'm not afraid I will make you Orleans roast chicken. Su Lang looked at Phoenix, raised his eyebrows, and asked with a smile, "Can?" Phoenix looked up at Su Lang and nodded seriously. Forget it." Su Lang's mouth twitched. Shin said that this Phoenix was too arrogant before. Now he is kneeling in front of him, and being able to die by himself unconditionally. I am afraid that this is really a bit difficult. Xie Wuyin Zhou Emperor for mercy. Phoenix seriously thanked Su Lang. Such a scene. I saw Zhang Wenzheng and the others stunned. Dare to love this Phoenix's sin, Your Majesty Su Lang is here to apologize. Everyone imagined. He probably understood that the arrogant Phoenix didn't like the young Su Lang, and then a contradiction arose. At this time, seeing that Su Lang had created 500 strong men from the beginning, he was immediately convinced. Thought of this, everyone looked at Su Lang again. Faced with the Phoenix who has sinned against himself, he can let it go lightly. With such a broad mind, he is indeed the boundless Emperor Zhou. At this time, Su Lang looked away from Phoenix and looked around at everyone. Everyone, today's 500 Taichu has already finished. However, I just raised your realm before. Now you don't have any mastery at all. Although you already have some time rules. But I still decided to instill in you a book about the rules of time that is too elementary. Su Lang smiled faintly. Now, just follow the previous order and receive the exercises one by one. This statement came out, although Chu Xiaobei, Yan Xingxing and other stars in the Star Sea are a little surprised, most of them are surprises. And Zhang Wen is waiting for the primaries of the heavenly misty continent, as well as the Phoenix, they are thunderous again. What? Instilling 2 basic exercises? Can you instill 2 basic exercises? And it seems to be instilled 500 times. It's another unreasonable method. Chapter 1981. This is too bad. Fortunately, the horror passed before. At this time, Zhang Wenzheng and others are already somewhat immune. Soon, everyone recovered from the shock and watched Yang first walk to Su Lang. A practice that is too elementary can be divided into 2 parts in general. The first part is the time rule, and the second part is the crystal wall cells in the body. Before, I promised to pass on your exercises from the beginning, but the time has not arrived, so I will pass on your exercises related to time rules first. In addition to the profound meaning of the time rule, this technique also records some details about the primordial beginning realm. For those of you who have just broken through, it is very useful. Su Lang smiled and pressed his hand to Yan Xingxing's head, and immediately started the installation, and instilled, moment of eternity, into him. Suddenly, Yan Xingxing felt that countless exercises were imprinted in his soul, completely integrated and indelible forever. It contains some secrets of time rules, and some other knowledge about the elementary level, which benefited him immensely. Stars kowtow to the patriarch for the gift. Yan Xingxing thanked Su Lang deeply and immediately returned to his position. Immediately after, Su Lang successively instilled the basic exercises to the rest of the early powers. The new primordial powerhouses were shocked and excited to look at the endless exercises in their minds. Those warriors on the heavenly continent are the most incredible, because they only found out after they got the exercises taught by Su Lang. What Su Lang instilled in them was not any obscure content, and let them directly understand and master a super elementary exercise method, and directly master the level of the founder. This completely exceeded their imagination and cognition. Quickly, the people who knew that Su Lang couldn't make sense no longer thought about it. They bowed deeply to Su Lang and were grateful. In Su Lang's gaze, it fell on Zhang Wenzheng and others. Everyone, I also have a book about the future time exercises. Su Lang smiled and said, I can instill it in you until tomorrow. This statement came out. Zhang Wenzheng and others couldn't help being shocked again. They never expected. Su Lang had just been promoted to the supreme beginning stage, and he had actually mastered the future time exercises. This is too bad. Immediately after, Zhang Wenzheng and the others kowtowed to Su Lang with great gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty Su Lang, the infinite emperor of the universe. Get up all. Next, I will announce one more thing. I have a weapon called a super humanoid weapon. Su Lang smiled slightly. This weapon can combine your strengths into one, condensing a terrifying attack. Hear this. Even Phoenix was extremely shocked. It is important to know that those who are too junior and strong are unique. The secret arts and weapons that can combine the power of the warriors in the early days are almost non-existent. But now, Su Lang actually has a weapon that can condense hundreds of powers from the beginning, which is too exaggerated, however. What Phoenix didn't expect was that he still underestimated Su Lang's defying nature. This weapon consists of 120,000 parts in total. Each part can be stationed in a powerful person in the early stage. Moreover, in the future, parts can be added to this weapon to increase the upper limit of the number of troops stationed in Taichu. Su Lang looked around at the crowd and said indifferently, as if he was not talking about something remarkable. Phoenix, Zhang Wenzheng and others heard this. They were already shocked and numb, and they trembled like an electric shock again, in disbelief, staring at Su Lang intently. A weapon composed of 120,000 parts. A total of 120,000 powerful people from the primordial realm can be settled. You can even add parts later to increase the number of warriors stationed. This weapon is simply the most terrifying weapon in the universe. If there are really 120,000 primordial powerhouses stationed in superhumanoid weapons at the same time, the power that can be gathered is absolutely unimaginable. At present, this weapon is still quasi-primary level, so I will not use the superhumanoid weapon for the time being. I will wait until I increase its level. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, however, this time will not be too long, just a few days. Chapter 1982, Phoenix who surrendered, a few days. In a few days, can the quasi-primary weapon be promoted to 2 junior? Could it be that His Majesty Su Lang is actually an extremely junior crafting master with defying craftsmanship? Phoenix looked at Su Lang in horror. Soon it noticed that the primaries around him were not shocked, but pleasantly surprised. I immediately understood that my speculation was true. In addition to the heaven-defying methods used to bring up 2 low-level powerhouses, Su Lang also possesses heaven-defending refining skills. At this time, just now, the 500 Taichu plan has completely ended. The next step is to wait for me to promote the super-humanoid weapon to 2 junior. You guys should disperse first. It is time to consolidate the realm of cultivation, and it is time to try to break through. Su Lang smiled slightly and waved everyone away. Yes, His Majesty Su Lang, the stalwart Emperor Su Lang. Everyone saluted, and immediately all dispersed. After Xianxia and others will consolidate their realm, they will continue to build incense statues. At the same time, people will be sent to further guide the countless creatures of Tianmen continent into the spiritual internet world. Zhang Wenzheng and other veteran players will return to his cave to try to break through. The hundreds of newly promoted Taichu in the Heavenly Misty continent were almost all the strong guards on the 100,000 Heavenly Misty constellation. They want to return to the line of defense of the Celestial Star Group, while consolidating the realm of cultivation, while continuing to stick to their posts. So, how about you, Phoenix? Su Lang's gaze fell on Phoenix. Where are you going next? The Phoenix is willing to follow in the footsteps of His Majesty Su Lang, the Emperor of the Boundless Universe. Strengthen step by step, conquer the land of the boundless world, defeat Emperor Yuanmingzhou, and save the boundless universe. Phoenix crawled on the ground, with a respectful and sincere voice. Before the Phoenix has offended Your Majesty, please discipline Your Majesty, although you die. I have already said about it. Although you are a bit arrogant, but for the sake of fighting for the boundless world, I won't punish you. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and immediately asked with interest, by the way, I previously suspected that there was a problem with your brain, right? Hear this. This, in fact, was suppressed for too long. A trace of embarrassment suddenly appeared in Phoenix's eyes, and just after Nirvana, my brain is really not good enough, now it's much better. It's actually true. No wonder you are so arrogant as if you have only one tendon. Su Lang's mouth twitched, and immediately smiled. Since your head is not working well, I don't even bother to punish you. Yes, thank your majesty for forgiveness. Phoenix immediately bowed his head and thanked him. Okay. The phoenix shouldn't fall to the ground, get up. Su Lang smiled slightly and lifted the phoenix from the ground. Phoenix also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and was very happy. Except when he was killed, he fell to the ground for the first time in billions of years. Now I can finally get up. Correct. Su Lang suddenly asked, are there any other people in your Phoenix clan besides you? Hear this. Of course, the Phoenix family is immortal. It's just that my people have all died in battle, and they are probably suppressed in the Tianting continent. Or it may be swallowed by Emperor Yuanmingzhou and sealed forever, and the sun will disappear. Phoenix's eyes were a little dim, but when he looked at Su Lang, a bright light burst out again. In his view, a new leader of the boundless universe like Su Lang can definitely regain the Tianting continent and rescue the Beast clan. Do not worry, I will save them. There are also the Qilin family, the Shenlong family, the Xuanwu family, Gourmet, Changqi, Kunpeng, Golden Crow. The previous Bai Yi Rin belonged to the Bai-blooded Qilin clan, you can also talk to her. Su Lang saw Phoenix's hope and replied with a smile. Simultaneously, he also understood the heaven-defying nature of Phoenix immortality. Even if you die, you can continue to rebirth from nirvana, which is really the darling of the universe. It is good. Then, Your Majesty Su Lang, can I live in your life universe in the future? Phoenix said with great eagerness, I may be able to reach the quasi-eternal state when I practice there. Chapter 1983, Receive Phoenix, Give Treasure Tree. Although he can quickly return to the peak state. But even when he recovered to the peak, he was only in the Qian primordial stage. The Phoenix knows the horror of Emperor Yuanmingzhou. And Emperor Yuanmingzhou was more than one person. Under the command of this horrible existence, there are countless army of strong men. The Buddhism in Tianmi continent is just a betrayer that Emperor Yuanmingzhou has conquered in the boundless universe. As an emperor of the universe, as the ruler of another natural universe, the powerful people surrounded by Emperor Yuanmingzhou are simply countless. Qian is too early, it's really not that strong. In the eyes of Phoenix, Su Lang will eventually become the existence of Yuanmingzhou Emperor's level. And he, and other boundless powerhouses, it must be strong and reach a higher realm, enough to deal with the powerful under Emperor Yuanmingzhou. In this way, only then can Su Lang concentrate on dealing with Emperor Yuanmingzhou. The odds of winning in the final battle will be greater. Do you want to live in the universe of life? You were talking about the universe of Nirvana before. Su Lang smiled slightly, that is the Yinghua universe, one of my 10 life universes. What? One of the 10 life universes. His Majesty Su Lang, the Emperor of the boundless universe, has 10 universes of life. Phoenix was stunned by Su Lang's words. It was the first time that he heard of someone possessing 10 life universes. Yes, except for the world transformed by the crystal wall cells. For life universes like the Dantian universe, I have 10, and the other 9 are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and scenery. The planets in these 10 living universes are all core fragments of the boundless world. Before your nirvana, the luminous universe is the core fragment with the pure fire system avenue. The corner of Su Lang's mouth was young. Phoenix couldn't betray anyway, it didn't hurt to tell him these secrets. Hiss. All are the core fragments of the infinity realm. Phoenix asked in shock, I'm afraid that it's not the only remaining core fragments that are on your majesty. Not bad. The descendants left behind by the last emperor of infinite universe included human race and fragments of infinite realm. Su Lang smiled and nodded. The remaining fragments of the infinite realm formed a small galaxy, which is the predecessor of my 10 life universe. That's it. Phoenix nodded suddenly. Then, I would like to enter your majesty's gloomy universe to practice, and I hope your majesty will allow it. Of course can, but from now on you have to follow my command completely. Su Lang nodded slightly. With your arrogant temperament, can you accept it? Can. Before your majesty, I am not qualified to be arrogant. Phoenix nodded solemnly and seriously. Your majesty Su Lang told me to go east and I will go east, and if you let me go west, I will go west. Ha ha ha, that's it. Su Lang laughed and said immediately, if you trust me so much, I will give you a gift too. This statement came out. Phoenix suddenly showed surprise and looked forward to it. This gift is a peculiar treasure named Qibao Miaoshu. Using this treasure, you can take away the weapons in the enemy's hands, and it is difficult for the enemy to resist. Su Lang smiled lightly. The reason why he planned to use the 7 treasure tree for Phoenix was because he couldn't control too many weapons. The Qibao Miaoshu is an auxiliary weapon. It is a good choice to make the Phoenix hold it and support it during the battle. Immediately after, Su Lang took out the 7 treasure tree. Suddenly, a brightly colored, exquisite and translucent colorful tree appeared in front of Phoenix, full of weird and powerful aura. 7 treasure tree. I seem to have heard of magical powers similar to this treasure. But it has been lost for a long time before the battle of the Infinite Realm. Phoenix's eyes lit up, staring at Qibao Miaoshu, obviously very satisfied. As a phoenix, he is full of face control. The beauty of this treasure of Qibao Miaoshu has reached its peak, and it is his favorite. Chapter 1984. Secret, the core origin of the universe, you have heard. Well, I have also heard that it is a guy named Kong Zan who possesses similar supernatural powers. However, his supernatural powers are only colorful divine light, not comparable to this 7 treasure tree. Although this 7 treasure tree is not of high level right now, it will soon become one of the strongest treasures in the universe. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth. He has weapon evolution and enhancement functions, and he is afraid that the Qibao Miaoshu will not be awesome. Kong Zan, I haven't heard of this. It may be the existence that fell before the Great War of the Boundary Realm. Phoenix thought about it, but did not find information about Kong Zan in his memory. Okay. Should be. Now this 7 treasure tree is growing in my void dragon vein. When fighting, I will use it for you. You must hide it in your tail feathers to avoid damage. Su Lang smiled slightly, and immediately gathered the 7 treasure tree into the void dragon vein. Yes, your majesty. Phoenix immediately agreed to Su Lang's request. Next, a few more questions for you. Su Lang groaned and asked, it is said that Emperor Yuanmingzhou has been living in the simple for billions of years, and has barely moved. Do you know what he is doing? The battle between Emperor Yuanmingzhou and the previous Emperor Infinity, naturally will not go unscathed. Phoenix replied, he is probably healing his injuries these years, but he will not let go of his original purpose. Healing, yes, he can't be unscathed. Su Lang nodded slightly and asked, then, what is the purpose of Emperor Yuanmingzhou's invasion of the boundless universe? It's for the origin of the universe and the more cherished core origin of the universe. Emperor Yuanmingzhou has reached the state of eternity, but he wants to completely transcend the universe. Phoenix took a deep breath and replied, therefore, he intends to use the primitive energy that formed the universe, which is also the top energy in the universe, the core origin of the universe. This statement came out. Su Lang immediately raised his eyebrows. Origin of the universe. He has this thing. The last time he killed Zhang Bizu and others, he obtained nearly 10 cosmic origins. After upgrading the system, only 3 were used, and more than 6 were left. Unexpectedly, this kind of energy could even be seen by Emperor Yuanmingzhou, and even regarded it as a target for invasion and plunder. Tisk tut, the origin of this universe is very rare in the universe, right? My system function can convert low-level energy into the origin of the universe. In the future, it may be possible to transform the origin of the universe into the mysterious and powerful core origin of the universe. This is simply a heaven-defying method of turning waste into treasure. Sure enough, it is a system, even the most inconspicuous function is so defying. Su Lang thought in his heart, eyes flashing with excitement. Immediately after, where is the core origin of the universe? Su Lang looked at Phoenix and asked again, what effect does it have? I don't know much about this. Probably at the core of Infinity Realm. The core fragment of the boundless universe may be the core origin. Phoenix replied, the specific effect is even less clear, but it must be very powerful. After all, it is a treasure to the eternal realm. That's it. Su Lang nodded slightly, then asked, you participated in that battle. Personally, what do you think of Emperor Yuanmingzhou? Emperor Yuanmingzhou is a real eternal realm powerhouse, extremely powerful. At the beginning I cultivated to the Qian primordial realm, but I didn't even have the qualifications to meet him. It has a large number of powerful people under his command, including many powerful people in the quasi-eternal realm, and a large number of primordial realms. After the war, some of these powerhouses were brought into their life universe by Emperor Yuanmingzhou, and some returned to the original Yuanming universe. Once the war starts, those strong ones will probably appear immediately. If it weren't for your Majesty Su Lang's appearance, we would have no hope of defeating Emperor Yuanmingzhou. While talking, Phoenix looked at Su Lang, his eyes full of joy. Chapter 1985. Xian Supreme Beginning Realm Boundless Number. Sure enough. However, just give me some time to grow, and I will kill him, Emperor Mingzhou. The corner of Su Lang's mouth outlines a sneer and killing intent. Your Majesty has this potential. Phoenix nodded and said, but you still need to practice carefully, and you can't collapse in the middle. I know. Su Lang nodded slightly, smiled and waved. Well, you can go to my Yingwei universe now. Yes, Your Majesty. The Phoenix took command. Immediately after, Su Lang opened his own magical universe and let Phoenix live in. After. Phoenix is one of his thugs. He must be able to recover better in the magical universe, even surpass his previous glory and reach a higher state. Received the Phoenix. Su Lang's gaze fell on the super-humanoid weapon. When I was in Meteorite Great Thousand territory before, Su Lang has evolved super-humanoid weapons several times. At this time, more than 40,000 parts have evolved on the body of infinity. Most of them are 1-pass grades, and the higher the grade, the fewer the number of parts. There are only 17 parts of Kidu with the highest grade. Its power is equivalent to the quasi-primary weapon of the 14, and it has initially possessed the power of a primordial weapon. At this time, Su Lang intends to evolve it into a real 2 junior weapon. Although the Yudian sword and other weapons have been evolved before, they have also refined 2 low-level weapons for xianxia and others. But the materials harvested by killing Zhang Bizu and others are still a lot. There are even a lot of 2 primary materials that are not used. Su Lang predicted that it should be no problem to evolve all the parts to the Judo level. And after evolution, the remaining miscellaneous materials can also be used for strengthening. Anyway, the enhancement function is not picky at all. Even if it is garbage, as long as there is enough, it can be enhanced once. Quickly, Su Lang sorted out the materials in the storage space. Put the materials needed for evolution into different categories. Immediately after. System. Using designated materials, evolving infinite number parts. Su Lang locked the pre-arranged pieces of materials with his spiritual thoughts and gave instructions to the system. Ding. Consuming Emperor Grade Material Tianli Blood Taoyu 152,524. Godless Grade Material Qian Meteorite Sacred Stone 452. Successful evolution. With the system prompt, a large amount of materials disappeared out of thin air. In the boundless number, those 80,000 parts that had never evolved before suddenly all evolved into a godless soldier. The overall strength of the infinite has reached the 16th level quasi-primary power. Continue to evolve. System. Use specified materials. Su Lang kept giving orders, and countless materials quickly disappeared. And the parts of Boundless have been continuously evolving. Finally, all parts have reached the level of Judo Godless Soldier. Infinite has become a super weapon composed of 120,000 9-crossing Godless Soldiers as parts. Just a 9-crossing Godless Soldier is very powerful. A full 120,000 Godless Soldiers complement each other. Immediately pushed the conventional power of infinity to the junior level of Sanyantai. But this is not over yet. System. Start 1 key enhanced function. Consume designated materials to strengthen the infinite number. Su Lang locked some useless materials in the storage space and issued instructions again. Ding. Consume. The infinite number has been strengthened successfully. Ding. Consume. Quote. 3 consecutive strengthening reminders sounded. Infinite number of parts generally reach the level of strengthening 3 times. This allowed the power of the boundless to rise again, and the conventional power reached the Xian Taichu level. It's just the power of infinity. The fundamental purpose of Su Lang's creation of boundless is to gather the power of the strong. Waiting for a large number of powerhouses of the primordial realm to settle in the infinity, it will surely be able to make it play an extremely terrifying power. Even if it is the number of powerhouses in the primordial beginning realm currently under Su Lang. If all of them are stationed in the infinite, it is estimated that they can also exert the power of the Qian primordial realm. And Su Lang is the owner of the most infinite number. With it, you will be able to exert the power of time rules far beyond your own realm. Chapter 1986. A group of uninvited guests, for example, the methods in Future Good Fortune Mystery. Although Su Lang has mastered it, his strength is not enough to use. However, with the help of the boundless number that can exert the power of the Qi Yan primordial realm, you can use the powerful methods in the exercises. Humph. If you had the current infinity in the battle with Zhang Bizu and others. Many of my subordinates have settled in them, and one finger can press the dead bell, don't forget the early strong ones. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a satisfied smile. Immediately after, and at this moment, he suddenly received a message from xianxia via the spiritual internet. As the master of the spiritual internet, Su Lang is the God who controls the overall situation, able to overlook and hear any movement in the spiritual internet world. Wherever xianxia and others are, as long as you log into the spiritual internet, you can contact Su Lang. The news from xianxia made Su Lang very interested. Outside the 100,000 heavenly misty stars, a group of strong people actually appeared. It contains more than 20 taichu. However, the identity of this group of powerhouses is very strange, claiming to be the ancient witches who broke away from the boundless world many billions of years ago. And their purpose of coming is actually to enter the continent of heaven. Which, perhaps it is the Wu clan in the primordial era. I mentioned Kong Zan in front of Phoenix before. Although he has no impression, he has heard of magical powers similar to the Seven Treasure Tree. In this way, it can be speculated that the prehistoric era in the ancient Chinese mythology is a very long period before the Great War of the Boundless World. In the ancient times, the newborn phoenix had never heard of the things and legends of the ancient times. The human race can learn about the primordial land completely because the past dynasties have lived on the core fragments of the boundless world without any barriers. As the core of the boundless realm, the blue star bears the mark of the primordial era and records countless fragments of the era, including the primordial era. Su Lang pondered silently, and with a thought, he arrived in the 100,000 heavenly misty stars through the transportation network. Yes, the Tianmen star group has been merged into the internet by Su Lang. As the first line of defense, the 100,000 heavens misty star group is also included in the scope of the spiritual internet and the transportation network. The warriors inside can log on to the spiritual internet and meet relatives far away in the heavenly continent. They can also use the transmission internet to obtain extremely terrifying mobility and support in battle at any time. At this moment, 27 powerful men from the beginning, and thousands of quasi-primordial powerhouses are suspended outside the 100,000 celestial array. You wait to quickly open the big formation, let us in. We are the Wu clan from the ancient times of Boundless Realm. I left Boundless Realm after the catastrophe, independent of one side. Now that the infinite realm is in trouble, it has turned into 4 continents. We should take over and guard the last line of defense of the Tianmen continent. Don't let go. Do you really want to try our witchcraft? Do you have to beat you down to get convinced? One by one, the powerful Wu clan stared at the heavenly continent martial artists in the big formation with expressions of gaze, and they kept humming in their mouths. In the big array, Zhang Wenzheng and others have arrived at the first time. The 500 newly promoted Taichu also gathered together, staring at the Wu clan outside. Listen to the Wu clan outside. Recently we just killed dozens of 2 junior traitors. If you are also sent by Tianmi continent to play tricks, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. What kind of Wu clan? It is ridiculous that it will enter the heavenly Miao continent as soon as it comes. In the formation, Zhang Wenzheng and the others didn't mean to open the formation at all. And after hearing the words of those witches, they sneered again and again. They have maintained the Tianmen continent for billions of years, and these witches have never appeared before. At this time, they want to run to be the masters, which is a laugh. Humph, even our Wu clan don't know. You people are really ignorant. Forget it, since you don't listen to what you say well, then we let you see our strength. The witches had a violent personality at the beginning, and after being refused to taunt, they immediately started to do it. Chapter 1987. The unexpected witch. They were cut off by the big formation, and I don't know how many early powers there are. But according to intelligence, there are only a few dozen, and they are not afraid at all. And at this moment, hold on, a faint voice spread all around. Immediately after, those witches found that Zhang Wenzheng and others pushed aside to both sides, forming a wide passage. Even Zhang Wenzheng waited for everyone to kneel down respectfully. Okay, here is the one who can decide. Seeing this scene, the witches suddenly changed their expressions and looked into the big formation. Soon they looked at each other in astonishment, because they discovered that the person who came was actually a very young man. No matter how you look at it, you can't see the breadth of years in the man. Is this their leader? It's so young, fake it. According to my guess, he has hardly experienced the baptism of a long river of time. This son is so young that he is actually praised as a leader by the Tianmen continent. Is there no one in the Tianmen continent? HMPH, the heavenly misty continent is so weak, we should rule it. Quote. Seeing that Su Lang was so young, the witches suddenly felt contemptuous and sneered. At the same time, Su Lang looked at the more than 20 primordial witches and thousands of quasi-primordial witches in front of him, and he was suddenly stunned. Because these witches are different from the image of witches in his imagination. In imagination, the Wu clan is a very large figure, with a strong physical body, and most of its faces are firm and rough. And the witches should be more fond of playing with small animals, such as playing with snakes, just wear snakes on their ears, but the group of witches in front of them is very different from the imagination. But I saw them wearing large cloaks and long robes, mostly black, with very mysterious patterns on the robes. Under the cloak, the light of wisdom flashed in his eyes. The most conspicuous are the ***** and sticks in their hands. It is very powerful, comparable to a very basic weapon. Moreover, through the weapon recognition, Su Lang discovered that there was another powerful and mysterious power on the stick, and he felt like he was able to use a small force to defeat a strong force. The ***** in the hands of the Wu clan at the beginning are even more huge planets. They use the planet as their weapon. The only thing that is closer to imagination is that the bodies of this group of witches are very powerful, even comparable to two basic weapons. How could this group of witches be like this? Isn't everyone playing snakes, wands and planets? Could it be that after they withdrew from the stage during the Lich catastrophe of the primordial era, they left their homes, walked far away, and embarked on other roads? Su Lang was very surprised, and immediately called out the attribute panel of the witches. However, the leader is named Yinghua, a Qian primordial realm. And based on various details, Su Lang speculated that Yinghua's strength was also very strong among Qi Yan. Except besides, the remaining 26 primordial primaries are basically about 3 generations and 4 generations, and 2 of them are from the first stage. Qian is too early, and it looks more powerful than the same level. No wonder you have the guts to enter the heavenly misty continent. Before the phoenix recovers, I can only use superhumanoid weapons to fight against them. However, their purpose is to lead the heavenly misty continent to resist Yuan Mingzhou Emperor. They can be regarded as a group of people. As a last resort, I still won't fight them. Well, just show them their muscles. Su Lang thought so, and took out the superhumanoid weapon with his hand. Rumble, a huge superhumanoid weapon appeared in front of everyone, like an extremely vast mecha. What is this? It has the aura of the Xian primordial stage. This is a superhumanoid weapon, the superhumanoid weapon that His Majesty Su Lang said. His Majesty Su Lang said just now that the superhumanoid weapon is only the quasi-primary level. At this time, it has become the Xian level. It's really against the sky. This superhumanoid weapon can condense our strength, so that we can work together to deal with the enemy. After Zhang Wenzheng saw the brand new superhumanoid weapon, everyone was extremely surprised, and immediately ecstatic. Simultaneously, the powerful Wu clan outside saw the superhumanoid weapons, and they were shocked and unbelievable. Chapter 1988. 120,000 people stationed in humanoid weapons, this. I didn't expect to see a refining concept similar to ours in the Tianmen continent. Not only that, for the existence of refining this unique weapon, its refining attainments are definitely deeper than ours. From the surface of this weapon, I can't see any flaws at all, it's just perfect. Yinghua and other early powerhouses of the Wu clan all opened their eyes wide, looking at the superhumanoid weapon in shock. The witch alchemy developed by them kept flashing in their minds. It is also refining various parts, and finally put them together to form a powerful weapon, but among the materials used in their witch family alchemy, there are not only the cold heaven and earth treasures, but also various powerful flesh and blood bodies. Among them, the body of the strong is one of their favorite alchemy materials. Such as the fragments of the soul of the great emperor, such as the soul of the supreme emperor, such as the fragments of the body of the beginning. And among the witches, the reverence for knowledge is absolute. The existence of powerful alchemy can be worshipped by countless witches, and even more advanced powerhouses. Because their witches are naturally good at the body, but they don't have the soul, only the soul origin. This makes it extremely difficult for them to understand and master all kinds of mysterious knowledge. Scholars with countless knowledge are the most respected existence. Among these witches with countless knowledge, the witches with knowledge of alchemy are more popular. Because they can help others refine weapons, witch formations, and potions, and most directly enhance others' strength. The rest of the knowledge, such as a certain secret technique, even if taught by words and deeds, is very difficult for the Wu clan to master. In addition, relative to the profound meaning of the mysterious and mysterious, alchemy appears to be more traceable and faster to learn, which completely establishes the position of alchemy in the witch race, at this time. The early powers such as Ying Hua saw superhumanoid weapons similar to the alchemy concept of the witch. It is almost equivalent to seeing a great being with super alchemy. Even if this person is not a member of the witch clan, it still makes them respectful. And at this moment, 100,000 days of the Phantom Star Cluster. Everyone, enter the superhumanoid weapon according to the serial number. Su Lang looked around at all his subordinates, gave orders loudly, took out a large number of serial number tokens, and fell into the hands of Xianxia, Zhang Wenzheng and others while waving his hands. In addition to more than 502 junior strong, 100,000 quasi-primary, the Supreme Emperor Strong also got the token. Yes, Your Majesty Su Lang, the Emperor of the Boundless Universe. Yan Engxing and the others were so excited that they took the token and bowed to Su Lang on one knee. Those quasi-Taichu and Supreme Emperors were most excited. They never thought that they could get the favor of Su Lang and be qualified to be stationed in superhumanoid weapons. When everyone kneeled, bright beams of light were projected onto the warriors from the superhumanoid weapon. For an instant, 100,000 warriors were transferred to the parts of the superhumanoid weapon. Not only that, Su Lang also released all his clones, avatars, and twin avatars. Using Baiying's clone again, it turned into more than 9,000 super primary clones with second-generation combat power. Soon, these clones have also entered parts of superhumanoid weapons. 100,000 quasi-Taichu, Supreme Emperor plus more than 9,000 clones, and Yangxingxing Zhang Wenzheng and more than 500 Taichu. The number of warriors stationed in superhumanoid weapons suddenly reached 119,999. Only one person, immediately after, the superhumanoid weapon's head and eyebrow projected the largest and brightest beam of light, leading Su Lang to the core parts. So far, the 120,000 parts of superhumanoid weapons have all settled in powerful warriors. Inside a huge superhumanoid weapon, Su Lang floats in the space of the core parts, perfectly controlling the control of the superhumanoid weapon. He seems to have an indomitable and junior mecha. At this time, the superhumanoid weapon, with the joint blessing of a full 120,000 powerful people, is already infinitely close to the combat power of the Bayan Prime Beginning Realm. Chapter 1989, Close to the combat power of the Bayan Prime Beginning Stage, Humph. Previously, it was speculated that the 500 Great Beginnings were stationed in superhumanoid weapons, and that they could enter the 7th generation realm. It was true. Now that there are more than 110,000 more martial artists, and more than 9,000 clones, they are about to enter the Bayan Taichu level. With such a powerful force, if these witches go one by one, no one is my opponent. Of course, if they attacked in groups, it would be a little troublesome. But I don't want to fight them either. I just want to shock them. The current strength should be enough. Su Lang faintly looked at Ying Hua and others outside the big formation, and various thoughts flashed in his mind. At the same time, outside the big array, the powerful witch clan powerhouses who were terrified by the superhumanoid weapons were even more shocked. They couldn't even think of breaking their heads. That powerful humanoid weapon could actually be stationed in warriors, bringing together the power of powerful warriors. This kind of function is simply against the sky. At this time, even if there is a big blockade, it hides the breath. They all felt the deadly threat from the superhumanoid weapon. Just then, a crack appeared in the vast array of 100,000 heavenly ethereal stars that lay across the void. Rumble, an incomparably terrifying and vast aura descended on the witches through the cracks. In an instant, the faces of all the witches changed wildly. This is the aura close to the beginning of Bayan. Their weapon condenses many powerful players, and they actually possess a power that is extremely close to that of Bayan Tai. With such a terrifying power, none of us is an opponent. If it is a siege, we may be difficult to defeat even if we pay a heavy price. Unexpectedly, the real situation in Tianmen continent is completely different from the intelligence we got. According to the intelligence of that group of cultivators, the strongest person in the Tianmen continent should be only Lu Yan. Yeah, and they also said that it was the latest information. Now it seems that they were wrong. Quote. The witch clan's primordial powers were horrified and talked, and there was a strong fear in their hearts for Su Lang's superhumanoid weapons. Dear friends of the witch race, now, do you still want to enter the heavenly misty continent and become the leader of everyone? Su Lang controlled the superhumanoid weapon to emit vibrating void energy fluctuations, forming a deafening sound. Are you the ruler of the Tianmen continent now? With this magical humanoid combination weapon, you are indeed very strong. Yinghua took a deep breath and said solemnly, but you have to know that we are facing Emperor Yuanmingzhou. If I control this weapon. Don't even think about it. Why should I give you my weapon? You have such a big face. In addition, in the billions of years after the Battle of the Boundless Realm, you hide your head and show your tail. Have you ever resisted the forces of Emperor Yuanmingzhou? Su Lang interrupted Yinghua directly and sneered, now, as soon as he appears, he will live to rule the continent. Don't you think you are ridiculous? This statement came out. The witches suddenly sneered. We all the powerful Wu clan participated in the Battle of the Boundless Realm, and as a result all those who participated in the war died. Our witch civilization has gone backwards for 5 billion years, and only now has it recovered some vitality. And as soon as we had some combat power, we ventured out to resist Emperor Yuanmingzhou. You said, is our Wu clan that kind of despicable and shameless person? Now I am the strongest person. Put aside my attachment to power and let me lead you. There is only one purpose, and that is to resist Yuanmingzhou Emperor. Yinghua looked at Su Lang coldly, his face solemn, and a trace of death in his eyes. Ha ha, Yinghua, you are indeed better. However, Qi Yan Taichu will soon appear in our Tianmen continent. And I can tell you clearly, there is more than one Qian strong. In addition, let me tell you that my current strength is less than Xian, but I am revered as the boundless emperor of this term. Su Lang smiled faintly. Yinghua, do you want to know why everyone trusts me? Hear this. The witch clan powerhouses suddenly appeared astonished. Chapter 1990. Come in if you want to know. What? He said he has less than the strength of Xian Taichu. With such a strength, even I can't defeat it. How can I command everyone and become the great majesty Emperor Zhou? Yes, Emperor Infinite Universe, is the title of the ruler of the entire Infinite Universe. How can he be qualified for this in the beginning of the 4 emperors? But he has already been respected by those early powers as His Majesty the Boundless Emperor Zhou. Why is that? Quote. The strong men of the witch clan looked at each other and talked a lot. Their faces and words were incredible. You only have less than the elementary combat power of Xian. Yinghua looked at the superhumanoid weapon in a daze. You, how on earth are you revered as the Emperor of Infinite Universe? Ha ha ha, if you want to know, you can enter the formation to see. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth. You can use your clone, and the rest can come in and take a look. This statement came out. Yinghua and the others suddenly changed their expressions, and a deep curiosity arose in their hearts. They also wanted to see what happened in Tianmen continent. Why is the situation here very different from what was expected? They were not afraid of being entrapped by Su Lang. After all, just put a clone in. At their level, the low-level clones can be condensed easily. It is good. Then we will gather the clone to go in and take a look. Don't you let us in and just look at the scenery and it's over. Quote. Yinghua and the others looked at each other, exchanged their eyes. Zan even condensed one by one clone, quickly. All the powerful witches gathered a clone, and a large group of people flew into the formation. When passing through the gap between the formation barriers, Tai Chu, who was proficient in alchemy and the side of the witch formation among the powerful witches, immediately saw the extraordinariness of this huge array. Although the overall defensive power of this formation is only Sanyan Taichu stage. But the defensive range is extremely vast, and a sphere has formed to envelop the entire celestial continent. It must be known that the Tianmen continent is a quarter of the boundless world. I don't know how vast the area is. The formation that can envelop the entire heavenly misty continent, just this scale makes all the powerful Wu clan ***** cold. If they were to refine the formation and devote the power of the whole clan, it would take countless time and would not be able to complete 1/10,000th of this formation. This formation is called the 100,000 Heavens Misty Star Group Great Formation. A total of 392 million array units are composed. The formation is basically arranged by the strong people under my command. I just improved the formation unit later, so that the power of each formation unit increased 10,000 times. In the past, this formation seemed to have only the defensive power of the first elemental stage. Seeing that many people in the Wu clan were observing the formation, Su Lang smiled and introduced it. And this statement came out. The witches suddenly looked unbelievable at first. They all know that Su Lang is very, very young. And these formations can only be mastered through years of research. It is almost impossible for young people to master high-level formations. Even if you are talented, it is impossible to be as powerful as such a terrifying level. But at this moment, voices came from the super-humanoid weapon. Looking at your disbelief, we need to correct your mistakes. These formation units are indeed improved by His Majesty Su Lang, the Great Infinite Emperor. His Majesty Su Lang's formation skills are many times beyond what we don't know, and he has even reached the level of horror that can form an array. You hidden in the depths of the universe, ignorant Wu clan have not seen it before. It is hard to believe how His Majesty Su Lang arranged the formation. Zhang Wenzheng and the others uttered one after another, so that Yinghua and the others were stunned. What? A thought is formed. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are lying with that Su Lang. Yinghua and the others were surprised, and immediately shook their heads again, completely distrusting what Zhang Wenzheng and others were saying. I don't seem to show it personally. You really don't want to believe me. Su Lang smiled faintly, and the formations appeared out of thin air while waving his hands, trapping the avatars of Yinghua and others. Chapter 1991. The brains of these people are really stubborn for an instant. Yinghua and others were dumbfounded. They clearly know that there is no formation near them. At this time, a separate formation appeared out of thin air, separating everyone's clones alone. This is incredible. A thought is formed. It turned out to be true. Could it be that Su Lang really has such a terrifying formation skills? No, it shouldn't be that Su Lang. It may be that the other powerful array wizards have arranged the formation, but they have pushed the function to Su Lang's head. Yes, he is so young, how can he have such a heavenly formation? After Yinghua and others were horrified, they did believe in the existence of a highly accomplished array mage. But they didn't believe it was Su Lang who was the array master. Lying down. The brains of these people are really stubborn. Seeing this scene, Su Lang suddenly shook his head helplessly, and then flew out of the super-humanoid weapon. The group of Wu clan is a force against Yuan Mingzhou Emperor. He intends to convince him and earn his subordinates. Your Majesty Su Lang, Your Majesty Emperor Zhou. When Zhang Wenzheng and the others saw Su Lang leaving the super-humanoid weapon, they suddenly exclaimed eagerly. Stay in the formation. Su Lang smiled faintly, and his eyes fell on the avatars of Yinghua and others. At this time, talents such as Yinghua had the opportunity to observe Su Lang carefully. So young. Yes, I just calculated his bone age, it's incredibly short. Me too. I measured it to be 20 years old. This is definitely impossible. Maybe his face has been disguised. Well, he seems to have only the second Yan's realm fluctuation, but his aura is very strong, far surpassing the same level, reaching the point where the third Yan is close to the 4 Yan. Hey, able to have the power to cross a small realm in the primordial realm, this Su Lang is definitely a goddess with terrifying qualifications. At the beginning, the witch races looked at each other one after another, exchanging their own opinions, and their gazes at Su Lang were full of surprise. Just then, do you not believe in my formation skills? Su Lang smiled faintly, and several strange formations appeared in front of everyone in the wave of hands. And these formations came out. At the beginning, the witches all trembled, and their eyes burst. Because the formation that appeared in front of them was absolutely the elementary witch formation of their witch clan. This is the 12 heavens shaking witch formation that we have researched through all the hard work. Oh my god, this witch formation is our unspoken secret. Since researching it out, it has never been spread out. Only a few people know it. How could it appear here? The key point is that it appeared out of thin air, without going through a long process of formation. Could it be that these formations were all arranged by Su Lang's thoughts? Huh, how could he have our formation, and then arrange it in one thought? Fake it. Fake. This must be illusion. At first, the witch races couldn't believe it at all, so they stepped forward to try, however. They were immediately stunned by the power of the formation. Because the formation is indeed real, not an illusion, and it is indeed a witch formation they are extremely familiar with. Suddenly, all of them are like ducks with their necks pinched, their mouths are wide open, but they can't make any sound. They couldn't think of it anyway. These witch formations were placed on the planetary weapons in their hands, and Su Lang immediately grasped it. It's true that the 12 sky-shaking witch formations have been repaired and destroyed. Oh my god, how did it appear? Su Lang really arranged it. Quote. The crowd gradually recovered from the shock and talked in disbelief. At this time, this formation is indeed arranged by me. And I also found a flaw in the formation, right here. Su Lang carried one hand on his back, a slight smile was outlined at the corner of his mouth, and pointed out a flaw in the formation. At first glance, the witch races found out that Su Lang was right. That is indeed a flaw in the formation. Once attacked to this weakness, the formation will immediately fall apart. Chapter 1992. The witches were embarrassed in the beginning, hiss. This, you really arranged it. Did you take a look at the formation on our planet and you learned it? What a terrifying array talent. Quote. The witches took a cold breath at the beginning and looked at Su Lang like ordinary people. Forgot to tell you, that super-humanoid weapon was also made by me. Su Lang looked at the terrified Wu clan Taichu, and smiled faintly. What? Not only do you have a powerful refining attainment, but also refining attainment is so terrifying. This is impossible. Our alchemists will either refine witchcraft, witch formation, or witch medicine. It is impossible to have the attainments of the primordial realm in both directions. Quote. Ying Hua and others shook their heads like rattles. For Su Lang's Dao Qi Dao's attainments are equally powerful, they all can't believe it. But at this moment, you are wrong. Not only do I have attainments in the primordial realm on the array Dao, but also on the alchemy Dao. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he smiled. You should always know the alchemy, one of the 3 ways outside the cultivation way. This. He said that he also has the attainments of the primordial beginning realm with the medicine. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Unless you see it with your own eyes, you will kill you or believe it. Quote. Ying Hua and others all shook their heads, expressing their firm disbelief. Okay, it is necessary for you to see and see with your own eyes. Su Lang smiled slightly, and then took out a godless soldier to resist the sky wall. Immediately after, he stretched out his hand and waved. A large number of colorful burning heaven and wonderful flames suddenly condensed into a transparent pot. Just this colorful burning sky and wonderful flames made Yinghua and others' eyes brighten. Then, in full view, the heavenly wall and a large amount of refining materials were thrown into the cauldron by Su Lang. This time Su Lang did not use system functions to help. After all, it's just raising the level of a godless soldier. With the strength of his current second Yan primal beginning realm, coupled with his powerful refining skills, he can easily complete it. In a blink of an eye, a few minutes passed. In the early horrified eyes of Yinghua and other Wu clan, Su Lang evacuated the colorful burning heaven Miaoyan, revealing the heaven-repelling wall that was promoted to Erdu godless soldier. Hiss. Unexpectedly, I was promoted to a godless soldier in less than a quarter of an hour. I clearly saw all the details in the cauldron. This level of refinement skills is far beyond what I don't know. This Su Lang, he really has this powerful refining skill. Quote. Seeing that Su Lang was promoted to a godless soldier in a short while, a stormy sea raged in the hearts of Ying Hua and others. But then, they discovered that Su Lang had condensed the wonderful strange fire into a transparent furnace. Is it to refine pill? Our Wu clan's potion is this way. Although the form is different, the essence is the same. Quote. Ying Hua and other Wu clan stared at each other in shock at first. Next, Su Lang really began to refine the pill. It also took a very short time to refine a perfect quality 2 primary pill. This is more shocking than raising the level of godless soldiers in a moment. After all, this is too basic a perfect quality medicine. Oh my god, this Su Lang, Master Su Lang really has incredible accomplishments on the Dao Dao Dan Dao at the same time. This must be one of the important reasons why the powerhouses of the heavenly continent regard him as the emperor of the infinite universe. Quote. Ying Hua and others had seen Su Lang's 3 attainments, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. They adore knowledge so much that they are even a little embarrassed. And at this moment, with a thought, Su Lang conveyed orders to Yan Hingxing and Zhang Wenzheng. Suddenly, all of the primordial powerhouses of the heavenly misty continent under his command flew out of the super-humanoid weapon. More than 500 Taichu stood neatly behind Su Lang. Chapter 1993, Born Lord of the Universe, more than 500 strong in the beginning. Ying Hua and the others opened their eyes suddenly, dumbfounded. What? More than 502 junior strong? Our witches have been recuperating for billions of years, and there are only 20 or 30 witches, and we have left a lot of resources from our ancestors. How could the heavenly misty continent have so many primordial powerhouses? I thought they were just quasi-primaries. Unbelievable, unbelievable, how did this happen? Quote. Ying Hua and others talked in disbelief. The scene was as noisy as a vegetable market. And at this moment, I am waiting to reach the primordial stage. All are gifted by His Majesty Su Lang, the great infinite Emperor Zhou. Submit to your Majesty Su Lang, and you will also receive a reward beyond imagination. Yan Hingxing and a group of strong men who had just been promoted to the primordial stage by Su Lang knelt down and bowed. I'm already dead. It was His Majesty Su Lang, the great infinite Emperor, who brought us back to life. At this time we have the hope of stepping into a higher realm. Yuan Xingyuan and others stepped forward and bowed deeply to Su Lang. I will soon be able to break through to the Luyan, and even Qian realm. All of this is also a gift from His Majesty Su Lang, Emperor of Boundless Universe. Zhang Wenzheng, Qin Song and others stepped forward and bowed deeply to Su Lang. Not long ago, I'm waiting even more under the leadership of His Majesty Su Lang, killing 31 strong opponents from the beginning. At this point, our Tianmen mainland has been able to eliminate internal troubles and start to resist external troubles. Miao Ming Yuan added with excitement, and paid homage to Su Lang. More than 500 primordial strong men bowed down to one person at the same time. This is the first time Ying Hua and others have seen it in billions of years of life. This is simply a scene they can't imagine. This, Su Lang, Your Majesty Su Lang is really so powerful. At the beginning of more than 500, he actually created it by himself. It's impossible. How could a primordial warrior in the second development realm personally create so many primordial powerhouses? Even he has resurrected several early powerhouses, among them there are 6 generations of existence. Quote. Ying Hua and others looked at Su Lang in disbelief. Everyone's outlook on life and world was shocked. Suddenly, tweet, an extremely clear and sweet phoenix sound came. Immediately afterwards, a fiery red figure flew out of Su Lang's body, worshipping Su Lang's side. What? Phoenix? It turned out to be a phoenix. I have seen the feathers of a phoenix. This is definitely the purest phoenix. How can the extremely proud phoenix bow to others? Could it be that Su Lang, even Phoenix, is convinced? Quote. Ying Hua and other Wu clan power looked at Phoenix in disbelief, and a tsunami-like storm rose in his heart. As the Wu clan, they fought against the monster clan in a very long time, and the Phoenix is one of them. So they can recognize it accurately. The one who worshipped Su Lang was indeed a phoenix of pure blood. The phoenix is immortal and will never surrender like others. But now, they saw a phoenix surrendering to Su Lang. Even Phoenix was convinced. How amazing is Su Lang? Ying Hua and others have deeply understood that Su Lang definitely possesses means and personality charm beyond imagination. Only in this way can all the powerhouses of the heavenly misty continent and the extremely proud Phoenix surrender. And those means beyond imagination. They saw the 3 ways of refining alchemy by refining the formation and refining, and what those early powerhouses who were kneeling beside Su Lang said. They created 500 early days with one hand. Resurrect the dead early powerhouse. It can also give a huge help to the early powerhouses with advanced cultivation bases. Thought of this, Ying Hua and the others couldn't help shaking slightly. So horrible. Those kinds of heaven-defying methods, even if one person gets one, can become the top primordial powerhouse. And those methods actually gathered together on Su Lang. Su Lang, who possesses those methods, is simply the natural lord of the universe. They Wu clan, let alone who they are, even if they all add up, they are not qualified to compete with Su Lang for the leadership position. Chapter 1994, Let the Witch People See and See, Yinghua. Surrender to the deity. A slight smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. The deity will lead the Wu clan to restore its glory, and even reach a higher level. This statement came out. Ying Hua and other early powers were shocked. As a powerhouse of the primordial stage, standing at the top of the cosmic pyramid, they are undoubtedly proud. The word surrender has never appeared in their lives, or even ever. But now, the reason why they came out was to resist Yuan Mingzhou Emperor. And this needs to condense all the remaining forces of the endless universe and develop and grow. Originally, they thought they were the best candidates to lead the expansion of the boundless universe, but now, compared with Su Lang, the hope they can bring to the boundless universe is simply too slim. Under these circumstances, Ying Hua and others gradually let go of the arrogance and the burden of the strong in their hearts, gradually compromised, and almost acquiesced in the end. But, Your Majesty Su Lang, after all, Ying Hua said, we are not familiar enough with you after all. I hope we can give us some more time. It was only an hour from arriving in Tianmen continent to now. They still don't know enough about the heavenly continent. It's a big deal. Ying Hua is burdened with the fate of the entire Wu clan, he dare not rush. Haha, nothing is impossible. Your clone can move around in the heavenly misty continent. By the way, I also established a spiritual internet and a transmission internet. This is a privileged terminal. Let's try it, it will definitely surprise you. Su Lang laughed, then waved his hand and took out some spirit internet terminal tokens to Ying Hua and others. The so-called privileged terminal. It is the terminal used by Su Lang and his subordinates. Its privileges are mainly manifested in the unrestricted use of the transmission internet. The warriors of ordinary terminals can only teleport to designated locations, similar to a shared teleportation hall. But with a privileged terminal, you can send it to any place covered by the internet. This is just convenient for communication and support. Su Lang gave the privileged terminal to Yinghua and others. It is also to allow them to see this super convenience, and to further generate admiration. At this time, Ying Hua and others got the privileged terminal. Zhang Wenzheng stepped forward to explain the terminal usage to them. Everyone is too rudimentary and strong, and you will know these things as soon as you talk. Quickly, Ying Hua and others entered the spiritual internet world through terminal tokens. Almost instantly, they were all shocked and lost. This world is too real. It is simply the second heavenly misty continent, and there are countless warriors inside, and they easily gather from faraway places to exchange knowledge that they don't have. This made Ying Hua and others immediately think of the difficulty of reviving the Wu clan. The hidden area where the Wu people live is also very large and there are many people. It is precisely because the site is large enough and the population base is large enough. Only the Witch clan can have a new generation of Taichu and a large number of quasi-Taichu. But the vast territory also brought serious obstacles to the exchange of civilizations. This is true for the Tianmen continent. This is especially true for the Witch race, which is already a little behind in civilization. Oh my god, if we have any kind of world that can allow all the witches to communicate unimpeded, how many thoughts and inspirations will have to collide? A huge civilization system often originated from a small inspiration. If we develop for billions of years in such a world, I am afraid that our Wu clan has already developed no weaker than the original boundless world. This world was created by His Majesty Su Lang, a miracle in the entire infinite universe. If our Wu clan can use this world, we will definitely be able to quickly develop a more profound and mysterious Wu clan civilization. Ying Hua and others walked around in the world of the spiritual internet, uttering low exclamations in their mouths. At this time, a young man walked in front of everyone. It was xianxia. Chapter 1995. Tianmen Mainland Exchange Building, Friends of Taoism. You can not only teleport in this illusory world. Using a privileged terminal, you can also send it in the real celestial continent. Yan Hingxing came to Ying Hua and other early powers, and introduced with a smile. He was ordered by Su Lang to serve as a tour guide for Ying Hua and others. Anyway, it is to take the Wu clan group of early powerful people to see other miracles created by Su Lang. Quickly, Ying Hua and others began to try to transmit. When they found out that they could transmit to any place within the coverage of the transmission internet, they were shocked. On their Wu clan continent, because alchemists are scarce, there are even fewer alchemists. So even short-distance teleportation arrays are rare, and long-distance teleportation arrays are even rarer. Often they have to reach a certain place, and it takes a lot of time to hurry. In this time, on the celestial continent, which is larger than their Wu clan continent, it's an incredible miracle to be able to go wherever you want. Hiss. With this means of random transmission, it can not only strengthen communication, but also enhance support capabilities. In just an instant, the power of the entire continent can be consolidated into one. Ying Hua and the others thought about it in shock, and countless horrified eyes flashed in their eyes. Next, Yan Hingxing took them to see the Tianquan army station where Su Lang resurrected countless powerful men. In the place where hundreds of thousands of godless powerhouses and 6 super junior powerhouses were resurrected. After learning that Su Lang actually waved his hand, so many 2 junior powerhouses were resurrected. Ying Hua and others immediately opened their mouths with surprise. They couldn't help thinking of the dead powerhouses in the Wu clan continent. If Su Lang can resurrect them, the Wu clan will have at least 5 more senior primordial powers. Immediately after, Yan Hongxing led everyone to the exchange building again. To benefit from the creation of the Internet of Spiritual Transmission, the exchange buildings do not need to be spread all over the country, just a large headquarters. The exchange building on the Tianmen continent is composed of a continuous group of palaces. The scale is so huge that it can be compared to a giant city. And among the countless exchange houses, it is a huge incense statue of Su Lang. The statue is like a giant peak, lifelike, with a vast and deep gaze overlooking the entire exchange building. Near the exchange building, there are 1,000 teleportation points, allowing the warriors to reach the exchange building easily. Now, the exchange building has been opened. In this first day of opening, there are countless warriors in the entire Tianmen continent, but all those who have spiritual power and can log into the spiritual internet are here. Endless warriors emerged through the teleportation point. Then we walked into the exchange building one after another under the incense statue of Su Lang. The warriors voluntarily banned flying to show respect. In the exchange building, because the power of the Space Avenue was used during construction, so the inside of the exchange building looks much wider than the outside. But even if the exchange building can accommodate hundreds of billions of warriors for exchange business at the same time, it is not enough. Because there are too many warriors on the Tianmen continent. Therefore, the transmission network has actually restricted the transmission flow of the exchange building. Otherwise, let alone trillions, it's normal for trillions of warriors to come at the same time. At this time, Yan Hingxing took Yinghua and the others to stay in the extreme distance and observe with spiritual thoughts. See so many warriors appearing in this place at the same time. Yinghua and others were shocked and puzzled. I don't know where it is. Until Yang Xingxing explained to them the role of the exchange building. Yinghua and other talents suddenly realized that they were shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. What? In this place, can low-level materials be exchanged for high-level materials? And the exchange rate is so low. Isn't this the equivalent of giving high-level materials to low-level warriors for nothing? Is this a gift from His Majesty Su Lang to the entire heavenly misty continent? But, where did Your Majesty Su Lang get so many high-level materials? Even the very basic materials can be exchanged here. This is too generous. Your Majesty Su Lang's cultivation resources are already large enough to give away for nothing. Ying Hua and the others looked at the exchange building in the distance and the giant statue of Su Lang overlooking the earth, and they sucked in cold air. Chapter 1996. The stunned Wu clan from their perspective. In doing so, Su Lang was completely using his treasures to paste those low-level warriors. This is a very loss-making practice. Could it be that Su Lang is making money at a loss? Everyone, His Majesty, the Great Infinite Emperor, is unreasonable. The exchange house seems to be at a huge loss, but in fact, instead of losing money, Your Majesty has integrated the resources of the entire heavenly continent, which is even more useful. Of course, what is the method of His Majesty Su Lang? We don't know. Maybe it is some kind of heaven-defying method to raise the level of materials. Yan Hongxing smiled and introduced to Yinghua and others. In fact, this kind of speculation, Yinghua and others also wanted to get it. The heaven-defying means to improve the level of materials. Could it be the legendary sage alchemy? But, that's just speculation. No one can really master the alchemy of sages. Yinghua and others thought of the alchemy of the sages in their witch clan legends, and felt unbelievable. In the legend of the witch, after the alchemy is promoted to the extreme, it can directly improve the level quality of the treasures of heaven and earth by some means. And this method is called sage alchemy. But what the ultimate of alchemy is, has never been known. It is just the yearning and fantasy of the alchemists of the witch clan. But now, they saw the exchange building. And Su Lang, who built the exchange building, is very likely to have a similar method. This suddenly made the image of Su Lang more stalwart and mysterious in the hearts of the Wu clan Daneng. At this time, everyone, let's go in and see. Yan Xingxing sent an invitation to Hua and others, which was naturally also indicated by Su Lang. Okay, go in and have a look. Ying Hua and the others looked at each other and nodded one after another. Immediately, under the leadership of Yang Xingxing, everyone entered the exchange building. Soon, they saw small lattice-like rooms. These small rooms are basically closed, and the people inside cannot be detected. Occasionally a grid room opens. The warrior inside was happily ran out with excitement, and immediately there was another person rushing in. These grids are set up to protect privacy. No one can know what you have exchanged in the exchange building to prevent murder and treasure from happening. There is no staff in the grid, everything is exchanged for self-service. Because this place is controlled by a super junior clone of His Majesty Su Lang, and with the assistance of the spiritual internet server, it is enough to make the exchange building run at full capacity. Yan Engxing introduced it with a smile, and then said, "Do you want to try it?" Ying Hua and the others looked at each other, and immediately nodded. Immediately after waiting for the empty grid room, they got in. Sure enough, there is no staff in the grid, there is only a screen on which there is an emotional spirit. This divine mind is the spiritual internet server. Exchangers can inquire about the items and ratios that can be exchanged through this divine mind. When the changer makes a decision, the server will feed back to Su Lang's clone. Immediately afterwards, he was authorized by Su Lang to use the clone of unlimited storage space to complete the storage and distribution of items. That's all for one exchange. At this time, Ying Hua and the others used their clones to enter the Tianmen continent without any treasures. They flipped through the grids to look at the nearly unlimited exchangeable list, and their eyes were about to fall out of shock. But see the redemption list. Not only are there items that are too elementary, but they are also not ordinary goods. It's all kinds of precious 2 elementary materials, perfect quality 2 elementary pill, extremely rare and powerful 2 elementary weapons, and even the infinitely valuable original of the original technique. Even, not on the list, you can also write down your expected items in the message, describing the item's name, appearance, characteristics and more. When the desired item appears, you will receive a reminder from the Spirit Internet Terminal, and then come to redeem. Chapter 1997. Ying Hua and others are heartbroken. Look at the precious treasures that are too basic. Ying Hua and others coveted almost to get into the screen. They even wished to rush over with all their belongings immediately and exchange everything they wanted. However, they can't do it now. Can only look at the countless treasures in the redeemable list, but cannot redeem, at this moment. Ying Hua and others' thoughts of joining Su Lang's command became stronger. As long as you join in, you can redeem these treasures. Once they get these treasures, they have a high probability of breaking through. Not only them, and the whole Wu clan. If the entire Wu clan can enjoy the benefits of the exchange building, then the Wu clan's strength can definitely skyrocket. This is also an irresistible temptation for Hua and others. In the grid room, Ying Hua and the others stayed for a long time, until the time limit expired, was forced out of the room by the exchange building. Everyone, this exchange building is a boon for the entire Tianmen continent. If you join in with the Wu clan, you can also enjoy the same benefits. In addition, if you still know the rest of the situation, take them to join in, you can also get the rest of the reward from His Majesty Su Lang. According to Su Lang's instructions, Yan Xingxing said with a smile to Ying Hua and others. This statement came out, Ying Hua and others' eyes brightened. Taoist Yang Xingxing, I wonder what kind of treasures His Majesty Su Lang will reward. With deep curiosity and expectation, Ying Hua asked Yan Xingxing. At least it's 2 basic treasure. Perhaps it is 100 perfect quality 2 primary pill. Perhaps it is a very powerful weapon 2 junior. Perhaps it is to come up with 102 basic exercises, and you can pick them at will. Or, directly instill a copy of Taichu exercises into your soul, so that you can instantly master that exercise to the level of the founder. Yan Xingxing laughed, and Ying Hua and the others were short of breath, especially when I heard the last words Yan Engxing said. The ability to directly instill the founder's level of exercises is unbelievable and can be called a fantasy. Taoist Yang Xingxing, what you said is true. His Majesty Su Lang can actually instill a founder-level super primary technique. Ying Hua took a deep breath and asked incredulously. Of course, otherwise, why do you think we have so many primaries? Could it be possible to pile up so many primaries just by piling up resources? Yan Hingxing laughed and said, we still have to rely on His Majesty Su Lang to help us get promoted. When Ying Hua and the others listened, they suddenly remembered the 500 taichu that appeared behind Su Lang before, including the Yan star in front of him. At first glance, it looked like it had just broken through. It is impossible for 500 statues to break through at the same time under normal circumstances. There can only be one explanation. It was Su Lang who helped them get promoted at the same time. It turned out to be true. His Majesty Su Lang can really instill the exercises, which is straightforward. This method is simply too bad. Ying Hua and other elders of the Wu clan thought so, with shocked and dull expressions on their faces. Immediately after, Taoist Xianxia, to be honest, we already want to join His Majesty Su Lang, but His Majesty Su Lang has followed. However, we still want to see the methods of His Majesty Su Lang with our own eyes. In addition, we intend to persuade an elementary force who is as far away as us from the depths of the universe to join His Majesty Su Lang. Ying Hua finally couldn't help it, expressing his wish to join, and even pulled others to join. Ha ha ha, His Majesty Su Lang said. It's not only the elementary forces, but any forces that are interested in resisting Emperor Mingzhou, as long as they pass the test loyally, they will all be accepted. We want to gather the power of the entire infinite universe against Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. Yan Xingxing laughed and asked immediately, by the way, what is the name of the two elementary power that fellow Taoist said? That force is called the Cultivation World. Ying Hua replied, the warrior inside calls himself a monk. Chapter 1998. Half-step eternity incarnate in the world, what? Cultivation of 10,000 realms. Su Lang, who was monitoring Yinghua and others through the mental internet, raised his eyebrows, revealing a touch of surprise. Cultivation of all realms. He is familiar with this thing, to be precise, he has heard of it many times on Blue Star. At that time, when the world of comprehension was mentioned, no young people didn't know it. And this time, in one of the centers of this endless universe, on the Tianmen continent, Su Lang unexpectedly heard the word again. Well, it's just a coincidence of names. Or is it really similar to the familiar world of cultivation? Yan Hengxing asked carefully the cultivation world. With a thought, Su Lang gave instructions to Yang Xingxing. In the exchange building, Yan Hengxing immediately obeyed Su Lang's order, and made detailed inquiries to corresponding Hua. Immediately after, through Ying Hua's narrative, Su Lang had a more detailed understanding of the cultivation world. And this cultivation world is really similar to the cultivation in his memory. The so-called cultivation world, it is a semi-independent universe composed of a large number of cultivation worlds. According to Ying Hua, the realm of cultivation is the body of a half-step eternal powerhouse. The worlds in his body became realms of cultivation. The realm of comprehension is divided into the mortal realm, the spiritual realm, the ***** realm, the immortal realm, the demon realm, the ghost realm, and so on according to the concentration of aura, the size of the world, and the characteristics of the world. The practitioners in it call themselves monks. The realm of cultivation is roughly similar to that of Qi Lian Qi Zhu Fun Dan Yuan Ying and so on. There are probably hundreds of thousands of worlds in the cultivation world at this time. Most of them are in the mortal realm, followed by the spiritual realm. The higher the level, the smaller the number. The monks through their own efforts, it can continue to ascend from the low-level world, and finally reach the world with the highest concentration of aura. The strongest people in the entire cultivation world are all concentrated in those worlds with the highest concentration of spiritual energy. There are 13 such worlds. Every world is ruled by one or two powerhouses of the primordial realm. The overall strength of the cultivation 10,000 realms is about the same as that of the Wu clan, with a total of more than 20 powerhouses of the primordial beginning stage. Among the more famous ones are Han Li Mazan, Luotian Supreme, Fengshan Supreme, Baikan Emperor, and so on. Unexpectedly, it is similar to the cultivation world in the impression. At the beginning, there were a lot of books about cultivation on Blue Star, it really wasn't groundless. It is estimated that people at that time were able to write books related to the realm of cultivation, probably because of the influence of the imprint of the core fragments of the Blue Star Infinity Realm. It's like Blue Star's ancient information about the primordial land, which is all affected by the imprint of the core fragments. From this, it can be inferred that the cultivation world must have existed on the boundless world, and it has left a deep enough mark. Perhaps, it is the fallen quasi-eternal power, the ancestor of comprehension. Quote. Various thoughts arose in Su Lang's mind, and a glimmer of suddenness flashed in his eyes occasionally. At the same time, he has also developed an extremely strong interest in the cultivation of 10,000 realms. The cultivation world not only has a large number of strong people, but also a world transformed by half-step eternal strong body. And the cultivation system is an extremely mature and extraordinary system. It contains many powerful mysteries. It's like the witch race. Su Lang felt a kind of subtle power similar to lever from the witch's primordial scepter. Through the leverage, the powerful of the Wu clan can use a few forces to leverage huge power. There is quite a feeling inside. And this kind of thing is figured out with the martial artist's cultivation system, and can be used for reference. The realm of cultivation is a major cultivation system in the boundless universe. After countless billions of years, it is still unfailing, enough to see its uniqueness. If it can be brought under his command, there are definitely many benefits. Xianxia, let Yinghua and the others try their best to persuade the cultivation world to join me. Also, let him bring a treasure-hunting flying glider over so that I can go to the realm of cultivation in the future. Su Lang gave an order to Xianxia. A smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Yan Hingxing naturally agreed to it immediately, and tried his best to persuade Yinghua to join Su Lang with the cultivation world as much as possible. Yinghua and others had such an idea, so naturally they patted their chest loudly. Chapter 1999, Yunyu and Fog Circle map is complete then. Next, Yinghua and others withdrew their clones, and then sent someone to take one of Su Lang's treasure-hunting flying away from the Tianmao continent to the realm of cultivation. They have a relatively close connection with the cultivation world. Naturally, he can reach the realm of cultivation very quickly. And just when Yinghua and others wanted to join very much, and went to the cultivation world to persuade countless strong people to join Su Lang's command, a surprising system prompt flashed through Su Lang's mind. Ding! Yunyu Mist World Map has reached the founding level. What? Another 2 elementary exercise has reached the founding level. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. Zan even felt a lot of warmth flowing out of his mind and body. Numerous exercises are imprinted in the soul. A large number of warm currents continuously enhance Su Lang's body strength. In this, the clouds and fog realms, is indeed the same type of Dakion cosmic road exercises as the boundless world of eternal sand. The main idea is to grow the crystal wall cells individually, and this exercise turned out to be a semi-passive exercise. At this time Su Lang finished his training. The body immediately got a huge improvement under the action of the exercises. This improvement is for all cells in the body. At this time, the 170 Gai cells in Su Lang's body had all been improved. With the hundreds of millions of cells that have been expanded through Hengsha Wuliangjilu, the space has increased by about 1/3 again. And the crystal wall cells that have never grown, all have grown dozens of times. Although the degree of this growth is hundreds of times weaker than the Hengsha Blessed World. But this is the improvement of whole body cells. In terms of overall improvement, it far surpasses Hengsha Boundless World Record. At this moment, almost all the cells in Su Lang's body had increased by several tens of times. Add up, the internal space has increased thousands of times. This alone made Su Lang's body space countless times greater than that of the ordinary Taichu of the same level, of course. Because the degree of elevation of each crystal wall cell is not great. And the inner space cannot put down the planet of life. Therefore, these cells can only increase Su Lang's twisting power to a certain extent. If you want to make it pretend to be the next life planet, you still need to use constant sand immeasurable world record to continue to improve. And Su Feng knew. In fact, this technique of Yunyu Wuji map is super awesome. If you practice from the beginning to the founding level in general, you can definitely increase the space of each crystal wall cell in your body by thousands of times. Such a capacity is enough to place a small life planet like Kanglan star. However, he has too many cells, which is more than 100 times that of normal Taichu. The benefits brought by the Yunyu Mist World map are flat on each cell, and it can only be increased by dozens of times. But, with Yunyu Wuji map, the whole body cells are improved. In the future, the difficulty of using the constant sand immeasurable boundary record to upgrade the cells will also be greatly reduced. System. Open the properties panel for me. With a thought, Su Lang called out the attribute panel. Properties panel. Name: Su Lang race. Human qualification level. Turbidity realm level. Second Yan Taichu attack level. Sanyan Taichu plus defensive level. Sanyan Taichu plus Shenfa level. Sanyan Taichu plus endurance level. The beginning of the 4 Yantai spirit level. Realm of pure nirvana mastering the exercises. Infinite heart sutra. 10,000 laws into 1. Infinite profound meaning. 2 elementary. Founding activated system functions. 1 key practice function level 48, 1 key martial arts function level 47, clone dispatch function level 47, 1 key treasure hunt function level 47. 1 key alchemy function level 15, 1 key mixer function level 15, 1 key refinement function level 15, 1 key synthesis function level 15, 1 key empowerment function level 25, 1 key enhancement function level 8, 1 key decomposition function no level. The endurance level has been raised to CN2 early. In other words, I now have a battery life equivalent to the beginning of the 4th evolution in the realm of the 2nd evolution. In addition, the attack level is infinitely approaching Xian Taichu. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and nodded in satisfaction. This improvement is not bad. Immediately after, his gaze fell on the technique in the storage space. Chapter 2000. Practice How Day, Smoke and Moon Picture. It's time to practice the next exercise. Su Lang's thoughts moved, and a large number of primary exercises appeared in front of him. This time he still chose the passive exercise technique. The active exercise method currently has, xianxia boundless world record, is enough. At this moment, Su Lang has become 2 junior powerhouse. I even practiced several 2 basic exercises. Therefore, we can have a more detailed understanding of the unfamiliar Taiyuan Gongfa, but after some careful selection, Su Lang did not find a method that he was more satisfied with. In that case, then do a wave of synthesis. Su Lang's heart moved, and a large number of godless techniques appeared in front of him. Some of these godless techniques were obtained from Zhang Bizu and others. Another part was collected from a large number of godless level powerhouses in the heavenly continent through the exchange building. At this time, Su Lang possessed tens of thousands of non-synthetic godless level exercises. This is enough for Su Lang to synthesize it into thousands of basic techniques. System. Start 1 key synthesis and skill synthesis. Combine the designated exercises into the primary exercises. Su Lang first picked out a large number of body-building exercises, and then activated the system functions. Next moment, system prompts began to ring continuously. Ding! The synthesis is successful, and you have obtained the Kenruo Fan Xing Lu of the 2 basic technique. Ding! If the synthesis is successful, you will get the Xingyu Chess and Arrangement technique. Ding! The synthesis is successful, you get, accompanied by the constant ringing of system prompts. A copy of the original forging exercises of the 2 primary body appeared in the storage space. The exercises were originally bizarre, some resembled diamond-shaped stars, and some resembled shrinking sun and moon. And Su Lang quickly found a book, Hori Smoke and Moon Picture, that was very suitable for him. This book, Hori, Smoke and Moon Picture, aims to grow every crystal wall cell like the sun and the moon. Not only the internal space of each crystal wall cell will be much larger, but also the energy reserve will be greatly enhanced. The largest increase is the reserve capacity of the sun and the moon. Corresponding to the sun and the moon are yin and yang, fire, water, and other attributes. In addition, it is not an exaggeration to say in the exercise that a crystal wall cell grows like the sun. Because the sun here refers to the ordinary sun, rather than the infinite sun fragments in Su Lang Dantian universe, the energy contained in it is roughly equivalent to the energy contained in the solar projection theory in an endless star field at the edge of the universe. Even so, it is also a very powerful source of energy. System. Place, Hori, Smoke and Moon Picture, to start 9 hearts into 1. Su Lang thought about it and placed the exercises in place. Suddenly, the 9 martial arts villains began to practice the moon and the sun together. It must not be long. Su Lang will be able to obtain a founding level Taichu exercise once again and continue to grow his crystal wall cells. Put the exercises. Su Lang's gaze fell on the rest of the godless level exercises. Put aside the forging exercises. There are more exercises left. Naturally, Su Lang would not let them just lie in the storage space and eat ashes. If you want to eat ash, you have to synthesize it before eating it, quickly. Su Lang synthesized all the remaining exercises at once. It's not just a godless exercise. The exercises from the low level to the Great Emperor level were all synthesized at once. After the synthesis is completed, it is thrown into the exchangeable list of the exchange building. Presumably these new exercises can search a lot of resources, and the warriors of the Tianmen continent will also earn a wave of blood. In short, it is also a win-win situation for Su Lang and Tianmen mainland. After the exercise is completed, Su Lang sorted out the treasures that he had searched. I have to say that there are really too many treasures of heaven and earth in the heavenly continent. The exchange building only opened for less than a day. Su Lang has received countless various genius treasures. Chapter 2001. The clone arrived in Tianmi continent, system. Turn on the one-key synthesis function. Su Lang started to synthesize a lot of materials. Countless materials have been raised from the lower level, and finally can even reach the primordial level. Whether it is used for alchemy or refining, it has great use. System. Start one-key alchemy function. Su Lang's heart moved, and he began to refine a large number of pills. Some of these pills were thrown into the exchange building and continued to search for materials. Another part is used to reward subordinates. If you want a horse to run, you have to graze it, and there is no harm in preparing something for reward. In addition to refining pills, Su Lang also refined several xianxia primary weapons. The last remaining materials were used by Su Lang to strengthen weapons. At this time, Yutian sword and other exercises were all strengthened 8 times, reaching the upper limit of strengthening. Therefore, Su Lang's gaze fell on the mirror in the body. As the reincarnation master of countless worlds in Su Lang's body, Luo Yujing's strength must also keep up. Not enough evolutionary materials, but reinforcement must be enough. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and issued an instruction: System, strengthen Luo Yu mirror. Ding. Consume. Luo Yujing strengthens +1. Suddenly, Luo Yujing has completed the 8th enhancement. This time the enhancement made its power formally enter the Sanyan primordial realm. Xiao Luo thanks Master for his support. In Luo Yu mirror world, Qiling Xiaoluo bowed deeply to Su Lang with excitement. And in the world of reincarnation under her feet, the souls of countless creatures are endless, and the deserted world of reincarnation is completely prosperous. Simultaneously, Xiaoluo followed Su Lang's suggestion and selected some souls as his helpers, forming a job posting system in the world of reincarnation. For example, on Wangquan Road, there is a first judge and a second judge. When they arrived at Nehi Bridge, there was also the Wang Chuan girl who went through the 3rd inspection and trial. After crossing the bridge, there was another woman who checked the memory of the soul. Those who did not meet the conditions would fill a bowl of Wangchuan water. Xiaoluo, are you doing a good job? Keep working hard. Su Lang looked at the prosperous world of reincarnation, and suddenly smiled. Yes, great master. Xiaoluo bowed down to Su Lang again. Su Lang smiled slightly and looked away from the world of reincarnation. And at this moment, his expression changed suddenly. Because it was dispatched outside the Tianmen continent, it was constantly being dispatched all the time, and the clone who shuttled through the space finally saw an incomparably vast continent. This continent is Tianmi continent. As Yuan Mingzhou Emperor's first dog in the boundless universe, the strength of Buddhism in Tianmi continent is the most powerful in the boundless universe. So strong that their entire continent is not fortified at all, because no one believes that anyone dared to invade Tianmi continent. I didn't expect to arrive at Tianmi continent so soon. At this time, it is estimated that those monks Kongshan and others have not yet arrived at Tianmi continent, but I came first. Well, the group of monk Kongshan, there are 39 primordial powerhouses, plus 43 primordial beasts under control, there must be 82 primordial beasts. There are 3 abilities of the 7th generation level, and there are also many abilities of the 6th generation level. With the power I currently have, the Qian level boundless number, and I can swallow the clone, and Zhang Wenzheng and others, including Yinghua and others at most, it is probably still a bit unstable. It seems that I have to make a big fuss on this Tianmi continent first, and collect enough resources to talk about it. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and immediately his thoughts moved, and countless treasure-hunting flying gliders appeared within the scope of the clone's divine consciousness. Immediately after, these treasure-hunting flying into the edge of Tianmi continent. Tianmi continent is extremely prosperous. Because Buddhism needs endless power of faith, they used secret methods to force countless creatures to overload and multiply, giving birth to an endless number of creatures. These creatures are the tools of Buddhism. Because there are too many people, The resources that each of them can allocate are very few, so it is very difficult. But they have to offer a lot of incense to the Buddha on their heads every day. Sometimes the Buddha is upset and will cause them some disasters. If you are in a good mood, some rewards will be given. Whenever these creatures seek benefits from the Buddha, they will offer countless admiration and worship. But don't know, all those sufferings are given by the Buddha. Chapter 2002, Treasure Hunting Flying Feast. At this moment, after a large number of treasure hunting flying into the edge of the continent, Su Lang discovered that most of these people are very poor, only those Buddhist holy places are fat and oily. Humph. Groups of birds and beasts in human skin. It's disgusting to set up an archway when you become a frame, and make people admire you. Su Lang sneered again and again, and immediately thought of it, the treasure hunting flying towards those so-called Buddhist holy places. The level of the one-click treasure hunting function has reached level 47, with 375 trillion treasure hunting flying gliders. These treasure hunting flying across the sky, instantly obscuring the sky. There is darkness between heaven and earth. How could it be? How did the sky turn black? I am Buddha, what is going on here? Blessed by the Buddha, blessed by the Buddha, blessed by the Buddha. Are there any demons and monsters coming? Only one natural disaster happened 100 years ago. Quote. Countless warriors talked in horror, and immediately knelt down to pray to the nearest Buddhist shrine. At the same time, the treasure hunt flying glider made such a big noise. Many Buddhist shrines were naturally discovered at the first time. What are these things? What a strange creature. They can't detect a trace of aura in their bodies, but they have a speed comparable to that of the beginning. It's horrible, all have the quasi-primary speed. Quickly report to Buddha. Quote. Among the magnificent Buddhist sacred places, countless Buddhas and monks looked at the dark sky in horror. These Buddhist sacred places are generally hosted by some non-god level orthodox Buddhas. How could they not be afraid of the treasure-hunting flying gliders whose speed is comparable to that of the beginning? And just when they reported the news to the more powerful Buddhist forces, the feast of the treasure-hunting flying gliders, copying home, is officially opened. But I saw a treasure-hunting flying into the Buddhist holy places, instantly snatching everything that I could see. Even the floor tiles, soil, and stones that contain aura are not let go. The foundations of the temples and temples built with precious materials are instantly demolished. A Buddha statue made of more precious materials was also torn to pieces in an instant, turned into pieces of material and appeared in Su Lang's storage space. Those Buddhists and monks are also extremely miserable. The twittering treasure hunt flying past their bodies, and they even took away their clothes. This. What are these things? My Buddhist clothing, my robe, give it back to me. Damn. What are these things? I can't hurt them at all. Kill them, damn, I have no gods, I can't kill a little bug. Quote. Countless Buddhists and monks resisted with grim faces, but as soon as their weapons were taken out, they were swarmed by a large number of treasure-hunting flying gliders, and even their weapons were snatched away. Even some Buddhists and monks have practiced special techniques to refine their bodies to resemble the treasures of heaven and earth, and they are also targeted by the treasure-hunting flying gliders. The treasure-hunting flying gliders displayed their heaven-defying, gathering methods, and they have collected all the powerful ones. The scariest thing is, the Buddhists and monks find that it is useless to resist no matter what. No one can hurt a single vellus hair of those weird golden-haired mice. Suddenly, endless despair began to spread among a large number of Buddhist holy places. The violent panic even triggered a series of tragedies in which Buddhists and monks killed each other. At the same time, news of the treasure hunt flying strays has also continued to spread. Even the Mi Ling Buddha in Mi Ling Mountain noticed these weird little things. What is this? The godless grade can't hurt them. Outside of Tianmi continent, where did the one-level Taijin come from? Those weird flying squirrels were released by him. In Tianmi Ling Mountain, Buddha Mi Ling opened his eyes, and the terrifying heavenly eyes and supernatural powers immediately unfolded. His deep gaze passed through countless spaces and fell on those treasure-hunting flying gliders and Su Lang clones. Chapter 2003, Qian Taichu Weapon Point Mi Jinfly. A deep incomprehension appeared in the eyes of Buddha Mi Ling. This is very, very rare. Because as the ruler of Tianmi continent, he is an eternal powerhouse. The things that shocked and puzzled him in the entire universe almost no longer exist. But now, there are two types. That weird flying squirrel that cannot be hurt by the Supreme Emperor. And the Yi and Taichu realm martial artist who didn't know where he came from. From these two things, he felt a weirdness. Could it be a special existence beyond common sense that existed since the beginning of the universe? Those things often have very strange characteristics. Such weird flying squirrels cannot be harmed by the godless. Perhaps it is the characteristics of their villages. And that Yi and Taichu, I really can't think of a history. However, all those flying squirrels attack are in the Buddhism land without the primordial beginning stage. They must be afraid of the warriors of the primal beginning stage. That Yin wasn't very powerful at the beginning, and they are not a trouble. Thinking of this, the Mi Ling Buddha slowly withdrew the Tianyantong and withdrew his gaze. Immediately after, with a light wave of his hand, a golden dragonfly with a large palm appeared out of thin air. Go ahead, kill them out, leave a few livelihoods, I want to put them in the 10,000 Buddhas and 10,000 realms. Buddha Mi Ling waved his hand again, the golden dragonfly flapped its wings and instantly disappeared from the spot. This dragonfly is small and nothing special, but it is one of Mi Ling Buddha's primary weapons, named Dian Mi Jin Ting, which has reached the realm of Qi Yan primal beginning. Although no one instilled energy into it, but its power can easily kill ordinary two elementary. In the eyes of Buddha Mi Ling, it is not too easy to clean up Su Lang's clone and those weird flying squirrels. At the same time, when Mi Ling Buddha was watching Su Lang Buying's clone, Su Lang, who used the perfect leaning to control the avatar, also felt a creepy breath. An even more intense sense of crisis has come, making Su Lang seem to have seen a deadlock. Lying down, I am not even afraid of Qian at the beginning. It can cause me a great horror between life and death. The one who paid attention to me just now is definitely an extremely terrifying power. Bayan is unlikely, it may be the beginning of Juyin, more likely it will be half-step eternal. If it is half-step eternity, it should be the ruler of Tianmi continent, the Buddha of Mi Ling. Yes, it can span countless spaces and instantly pay attention to my clone. These methods are definitely the Buddha of Mi Ling. Buddha Mi Ling is a half-step eternal strong, and exists at the same level as the ancestor of the 10,000 realms. However, since he didn't take the shot himself, he probably didn't put me in his eyes, so I can take this opportunity to do a good job. Su Lang thought so, and immediately thought of it, and countless treasure hunting flying frantically spreading around him. This is developing a dispatch map, although the use of clones can more easily develop dispatchable maps. But Su Lang didn't want to expose too many clones too early. Therefore, currently only the treasure hunt flying gliders are sent to develop the map. But even if it is a treasure hunting flying fly, the speed of developing the map is terrifying. Because there are hundreds of billions of them, wherever they can be dispatched. Su Lang thought, they can instantly expand a large distance. Simultaneously, or a small part of the treasure hunting flying strays left behind, constantly plundering those Buddhist holy places. The so-called Buddhist sacred places where the treasure hunting flying gliders passed, not to mention the remaining, even the ruins no longer exist. A large number of Buddhists and monks were robbed. As long as there is no inner world, all of them are robbed of their wealth. If there is an inner world, if you dare to open the inner world and rescue the treasures inside, you will be immediately taken advantage of by the treasure hunting flying gliders and run into the inner world to take everything away. Countless treasure hunting flying gliders brought countless gains to Su Lang in an instant, of course. Most of these gains can only be used as strengthening materials. After all, it's just a godless thing. Chapter 2004. Come on baby, time passed slowly, suddenly. The message of the death of a large treasure hunt flying into Su Lang's mind. Oh, any strong man above the beginning has taken action. Isn't it the strong man sent by Buddha Mi Ling? Su Lang had already expected this, so he was not surprised. He immediately shared the vision of a large number of treasure hunting flying gliders, and found the existence that killed the treasure hunting flying gliders. It was a golden dragonfly that nobody controlled. Su Lang used the weapon recognition function to see that it was a Qian primordial weapon. Click Mi Jinfly. At this moment, Dian Mi Jin Ting is constantly shuttled through space. Its goal is the clone that Su Lang currently controls. And every time it travels through the space, if it encounters a treasure hunting flying fly, it will all kill it. At this time, After killing several waves of treasure hunt flying gliders, Dian Mi Jinfly has quickly approached Su Lang. As for Su Lang, he was looking at Mi Jinfly with a look of surprise and weirdness. What the hell? Send a weapon to take care of me. Lie noisy, this is simply a gift package for me. Although it is a Qian level weapon, no one controls it. It depends on how I took you today. Su Lang looked at the uncontrollable Dian Mi Jinfly, and a look of excitement instantly rose in his eyes. His 7 treasure tree hasn't opened yet. At this time, I encountered a 2 low-level weapon that no one controlled, even Qian could collect it. Hey, come on, little baby. Su Lang was so excited that he was about to laugh. He gathered a large number of treasure-hunting flying gliders in the middle, as if to lead his troops to escape. In this way, it will be able to attract that little midgenfly to the door faster. Simultaneously, Su Lang also issued an order in the heavenly misty continent, summoning all the 2 junior powerhouses, more than 100,000 quasi-taichu, and the Supreme Emperor. He even contacted the primordial powerhouses and quasi-prime primaries of the Wu clan and asked them not to pit a Mi Ling Buddha. Ying Hua and others of the Wu clan were stunned instantly. What? Hang a wave of Mi Ling Buddha? When did the Tianmen continent actually pit Mi Ling Buddha? This is simply a fantasy. But time is pressing. Su Lang only gave Ying Hua and the others a breath of time to consider. Ying Hua and the others wanted to join the Tianmen continent, so they all agreed. Soon, all the strong who have been summoned are gathered together through the transmission internet. At this time, the super support function of transmitting the internet is reflected. Instantly gather all the warriors above the martial king realm in the entire Tianmen continent can do it. Closer to home, after Zhang Wenzhang, Yan Engxing and others were gathered. Immediately under Su Lang's order, he was stationed in the infinity. Su Lang himself is stationed in the infinity. In addition to this, there are 40 clones that have been reunited, as well as 94 clones and twin incarnations. The clones all used buying clones, turned into more than 10,002 junior clones, and stationed in the infinity. In the appearance of these clones, it was also in the eyes of Yinghua and other Wu clan. Seeing more than 10,000 clones, all the Wu clan warriors were shocked. They always thought that Su Lang was able to become the leader of the heavenly misty continent because of his means against the sky, unlimited potential, and his personality. I didn't expect it. Su Lang himself has more than 10,000 clones of the primordial beginning. This is really incredible. At the same time, seeing these avatars of Su Lang, Ying Hua and the others also wanted to join Su Lang's command. Because they have predicted, Su Lang will definitely become a great super powerhouse, bringing great hope to resist Yuan Mingzhou Emperor. Now, after leaving a substitute for death, Su Lang's more than 10,000 clones, plus more than 70 powerful primaries such as Zhang Wenzhang and Ying Hua, plus more than 100,000 quasi-primordial and supreme emperors. Everyone, all entered the infinity, with Ying Hua, Qian Taichu, and other senior Taichu powerhouses. Huayan's regular level power has officially reached the Bian level. At this moment, Ying Hua screamed, Bian level, this is the power he dreams of. At this time, he finally realized the super-humanoid weapon created by Su Lang. Chapter 2005, Qibao Miaoshu opened. The rest of the 2 junior powerhouses also experienced power far beyond their imagination. Can't help but have endless respect for Su Lang who built a super-humanoid weapon. And just now, Dian Mi Jinfly has appeared in front of Su Lang Biang's clone. Hum. The wings of the golden dragonfly fluttered continuously, and an extremely powerful might descended on Su Lang's body. Suddenly, Su Lang, a Biang avatar of the Yian level, was restrained, unable to move. It looks like I want to catch my mouth. Yes, anyone who sees such a weird thing as the treasure hunt flying will want to figure it out. Unfortunately, you want to catch me alive, but I still want to catch you alive. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and his thoughts moved, and he instantly replaced the clone with the clone on the edge of the Tianmi continent. Rumble, the incredibly terrifying breath of the beginning of 8 Yan descended on the edge of Tianmi continent. Endless creatures knelt down instantly. Among the Mi Ling Tianshan, the Buddha Mi Ling who had just closed his eyes opened his eyes abruptly, and a trace of doubt and surprise appeared in his eyes. 8 Earth Realm Powerhouse. No, it's a strange weapon. It should have gathered a lot of powerful people inside, so that it can exert its conventional strength at the 8th level. But it is just a conventional force, without the power of time, and it is not very threatening. The key is that the way it appears is too weird, it appears instantaneously without any spatial fluctuations. This is the same as the previous warrior of the Yian primordial stage. Could it be that this weapon is also made from certain materials at the beginning of the universe, and possesses weird characteristics beyond ordinary space avenues? Thinking of this, even Mi Ling Buddha's eyes flashed with fire. At the same time, at the edge of Tianmi continent, Su Lang thought, and a huge colorful tree suddenly appeared in the hands of infinity. This colorful giant tree is naturally transformed from the 7 treasure tree. At this time, it became very huge, and it matched the size of Wuyin. And the point Mi Jinting who suppressed Su Lang's clone was still a bit daunted. It is really impossible to imagine that a guy in the first stage of the first generation will suddenly become a terrifying powerhouse with the aura of the 8 generations. And just now, 7 treasure tree, brush it. Su Lang waved his hand, and the endless energy was immediately instilled into the 7 treasure tree, almost bursting it. Immediately after, an incomparably weird power radiated from the top of the 7 treasure tree, and directly fell on the Dianmi goldenfly. What kind of power is this? Why can't I offset it at all, let alone defensively, unable to resist? The spirit of Dian Mi Jinting finally let out a horrified cry. However, it is too late to escape at this time, under the coercive effect of the Salong boundless 8 Yan primordial realm. In the Qibao Miaoshu, the Dianmi goldenfly was enveloped in a burst of colorful colors and could not move at all. Immediately after, Infinity reached out and grabbed it, pinching it in the palm of his hand. What? Obviously there is only the regular strength of Bian, how can it be possible to instantly control my Dianmigenfly? Upon seeing this scene, Buddha Mi Ling was shocked, and then instantly displayed Tianzutong, a golden figure threw out from his body and disappeared directly from the place. As a half-step eternal strong, his golden figure almost spanned half a continent in one step, and a terrifying aura fell on Infinity's body. Yo-yo, I'm angry. Su Lang smiled, the clone replacement has begun. Next moment, the boundless ship disappeared from the place in an instant, and an avatar appeared, pinched by the Mi Ling Buddha. What exactly is this? I can go under my nose. Buddha Mi Ling looked at the afterimage of the infinite voyage that was gradually disappearing, and then at the avatar of Su Lang who was tightly sealed in his hand. The doubt and shock in his eyes could not dissipate for a long time. And just now, the avatar of Su Lang in his hand also disappeared. Disappeared with it as the endless treasure hunt flying glider. What? I clearly used a very strong blockade method. How can I escape at a small level? The doubt and shock in the eyes of Buddha Mi Ling was again intense. Chapter 2006. An increasingly lofty position. I thought that the Tianning continent's sacred beast was kept in captivity. The heavenly jade continent was captured, and the heavenly jade continent lingered. In the depths of the universe there are still a few small fish and shrimps that are not strong. The Buddhism that rules Tianmi continent will not pose any threat at all. But at this time, some active forces resisting Tianmi continent appeared in the universe. He even made him lose his hand under the carelessness of the half-step eternal strong man. Before Zhang Bizu and others were inexplicably annihilated, did they use their hands? No, it shouldn't. The heavenly misty continent is too far away from the Tianmi continent. Even I cannot cross such a long distance in an instant. Then, it should be 2 forces. It seems that we still have to send strong people to strengthen inspections around Tianmi continent. There is still time for Monk Cicada, Master Weiju Ni and others, and they must return as soon as possible. The attack on the Tianmen continent has to be investigated clearly before proceeding with this strange force that suddenly appeared. Dian Mi Jin Ting was taken away by that weird force, maybe it's a good thing instead. Dian Mi Jinting can't surrender, even if it surrenders, it is just a surrender, and can inquire about some available information for me. Buddha Mi Ling thought so, and immediately issued many orders. Immediately after, his golden figure returned to Mi Ling Tianshan, although the appearance of Su Lang shocked the Mi Ling Buddha. But in the eyes of Buddha Mi Ling, Su Lang is also just a disease of scabies. Even if it is difficult, it will not have any impact on the overall situation. For the Buddha Mi Ling, the most important thing is to complete the task assigned to him by Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. After all, it is impossible to accomplish it. As for the mission that Emperor Yuan Mingzhou had assigned to him, only he knew. At the same time, in the heavenly continent, the infinity stood steadily on a vast plain. Many powerful men flew out of it one after another, floating around the huge infinity, forming dense black spots. At this time, everyone's face is full of deep disbelief and expressions of shock, horror, and excitement. Because they even snatched a weapon from the hands of Buddha Mi Ling just now, and also managed to escape. This is so dreamy. That's the Mi Ling Buddha, a half-step eternal strong man. Oh my god, in just an instant, we snatched an extremely junior weapon from the Mi Ling Buddha. Hi, I still feel like I'm dreaming now. Really, it's too unreal, but it just happens to be true. All these are the heaven-defying methods of the great and infinite Emperor Zhou. With the great and boundless Emperor Zhou, we can escape from the hands of the Mi Ling Buddha today, and we will be able to kill the Mi Ling Buddha in the future, and even the Yuan Ming Zhou Emperor. Quote. The horrified powerhouses talked a lot. After the initial unreality, the eyes burst out with extremely strong light. Resisting Tianmi continent was originally a goal with no hope, but after Su Lang appeared, they saw bright hope. At this time, the day after Su Lang appeared, they followed Su Lang and snatched a weapon from the Mi Ling Buddha. This really made them feel the joy of victory. It also made the hope they saw brighter and brighter. In the eyes of everyone, Su Lang has become an existence like the sun. He shines on people who have lost their light, guiding people to resist the Tianmi continent, and ultimately to clear Liuhe and sweep Emperor Yuanmingzhou. His Majesty the Great Emperor Zhou, you are the hope of all living beings. His Majesty Su Lang, the Great Infinite Emperor, your devout believers worship you. Quote. A large number of strong men became Su Lang's fanatics on the spot, including Yuan Xingyuan and other resurrected early strong men. Zhang Wenzheng was waiting for the strong from the beginning, and he also directly placed Su Lang in the highest position in his heart, which was almost a god. Although Ying Hua and others had just contacted Su Lang not long ago, they completely placed Su Lang as the ruler. What a strong incense willingness. I didn't expect such a windfall. Su Lang absorbed a lot of incense and aspirations from the strong, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Chapter 2007. Decomposition point. Immediately after, his gaze fell on Dian Mi Jinting's body. At this time, this Qian weapon was still under control. However, because a large number of powerful people have left the infinite, the strength of the infinite has declined, and Dian Mi Jinting has a faint intention to break free. Humph. Don't want to run away if you are under control. With a tick at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, the one-key decomposition function is instantly activated. What? His Majesty the Great Emperor Zhou, Dian Mi Jinting is willing to surrender to you. Dian Mi Jinting instantly felt a strong life and death crisis, and quickly surrendered. He originally thought that even if Su Lang caught him, he would definitely not be able to kill him. But he knew he was wrong. Su Lang actually has the means to easily kill and destroy him. Is it? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, then report all the information about Buddha Mi Ling. Before Mi Ling Buddha made a move, but the deity did not come, but used a golden figure, which can temporarily exert the strength of the Juyan's supreme beginning stage. Therefore, Su Lang did not see the attribute panel of the Mi Ling Buddha. At this time, with the help of this little midgenfly, perhaps we can get some information about Mi Ling Buddha. This Buddha Mi Ling is a half-step eternal powerhouse. It can be said that it is the #1 powerhouse in the current infinite universe, except for Emperor Mingzhou. He mastered countless subtle dharma, raised sentient beings, and grabbed the power of faith. Dian Mi Jinting said hesitantly, but it is strange that he has never left the Tianmi continent. Even when he attacked the Tianshuan continent, he never left. Oh, can't leave Tianmi continent. Then the golden figure he just cast can leave Tianmi continent. Su Lang smiled with joy. Also, for what reason did he not leave Tianmi continent? The golden figure should be able to leave Tianmi continent. And why the deity of Mi Ling Buddha can't leave, I don't know. Dian Mi Jinting said hesitantly, it seems that he doesn't know much about Buddha Mi Ling. Okay, since you don't know, there is no value. A sneer appeared at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and immediately activated the one-key decomposition function again. Do not. Dian Mi Jinting didn't expect Su Lang to start immediately. He let out the last scream, and then turned into countless raw materials and entered Su Lang's storage space. Yan Hingxing, Zhang Wenzheng, Ying Hua and others looked at this scene, and their faces were shocked. That's a Qian level early weapon. Its strength far exceeds the body of the Qian primordial strong man. It stands to reason that even a conventional force at the Bian level is difficult to destroy. But now that powerful Qian primordial weapon was wiped out in Su Lang's hands. There was no resistance, it was incredible. After the shock, the endless admiration and worship of Su Lang immediately rose in the hearts of everyone. At the same time, in the Mi Ling Tiantian, the Mi Ling Buddha, who was just about to enter concentration, trembled again and opened his eyes. Dian Mi Jinfly is destroyed. They were destroyed in such a short time, how could they have such a powerful force? It seems that the harm of this disease of scabies has exceeded my expectations. Quote. A trace of doubt and anger flashed in the eyes of Buddha Mi Ling, and immediately his heart moved, and a large number of orders were passed on. Suddenly, a terrifying powerhouse moved, gathered as one, and rushed out of the Tianmi continent. Simultaneously, being dragged by dozens of divine beasts on a continent that is advancing continuously. Monk Kongchen and others also received the order from the Mi Ling Buddha. Mi Ling Buddha wants us to return as soon as possible. However, after returning, you don't need to enter Tianmi continent, but to patrol the outer space. A strange force has appeared outside the Tianmi continent, need to be guarded. Quote. Monk Kong Chan, Master Wei Juni, Monk Shiyu and other early powerhouses looked at each other, and there was a hint of horror in their eyes. A force that even Mi Ling Buddha feels needs to be guarded against, that must be a bit of strength. But, the horror of Monk Kongchen and others soon disappeared, because they know that no matter what forces, they can never shake Tianmi continent. Chapter 2008, Kill the Monk Kongchen, let's go. At the current speed, at most 1 hour can reach the Tianmi continent. At that time, we will be patrolling the periphery. If the weird forces still dare to appear, then they will definitely die. Quote. After some discussion, Monk Kongchen and others continued to march towards Tianmi continent. At the same time, in the heavenly continent, Su Lang, who has broken down a little bit of golden fly, is very happy. Because of the Dianmi golden fly in the Qian primordial realm, the material obtained after decomposition is really too much. Although it was impossible to evolve the Yudian sword and other weapons because of the type of material. But it's something that can be done to strengthen the infinity. Tisk tut, the Qibao Miaoshu has such a great harvest as soon as it opens, which is really amazing. Su Lang laughed. He immediately locked a large amount of materials in the storage space with his divine mind, and issued system instructions. System, use designated materials to strengthen the infinite number. Su Lang had just issued the order, and countless materials disappeared in the storage space. Immediately after, a series of gloomy lights flashed from the top of the infinite number. It was like a gloomy lightning flashed across the surface of the super mecha. After the gloomy light flashed, all parts of the infinity have been strengthened once. A full 120,000 parts have all reached the level of 4 enhancements. But this is not over yet, because there are still a lot of materials left in the storage space. Although the remaining material is not enough to make all 120,000 parts strengthen again. But it is completely possible to strengthen half of the quantity in 60,000 parts. After Su Lang speculated, a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Immediately after, he prioritized the selection of more core parts, and successively selected 60,000 parts for the 5th enhancement. Sure enough, the same as expected. These 60,000 parts have all been strengthened for the 5th time. After strengthening, Su Lang took back all the clones stationed in the infinite. The rest of the warriors also left the infinity. At this time, the uninhabited boundless ship exudes the atmosphere of the Wuyan primordial stage, and its overall strength has once again crossed a small realm. If you use the previous lineup to be stationed in infinity, I can definitely become a strong player in Baiantai Junior High School. But this is only a regular level power. The parts of the infinity are now the Supreme Emperor Judu, and they don't have the power of time. We still have to collect more materials as soon as possible, and evolve its parts from the foundation to become parts of the primordial realm. In this way, you can definitely enter the level of the Juyan Prime beginning stage. A thoughtful light flashed in Su Lang's eyes. Immediately after, a group of people appeared in his mind. Monk Kongchen and others are on their way back to Tianmi continent at this time. This is a good time to kill them. Su Lang narrowed his eyes, and a strong murderous aura flashed. It's time to solve them completely. The force that attacked the Xinghai domain group was Tongtian Temple, and behind the Tongtian Temple, there stood Master Wei Juni, an early powerhouse. This hatred, Su Lang has always kept it in his heart and never forgot. At this time, When you have enough strength and the time is right, you will naturally get rid of it. Everyone. It's not enough to some midgenfly from Mi Ling Buddha. The group of people who tried to calm the time and space in the sky, the group of people who attacked the Tianmen continent is returning on their way, and they can just be intercepted. Su Lang looked around at a group of early powers. So, next, give me stationed in the infinity. This statement came out. Everyone was shocked. I just snatched a little goldfly from the Buddha Mi Ling, now it is time to attack the forces of Tianmi continent. God, unknowingly, our side is already so strong, is it enough to confront Tianmi continent? Immediately after, all the early powerhouses looked up at Su Lang suspended in the air. Let's look at the super-humanoid weapon. The horror in my heart suddenly turned into surprises. Although it is like a dream, it is all true. Under Su Lang's leadership, they really had the initial strength to fight against Tianmi continent. Chapter 2009, Battle against the 82 Taichu, Enter the Infinity. Work together to fight against Tianmi continent. His Majesty Su Lang, the stalwart and boundless emperor of the universe, I will fight for you. Your Majesty Su Lang, the direction of your will is the direction of our sword. Quote. A strong figure of the primordial realm rose from the ground, and flew into the parts of the infinity. With a firm complexion, suddenly, a wave of power radiated from them. Through the integration of the infinity, the extremely terrifying 8-Yan primordial realm power has been formed. Not only could Su Lang feel this power, but they could also feel it very clearly, of course. Only Su Lang can use this power, and those who are stationed in the parts can only continue to contribute their own strength. At this moment, all the primordial powerhouses, the quasi-primary primacy powerhouses, the Supreme Emperor of Judu, and the Avatar of Buying all entered the infinity. Su Lang also immediately entered the core parts, and with the assistance of Qi Ling, took over all the power of infinity. 8 Earth Realm conventional power. And I can use my time means such as, moment of eternity, and, future good fortune. Monk Kongchen and others are the strongest at Qian level, and they won't be my opponent at all. A killing intent flashed across Su Lang's eyes. Immediately left a replacement clone, and sent a large number of clones out to find the broken continent where Monk Kongchen and others are located. Because I have found the continent where Monk Kongchen and others are located once before. So this time, Su Lang's clone quickly followed the presumed route, and once again discovered the broken continent pulled by dozens of divine beasts. Monk Kong Chan and others also discovered the existence of Su Lang's clone for the first time. Appeared again. The weird one who peeked at us before was too early. Furthermore, the information contained in the Buddha's orders, this weird presumed to be the same force as the one that made trouble on the Tianmi continent. It's them. I didn't expect them to be the first to stare at us. The Buddha's oral statement said that they can assemble into an existence with the basic power of Baiantai, so be careful. What are you worried about? It's just conventional power, but we have 3 Qian Taichu. Yes, according to our time rules, if they do appear, we will be able to eliminate them. Quote. Monk Kongchen and others looked at Su Lang's clone, and exchanged thoughts many times in an instant, quickly. They believe that their own power can definitely resist the other party's conventional power. However, they don't know, Su Lang also holds a good time power here. At this moment, the flying continent gradually stopped. Kong Chan and others stood up one after another. A divine beast that was forcibly controlled also flew to the mainland, floating there like a walking corpse, waiting for orders. They have a total of 39 primordial powers, 43 primordial beasts, and a total of 82 primordial combat power. Among them, there are 3 Qian primordial realm powerhouses. There are 6 primordial realms at the Luoyuan level. Just these 9 people could almost wipe out the heavenly misty continent not long ago. And just as Monk Kongchen and others were preparing to fight, Su Lang wrapped the boundless with his spiritual thoughts and activated the clone replacement function. Instant time, the incomparably huge infinity appeared in the dead void. The powerful Bayan primordial realm aura spread around like a tsunami. Kill me. Monk Kongchen and others do it instantly. Numerous golden Buddha seals, golden Buddha palms, golden robes, like a storm and bombarded the infinity. These are not ordinary magical powers. Each path carries a powerful time force, mixed together to form a super time turbulence. Among them, the time power of Qian Taichu, such as Monk Kongchen, is the most powerful. The 3 of them reached the Qian primordial realm, stepped into the past realm of time, and were able to continuously slow down time, even stagnating. Relatively speaking, the time rules related to the now level can only stagnate time in a dot shape, that is, stagnation for an instant. Not as continuous as time slows down. The gap between the two sides is very big, but in the face of such a powerful attack, Su Lang is not afraid. Chapter 2010. The future of good fortune will accelerate, future good luck. With a thought, Su Lang mobilized the conventional power of the Bayan level, and used his future good fortune mysterious arts to reach the founding level to use the time acceleration method. This is the best way to fight time slowdown, and it can easily break the time rule of the now level. But I saw countless platinum storms condensed in the hands of infinity. Immediately, it was like a star exploding, forming an incomparably terrifying force, blasting together with the power of more than 80 primordial powers such as Kong Chan. Humph, how is it possible for a mere conventional force to oppose the time force of the past level? The next moment, you will be caught in the vortex of time slowing down, and gradually become stagnant. The thoughts of disdain flashed in the hearts of Monk Kongchen, Master Weiju, and Monk Shiyu. Most of the rest of the primordial strong think the same way. Think that Su Lang's side cannot withstand his own attack. However, something that horrified them had happened. In the platinum storm displayed by the super giant in the sky, the subtle dharma they displayed has started to die out at an accelerated rate. Almost instantly, except for the past level time power displayed by the three Qian Taichu. The rest of the time forces are all calmed, assimilated, and accelerated, and various powers are transformed into primitive heaven and earth forces in an instant, dissipating in the universe. Even the power of the past level time displayed by Monk Kong Chan and other Qi Yan Taichu. Because I am not proficient in the exercises, the past level Taichu exercises they practiced are basically at the beginner and minor level. And because of their own fighting, the energy to mobilize the power of time is insufficient. So even if the level is higher, it is still gradually offset by Su Lang's attack. How is this possible? How could they display such a terrifying time acceleration method? Quickly, use time means to offset their time to accelerate the attack. Monk Kongchen and the others looked at the infinite ship controlled by Su Lang in horror. Everyone's eyes burst open, their mouths wide open, and their eyes are full of incredible. Immediately after, they used their best efforts and constantly displayed the power of time. It even ordered those controlled mythical beasts to perform all kinds of desperate secret techniques and launch attacks regardless of all losses. Ho ho, woo-hoo, tweet. The beasts uttered painful screams, but they could not disobey the orders, they could only use desperate means to attack the infinity. My family, Your Majesty Su Lang, please save them. In a certain core component, Phoenix showed grief and sent a request to Su Lang. Originally as a Phoenix family, when the boundless world was intact, he couldn't look down on the rest of the beast races. But times have changed, and he has long been able to put down his arrogance and accept those of his fellow race. They even feel heartache because of their tragic experience. Also heartbroken, there is Bai Yi Rin in another part. She has become a blue-blooded unicorn of the primordial realm, fighting for Su Lang in the infinity. In the land of exile, her dream is to return to the Tianing continent and save the Tianing continent. Although she knew it was impossible, she still clung to that dream forever. After following Su Lang, Bai Yellen found that her dream was getting closer to reality. I want to save you all and contribute everything. Bai Yellen roared in her heart, and unexpectedly displayed the racial secret technique, bursting out a powerful force, all poured into the infinity. Rest assured, I won't hurt them. Su Lang felt the expectations of Phoenix and Bai Yellen and nodded immediately. Even without Phoenix and Bai Yellen's expectations and requests, he would do his best to save the beasts. At this moment, Monk Kongchen and a large number of mythical beasts performed terrifying attacks. Su Lang's previous acceleration force of time was immediately cancelled out. Ha ha, 2 attacks can offset one of my attacks. What are you fighting against me? A trace of killing intent flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and his thoughts moved, and he sent an order to the Wa. Chapter 2011. Time slowing down this time. He no longer uses time acceleration. It is to use the power of the Bayan realm conventional level. With the help of Yinghua's past level of time rules, the use of time slowing down and even stagnation as a means. His Majesty Su Lang will use my time power. It's great, the old man must give up his life to help. Yinghua is also a strong man who swears to resist Tianmi continent and Yuanmingzhou emperor. How could he desperately want to kill the powerhouse of the primordial beginning realm in Tianmi continent at this time? And as a strong man who is about to join Su Lang's subordinates, he also wants to show it. Everything goes against the flow, condenses. Yinghua waved the weapon of the great beginning realm in his hand, showing an extremely powerful time-slowing force. With the help of the lever, profound meaning developed by the Wu clan, his power has reached the peak of the Qian realm. Immediately after, he handed over the control of this force to Infinity. Then Su Lang, the actual controller of the Infinity, took over. The power that time continues to slow down. Achieving great success as eternal stagnation, if reaching the extreme as time going backwards. At present, this time deceleration force has reached the point where it is approaching permanent stagnation. Su Lang felt this power of time, and several thoughts flashed in his mind, and then he poured all the power of the boundless into it. This moment, almost all the powerhouses who settled in the Infinity have been emptied of energy reserves, including Su Lang himself. In that group of all things counter-current, time power has also completely entered the realm of the 8 emperors, which is the level of permanent stagnation of time. Go with. Su Lang's heart moved, and this group of power suddenly spread. The power of permanent stagnation in time instantly enveloped the attacks of Monk Kongchen and others, as well as him. The next moment, the attack methods of Kong Chan and others froze instantly, floating motionless in the air. The power of time contained in it is directly assimilated. What? This is the power of time stagnation. A terrifying method that could only be used in the Bian realm in the early days. It's over, we're over, we can't resist it at all. Quote. Monk Kongchen and all the powerhouses of the primordial beginning realm showed horror, and countless fearful thoughts arose in his heart. However, they didn't even have a chance to ask for help, so they were directly frozen by time. Not only the expression on the face, but the body motions are motionless, and even the mind completely stops working. Those more than 40 divine beasts were temporarily frozen by Su Lang's time power. Because they accepted the order to attack, they will not stop unless the controller issues a stop order or the controller dies. At this time, this continent suspended in the dead void has been completely solidified by Su Lang's time power. Everything stopped working. Kong Chan and others are completely reduced to lambs to be slaughtered. The golden figure of Buddha Mi Ling can leave Tian Mi continent. Can't waste time, kill them first. Su Lang's eyes flashed with killing intent, controlling the Infinity to fly to the vicinity of Monk Kongchen and others. Immediately after, a flash of brilliance flashed, turning into an extremely huge sword and appeared in the hands of Infinity. It was the Yudian sword. Cohesive and twisted power. Kill. With a thought, Su Lang sprinkled a large amount of recovery pill while waving his hands, and conveyed the order to all the strong in the Infinity. Yes, Your Majesty Su Lang. At the beginning, he picked up the extra pill that was in front of him and swallowed it, and immediately began to gather his twisting power. Although the move just emptied their energy, with Su Lang's pill, they recovered very quickly. Moreover, Su Lang pumped the power of the sun into the Wuyin, and then distributed it to the early powers. As the Qian primordial realm, Yinghua first received energy allocation, because he can condense the highest quality distortion force. After 3 breaths, Su Lang's sun has been drawn to dim. The horrible twisting power rushed out from every strong man, and Baichuan Nahai generally poured into the Infinity, and Su Lang took over. Immediately after, broken a sword, Su Lang raised his hand and slashed, and the Boundless also raised his hand simultaneously, swiping the Yudian sword with countless twisting power, condensing a terrifying broken sword. Chapter 2012. Instantly kill 39 Taichu. The next moment, an extremely penetrating sword light cut out from the Yudian sword. It directly penetrated 39 powerhouses of the primordial beginning realm, including Monk Kongchen. Up to 3 Qian Taichu, down to Sanyan Taichu, regardless of cultivation level, all with 1 sword and 2 stages. The horror feature of Yudian sword's breaking defense as death was triggered, and Monk Kongchen died on the spot. Ding! You get the soul of the primordial beginning 1, the primal life universe 1, the fragment of the primordial body 7,130,000, the primal material, there is no god-level material. The Supreme Emperor 113,656,589. Ding! You get the soul of the beginning 1, the universe of the beginning life 1, fragments of the body of the beginning. Ding! You get 39 system prompts came, announcing the complete death of Kongchen and others, at the same time. In the distant Tianmi continent, the Buddha Mi Ling, who had just entered the doom, opened his eyes violently, and his endless anger flashed away. The time and space around tens of millions of light years is even more wrinkled and twisted. Buddha calms down. Countless Buddhist monks knelt down in horror. I don't know what happened to make Mi Ling Buddha so angry. Even to kill the 3 Qian disciples under my command. It seems that you not only have the conventional power of the 8 evolvement realm, but at least the powerhouse of the 7 evolved realm. It's so rampant, really, when I have no one in Tianmi continent. Balian, Whirling, Bliss, Ruahai. With the thought of Mi Ling Buddha, the 4 strong men suddenly appeared behind him. Buddha, 2 women, 2 men and 4 Buddhist monks appeared in front of Mi Ling Buddha, kneeling respectfully. These 4 people were dressed in white robes, their faces were handsome, and their eyes were like lacquer, which seemed to be full of endless profound meaning. These are the 4 most powerful disciples under Mi Ling's command. All are in the Juyun primordial realm, with super-defying means to look back in time. Look back in time and find those people. Let each of them convert to me. After speaking, Buddha Mi Ling closed his eyes again. The 4 powerful Buddhist masters, Balian, Pusa, Bliss, and Ruahai, immediately disappeared from their place and rushed to the place where Kongchen and others died. Everyone has a powerful Tianzutong, although they could not anchor the specific coordinates of Monk Kongchen and others. However, he could also go to the place closest to the place where Monk Kongchen and others died, and hurried over. With the speed that they can communicate with each other, without anchoring the coordinates, they can achieve a metamorphosis of hundreds of millions of light years in one step. In a blink of an eye, the 4 masters of Balian, Panda, Bliss, and Ruahai appeared in the star field close to the 30 billion light years away from infinity. Soon, they moved forward one by one, moving forward in the universe at great speed. It only takes 10 breaths, and they can reach the place where Su Lang is. But they are destined to not catch Su Lang. At this moment, in the place where the boundless space and the floating continent are located, Kongchen and others have all died, and their wealth belongs to Su Lang. Among them, there is an extremely junior Buddhist treasure that controls the beasts. After Su Lang got these things, he didn't release control for them for the time being. Instead, he stopped the attack and collected it into his vacant crystal wall world. Even that floating continent was taken into the crystal wall world by Su Lang. Immediately, clone dispatch, start avatar replacement. Using the system function, Su Lang returned to the heavenly continent again and took back his clone. Next moment, at the beginning, the 4 statues of Balian, Pusa, Bliss, and Ruahai appeared nearby. After 3 or 2 steps, the 4 set foot on the place where Su Lang had just stopped. It's a conventional force at the Bayan level. Not only that, but there is also the power of time at the past level in the Bayan realm. Let's go back and see who did it. Well, maybe they haven't gone far, and can use the power of time to catch them back. After the 4 masters of the Juyun primordial masters probed, they have already inferred some truth, even if they decide to look back in time. Chapter 2013. The 4 Great 9 Evolutions looking back time immediately after. At the beginning, Balian, Pusa, Bliss, and Ruahai were scattered and stood in the 4 corners of the battlefield. The 4 of them looked solemn, their white cassocks flying, golden Sanskrit sounds flowing around them, and gradually gathered together. My Buddha is very kind and always mighty. The sun and the moon are like streams, and the time is like a thought. One thought of prajna, the epiphany reappears. The witty words of Buddhism are spoken from the 4 people, each word is pearly, and the meaning is small. All kinds of mysterious Buddhism scattered from the 4 people, surging and eloquent. The strange time rules were gradually mobilized by the 4. At normal time, the flow rate starts to slow down, gradually stagnates and stops. Immediately afterwards, it seemed as if a solid invisible barrier was broken, and time began to flow backward. From among the 4 of Balian, Pusa, Bliss, and Ruahai, a transparent and twisted giant river suddenly appeared. The giant river grew from one point, gradually revealed more, permeating all around, and spreading towards the endless void around it, gradually. The entire void that had experienced the battle before was shrouded. A lot of light and shadow gradually appeared, just like a movie video played backwards. Moreover, the light and shadow were extremely clear, as if they actually appeared in front of the 4 people including Bai Lian. Su Lang's huge infinite number lay across the void, fighting against the 82 Taichu. With the power of time stagnation, all Kongchen and others were controlled, and then killed with one sword. In the end, Su Lang waved his hand to take the 43 divine beasts and the floating continent together, and disappeared. Only a small figure remained in place, but that figure disappeared instantly. You can't see the face of the person who does it. However, this huge humanoid weapon is the same as the one that appeared on the edge of Tianmi continent before. A very basic weapon that can condense many powerful people, a terrifying killer. Increase the power of time and try if you can use the long river of time to capture it back. With our knowledge of time rules, the success rate is very high. Bai Lian and the other 4 Jueyun primordial gazes flickered, and after a glance at each other, they all revealed their magical powers. The years are like a river. Everything grows in it, and is contained within. Shi dynasty reverses, long river returns. The 4 people urged extremely surging energy, and the terrifying rules of time made the long river of time appear more clearly. In it, you can even see countless worlds and countless creatures tumbling, engulfed by the torrent of time and flowing in an unknown direction. In the long river of time, at this time, under the 4-person time rule, there was a hint of undercurrent in the long river. This undercurrent gradually grew stronger, began to go back against the current, and dispersed a large number of tributaries, spreading in all directions. The countercurrent of time condenses into a big web of undercurrents. No matter where it passes, it can't resist being trapped in retrograde. Its development status and position are rapidly regressing and constantly returning to the previous ones. This is not a scene of light and shadow, but the real time going upstream. Under this power, apart from the same time rules, no other power can be blocked. Including the normal primordial energy, the normal distortion of the primordial realm, but it was obvious that Bai Lian and the other 4 had to maintain this terrifying time supernatural power, quickly. Everyone looked pale, their eyes were solemn, and they even took out a recovery pill to swallow. The countercurrent of time continues to spread around and engulf. In a blink of an eye, the starry sky region spanning tens of billions of light years was covered. Such a vast area, its area is 100 times the area of exile. There are some star fields in this starry sky region. These star regions are in the reverse of time, and the entire star region begins to develop in reverse. The survivor loses strength, ages backwards, recovers babies, embryos. The deceased recovered from the long river of time, and the body that rotted into dust reappeared, reborn after being combined with the soul. Even the planet is going backwards. The world consciousness is weakening. However, there is still a blank void in the middle of the 4 Jueyun Taichu statues including Bai Lian. That huge humanoid weapon has not been pulled back by time. Kong Chan and others have not resurrected either. Chapter 2014. Surprised Jueyun Taichu, how can that be? The 4 of us are going against the current time together. As long as he is still within tens of billions of light years, he will not be able to escape the long river of time. Could it be that he escaped tens of billions of light years in such a short period of time? This is impossible. How could he have such a fast speed? Kong Chan and others have not been resurrected. It stands to reason that they are in the Qian realm. We can resurrect them just after they died. What exactly is going on? Bai Lian and the other 4 did not get any desired results, and looked at each other in disbelief. As the Jueyun primordial stage, they have existed in the infinite universe before the battle of the infinite realm. But it was the first time they encountered such a thing. This force is really weird. It is estimated that it possesses some kind of unknown treasure at the beginning of the birth of the universe, with characteristics that are difficult to speculate, which offset the time force we mobilized. This force has a higher degree of threat than we thought. Don't let them leave, chase after. The pupils in Bai Lian's eyes shrank slightly, and a trace of jealousy and greed rose. What can make them greedy is the treasure from the beginning of the speculation of the universe. At the beginning of the universe, there was a moment when the rules and avenues were not yet defined, so many existences beyond the rules of the universe were born. These beings have very strange characteristics. Many can ignore the current rules of the universe and form unexpected terrorist methods. For the Jueyun Taichu who was almost undesirable such as Bai Lian, it also had a very strong temptation. Immediately after, the 4 of them passed the power of the long river of time and collected some breath of the infinite. If you can escape tens of billions of light years, don't believe you can escape trillions of light years. The 4 of them sneered in their hearts, and then they held the breath of the boundless horn, and began to deduce them together. But it took a long time, and the four of them did not find the exact location of the infinity. How can that be? Although the humanoid weapon has the 8 evolution stage, it is generally weaker than the 8 stage. How could he escape 1,000,000,000,000 light years in such a short time? The exact location cannot be estimated at all. I only know that it is in the direction of the Tianmen continent. Could it be that they are from the celestial continent, or are they allied with the celestial continent? In any case, they are our enemies. In a short time, they have become stronger. Quote. Surprised thoughts appeared in the minds of the 4 people, including Bai Lian. However, that's all. In the eyes of these 4 Juyun Taichu, Wuyin is just an ant that can be killed by one finger. Not to mention that there is still a half-step eternal powerhouse Mi Ling Buddha sitting in Tianmi continent. In the eyes of everyone, the boundless could also make a little wave, which still has no effect on the overall situation. Next, follow the Buddha's instructions and strengthen some precautions. The 4 of us guard the Tianmi continent together. If they dare to appear, they will surely kill it. Bai Lian spoke faintly, the light in his eyes gradually calmed down, and there was no more waves. Whirling, Bliss and Ruahai also nodded gently. Immediately after, everyone anchored the coordinates of the Tianzutong in the Tianmi continent, and used the subtle dharma and supernatural powers to return to the Tianmi continent. At the same time, in the heavenly continent, Su Lang, who successfully intercepted Monk Kongchen and others, drove the infinity, staying above a red mountain range. These pills help restore energy and blood. Also, it can help you to improve some of your strengths. Accept it all. Su Lang's voice came to everyone's ears. Immediately after, a large number of medicinal pills appeared in the part space, in front of a strong man. See the pill in front of me. Everyone was surprised, although in the battle, Su Lang also gave them a pill to restore energy. But at this time Su Lang gave far more pills than before. Even a Supreme Emperor of Judo has received a large amount of quasi-primary perfect quality medicine. For cultivation, to enhance the spirit and soul, to enhance the strength of the body, to restore and heal, everything. Chapter 2015. The whole family of witches go the most ecstatic of them. Wu Yu Yinghua is a strong man of the Wu clan. They are not good at alchemy. The general 2 primary pill are very rare. At this moment, I suddenly got so many 2 primary medicines, and they were of perfect quality. How could we not be ecstatic? Subordinates thank the great infinite Emperor Su Lang for the gift. Thanks to your Majesty Su Lang. One by one, the strong, quasi-prime, and Supreme Emperor knelt down and thanked Su Lang for his generous gift. This is just the beginning. There will be more in the future. Su Lang's voice with a smile came into everyone's ears. Now, everyone is leaving the boundless, let's go. The voice fell off. Everyone felt a slight repulsive force. Immediately, everyone broke away from the parts of the infinity as if sailing along the water, floating in the sky one after another. Immediately after, everyone saw the boundless numbers slowly shrinking, finally disappeared in Su Lang's palm. Your Majesty Su Lang, the subordinate feels that the opportunity for breakthrough has arrived. Suddenly, Qin Song saluted Su Lang, his face full of surprise. Subordinates too, experiencing the power of Bayan realm many times is like seeing the road ahead clearly in advance. Zhang Wenzheng also nodded immediately, therefore, his subordinates also have some understanding and can break through. Not only the 2 of them, Bai Tongguang, Zhu Junduo and others also expressed that they are about to break through. Among them, there are even the 6 evolving realm powerhouses among the witches. Ha ha ha, unexpectedly, letting you station in the infinity, there will be such an effect. Okay, let's make breakthroughs. In the future, I will definitely let you experience higher levels of power. Su Lang was also overjoyed and asked everyone to make a breakthrough. If Qin Song and other early powers break through, the overall strength of the Tianmen continent will rise again. When the time comes to station in the infinite, the strength of the infinite will also be greatly improved. Yes, Your Majesty Su Lang. Qin Song and others immediately left, returned to their own cave via the internet, and immediately began to retreat. Yan Xingxing and others returned to Su Lang's Dantian universe one after another, practicing on the blue star. The rest of the strong, quasi-prime and supreme emperors also left and returned to their posts. At last, only Yinghua and other powerful Wu clan have not left. Why don't you leave? Su Lang looked at Yinghua and the others with a smile on his face. Your Majesty Su Lang, I think there is no need for the Wu clan to consider it anymore. Therefore, on behalf of all the members of the Wu clan, I request to join the Tianmin continent, fight for His Majesty Su Lang, and fight for the boundless universe. Ying Hua knelt down facing Su Lang respectfully. The other powerful witches also knelt down, showing admiration. Under the leadership of Su Lang, they participated in 2 operations against Tianmi continent, and they succeeded both times. Even one of them escaped from the golden figure of Buddha Mi Ling. Until now, they are still very excited by the victory of these 2 operations. If it depends on themselves, I don't know how many years it will take to get out of the Tianmin continent. I don't know how many years it will take to have the initial strength to deal with Tianmi continent. But following Su Lang, they completed their needs in just 1 day and, under Su Lang's men, they had gained huge benefits in just half a day. Those pills, alone are enough to save them countless years of practice. Not to mention that through the boundless, they can experience higher levels of power in advance, so that they can break through more easily. Well, you are welcome to join, Ying Hua, Ji Xin, Ni Jin, Kangxi. Su Lang smiled brightly, and then read the real names of everyone one by one. This hand, when everyone was flattered, my heart was also extremely shocked. Being able to call out their real names casually, Su Lang's methods are really unfathomable, far from the realm of second development on the surface. So far, the early powerhouses of the Wu tribe joined the Tianmin continent one after another, becoming the powerhouses under Su Lang, of course. And everyone from the Wu clan, even the vast continent where the Wu clan is located. Su Lang is also very interested in the population and land of the Wu people. There are countless worlds in his crystal wall system, which just happen to need a large number of planets, continents and population to fill. Chapter 2016. Special leverage at this time. Now you have also joined my subordinates. Su Lang looked around at the primordial powers who were kneeling in the ground, and smiled slightly. You don't need to hand over those privileged terminals to me. You can use the exchange building normally. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty Su Lang. Ying Hua and others were overjoyed, but they coveted the treasures in the exchange building. And they found that Su Lang did not ask for treasures from them. He was simply the best benefactor in the world. Okay, Su Lang smiled and nodded, and asked, by the way, how long will it take for the people you send to cultivate 10,000 realms to arrive? This, Ying Hua replied, I guess it will take 3 days at the earliest. 3 days. For the primordial realm, it is actually very short. It takes many years for the General Emperor Wu to take a nap, let alone the beginning. But for Su Lang, it's been a long time. Such, you tell me the coordinates of the realm of cultivation, and I will send a clone to visit. In addition, the Wu clan continent will also join the Tianmin continent to share the spiritual internet and transportation network to accelerate development. You go to exchange the treasure now, I will go to you after I have handled some things, and go to the Wu clan continent with you. After Su Lang thought about it, he said to the others. Yes, Your Majesty Su Lang. Yinghua and others naturally agreed happily. They openly appeared in the boundless universe, and the Wu clan mainland was already in danger of exposure. Joining Tianmin continent at this time can not only ensure a greater degree of safety, but also accelerate development. It is simply the best choice. In addition, what makes them even more happy is that they can use the exchange house. When they think of the countless treasures in the exchange building, they are overwhelmed with excitement. Next, Ying Hua and the others retired one after another, and then went directly to the exchange building. Immediately, they took out most of their net worth and madly exchanged the items they needed. In fact, Su Lang has been paying attention to them. They have ruled the Wu clan mainland for so long one by one, and their wealth is extremely rich. At this time, all kinds of treasures are urgently needed, so Su Lang naturally treats them as a big customer. For example, what Yinghua and others want, but the exchange building does not have. Once they leave the desired item, Su Lang will immediately try to synthesize and then sell it to them. Because the item description is also left when leaving the desired item, the chance of Su Lang's synthesis is quite high. Basically, for the 10 objects that Yinghua and others wanted, Su Lang could synthesize 8 of them, quickly. Yinghua and others exchanged most of their wealth for a huge amount of treasures. For example, all kinds of 2 low-level pills, materials, and even 2 low-level weapons. He even used his own exercises to exchange the original exercises that Su Lang had thrown in the warehouse to eat ashes. and because the exchange building preferentially uses energy spars such as Shanyuan Diwan as the settlement currency. Therefore, almost all the various currencies, On Yinghua and others entered Su Lang's storage space through the exchange building. After the exchange is complete, Yinghua and other powerful witches left the exchange building with satisfaction. Then they found a place to start practicing, waiting for Su Lang to find them. And Su Lang also took his gaze away from Yinghua and the others. The Emperor sources obtained from them alone have a full 85,000 superior Emperor sources, which is equivalent to 8.5 cosmic sources. In addition, there are a large number of natural treasures, medicines, weapons, formations, and exercises with the characteristics of the Wu clan. Because the Wu clan has developed a special, leverage, profound meaning. Most of these pill weapon formations and exercises have this characteristic. That is to use a lower cost to exert greater power. Among them is a Wu clan exercise called World Heavenly Witch Fulcrum, which can increase the power of the universe by 10 times 100 times. My life universe, whether it is quantity or quality, is far superior to the same level. If you can take advantage of the profound meaning of this World Heavenly Witch Fulcrum exercise method, you will be able to exert incredible power. Usually, this exercise requires the blood of the witch clan to cultivate, but I have a melting pot of 10,000 methods, and I ignore the threshold of all exercises. When I finish the Hao Ri Yan Yu 2, I will practice this World Heavenly Witch Fulcrum. Su Lang thought silently, his eyes fell into the storage space again. Chapter 2017, 33 Universe Origin. There is a huge amount of wealth accumulated inside. It was collected from Monk Kongchen and others. There are also various items that Yinghua and others brought out when they exchanged treasures. System, give me all the Shanyuan Diwan deposits into the balance. A gleam of excitement flashed in Su Lang's eyes, even after he gave an order. Ding. Saved. The current balance is 33 Universe Origin. Hiss. 33 full Universe Origins. The last time I went out was close to the 7 Universe Origins. This time I harvested 26. Su Lang couldn't help but outline an excited smile. With these 33 Universe Origins, system functions can be upgraded again. System, improve 1 key training, 1 key martial arts and clone dispatch functions for me. Su Lang rubbed his hands in excitement and gave instructions again. Ding, consumes 10 Universe Origins, the 1 key training function is upgraded to level 49, and the training speed is increased to 75,080 trillion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualifications. Ding, consumes 10 Universe Origins, the 1-click martial arts function is upgraded to level 49, and the training speed is increased to 750 trillion times the speed of the basic training without lack of aptitude. Ding, consumes 10 Universe Origins, the clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 48, the number of clones is +1, the current number of clones is 48, the number of clones is 48, and the number of twins is 48. After 3 system prompts, Su Lang's balance returned to the pitiful 3 yuan again. Oh no, it is the 3 origins of the universe. But compared to paying, Su Lang's gain is terrifying. Cultivation speed increased by 37,540 trillion times. The speed of martial arts has increased by 375 trillion times. When the 9 hearts are back together, the speed of martial arts will reach 6,750 trillion times. The total number of clones reached 144, and after using buying clones it reached 14,400. What the hell? With the current cultivation speed, one can complete the accumulation of a mortal's cultivation to the quasi-primary beginning realm in 1 second. The speed of martial arts training is also explosive. With such a terrifying speed, it only takes an hour to practice the 2 basic exercises to the founding level. Abnormal, it's so perverted, and these 2 system functions will soon be level 50. I don't know what kind of super abnormal bonus features will be available at level 50. Su Lang looked at the busy cultivating villain and the martial arts villain, with extremely strong expectations in his eyes. Immediately after, his eyes fell on those genius treasures, finished medicines, finished weapons. Kong Chan and others have been domineering in the major star regions of Tianmi continent and the infinite universe for billions of years, and they have collected far more treasures than Zhang Wenzheng and the others. System, disassemble all the locked items for me. A gleam of light flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and he directly gave instructions. Suddenly, one by one is very cherished by others, but for Su Lang, the finished pill of very quality has all become raw materials. A powerful super primary weapon, quasi-primary weapon and supreme emperor's weapon, all collapsed silently and restored into countless refining materials. Almost instantly, in Su Lang's storage space, there are many more continents formed by the gathering of heaven, material and earth treasures. Picking up a stone casually above is a godless treasure. Tisk tut, with so many materials, my baby Xiaoyu can evolve and improve again. Su Lang smiled, and immediately took out the Yutian sword. The host, Xiaoyu is going to get stronger again, right? This must be a reward for Xiaoyu for killing 39 enemies, right? Qiling Xiaoyu flew out of the long sword and hung directly on Su Lang's neck, her beautiful eyes full of bright brilliance. Yes, Xiaoyu is the best, I will reward you now. Su Lang smiled brilliantly, stretched out his hand and squeezed Xiaoyu's pink face. But, just to enhance Xiaoyu's power, Xiaoyu can't be satisfied. The corner of Xiaoyu's mouth bends, her arms are tightened, and a trace of cunning flashes in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 2018. The Yutian sword approaching Wuyan realm, what? Then how can you be satisfied? Su Lang raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiaoyu, who was hanging on him with a playful look. The host. Don't you understand? Xiaoyu's face flushed. Of course what? Su Lang rolled his eyes. This little Yu's skin is terrible, and he definitely wanted to tease him this time. Yes, let Xiaoyu have a bite. Xiaoyu blushed, unable to tell for a long time, and finally he bit Su Lang on the face. Lighter. Don't use teeth. Su Lang was bitten and his whole body trembled. You are close to the Xian level, and the bite is very painful. Oh, understood. Xiaoyu nodded, but bite harder. He didn't let go of his mouth until he left a purple tooth mark on Su Lang's face. Satisfied, Su Lang rolled his eyes to look at Xiaoyu. His face was speechless. Not yet. Xiaoyu also rolled her eyes to look at Su Lang, her mouth puffed up. Cough. Su Lang coughed slightly. Do business, it's time for you to evolve. Okay, thank you master. Xiaoyu smiled, and then reached out and rubbed the tooth marks on Su Lang's face. Don't get into the habit. Su Lang smiled and nodded Xiaoyu's forehead. Go back to the main body. Okay, Xiaoyu nodded obediently, and then flew back into the body. Immediately after. System, only retain the current characteristics, evolve the Yutian sword. With a thought, Su Lang gave instructions to the system. Suddenly, countless materials in the storage space disappeared. A long system reminder immediately echoed through my mind. Ding. Consume the soul of the beginning 10, the elementary material Ningtian Mingxin 500, the Haoxing meteorite core 500, the evil star taking Sunda jade 1000, Liaoyuan steel Lishi 2000, Kimu Rui jade 2000. Godless grade material. Godless soul 3 million. The Yutian sword has evolved into a Sanyan Taichu weapon. Suddenly, a deep brilliance flashed from the body of Yutian sword. Immediately after, an incomparably vast and powerful momentum erupted from the Yutian sword. The Yutian sword, which has reached the level of the 3 generations and has undergone 8 enhancements, already possesses the power of infinitely approaching the primordial stage of the 5 generations. It's almost half a step and 5 weapons. Cooperating with my broken sword and other secret techniques, it is not surprising that the power of the 5 evolving realms can be exerted. Su Lang held the Yutian sword, a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. And Xiaoyu, who was promoted to the level of Sanyan, was obviously very happy too. The pupils of the sword grid turned around, especially agile. Wait until next time, I will strengthen it for you. Su Lang raised the Yutian sword and gently stroked the blade with his left hand. Xiaoyu suddenly became even happier. Immediately after, Su Lang put the Yutian sword on his head. The Yutian sword suddenly turned into a hairpin, and automatically helped Su Lang to pull his long hair into a bun. Weapon including Yutian sword is enough for the time being. Compared with Wuyan's weapons, such as the Godless Dragon Terrace, Heavenly Shield, and Bright Sword, the evolutionary gains will be smaller, so you can slow down for a while. Su Lang touched his chin for some thought, and immediately decided to prioritize evolution and strengthen the Boundless. If the materials are sufficient, then evolve weapons such as Godless Dragon Platform. After all, Boundless could gather the power of 120,000 strong people. The benefit of upgrading Infinity is even greater. After making a decision, Su Lang took the Wuyin out of the storage space and placed it on the ground. Suddenly, an indomitable super-humanoid weapon appeared in front of Yu Just one leg is like a boundless Tianfeng. System. Start the weapon evolution function. Only retain the current characteristics, the evolution is boundless. Su Lang locked the wooing with his spiritual mind and directly issued the system command. Ding. Consuming godless soul 8 million, the soul of the great emperor. Godless grade material Yunlangnianyuenu 100000, Nixia Lingtianji 100,000. The wooing has evolved successfully. The system prompt appears. Countless materials in the storage space disappeared out of thin air instantly. The godless soul alone consumed a full 8 million copies. It should be known that when the Utian sword evolved to the quasi-primary beginning level, it only consumed more than 1 million godless souls. This can be seen. Evolving together with 120,000 parts of infinity, it is simply a terrifying golden swallowing beast. Chapter 2019. Qianjing Boundless. Of course. After the evolution is complete, the promotion of Boundless is just as terrifying. Of the 120,000 quasi-Tai elementary parts, 60,000 of them have been strengthened 4 times and 60,000 have been strengthened 5 times. Each part has more power than ordinary quasi-primary weapons. The 120,000 parts complement each other and combine to make the infinity's conventional power level reach the Qian Taichu realm. Directly promoted to elementary levels. And Su Lang's promotion of the infinite is still endless. System. Use designated materials to strengthen the designated target once. Su Lang selected 60,000 parts to be strengthened 4 times and issued the order again. Suddenly, countless materials disappear again. The selected 60,000 parts have all completed the 5th enhancement. So far, all parts have been strengthened 5 times. The rank of wooing has also risen again, and its regular strength has reached the level of the strong of Qian Tai Junior High. If we subdivide the Taichu realm into Junior High and Late, the infinity at this time has reached the realm of the middle stage of the Qi Yan. Such a powerful basic strength, after entering the martial arts, will definitely get a huge improvement again. At least it can reach the realm of 9 generations. However, it is only a conventional power. The control of time rules, the quality of the twisting power, and energy reserves are too weak. With my current ruling power, the 120,000 strongest can station in the infinity, at most they can only perform half a trick. I intercepted and killed Monk Kongchen and others, and caused the Tianmi continent to lose a full 82 of Taichu. They will not give up. In order to better deal with Tianmi continent, we still have to improve the strength of ourselves and the subordinates as soon as possible. Su Lang thought silently, and immediately checked the materials in the storage space. Evolving Utian sword and infinity consumes a lot of materials. But this time, a total of 39 powerhouses of the primordial realm were killed. Moreover, they are the early powerhouses of Tianmi continent, all fat and oily. Just a very basic weapon, it disassembled 33 handles. In addition, it also disassembled a large number of quasi-primordial weapons in the Supreme Emperor's soldiers, and there are many ready-made materials. System. Give me the evolution of the 8-sided shield. Godless Dragon Terrace. Bright Sword. Luoyu Mirror. Construct the Moon Nest. Su Lang moved in his heart and gave instructions to the system. Ding. Consume the soul of the beginning 5, the elementary material Xian Qiao Jing 300, Dingtian returning 1 Jade 500, Wushui Green Sunda 1000. Godless grade material. Godless soul 130000. The 8-sided shield of Xianxia has evolved into a weapon of Sanyan Taichu. Ding. Consume the soul of the beginning 5. Ding. The system prompt keeps ringing. Countless materials disappeared. Weapons such as the heavenly 8-edged shield have been evolved to the Sanyan primordial stage. In addition, each weapon has reached the current limit of 8 enhancements, therefore, the true level of all weapons has exceeded the Xian level. The materials are almost consumed. If you can strengthen it once more, you can strengthen it again. Unfortunately, all of them have reached the upper limit of 8 times, and the enhancement function requires 10 universe origins to be upgraded. Su Lang pondered silently, his gaze shifted to the classics of the Dao Qi Dao of the alchemy array and some of the remaining materials. After killing Kong Chan and the others, not all of the classics of the alchemy formation were related to Buddhism. Because they have searched too many classics of cultivation and civilization, it can even be said that after the Battle of Infinity Realm, they inherited the most wealth of the Infinity Realm. There are more than 1,000 kinds of formations in the array Dao classics alone. Among them, there is the Time Slaughter array of the Juyan Primordial Realm. There is even a half-step eternal level formation, Qian Kun Xiaohua 4 swords to kill prison formation. Except besides, there are 9 formations in the Bian primordial realm, and there are more below the Qian. So many formations. If you can arrange all of them and cast them into a combined formation, you will be able to reach the invincible level below the eternal realm. Unfortunately, the formations are powerful, but I don't have enough materials to arrange these formations. Su Lang looked at that kind of powerful formation, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Chapter 2020, 39 Primordial Life Universe. The formation of the half-step eternal state and the 9-yan primordial stage was too advanced. There are too many heaven, material and earth treasures needed for the formation, and they are too cherished. It is estimated that the materials of that level have been searched by Emperor Yuanmingzhou a long time ago, and even the Mi Ling bald donkey could not produce much. And if these materials were synthesized, I don't know how many heavenly materials and earth treasures it would take to complete one piece. For the current Su Lang, it simply cannot afford it, but Su Lang's eyes soon became brighter. Except for those incredible formations. Isn't there some more low-level formations? These are 2 elementary formations. If you tighten your belt, Su Lang consciously can still arrange some. After accepting the Wu Clan continent and cultivation 10,000 realms, I will get a little more material, so I will add these formations to the Tianmen continent united formation. Now, let's take a look at those pill classics and refine those alchemy materials into more pills. Su Lang's eyes flickered, and then he began to look through the alchemy classics. Have to say, the level of the alchemy books owned by Kong Chan and others is high. Among them, there is a pill of Juyan Realm, Taichu Destiny Pill. This pill has only one effect, and that is to resurrect the strong man who died soon. Rely on the super abnormal time countercurrent force. After taking the Juyan Prime beginning realm and the warriors under it, they can resurrect with full blood on the spot. This is much more powerful than Su Lang's soil source soul reincarnation technique. Of course, in the face of Su Lang's perfect plundering function, it will definitely fail. The things snatched by the perfect looting are stored in the infinite storage space, and even the power of time cannot be taken back. In addition to the Taichu Deming pill, there are many time-related pills. For example, the pill that relies on the power of time to accelerate cultivation, the pill that relies on the power of time to restore, and body forging, and so on. And these medicinal pills need too many materials to be abnormal. Moreover, the refining methods are very obscure and difficult, and the general 2 junior alchemy masters simply cannot refining. Even if it can be refined, it is mostly a pill of very low quality. These elixirs are of little use to me at the moment. However, if you are prepared for it, if you have the material, you can still refine it for use, in case you need it someday. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, and soon after he finished studying all the alchemy classics, he began to refine the pill. Suddenly, a large number of pills appeared in the storage space like jelly beans. There are many elixirs that are too elementary. There are even more pills of the Supreme Emperor. These Supreme Emperor level pills will be temporarily hung in the exchange building. Su Lang thought of it, and a list of medicinal pills was immediately sorted out. The avatar of Buying who guarded the exchange building was added to the catalog of exchangeable materials. Finish it all. The harvest of Diwan and alchemy array Dao Qi Dao has been counted. But the benefits from Kong Chan and others are far more than these. Their life universe alone is unimaginable wealth. 39 from the beginning. 39 semi-independent life universes. I don't know how many treasures there are, how many powerful creatures can be bred. Moreover, in these primordial life universes, a very mature warrior branch civilization must have been developed, and there may be merits. Su Lang thought, and 39 fist-sized bright asterisk appeared in front of him. They float up and down in the sky, slowly rotating, as if forming a small galaxy. Immediately after, Su Lang used time and space means to tear apart the barriers of the universe of primary life. Divine mind penetrated into it. Then I saw a huge planet. The overall strength of Kong Chan and others is much stronger than that of Zhang Bizu and others. As a result, their planet of life is even larger, and the treasures and energies contained in them are countless times stronger, and Kong Chan and others were solidified by Su Lang with time, and they couldn't explode desperately until they died. So the creatures in their universe are almost intact. Chapter 2021. Reap countless intelligent creatures. It's just because Kong Chan and others died. The universe of life lost its sense of asterisk 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 and began to gradually go into chaos. However, almost all of them are in wars on the vast life planets. Countless creatures are gathering together one by one strong, attacking and killing each other. If this kind of war continues for an extra second, it will bring great losses. Su Lang narrowed his eyes and immediately activated the clone dispatch function. These living planets have been protected by the power of time and space. But Su Lang had already mastered the power of time, and could easily send his clone to cross the barrier of time and space. At this time, one avatar was dispatched to those life universes. Hundreds of shadow clones have been dispatched in each universe, and each clone is a powerhouse of the primordial realm. Almost instantly, on all life planets, any struggle will stop in an instant. 2. Too early stage. As a strong person in the primordial stage, many primal stages, hundreds of them. Oh my god, the powerful of the dignified primordial realm actually lined up like small soldiers. It was their master who killed our lord of the world. He is too strong. With so many subordinates in the primordial realm, the level of that strong is simply unimaginable. Surrender, only surrender can survive and have a future. Following this strong man, we can go further. Have you seen the soldiers of the primordial realm? As long as we surrender, we can also become one of them. Quick, hurry up and bow down to our new master. Quote. A quasi-beginner powerhouse was horrified, and immediately knelt down in ecstasy, hoping to join Su Lang's command. Their approach is very wise, and Su Lang is very satisfied. You are smart. From today onwards, you are the creatures under the seat of the Emperor of my boundless universe. Now, let's go to my inner world to survive for a while, and soon, I will bestow you the cultivation of the primordial beginning stage. Su Lang's voice sounded in every living universe, as if the whole world was talking. Countless creatures knelt down after hearing it, and those quasi-beginners are extremely excited, worshipping frantically, and even throwing their heads into the ground, wishing to knock their heads into the mud. The boundless Emperor Zhou, their new owner is Emperor Zhou, and also promised to give them the cultivation base of the primordial beginning realm. This made all the quasi-prime primaries on the 39 life planets so excited that they were like Fan Jin and Zhongju, almost going crazy on the spot. Of course, these people also understand very well. I must change my mind and dedicate my loyalty and unreservedness to this new master Su Lang before they can be accepted. Therefore, countless people are preparing to overthrow the old and evil forces and establish new forces that believe in Su Lang. To this, Su Lang just smiled faintly. Then he strengthened the Mingguang 10,000 Realms Emperor Sutra to the Supreme Beginning Realm, and immediately caused the clones to unfold. Suddenly, the endless bright light dispelled all the darkness. The loyalty of all creatures in the world instantly belongs to Su Lang. If Su Lang does not take the initiative to revoke the effect of Mingguang 10,000 Realms, unless these creatures can break through to the primordial beginning realm, there is a little possibility of breaking free from the shackles of the light world. But it is only a possibility. At this moment, in the 39 primary life universes, countless creatures surrendered to Su Lang. In an instant, Su Lang brought countless incense and aspirations. It should be noted that the original masters of these life universes are almost all Buddhist masters. What they are best at is to contribute incense and aspirations. Now it's all cheaper Su Lang. Tisk tut, hundreds of thousands of 7 treasure trees, special aspirations are crystallized. After a while, the 7 treasure tree will be able to evolve again. Su Lang smiled happily, and then selected 39 crystal wall worlds near the Dantian universe. Immediately after, xianxia blessed world, Su Lang's eyes condensed, and the extremely majestic energy poured into the 39 crystal wall worlds, and began to frantically expand the space within. This is a second expansion for the crystal wall world, so that its internal space can accommodate the planets of primary life. Chapter 2022, 43 Super Elementary Beasts. In fact, Su Lang didn't even want to let go of the crystal wall of the universe of life in the beginning. I want to put the complete universe of primordial life into the crystal wall world. But this is too difficult. The complete universe of primordial life was too big, and the crystal wall world of the second expansion could not contain it at all. Therefore, only the planet of life can be transferred, and the empty universe of life can only be thrown into the pupil of 10,000 worlds to save. Time passed slowly. 39 crystal wall worlds have gradually expanded to the extent that they are large enough to accommodate planets that are too primary. Soon, Su Lang began to transfer the planet of life. Even with his current cultivation base, this is a rather troublesome thing. It took a while, only then did all 39 life planets be installed into his crystal wall world. I feel that my body has become heavier. Well, it's such a powerful world power, and humane power is also very sufficient. Now it is possible for Xiaoluo to send the ghost of the reincarnation world into these worlds and capture the souls of dead creatures. There is also the mother's nest of the moon, and let it send its clones into these worlds and supervise the development of the world. A satisfied smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and then he gave orders to Xiaoluo and Yu Mo. Xiaoluo and Yu Mo immediately joined forces to take over 39 worlds. Make the most of it. Quickly, there are countless souls in the world of reincarnation. After these souls are judged, the unqualified will be thrown into Qibao Hell and heart-piercing hell. Those who qualify will enter the cycle. Simultaneously, the moon moth also received a huge amount of fragments of the original body from Su Lang. At present, there is no absolute beginning realm powerhouse that can revive Su Lang. Therefore, the body fragments of the Supreme Emperor and Taichu can only be used as food for the Moon Mother's nest, so that it can produce more spores of life, bred more wisdom and civilization. And after Guyu Brood was promoted to the Sanyan Supreme beginning stage and strengthened 8 times, its abilities had been qualitatively changed and sublimated. That is to collect genes and improve your own gene bank, and it is no longer limited to the clan of moon moths. At present, the mother's nest has collected the genes of countless creatures, even. The moon moth also got the phoenix's unintentionally scattered genes from the magic universe. There are also many genes of 43 divine beasts that were just saved by Su Lang. Those creatures who were brought into the crystal wall world by Su Lang will also be collected by the moon moth for backup and use. Now the spores of the mother's nest of the moon can breed terrifying potential spores, which can evolve into countless species. This has also greatly enriched the biological diversity of Su Lang's life universe in the crystal wall world. In those very barren worlds, moon moths can use spores to develop a race of creatures most suitable for those worlds. It can be said, in the creation of Su Lang's life and universe, the mother nest of the moon has played an extremely important role. If it depends on Su Lang himself, even he also has the Sutra of Nirvana without God. It can absorb the blood of countless creatures and reproduce it in the world, and it takes a lot of time to complete. At this time, after dispatching missions to Xiaoluo and Moonmouth, Su Lang's gaze fell on the 43 divine beasts. These beasts are of different types, but it is divided into several categories. The first category is the Shenlong category, including the colorful dragons such as Qinglong, Beilong and Hailong, the branch of dragons such as Yinglong, Chilong, and Horned Dragon, and even special dragons such as Taishu Zhoulong. When Su Lang was in the exile, he summoned a large number of true spirits of the universe dragon. At this time, the true spirits are still being placed by the sun to absorb energy, and have not yet been resurrected. In addition to the dragon clan, there are also the sacred beasts of the bird family, such as the Suzaku, Qingluan, Xuantian Kunpeng, and Eclipse Kunpeng. In addition, there are Qilin, Shengyu, Chongqi, Zhu Wei and so on. 43 divine beasts, a total of 32 different races. Su Lang guessed that they probably all represented the best of their respective races, successfully breaking through to the primordial realm, but unfortunately they were arrested and reduced to slaves. Li General Existence, it's time for you to be free again. Su Lang's eyes flashed, and he called Phoenix and Bai Yellen up. Soon, then he appeared in a universe of life with 43 Buddhist treasures, and came to the 43 gods and beasts. Chapter 2023. Rescue the first beast Suzaku, this is. Before those sacred beasts that were slaves to the strong men of the Tianmi continent. There is my Kailan clan, the predecessors of the 3 generations of the profound blood Kailan clan at the primordial beginning. And Kunpeng, Shenlong, Xuanwu, Suzaku, Qingluan. Bai Yellen looked at the full 43 divine beasts in front of him, and suddenly his eyes turned red, thinking of the tragic experience of the Tianing continent's divine beasts. Most of the sacred beasts have extraordinary talents, and even in the Tianing continent where resources have been raided, a large number of powerful people can emerge. One after another, but the strongest is also at the primordial level, and it is extremely easy to be hunted down, it is almost like a fish. The powerhouse of the primordial beginning realm has never appeared, which has puzzled the countless creatures of the sacred beasts in the Tianing continent. Bai Yilin was also one of the people who had doubts. But she understands now. Those sacred beasts that secretly broke through to the primordial beginning realm, certainly without exception, all became the slaves of Tianmi continent. Tianmi continent. Bai Yelin clenched her fists, her knuckles turned white, and her hatred was overwhelming. Simultaneously, Phoenix also had cold eyes. As a high-ranking member of the Sacred Beast clan, seeing these sacred beasts so miserable, it was naturally angry. The Tianmi continent completely treats the sacred beasts of the Tianning continent as livestock in captivity, and they want to slaughter the riders at will. This is really unbearable. Bai Yelin, Phoenix, don't worry, we will soon have the power to save the Tianning continent. Now let's help these mythical beasts get out of pain. Su Lang patted Bai Yelin on the shoulder, nodded at the Phoenix, and then turned to look at the 43 divine beasts. At this time, 43 Buddhist treasures were controlled by Su Lang. Without his command, the sacred beasts are like walking corpses, their eyes standing there blankly. Able to limit the beasts that are too elementary. These Buddhist treasures are extraordinary. Unfortunately, no matter how subtle and complex the weapons and treasures are, I can see them through at a glance. Su Lang took out a Buddhist treasure, and while activating the weapon recognition function, he used the micro-mystery technique to expand his spiritual thoughts and explore. Almost an instant of time, Su Lang can see clearly the material and function of this Buddhist treasure. Immediately after, Su Lang's mind came up with many ancient Buddhist refining books on Tianmi mainland that had just been learned. Quickly, he relied on his incomparably powerful knowledge and attainments to speculate on the method of refining Buddhist treasures. As long as the materials are sufficient, Su Lang himself can refine the same Buddhist treasure. Even the method of refining the treasure has been speculated, and it is naturally clear how to release the control of the Buddhist treasure from the beast of the beginning. The specific method is to melt the Buddha's treasure in a special way, finished into a special pill with powerful alchemy attainments. Finally, give it to the beast to completely restore its freedom. Except for this method, even if the other methods can take the beast out of control, it is only superficial freedom. The bald donkeys that refine these Buddhist treasures are really sinister. Lights flashed through Su Lang's eyes. Soon, he started to melt the first Buddhist treasure with the method that he predicted. Quickly, this Buddhist treasure turned into a pool of golden liquid in Su Lang's hands. Finish this step. One of the Suzaku controlled by this Buddhist treasure was initially out of control, and his eyes gradually began to shine. Where is this place? That is, Phoenix, Qilin. I was rescued, but it seems that the person who saved me was not the Phoenix and the unicorn, but the humanoid intelligent creature. This kind of breath is a human race. Suzaku saw Su Lang, Phoenix, and Bai Yelin, and she immediately showed ecstasy, and immediately felt a little weird that Su Lang was the rescuer. In the impression of Suzaku, human race is a very weak existence, and the current human race young man at least possesses the strength of the second Yan primordial stage. This makes him a little unbelievable. At this time, Zhu Ke found that Su Lang had a new movement. With a light wave of Su Lang's right hand, a large amount of the abnormal fire of the primordial beginning realm turned into a crepe myrtle indeterminate fire, forming a pill furnace. Chapter 2024, Xuanshui Qilin Fengyan. Immediately after, Su Lang kept throwing ingredients into the pill furnace, and finally threw the golden liquid into it. Under the gaze of Phoenix, Bai Yirin and Suzaku, a golden pill was quickly refined by Su Lang. Scatter. Su Lang waved his hand lightly again, and the purple flame suddenly disappeared. A billowing golden pill appeared in Su Lang's hands. What kind of medicine is this? Why can I have such a powerful temptation? Suzaku looked at the pill in Su Lang's hand, and suddenly couldn't move his eyes. He wanted to eat that pill too much, and instinctively felt that taking it would be of great benefit to him. At this moment, Su Lang flew in front of Suzaku and threw the pill into his mouth. The pill will melt in your mouth. He entered Suzaku's body instantly. Immediately after, Suzaku felt as if a kind of magical power filled his body. As if some of the things that he lacked were completely made up, the whole body gave him a feeling of completeness and perfection from the inside. At last, a strong clear flow flows out of Suzaku's sea of consciousness. Dissipate all the haze in the sea of his knowledge, so that he can completely restore his clear mind. I am completely free. I'm free again. I can use my will to control my body and strength at will. Suzaku felt her own changes, and fire-red tears flowed from her eyes, turning into cherished crystals. You are free, little Suzaku. Come on, Come to me. Phoenix was also very happy, raising his wings and beckoning at Suzaku. Yes, Master Phoenix. Suzaku burst into tears with excitement. But he knew that Su Lang saved himself. Therefore, he first performed the most humble and respectful etiquette of the Suzaku clan to Su Lang, before he flew to Phoenix. The closer to the Phoenix, the more Suzaku felt the endless sense of security and relaxation. This feeling, since he was born and his parents died, he has never felt it again. For billions of years, he grew tremblingly in the Tianting continent, trying his best to conceal himself, breaking through the realm of the beginning. In the end, he realized that his every move was seen by the guards of the Tianting continent from beginning to end. On the day he broke through, he was captured and plucked all the Suzaku's feathers, and was almost drained of the Suzaku's blood, and suffered brutal torture. In the end, he was even more controlled by his mind, and even his thinking, and completely reduced to a puppet slave. His life, only now as he truly experienced the beautiful things. At this time, the rescued Suzaku leaned against Phoenix and confided her experience to Phoenix and Bai Yellen. And Su Lang began to rescue the second beast. This time, Su Lang chose the mysterious blood unicorn. This is a giant black unicorn, looks extremely mighty, full of endless awe. But he, controlled by the treasures of Buddhism, has become a walking dead. Colorful burning heaven, condensation. After Su Lang used a special method to melt the Buddha's treasure, he started alchemy again. It went well together. A golden pill was refined by Su Lang and fed to the black blood unicorn who had restored some sanity. Kiran Fengyan, thank you fellow Taoist for saving his life. After Xuanshui Qilin completely recovered his mind, he was equally excited. But he was more stable than Vermilion, and he was a little more vicissitudes of life. After solemnly thanking Su Lang, he looked at Bai Yellen. Senior Fengyan. Bai Yellen bowed slightly at the mysterious blood unicorn, her eyes full of excitement. This is the first family she has seen in over 1 billion years. Haha, the little girl from the Jade clan is really talented. Even so young that he broke through to the realm of the primordial beginning, I am afraid that I might hope to be the realm of the 9 generations. Feng Yun looked at Bai Yellen in the supreme beginning realm and said in surprise. All these are gifts from His Majesty Su Lang. It is His Majesty Su Lang, the stalwart Emperor Su Lang, who bestowed me a cultivation base of the primordial beginning stage. Bai Yellen said excitedly, Senior Profound Blood, under the leadership of His Majesty Su Lang, we will definitely be able to conquer the Tianting continent. Chapter 2025. All the gods and beasts surrender, Your Majesty Su Lang. You are the new infinite Emperor Zhou. Feng Yun looked at Su Lang in shock, and bowed deeply again. Feng Yun sees His Majesty the Emperor Zhou. No need to be polite. When I rescue the other 40 beasts, I will tell you about the situation on our side. Su Lang smiled and held up the mysterious blood unicorn, and immediately began to rescue the third and fourth, the beasts. Time passed slowly. Su Lang refines pieces of Buddhism treasures into pills, and gradually rescues all the controlled beasts. At last, 43 divine beasts hovered in front of Su Lang, their expressions grateful and respectful. They already had the young man who had rescued themselves before him, who was the new infinite Emperor Zhou from the beginning. And they didn't doubt that Su Lang's strength was enough. Because they watched Su Lang beheading 39 Taichu. With such a powerful combat power, none of them are qualified to question it. And through Bai Yi Rin and Phoenix, many sacred beasts already know that Su Lang's most powerful place lies in potential. This new majesty, the boundless Emperor Zhou, will soon become a stronger powerhouse, and is the hope of the entire boundless universe. Everyone, I, Su Lang, the new infinite Emperor Zhou, need your help. Su Lang looked around at a group of sacred beasts. Stay, follow me to fight the Tianmi continent, and resist Yuanming Zhou Emperor. Yes, Your Majesty, the boundless Emperor Zhou. Your Majesty Su Lang, it is our duty. Please let us offer everything, fight for you, fight for the boundless universe. Mythical beasts, never regret it. Quote. The gods and beasts swayed in excitement and expressed their determination. Being enslaved by Tianmi continent for so long, how can they not hate it, and they can follow, well. You guys just got out of the sea of suffering, so let's go back to my life universe to rest and recover. These are the pills I refined, and they will be of some help to you. Su Lang laughed loudly, and then took out a large amount of perfect primordial pill to distribute to the gods and beasts. These sacred beasts have a harder life than the warriors of the heavenly continent. Even the most basic pill is rarely taken. At this moment, I was stunned and stupid to see so many perfect primordial pills. His Majesty Su Lang has rewarded us with so many elixirs. They are all too low-level pill. They seem to be all the legendary perfect quality pill. It's incredible. This is the first time in my life that I have received such a precious pill. His Majesty Su Lang deserves to be the new infinite Emperor Zhou. Quote. The gods and beasts looked at the pill in ecstasy, and each of them burst into tears with excitement. No one has ever treated them so well in their lives. You're welcome. Take them all, and I still have a lot after eating. Your own strength is the most precious, don't bear these pills. Su Lang looked at the beasts that seemed to be loved by his old father, and suddenly smiled brightly. Yes, His Majesty the Great Emperor Zhou. We must break through as soon as possible and fight for you. The gods and beasts agreed with gratitude. They are also telling the truth, as the best in the sacred beast clan, their qualifications are truly terrifying. Even when the resources are extremely poor, they have cultivated to the level of 3 generations and 4 generations. With Su Lang's pill now, it will definitely break through the bottleneck faster. It's a pity that my cultivation base is not big enough for myself. It's okay to promote the quasi-primordial beginning to the beginning of the primordial state, but it's not okay to instill the cultivation base for the primordial state. Only wait for one's own cultivation level to be higher before instilling cultivation skills for the subordinates of the primordial beginning realm. Of course, after I practice more exercises, I will instill in them the exercises and time rules. This is as important as the cultivation base. Su Lang thought about it in his heart, and immediately opened his Dantian universe, putting Bai Yellen and the sacred beasts into it. Compared with other life universes, the Dantian universe has the most abundant energy, because the sun exists in this universe. The rest of the universe can only obtain energy from the sun's projection and Su Lang itself, and the energy is naturally weaker. Chapter 2026 Arrived in the Wu clan mainland after putting the beasts into the pubic universe. Su Lang put the Phoenix into the Yinghua universe again. After this period of recovery, Phoenix has already recovered to the Wuyun primordial stage, and I have to say that the progress is very fast. It won't take long to recover to the Qian primordial beginning realm, and then move towards a higher realm. It's time to head to the Wu clan mainland. Su Lang thought about it, and immediately found Yinghua and other Wu clan powers through the transmission internet. His Majesty Su Lang, the stalwart Emperor Su Lang. After Yinghua and others saw Su Lang, they immediately bowed down respectfully. Okay, let's go, guide me and head to the Wu clan mainland. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately appeared in the middle of waving his hands, standing tall and majestic. Yes, Your Majesty Su Lang. Yinghua and other early powers took their orders, and then flew into his permanent parts. There was only one great power of the Wu clan in the primordial stage of xianxia, because it was on the verge of a breakthrough and fell into a state of retreat, and did not enter the infinity. Su Lang is naturally happy to see if the strong under his command wants to break through. Therefore, tasks are also given to other subordinates to protect the strong in retreat. Immediately after, teleport, with the thought of Su Lang, he immediately mobilized the power of transmitting the internet, and reached the edge of the 100,000 sky constellation. Outside the formation, there are still a large number of powerful Wu clan waiting. Su Lang simply took these witch clan powerhouses into the infinite, so that he could use the infinite to see the power of a higher realm in advance. These powerful witches knew that the clan had already led the witches to join the Tianmen continent to become the powerful under the command of Su Lang. But after all, they have not yet felt the power of Su Lang. At this time, seeing is believing, and personally experiencing it, it is immediately shocked, and one after another rises in awe and surrender towards Su Lang. Next, follow the directions given by Yinghua and the others, and send the clone to the Wu clan mainland. Several thoughts flashed in Su Lang's mind, and soon 100 shadow avatars were continuously sent out, opening up a convenient avenue in the boundless and lonely void. If you encounter Starfield on the road, Su Lang would immediately use the clone to replace it, and ran over to collect all the planets in the star field into his crystal wall universe. This is condensing the power of the boundless universe and also protecting these star regions. Gradually, after Su Lang had over hundreds of thousands of planets, a clone finally arrived at a time-space fault. The time-space fault looks no different from the ordinary dead universe. But if something falls into it, it will immediately be attacked and oppressed by the extremely terrifying space-time power. Compared with the artificial time-space graben of Tianmen continent, the power of natural time-space fault is more powerful. However, because it is natural, it is not perfect at the same time as it is strong. There are natural paths in and out of the time-space fault. Of course, this is not a bad thing, because this road is very hidden, and it is absolutely difficult to find even the strong in the early stage. The witches rely on the information left by the powerful billions of years ago to get in and out of the time-space fault. This has ensured the safety of the Wu clan mainland to a large extent, making it last for billions of years. At this moment, under the guidance of Ying Hua and others, Su Lang's clone kept advancing through the time and space faults, opening up a path. It didn't take long. Su Lang's clone passed through the space-time fault and reached another almost semi-independent universe. After moving on for a while, I found a giant continent suspended in space. This is the lair of the witch continent. Start avatar replacement. With a thought, Su Lang instantly changed positions with the clone, and appeared in front of the Wu clan continent under the control of infinity. We are back. Unexpectedly, we would return to the Wu clan continent from the Tianmen continent so soon. The methods of His Majesty Su Lang, the Emperor of the Boundless Universe, are really against the sky. He drives so fast. ... Ying Hua and other Wu clan were amazed when they saw their lair. Immediately after, Su Lang flew into the Witch clan continent under the control of infinity. The incomparably huge boundless space is like a huge planet flying in the Witch continent, immediately causing the aboriginals of the Witch continent to panic and fear. Chapter 2027. The beginning punishment of the new Wu clan. What is that? It's huge, it's countless times bigger than our Wu clan's largest alchemy creation. What the asterisk is this? The aura on it is too terrifying. Is it going to destroy our Wu clan? No, the great witch world lord, save us. ... On the earth, countless witch warriors flee in panic and shout. But at this moment, children of the witch tribe, don't panic. I am Yinghua Great Witch, and the Wu clan has been embraced by the new infinite emperor Su Lang, and will usher in a better future. Now, all of our witch races are already creatures under His Majesty Su Lang's command. Give me, kneel down. ... Ying Hua's voice spread across countless areas, immediately causing a large number of Wu clan warriors to stop fleeing. But the people of the Wu tribe obviously couldn't believe it. Where does the arrogant come from, dare to pretend to be teacher Yinghua? Is there any new emperor, infinite emperor? It is ridiculous. Today I am at the time, and I will expose your true face. A witch clan of the primordial realm of Yian rose into the sky, holding the heart of mortal, and madly slaying to the boundless. This is a witch clan of the primordial beginning realm who has just broken through. He knew that Ying Hua and others had left the Wu clan continent. According to common sense, it is impossible to come back so quickly, so he does not believe in Ying Hua's identity. As a descendant of the Wu clan in the primordial era, this strong character is also fierce, even if he knows that he is bound to die, he must attack the infinite. Rumble. However, he saw that this powerful man and his own planetary magic weapon merged into one, turned into a huge planet, and smashed into the boundless. But at this moment, Xingguan, blind your dog's eyes, a loud shout came from the infinity. Immediately afterwards, a group of witches were released by Su Lang at the beginning and stopped in front of the huge planet. What? It's really teacher Yinghua. There are also teachers such as Ji Xin, Ni Jin, and Kong Shi. Seniors, why did you return to the Wu clan mainland so quickly? The new Wu clan named Xingguan withdrew his magical powers, and looked at the wizards in front of him in disbelief. Humph, His Majesty Su Lang, the great infinite Emperor Zhou is omnipotent. What's the point of rushing back to the Wu clan continent from the Tianmen continent? Xingguan, you dare to speak wild words to His Majesty Su Lang, don't kneel down and apologize. Ying Hua stared at Xingguan angrily, his tone was extremely harsh. Don't kneel down yet. Ji Xin, Ni Jin, Kongxi and other Wu clan powers also shouted. Puff, Xingguan knelt down instantly. Ying Hua and others are his mentors, how dare he not listen? The villain penalizes, see His Majesty Su Lang, the Emperor of the Infinite Universe. The villain has eyes but no beads, I beg your Majesty Su Lang to punish. Xing Caring frightened and confessed his guilt by kowtow to infinity. In his opinion, to be able to subdue the great powers of the Wu clan such as Yinghua, the new Emperor Zhou should at least be a powerful person from the beginning of Juyin. But he guessed wrong. Su Lang is only in the second primordial stage. Those who don't know are not guilty, get up. Unexpectedly, there will be another Taichu Wu clan, which is really good. These pills are given to you, go and consolidate your cultivation. Su Lang didn't bother to care about the punishment, smiled faintly, called him up, and rewarded him with some 2 low-level pills. Ah, this, His Majesty Su Lang, he is guilty of punishment and dare not collect his alchemy, so he asks for punishment. Xingguan Mingming's eyeballs were about to grow on those 2 low-level pills, but he was able to hold back his greed and continued to beg Su Lang for mercy. For him, Su Lang would feel better immediately if he punished him. Su Lang didn't punish him, but he was worried. I go, Daomei, you have to be punished. Well, then I will satisfy you and punish you. Su Lang rolled his eyes, and immediately used energy to condense a hand, tapping 3 times on his forehead. Okay, now forgive you. Xingguan, thank your Majesty Su Lang for forgiveness. Xingguan breathed a sigh of relief, and then worshipped Su Lang 3 times. Immediately, he was extremely excited, and tremblingly accepted those extremely cherished and infinitely valuable pills. Yinghua, Su Lang turned to look at Yinghua, go and spread the news. I will lead the Wu clan to officially return to the boundless universe and appear in the eyes of all beings in the universe again. Chapter 2028, Layout arrays all over the continent, yes. Your Majesty Su Lang, Yinghua and the others quickly knelt down to take the order, and Zan even dispersed with the penalty. After the crowd dispersed, each was responsible for an area, and began to spread Su Lang's orders. At this time, Yinghua and others found that such efficiency is too low. If it is the Wu continent, it can also transmit the internet with the spirit of the heavenly continent. If you shout out a word, all the creatures in the entire Wu clan continent can know it clearly. The Wu clan continent is really too backward. Fortunately, I have led the Wu clan to join His Majesty Su Lang's subordinates. Soon, the Wu clan continent will be able to enjoy the convenience of spiritual transmission on the internet like the Tianmen continent. Yinghua thought this way, and there was a hint of expectation and excitement in his eyes. Except for Yinghua, the rest of the Wu clan's early powerhouses also thought so. At the beginning, everyone was excited because the Wu clan mainland was about to become Su Lang's subordinate. Time passed slowly. Yinghua and others gradually relayed the news. They are all the strongest of the Witch clan and possess absolute authority. So everything went well, no one dared to raise objections. Quickly, the entire Wu clan continent knew of Su Lang's existence. That is the new master of the Wu clan continent, the hope of the entire infinite universe. The creatures don't know how terrifying Su Lang's strength is. They can only imagine a brilliant, extremely lofty and great image in their minds. Immediately after, Su Lang issued orders one by one and began to collect resources from the Wu clan mainland to establish formations. The formation he wants to build is to assist the clone to accommodate the primordial combined formation of the Wu clan continent. Because the Wu clan continent is too huge, the life universe of ordinary clones is difficult to contain. Even the Dantian universe where the stars and clouds are combined, the space is super vast and almost endless. But because the Wu clan continent is too big, it also needs the assistance of a formation to be able to fit into the universe of life. At this time, after Su Lang's order was issued, it was quickly carried out by Yinghua and others. Numerous resources began to gather towards Su Lang. Su Lang received countless resources in a blink of an eye. Su Lang didn't want these resources in vain, they would return them back in the future. Anyway, with the existence of the exchange building, it is still not possible to make a wave of blood from these resources. The warriors are very efficient, and the cultivation resources are mostly concentrated in the hands of powerful warriors. Therefore, the collection of refining materials is very smooth, and it does not take much time. In a short time, a huge amount of heaven, material and earth treasures gathered in Su Lang's hands. In addition to Su Lang's own refining materials, it is more than enough to arrange a combined formation to help the Wu clan mainland make a leap. Next, Su Lang dispatched a large number of avatars and began to arrange formations around the Wu clan mainland. A thought is formed. Taking a step forward, Su Lang thought, and immediately countless formations appeared out of thin air, uniting with each other, covering the sky and the sun. Oh my god, so many formations suddenly appeared. It is His Majesty Su Lang who is arranging the formations. With so many powerful formations in an instant, what realm has Your Majesty's cultivation reached? It's amazing, these formations make me feel like a great witch. Quote. On the earth, Countless Wu clan warriors looked at the formations that appeared out of thin air in the sky, and they were very excited to discuss. Refining formation is almost the most difficult thing for the Wu clan. Much more difficult than refining equipment and refining pharmaceutical agents. Therefore, Su Lang immediately arranged a large number of formations, and immediately convinced countless witches. And just when the Wu clan warriors looked up to the miracle of the formation created by Su Lang, Su Lang also occasionally glanced at the scenery on the Wu clan mainland. The vast land is full of witch tribes. Most of them will gather together, and there are a lot of buildings in the tribe. And the most important buildings are the Witch Arena and the Witch Alchemy Tower. There are many witch arenas, but there are few witch alchemy towers. The Witch Arena is a place used to practice physical bodies for the witch warriors. This is a practice method that has been passed down for countless times, and it is now very mature. Chapter 2029, The Peculiar Witch Training System. They practice the physical system. It has been possible to break the barriers of realm with the body and reach the level of the Emperor. But if you want to continue cultivating, you have to cultivate your spiritual soul. The Wu Clan Alchemy Tower is the second cultivation system developed by the Wu Clan, a system for cultivating the spiritual soul. Those who can cultivate here are either the physical emperor or the wizard genius with innately powerful soul. In ancient times, these witch geniuses with innately powerful souls were the diviners, patriarchs, etc. of a witch tribe. They can use the power of the soul, can also use spells, and have a very high status. As the Wu clan has developed to this day, the cultivation of spiritual soul has become more common. They established places like the Wu Clan Alchemy Tower. A large number of witch geniuses cultivate and conduct research in it, and then they are passed on from generation to generation to form a knowledge system that the witch cherishes. Nowadays, the two systems of the Witch's Arena and the Witch's Alchemy Tower have begun to merge with each other, forming a more powerful training system exclusively for the witch. For example, the witches who practice the flesh in the arena of the witch race often have crude tattoos on their bodies. These tattoos are not decorations, but an alchemy array with magical power. The system of the witch clan developed slowly in the early stage. Moreover, more resources are needed. To cultivate the physical body requires too many treasures. But in the later stage, with a strong physical body as the foundation, the speed of cultivation will become faster. The current system is considered to be a sub-civilization of warriors, with advantages and disadvantages. If we can integrate into the traditional martial arts of the Tianmen mainland and complement each other, we can accelerate the improvement. With the spirit to transmit the internet, this kind of integration will be very fast. Su Lang caved through the cultivation system of the Wu clan, and thoughts flashed in his mind. Immediately after, he began to observe the alchemy system of the witch clan again. The Wu clan alchemy system is a system that integrates alchemy tools and Dao formations. Compared with traditional Dan Dao Qi Dao Zhen Dao, the alchemy system of the Wu clan is a little weird, mysterious, and metaphysical. Along the way, Su Lang saw a large number of alchemy creations. Special weapons bred from flesh and metal, weird potions or formations like living creatures. There are even some powerful witches who use their bodies as raw materials for alchemy. In addition, there is a peculiar method of alchemy using incense power. For example, using the power of despair to make gold, using the power of admiration to make gold, and using the power of fear to make gold, forming all kinds of weird and powerful things, which are somewhat similar to Su Lang's Void Dragon Vein Heaven Realm. And in the alchemy system, the leverage of the witch tribe is vividly reflected. Most of the refining effects will be surprisingly powerful. The alchemy system of the Wu clan also has merits. Su Lang pondered silently, if it collides with the orthodox three-way pill formation, perhaps a more brilliant pill formation system can be developed. He has learned the top alchemy system of the witch clan, plus the 3 attainments of the orthodox alchemy array he has mastered, and his attainments in this area are almost unmatched. However, many great things come from thoughts, and auras that seem inconspicuous. Therefore, Su Lang is looking forward to the collision and fusion of the Wu clan alchemy system and the orthodox alchemy system. Time passed slowly. Su Lang kept setting up the formations, and when the formations were completely set up, he had already seen all of the Wu clan mainland. With the existence of a clone, it can be dispatched and replaced, and he spends very little time on the road. In about half an hour, a 6-circle vertical and horizontal combination of 2 elementary combined formations was arranged. 6 circular joint formations, 3 horizontally surrounding the Wu Clan mainland, and 3 vertical surrounding the Wu Clan mainland, completely encompassing it. The formation is filled with terrifying spatial fluctuations. Even if it has not been activated at this time, the surrounding space will show a twisted wave. The formation is completed. Su Lang gathered all the powers of the Wu Clan. Chapter 2030. Accommodate the super-giant Wu Clan continent. Your Majesty Su Lang. Ying Hua and other early powers knelt in front of Su Lang respectfully, with an additional penalty inside. I have finished the formation. Next, I will take the Wu Clan continent into the clone universe. Su Lang looked around at the crowd and announced lightly. Yes, Your Majesty, can we help you? Quote. Ying Hua and others nodded one after another. Of course. I need you to be stationed in infinity. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth. Now, let's go in. Finished talking. With a wave of Su Lang's big hand, beams of light were projected from the boundless ship, shining on a powerful Wu Clan Taichu. The next moment, the Witch Clan entered the infinity in the early days. Entering the Xingguan of infinity for the first time was full of excitement and curiosity. Through his teachers, Ying Hua and others, he had already heard of the strangeness of infinity. At this time, how can you not be excited and excited? The boundless number. This is simply the greatest alchemy creation in the universe. This is made by His Majesty Su Lang, the stalwart and infinite emperor. It's too strong. In the core of an important part, the penalty gate is suspended in space, and everything in the outside world can be seen in front of the eyes. A strange force connected him to the infinity. His power is all blessed on the infinity. And the power of boundless, Xingguan can also be felt very clearly. He just broke through to the primordial level, and at this time he felt a higher level of conventional power. That was the vast energy he couldn't imagine, as if it could flood the universe. Moreover, Xingguan also felt the second and third generations, until the power of time mastered by the powers of the Qian level. Although he can't use it, he can experience and observe closely. Immediately, he understood countless truths. At this time, Xingguan, hold your breath, be serious. A voice appeared in Xingguan's mind, and it was his teacher Yinghua. The 120,000 parts of the infinity number complement each other, and the warriors stationed in it can also communicate with each other. Yes, Great Witch. Xingguan's expression condensed, immediately suppressed his excitement, and dedicated himself to the boundless ship. Simultaneously, Su Lang also controlled the infinity to fly to the far east of the mainland and entered the formation that had just been set up. Immediately after, Clone Dispatch, Xingquan Yunhe. With a thought, Su Lang immediately released his clone avatar and twin avatars. Soon, 48 avatars immediately merged into one. A powerful existence in the Qian primordial realm was formed. The 48 Gemini avatars also use the combination of stars and clouds to fuse into a powerful person in the Qian primordial realm. Next, one of the avatars of Xing Kuanyan he was dispatched to the westernmost part by Su Lang and integrated into the formation. Another one was dispatched to the bottom of the Wu Clan continent, directly opening up his life universe. Silently, a huge space channel appeared at the bottom of the Wu Clan continent. It was like a black hole to swallow everything. Formation. Kai. Su Lang's eyes condensed, and he activated the combined formation of the supreme beginning realm that had just been arranged. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying suction power came from the formation. The energy of everyone in the boundless was madly absorbed. The Western Xing Quan Yunhe clone is also crazy to absorb energy by the formation. Not only that, the formation method also draws heaven and earth energy from the entire Wu Clan continent. After absorbing the vast energy, the formation was officially launched. However, there was an extremely terrifying spatial fluctuation formed in the 6 ring-shaped 2 elementary combined formations. Looking at the Wu Clan continent from the lonely void far away, you can find that the entire Wu Clan continent seems to be shrinking. The shrinking Wu Clan continent gradually became about the same size as the cosmic space channel of Xing Kun Yunhe clone. The next moment, it's like a beating heart. The space channel of Xing Quan Yunhe clone swelled and contracted fiercely, and immediately took the entire Wu Clan continent into the universe of life. Simultaneously, the infinity and another clone under Su Lang's control also entered the life universe, continuously maintaining the 2 primary united space formation. Only in this way can the universe of life continue to accommodate the Wu Clan continent. Chapter 2031. The witches returned to the boundless world immediately after. Su Lang started the clone dispatch and dispatched the Xingquanyan he cloned directly to a certain edge of the Tianmen continent. As soon as the clone appeared, it immediately opened the Life Universe channel. Immediately, the Wu Clan continent was released and appeared on the edge of the Heavenly Misty continent, in the middle of the 100,000 Heavenly Misty stars. The Wu Clan continent is also part of the Boundless World. It was taken away by the ancestral witch of the Witch clan at the beginning, but now it can be regarded as returning to its original place. Mom, it's so difficult to move such a big rock. It's harder than killing 39 bald donkeys such as Kongchen with one sword. In the boundless voyage, Su Lang wiped his sweat somewhat prostration and let out a sigh of relief. Soon, Su Lang released all the Wu clan people who were also prostration. The two Xingquanyan combined clones were also restored into 96 clones and were collected into the clone pool. This is the Heavenly Misty continent. Yes, this is the Tianmen continent. I feel the existence of the internet of spiritual transmission. Heaven, His Majesty Su Lang's methods are so powerful that he sent the Wu clan continent to the edge of the Tianmen continent in an instant. If we rely on us alone, it is estimated that we will not be able to move the Wu clan continent to the Tianmen continent in a lifetime. Look at it, the borders of the Wu clan continent and the Tianmen continent are spliced together and become part of the Tianmen continent. Our Wu clan has returned to the boundless world. Thanks to the great Majesty Su Lang. Ying Hua and others felt the breath of the spiritual transmission internet, and they were so excited that they couldn't restrain themselves, and they continued to bow to Su Lang. Simultaneously, on the Wu clan continent, countless Wuzhu warriors have seen a different sky. They saw the sky composed of hundreds of thousands of misty stars. How gorgeous and beautiful it was. Suddenly, a large number of witches have also realized that their world has moved. They were terrified and unbelievable, and at the same time they knew that the powerful Emperor Su Lang did it. Such a miracle, suddenly let not know how many Wuzhu warriors shocked and worshipped it. Get up all. This is the spiritual internet terminal I refined, and I will first distribute it to more important people. The terminal of the other Wu clan warriors, go to Zhang Wenzheng and the others to get it. Su Lang looked at Ying Hua and others who were kneeling in the void, smiled faintly, lifted them up, and took out a space ring. Yes, Your Majesty Su Lang, the great infinite Emperor Zhou. Ying Hua and others once again thanked Su Lang, and then took the space ring that was full of internet terminals. In fact, when the Wu clan continent was brought under his command, Su Lang was the one who gained the most. From now on, the entire Wu clan continent, and even the entire Wu clan, belong to him. It only needs to spread the spirit to the internet to spread it on the Wu ethnic mainland. You can immediately harvest countless incense power from countless people of the Witch tribe. The resources on the Wu clan continent can also be gathered crazily through the exchange building and become Su Lang's power in a short time. Next, you left some people on the Wu clan continent. I will also send strong people to help you lead the Wu clan continent into the celestial continent. Su Lang said to a group of Wu clan Taichu, and immediately contacted the heavenly Miao continent Taichu who had not yet been closed. After all, the civilization of the Wu clan continent is different from that of the Tianmen continent. If you let it go, it is easy to cause problems, so you need to leave the strong for supervision. Yes, Your Majesty Su Lang. The witches took their orders from the beginning. Then he chose the powerful early power with higher prestige and stayed in the Wu clan mainland. However, Yinghua did not stay. He intends to follow Su Lang closely. At this time, the powerhouses in the early days of the Tianmen continent that Su Lang contacted also arrived here through the internet. Subordinates knock on Your Majesty Su Lang. At the beginning, the crowd bowed to Su Lang one after another, and they were also extremely shocked at this time. Unexpectedly, Su Lang would be able to bring such a huge continent back from the depths of the universe to the heavenly Mian continent in such a short period of time. It should be noted that the area of the Wu clan continent is about 1% of the Tianmen continent. In the eyes of the primaries, this is an unimaginable miracle. Chapter 2032, Xian Primordial Realm Attack Level. Immediately after, Su Lang explained the task to a group of his subordinates. Let them help the Wu clan integrate into the heavenly misty continent, and they must not make any mistakes. Everyone patted their chests to ensure that they would complete the task perfectly. Soon, Su Lang flew to the Wu clan mainland, decomposed all the Taichu United formations, and then returned the raw materials to the Wu people. This incredible scene immediately shocked everyone, and the words, His Majesty Su Lang cannot reason, came up in their hearts. Yinghua, now show me the way, I'm going to cultivate 10,000 realms. Yes, Your Majesty Su Lang. Yinghua knelt down to take the order, and immediately entered the infinity with 20 statues of Taichu. The clone dispatch, the clone replacement. Su Lang thought about it, and immediately arrived at the original place of the Wu clan mainland with the infinity. According to Yinghua, the place where Cultivation World is located is not far from the Wu clan continent, just behind another time-space fault in the same universe. Under the leadership of Yinghua, Su Lang controlled the Boundless. While flying towards the Cultivation World, while releasing the clone, it continuously opened the dispatchable range. After a short time, a brand new space-time fault appeared in front of Su Lang. Enlighten Your Majesty Su Lang. We have a certain exploration of this space-time fault, and know the way to the realm of cultivation. However, this channel is very unstable. If the people of the 10,000 realms do not want us to enter, they will disrupt the space-time channel. Yinghua said respectfully. It's not polite not to go in person. So send someone to knock on the door. Su Lang nodded slightly. Yinghua, go there by yourself. Yes, Your Majesty Su Lang. Yinghua immediately took the command, and immediately flew out of the infinity, and flew towards the space-time fault. In a blink of an eye, Su Lang watched Yinghua enter a gap in the space-time fault. Just then, a system prompt appeared in Su Lang's mind. Ding! How Ri Yan Yu 2 has reached the founding level. In a flash, numerous profound meanings appeared in Su Lang's mind. Not only that, there was also an incomparably vast warm current that appeared out of thin air in Su Lang. These warm currents poured into all the crystal wall cells up and down the body. Those cells that have not been actively promoted by Su Lang have grown more than 10 times in a short period of time. Although the multiplier of growth is not as large as that of Yunyuujitu, but these crystal wall cells have all been expanded and promoted by Yunyu Mist Boundary Map. It is already a very good effect to be able to grow more than 10 times again. Moreover, the 100 million crystal wall cells that Su Lang actively expanded have also been improved a lot. The key is, the technique of Hori, Smoke and Moon, has another effect. That is to greatly enhance the energy storage capacity of crystal wall cells. At this time, the energy reserve of every crystal wall cell in Su Lang's body has increased by about 1/10 compared to the original. Don't look at it as 1/10. It should be known that Su Lang's crystal wall cells have a full 170 Gai. The total energy reserve increased by 1/10, which is estimated to be equivalent to the total energy of dozens of Aryan Taichu. In addition, the crystal wall cells are all promoted. This allowed Su Lang's twisting power to condense more and faster. System, open the Properties panel. A ray of light flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and the system command was issued. Name, Su Lang Race. Human Qualification Level. Turbidity Realm Level. Second Yan Taichu Attack Level. Xian Taichu Defensive Level. Sanyan Taichu Plus Shenfa Level. Sanyan Taichu Plus Endurance Level. 4 Yan Taichu Plus Spirit Level. Realm of Pure Nirvana Mastering the Exercises. Infinite Heart Sutra. 10,000 Laws into 1. Infinite Profound Meaning. 2 Elementary, Founding Activated System Functions. 1 Key Practice Function Level 49. 1 Key Martial Arts Function Level 49. Clone Dispatch Function Level 48. 1 Key Treasure Hunt Function Level 47. 1 Key Alchemy Function Level 15. 1 Key Refining Function 15 levels. 1 Key Refining Array Function 15 levels. 1 Key Synthesis Function 15 levels. 1 Key Empowering Function 25 levels. 1 Key Strengthening Function 8 levels. 1 Key Decomposition Function, no level, attack level and endurance level have been improved. The income brought by How Ri Yan Yu 2 is really good. A smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth and nodded in satisfaction. Soon, he looked at the next exercise that needed to be practiced. Chapter 2033. Wu Lang. At this time, Su Lang had too many exercises. There are so many to choose from to be dazzling. However, Su Lang had already set a book, World Heavenly Witch Fulcrum, from the Wu clan. Originally, I planned to practice universal normalization, and then instill it in xianxia and others so that they can cultivate to a higher level faster. But now the number of empowerments will be refreshed for a while. So let's practice World Sky Witch Fulcrum first. Su Lang thought so, and then activated the Jushin Gai, placed the exercises on the martial arts villain and started practicing. Finish it all. Su Lang looked at the space-time fault again. But seeing that Yinghua had returned from the space-time fault, his complexion was a bit ugly. Enlighten your majesty, Su Lang. The cultivation world does not want us to enter. Even if I have mentioned the great achievements of your majesty, they still sneered, did not believe it at all, and wanted to continue to avoid the world. Yinghua came to Su Lang and knelt to report, not willing, as the only powerful force in the boundless universe. At the last moment of life and death in the boundless universe, did you choose to avoid the world like an ostrich? In that case, don't blame me for forcing it to subdue. Su Feng blinked and waved his hand and ordered, Yinghua, return to Wuyin. Yes, your majesty Su Lang. After Yinghua took the order, he quickly returned to the parts of infinity. Immediately after, Su Lang thought, 14,400 clones appeared in the infinity. Suddenly, the power of infinity has been greatly improved. It should be known that Su Lang now possesses the attack power of the 4 generations level and the endurance level that exceeds the 4 generations realm. Even the buying clone has all aspects of the power of the 3 generations. More than 14,000 clones of Sanyan Taichu are stationed in the infinity parts. The power it brings is terrifying. But Su Lang did not intend to forcibly attack the space-time fault. After all, that is the space-time fault in the universe. Once it collapses, the power that erupts may reach a half-step eternal state. That is too dangerous. Therefore, Su Lang intends to use the clone to expand the dispatchable map, and then directly enter the realm of cultivation. The space-time passage is narrow, and only one clone can be sent. Thoughts flashed in Su Lang's heart, and soon sent a buying clone out. Follow the path before Yinghua into the gap channel in the space-time fault. With the guidance of the experienced Yinghua, Su Lang's clone easily traveled most of the distance. At this time, a huge building palace appeared in the divine mind of the clone. Sitting cross-legged in the building is a powerful primordial realm powerhouse, who has a realm close to the Qian level. Su Lang called up this person's attribute panel and found that he was named Wu Lang. Who would dare to break into the realm of cultivation without authorization? Our meaning has been very clear, we don't want to participate in the war between the boundless world and the Emperor Yuanmingzhou. Now you leave immediately, I will not embarrass you, but if you continue to entangle, I will be blamed for being merciless. There was a cold voice from the powerhouse of the primordial realm in the building, which even contained a trace of murderous aura. Ha ha, there are no eggs under the covering nest. If the boundless universe is destroyed by Emperor Yuanmingzhou, how can you preserve the 10,000 realms? Su Lang used the perfect lean to control the avatar, a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Humph, our cultivation world exists behind the time-space fault. This place is extremely special. Even if Emperor Yuanmingzhou killed all the creatures in the boundless universe, he would not be able to kill it here. It's a big deal. I wait to completely destroy this space-time channel, and then the cultivation world will be the largest universe. Also, Emperor Yuanmingzhou didn't stay in the boundless universe all the time, he always wanted to leave. When he leaves, it is the moment when our cultivation of all realms will be dispatched to revive the entire infinite universe. Before this, all the resistance made by the infinite universe was in vain, and we will not accompany you to die. That's the end of the story. I don't want to say this for the 3rd time. Go back. After 3 breaths, I will kill you. Wu Lang's voice was extremely indifferent, and his murderous aura became more and more serious. Chapter 2034. Forcibly break into the realm of cultivation, original. You have completely lost hope in the 10,000 realms of cultivation. You actually hope that you can escape the catastrophe of Emperor Yuanmingzhou's destruction of the boundless universe. You ostrich should be thorough enough. Unfortunately, do you think that with the power of Emperor Yuanmingzhou, you will not be found? That is the strong man who controls the avenue of time, almost equivalent to a human-shaped infinite universe. How can it be blocked by this mere space-time fault? I can feel that the cultivation world is actually in fear, in despair, and there is no resistance at all. I can only hope that Emperor Yuanmingzhou will show mercy and spare your lives. Su Lang controlled the clone and said lightly, with contempt in his tone. No one knows how to avoid catastrophes better than our cultivation world. Now that the 3 breaths have arrived, I will give you one last chance to get out of here. Wu Lang's voice became more and more cold, and the extremely terrifying aura had already pressed down on Su Lang clone. Hee, you know the king. The corner of Su Lang's mouth drew a hint of playfulness, and immediately shook his head, and directly sent the clone dispatch. Next moment, Su Lang's clone appeared behind the pavilion hall. What? How can you teleport in space under my nose? Damn it, Don't realize it, don't blame me for killing you. Wu Lang was horrified, and immediately became angry, and instantly displayed extremely terrifying magical powers, and slayed Su Lang's buying clone. But at this moment, and many more, Su Lang controlled the clone and took out a perfect quality 2 low-level pill. If you want, stop. Joke. The one who caught you is mine. Wu Lang's eyes brightened, and he recognized that it was a 2 low-level pill of perfect quality, almost extinct in the world of cultivation. And such a treasured thing. He didn't believe that Su Lang would destroy it. He planned to catch Su Lang, the medicine, and kill it again. However, what happened in the next moment made him completely confused. Su Lang actually rubbed his hands and instantly kneaded the pill into powder. What? You actually ruined that 2 basic perfect pill. Wu Lang's movements were stiff in the air, his face was full of incredible color, and even his eyes were red. A mere pill of perfect quality at the beginning is a fart. As long as you join my underlings, there are so many pills like this that your eyes will pop out. Su Lang smiled disdainfully, and a lot of perfect quality primordial pills appeared again in his hands. And the pill that was kneaded into powder was not wasted, and it was stored in the storage space as a strengthening raw material. At this time, seeing a large number of the perfect pill from the beginning of Su Lang, Wu Lang instantly thundered and trembled all over. You actually have so many perfect quality pills from the beginning. Are you the Majesty? Su Lang in Yinghua's mouth. You really have a unique alchemy in the universe. No, it's impossible, this must be the inheritance you got from above. Nowadays, no one can refine the perfect quality medicine of the beginning. If you want to die, die by yourself, don't try to pull the cultivation world back. Wu Lang was terribly shocked, but he still couldn't believe Su Lang's strangeness, and his murderous intent once again spread. However, the avatar of Su Lang severely threw the pill to Wu Lang. Just give this future thug subordinate in advance. Wu Lang's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly withdrew his magical powers so as not to damage the medicine. But when he caught the pill perfectly, he found that Su Lang had disappeared again. He could see through a broader spiritual mind that Su Lang appeared in a very far place in an instant, and he was one step closer to the cultivation world. What? He wants to single-handedly break into the realm of cultivation. What exactly does he want to do, in a trivial state, and dare to break into the realm of cultivation? There was a trace of horror in Wu Lang's eyes, and immediately changed to contempt and disdain. There are strong people in the realm of cultivation, such as clouds, and there are only 7 or 8 in the early days of the Sanyan realm. Chapter 2035. All the monks in the early days were shocked. I want to see what you can do when you go to the cultivation world. Wu Lang did not pursue Su Lang, but only passed the news to the other powerful masters in the early stage of the cultivation world. He stayed in place to prevent Yinghua and others from sending people over. But what he did was in Su Lang's arms. Humph, if you don't chase, then I'm not welcome. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised vigorously, and immediately dispatched clones to keep close to the world of cultivation. Quickly, the exit of the space-time channel appeared in front of you. The spirit of Su Lang's clone has even seen the scene in the world of cultivation. And at this moment, in the early days of Sanyan, I really dared to trespass our cultivation world. I heard that he has a large number of 2 low-level pills, and they are of perfect quality. Incredible. It doesn't look like this person is a member of the Wu clan. It should be a warrior of the boundless world. Our cultivation world just lacks communication with foreign civilizations. Grab this little guy, we should communicate with him. A powerful primordial martial artist appeared in front of Su Lang clone. You don't have to think about it and you will know that these were called by Wu Lang from the beginning. The cultivating power Han Li Mazan, Luo Tian Zhijun, Function Zhijun, Baikan Emperor Zun and so on that I learned from Yinghua before are all among them. But Su Lang looked at the many powerhouses in the primordial stage in front of him, and he didn't even bother to move. Immediately after, Luo Tianji stretched out his big hand and grabbed Su Lang's clone in his hand. Okay, is it caught? No resistance at all. Luo Tianji looked at Su Lang avatar a little strangely. Han Li Mazan, Function Supreme, Baikan Emperor and others were also surprised. This guy came to cultivate 10,000 realms just to get caught. Does he think we will do nothing to him? HMPH, this is the cruelty of unaware of the cultivation world. Give him to me, I am best. At puppet art, refine it into a puppet, everything is ours. Why give it to you? You should give it to me. Quote. The great powers of the cultivators of all realms looked at each other, and gradually a ray of cold light appeared in their eyes. Some of the more wicked Taichu demon cultivators even made Su Lang's clones into puppets. But at this moment, you want me to know what cruelty is? A voice came from behind the Cultivation 10,000 Realms Taichu. What? Someone behind him? When did they show up? It's a big humanoid magic weapon. What kind of magic weapon is this? It is so terrifying. This is the power of the Bayan realm. How is this possible? Quote. Han Li Mazin, Luo Tianzhijun, etc., over 20 odd in the beginning, looked at the immensity that did not know when they appeared in divine mind, and they were shocked. Everyone was stunned, looking at the boundless ship controlled by Su Lang in disbelief, and was shocked by the power of the 8 earth realm that pervaded the boundless body. Although they have more than 20 early powers, most of them are at the Xian level. There is only one Qian level. With the gap between the small realms of the beginning of the ethereal realm, they would not be the opponents of the Su Lang wooing together. Answer me. Su Lang stood in the core parts of the infinite, faintly overlooking the primordial celestial cultivators. Do you want me to know what cruelty is? Hear this. The primordial cultivators of the 10,000 realms suddenly fell into an ice cave, completely cold and speechless. At this time, catch it, let's see if that kid still has a pill. Oh my god, this is the first time I have seen so many perfect pill that is too basic, and I have made a lot of money. Excited shouts came from the time and space channels. Then Wu Lang appeared excitedly in the minds of everyone. Soon, Wu Lang's spiritual mind also saw many pale, motionless passages of the primordial beginning realm. In the infinite number that stands in the void like a huge humanoid planet. And Wu Lang found that the eyes of Han Li Mazin and others looking at him were very complicated, with anger, sympathy, and others as if looking at a fool. Chapter 2036, Recruiting all the primordial monks. This is what happened. Why do you all look like this? What is that strange giant magic weapon in human form, and when did it appear? Could it be that this is the weapon of Emperor Wu Bianzhou? Wu Lang first asked some questions in a daze. His eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth opened wide, and his body began to tremble gradually. He originally thought that Han Li Mazin and other junior fellows could easily catch the Sanyan Taichu who ran to the realm of cultivation. But never expected. When I saw all my colleagues again, everyone turned out to be a mouse being watched by a cat, too scared to move. At this time, a breath of incomparable terror enveloped. It is the terrifying atmosphere of the 8 earth realm of infinity. In that terrifying breath, Wu Lang only felt that he was as vulnerable as an ant. None. Emperor Zhou, you, when did you come in? I know I was wrong, I'll return these medicines to you. Wu Lang looked at infinity with fear, then tremblingly took out the pill that he had received before and respectfully returned it to Su Lang. Humph, take it to you. Su Lang lifted his hand and shot the pill back and fell in front of Wu Lang. Wu Lang caught the pill, but did not dare to accept it. In his opinion, Su Lang was unwilling to take back these pills, but he did not intend to forgive him. It's over. It must be over this time. Unexpectedly, my Wu Tianyu would fall in this way after practicing as a mortal farmer in a small village area. In Wu Lang's mind, there were various pictures of himself embarking on the path of cultivation and walking step by step to the present, and he couldn't help but feel sad. But at this moment, everyone of the world of cultivation, even I can sneak into the world of cultivation quietly. Then the Emperor Yuan Mingzhou of the Eternal Realm can't find you, can't kill you. Too naive. Now, I give you one last chance to join my subordinates to resist Yuan Mingzhou Emperor. Otherwise, don't blame me for doing it. It's hard to say whether you are dead or alive. Anyway, I am not particularly short of subordinates now. Su Lang looked around at everyone and said lightly. This statement came out. Wu Lang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Su Lang gave them another chance. If they agree, the previous events will probably be revealed. Your Majesty Su Lang. In Sha Wulong, I would like to join your command. Wu Lang thought about it in his heart, and felt that if he refused, he would definitely die. Although he would inevitably die against Yuan Mingzhou Emperor, it was better than death now. And those pills are really tempting. Well, friend Wu Lang, come here. Those medicinal pills before, just take it as my meeting gift. Su Lang smiled faintly, and a powerful force fell on Wu Lang while waving his hand, pulling him to his side. Yes. Subordinates thank your Majesty Su Lang for the reward. Wu Lang didn't dare to resist, letting Su Lang pull himself to the side of infinity. When the rest of the cultivation realm saw this scene at the beginning, their expressions changed drastically. Wu Lang is the second strongest in the world of cultivation, only weaker than the first strong Han Limazun. But now, Wu Lang went directly to Su Lang's command. Friends of Taoism, your Majesty Su Lang is right. I'm going to fight instead of just sitting and waiting. Friends of Taoist Han, Taoist Bai, friend Taoist Meng, you can't hide in all realms. As soon as Wu Lang joined Su Lang's subordinates, he immediately opened his mouth to help Su Lang persuade him to surrender, which was pretty good. This, however, Emperor Yuan Mingzhou is so powerful, I have no hope at all. Luo Tianji said with a sad expression, rather than go out to die, it is better to enjoy your old age and wait for the ethereal hope. The rest was initially shaken. But at this time, upon hearing this, his complexion suddenly turned dark. Facing the Emperor Mingzhou in the Eternal Realm, they didn't believe that anyone could resist. Chapter 2037, The Black Sheep Must Be Eliminated, Humph. Luo Tian, since you have completely lost your courage, then it's not suitable for living in this world. Su Lang looked at Luo Tian Zhejun, frowned and raised his right hand. The giant Yudian sword suddenly appeared. Boom. The extremely terrifying killing intent was diffused from the Yudian sword. Even Han Li's powerful monk from the beginning, his body trembled and his complexion turned pale. They have already felt that the long sword in the hands of the giant has definitely killed more than 100 powerful people. Among them, there is no shortage of Qian realm powerhouses with the same realm as his Han Li Mazan. Su, your Majesty Su Lang, Luo Tian knows his fault. Luo Tian is willing to fight to the death for the boundless continent. Luo Tian was even more scared to stand upside down, and his scalp was about to explode. Even Han Li and the others were panicked. How could he not be afraid of a 4-generation realm too early? In the face of the great horror of death, Luo Tian kneeled to Su Lang on the spot. But Su Lang did not intend to be merciful. Even if people like Luo Tian are under the command of income, they are still distracting the military, and they might even invest in Tianmi continent. The black sheep must be eliminated. Broken a sword, Su Lang's heart moved, and he controlled the boundless to severely cut out a sword. In a flash, a sword of light cut on Luo Tian, who was evasive, and directly smashed his defense. Puff, blood splattered, and the deadly head flew high. The system prompt also sounded immediately. At the beginning, a statue of Xian stage was so easily beheaded by Su Lang. I am waiting to resist Yuan Mingzhou Emperor. The rest of the monks of the primordial beginning realm were slaughtered, and they knelt tremblingly at the feet of infinity. First, the monks from the lower realm of the primordial realm knelt down. Immediately after, more and more monks were surrendering, and eventually even Qian realm monk Han Li Mazan knelt down to Su Lang. I know you are forced by the situation now, but I believe that when you arrive at the heavenly misty continent, you will thank yourself for your decision. Su Lang's voice became friendly. At that moment, I hope you can shout out the word true fragrance, loudly. Hear this. Han Li Mazan and others were half understandable. Why do you want to shout the word Junxiang? However, Ying Hua and others knew the meaning of the word Junxiang. Who made them the people who have been on the internet of heavenly spirit of the mainland? I promise, they will call out the word, true fragrance. Of course, we were also the same at the beginning, and later did not follow His Majesty Su Lang. These people will soon know the greatness of His Majesty Su Lang. On the infinity, Ying Hua and others communicated with each other, with huge smiles on their faces. At this time, you cultivators of the 10,000 realms, since you have joined my subordinates, I will naturally not be stingy with you. These pills can probably help you break through a small realm. Accept them all, there will be more in the future. Of course, I also need your absolute loyalty. In fact, I have a way to forcibly collect your loyalty, but I don't want to treat you like this. Su Lang sprinkled a lot of the perfect pill from the beginning, while talking lightly. Han Li Mazan and the others looked at the pill in front of them in horror, while looking up at the tall boundless number, suddenly felt that following Su Lang seemed to be a good choice, at least. These perfect quality medicines from the beginning were cultivation treasures that he had never dared to think of. Subordinates thank your Majesty for the generous gift. Since I have already made a choice, there is no turning back. I will swear with my Tao heart, I will follow your Majesty's steps with one heart and one mind, and resist Yuan Mingzhou Emperor, even if the disaster is over, I will never regret it. Quote. Han Li Mazan and others knelt at Su Lang's feet, swearing with Dao heart. For monks, Dao Xin is a kind of strange existence related to soul and state of mind condensed by senior monks on the path of cultivation, half virtual and half real, mysterious and mysterious. Swear by Dao Xin, it has a terrifying restraint effect on monks. And the higher the cultivation base, the stronger the binding force of Dao Xin. Like a monk in the primordial realm, those who violate the oath will not only cut off the path of cultivation, but even fall into the primordial realm. Han Li Demon Sovereign and others swear by Dao Xin, it can be seen that they have really made up their minds. Well. Next, let's all enter the boundless ship. Su Lang smiled slightly and waved his right hand lightly. More than 20 beams of light were projected from the infinity, which fell on Han Li Mazan and the others. Chapter 2038. All cultivation enters boundless suddenly. Han Li Mazan and others felt a faint attraction. We can also enter the infinity ship. Such a powerful magic weapon, the great majesty Su Lang allowed us to enter. Quote. The primordial monks felt Su Lang's deep trust, and their hearts moved. Immediately after, they followed the suction force, hovered, and flew into the parts that Su Lang had prepared for them. In an instant, everyone felt that their power was integrated with a large number of powerful people under the influence of infinity, forming a more terrifying power. Let you feel the power we have, lest you are always full of pessimism. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately moved his mind, summoning the sacred beasts one after another and entering each part. Suddenly, the power of Boundless has increased again. This is not over yet. In order for Han Li and others to better feel the powerful power of the infinity, Su Lang began to use the power of time in various stages. Starting from the moment of eternity, in the now stage, then the Silence Heart Sutra, the future good fortune mystery, in the future stage, and the trace to the origin of eternity, in the past stage. Every exercise has been mastered to the extreme. Therefore, the profound meaning of time displayed by Su Lang shocked all the early powers. Even a cultivator of Qian Taichu such as Han Li, after comparing Su Lang's time and profound meaning, all discovered his own shortcomings. Especially in the past stage, Han Li can only enter the realm of Qian, contacting the past stage of time. However, Su Lang has mastered, trace to the origin of eternity, to the founding level. The profound meaning of time in the past stage has been mastered very profoundly. Han Li felt it a little, and immediately benefited a lot. He felt fortunate to join Su Lang's subordinates in an instant. It's not just Han Li. Ying Hua of the Wu clan got a lot of inspiration from Su Lang's profound meaning of time. This is true even for the two Qian primaries. The rest of the witches and monks in the primal beginning realm will naturally gain more. I didn't expect this powerful humanoid magic weapon to have such incredible functions. Our energies are not only gathered together, but we can even feel the profound meaning of a higher realm. It is incredible. Joining His Majesty Su Lang's subordinates is the most correct choice. I have seen a glimmer of hope. Quote. All sorts of thoughts arose in the hearts of the primordial monks, and a light of excitement flashed in their eyes. They suddenly remembered what Su Lang had just said. If you feel grateful for the decision you have made, shout the word, true fragrance. Although they don't know what the true fragrance represents, they also read it silently in their hearts. At this time, everyone, our strength is far more than that. Furthermore, under my leadership, you will be able to make continuous progress. In the future, everyone will become half-step eternal. It is possible. Su Lang's voice spread through everyone's minds again. Suddenly, all the early monks trembled together. Become half-step eternity. This is too exaggerated. It should be understood that this cultivation of the 10,000 realms is transformed by the half-step eternal realm strong. In such a realm, how can they have the courage to covet it? But, everyone suddenly heard Ying Hua's voice. Don't think that His Majesty Su Lang is bragging, he never tells lies. This statement came out. A hint of surprise rose in the hearts of all the monks from the beginning. They are neighbors with the Wu clan, and they have had some dealings with Ying Hua over the long years. They know that Ying Hua is a very arrogant and stubborn person, and never bothers to lie. In this matter, even Ying Hua thought that it is possible for him and others to become half-step eternal, which means that under Su Lang's leadership, they really have the opportunity to become half-step eternal strong. Thought of this, The first cultivators couldn't help being so excited that their hearts trembled. I will definitely follow in the footsteps of your majesty. The direction of your majesty Su Lang's will is the direction I wait for the blade. The great majesty Su Lang will surely lead us to defeat Tianmi continent, resist Yuan Mingzhou emperor, and save the boundless universe. Quote. One by one from the beginning, the strong made their own voices, letting Su Lang see his firm will. Chapter 2039, Cultivation of the Demon Outside the 10,000 Realm. Well, I will condense the power of the entire infinite universe little by little to defeat Emperor Yuan Mingzhou. Su Lang's solemn voice came. Now, I declare that the realm of cultivation has merged into the continent of heaven. Han Li, now take me to take over the realm of cultivation. Yes, His Majesty Su Lang, the stalwart Emperor Su Lang. Han Li immediately took the order, and then began to guide Su Lang and introduce the situation of the cultivation world. There are a total of 99,980,000 small worlds in the cultivation world. The lower the level of the small world, the greater the number. The higher the level of the world, the fewer the number. There is only one largest world, Tianhanji. Tianhanji is a half-step eternal monk who has turned into the realm of all realms. The universe of life of the ancestor of monks is extremely vast. Except besides, the rest of the world is the crystal wall world of the ancestor of the monk. The ancestor of the monk obviously took the ordinary path of the beginning, fusing the crystal wall world with each other, reducing the number, thereby reducing the difficulty of cultivation. Perhaps this is also an important reason why he can reach the half-step eternal state. At this time, the world in which the boundless was located belonged to the boundless universe, not in the realm of cultivation. At this moment, under the leadership of Han Li, Su Lang controlled the infinity, and soon came to a lonely void. Your Majesty Su Lang, the cultivation world is below. Han Li pointed at the foot of the infinity and reported to Su Lang. No need to say Han Li. Su Lang has also seen the full picture of the cultivation world. It was like a huge crystal tower standing in the endless void. But, this huge tower is irregular, like a crystal sand tower piled up by a large number of crystal particles, just like a masterpiece of a child on the beach. There are the most crystal particles under the giant tower of the cultivation world, and besides the formation of the tower base, it even paved a sand sea. Those are the lowest level of the world, called the mortal world by the monks. The mortal world is also divided into high and low levels. The higher the level of the mortal world, the stronger the spiritual power, and the inner monks can cultivate to a higher realm. Going up the tower base is the spiritual realm with stronger spiritual power, then the **** realm, the holy realm, the immortal realm, the mysterious realm, the celestial realm, the Tai celestial realm, and the heavenly realm. It's not that there are no mortals in the world with higher levels. There are mortals in these cultivation worlds, and the bigger the world, the more mortals. For example, Tianhanji is a comprehensive world. There are from the lowest level mortals to the powerhouses of the primordial beginning realm, similar to the small Tianmen continent, at this time. Han Li also introduced the situation of the internal forces in the cultivation world. The cultivation world is close to 100 million worlds, divided and occupied by 27 monks of the primordial beginning realm. The higher the strength of the monks of the primordial beginning realm, the more world they rule. And the world under their command will occasionally go to war. However, the monks in the early days would not attack each other, and the world wars under their command were just for fun in the leisure time of cultivation. But one of them was too early, but Han Li and others had already regarded it as a real enemy. That was a monk of the Qian realm of Taichu Nemedibation. This person was originally just an ordinary monk from the beginning, and his ranking was not high. However, he was lodged by the extraterrestrial demon, and embarked on the weird way of incense from the demon, and his speed soared sharply. Before Han Li and others could react, they had already been promoted to the realm of Qian Prime Beginning. Exterior demon, Han Li, talk about this thing carefully. Su Lang heard about the extraterritorial celestial demon, and suddenly became interested. He often saw this when he used to read books. It might be the existence that left a strong mark in the core of the boundless world. But I haven't seen it in the boundless universe. Return to your Majesty Su Lang. This extraterritorial celestial demon has to start from 3 billion years ago. The cultivation world at that time was far more prosperous than this time, and the subordinates were only able to reach the realm of Judu Supreme Emperor. But one day, a powerful monster suddenly appeared in the cultivation world, claiming to be an innate demon. A large number of powerful people from the beginning have all shot together, but they are not the opponents of the innate demon at all. Instead, they have suffered heavy casualties. When Han Li said here, his face was pale, showing how terrifying the battle was at that time. Chapter 2040, The Difficult Worship of the Gods, go on. Su Lang nodded slightly, thoughts flashed in his eyes, innate demon, a bit interesting. Yes, Your Majesty, in the end, the primordial powerhouses of the 10,000 realms will not survive, and they will run away. And the innate demon did not chase and kill, but stayed in the realm of cultivation for a short period of time, took away something very important. It is suspected to be a blessing opportunity left by the ancestor of the eternal monk. And during the time this innate demon was staying, countless extraterritorial demon was produced, hiding in the void, everywhere. Quote. Han Li continued to talk about the intelligence of the extraterritorial demon. Those extraterrestrial demon are like some kind of weird incense creatures, able to absorb negative incense smell, and possess incomparably evil abilities. They can occupy the monk's body and live in it to become a symbiosis. Those who are boarded with symbiosis will be broken, and will be extremely painful. But they can embark on another weird path, where incense and spiritual power are cultivated, and they will be extremely powerful. That, Bashan, is because of being lodged by a powerful extraterritorial demon. Only in a very short period of time will have such a strong strength. For those extraterrestrial demons, Han Li and others had also thought about eliminating them, but there was no obvious effect at all. One is because the extraterritorial celestial demon is composed of a strange incense power that has sublimated qualitatively and it is more difficult to eliminate. The second is because there are too many extraterritorial heavenly demons, and they are hidden deep and run fast, making it difficult to kill them all. And they can divide themselves, more and more, they can't kill them. The third is because the extraterritorial demon has become the object of protection by Bashan. Bashan is powerful due to the extraterritorial demon, so it admires the extraterritorial demon very much. He even established the worship of the gods, and gathered countless monks who were boarded and symbiotically hosted by the gods outside the territory, and the power grew stronger. Countless monks have no hope of a higher realm. Many people will choose to live with the demons outside the territory, become evil people, and cause disaster. Especially the monks at the bottom are most susceptible to the temptation of extraterritorial demon. Therefore, many of the worlds in the realm of cultivation have been eroded by the worship of the gods and turned into real demons. In the past, the so-called demon realm was nothing more than an axe, and it was not evil at all, so it was no longer called the demon realm, and it was all called the spirit realm. Of course, the previous demon world was also the world that transformed into the real demon world the most. Moreover, the tentacles of Baitien demon sect are very deep and very wide. Based on the information obtained by Han Li et al., in the entire world of cultivation, it is estimated that 1/5 of the world has shown signs of worshipping the demon. Even this is a conservative estimate, the real situation may be more serious than this. And so, cultivation of the 10,000 realms is actually very serious. Just being a worshipping demon cult, an extraterritorial demon, has already caused you to be devastated. This is also the reason why you were unwilling to leave the realm of cultivation and follow me to resist Tianmi continent at first. Su Lang listened to Han Li's narration, and a slight smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty's insight is like a torch. This silent expansion of the worshipping demon cult, I am almost helpless. Originally, I was waiting to gather strength to eliminate Baitien, but we no longer know how strong Baitien is at this time, so we are hesitant and dare not do it. Han Li smiled bitterly and nodded. I remember the first time we had a dozen or so cultivators to eliminate Baitien, and we almost lost manpower. Yes, Bashan is too strong. The main reason is that the incense way of the extraterritorial demon is too weird. If you are not careful, you will be assimilated and contaminated. Then Baitien's resistance to the rules of time is extremely terrifying. We cannot restrain him if we use the rules of time together. Quote. The early monks who had participated in the war said with lingering fears, and there was a glimmer of expectation in their eyes. Chapter 2041, Food for the Ethereal Universe. At this time they joined Su Lang's command. At this time, Su Lang mastered the powerful power of the Bayan realm, and he might be able to defeat Bashan. Ha ha ha, I know what you are thinking. However, I hope you can be more confident. With me, Badian mass can be wiped out easily. Su Lang guessed the thoughts of Han Li and others, and suddenly laughed, his tone full of confidence. Seeing this, Han Li and the others felt a little weird, but surprises arose. Through the attitude of the Wu people, as well as the miraculousness of Su Lang that he experienced, they have already understood that Su Lang is not comparable to an ordinary early powerhouse. Actually, Su Lang is indeed sure to deal with the Baitian demon sect. Because no matter how weird the extraterritorial celestial devil is, it also exists with incense. As long as it is an incense, whether you sublimate the incense or not, it is all the food of the virtual spirit universe. Not bad. The ethereal universe is the method that Su Lang intends to use to deal with Badian demons. Hey, there are a lot of extraterritorial monsters, right? Batian demon sect is very powerful, right? Baitien is very strong, right? Everything of you will be the food of my virtual spirit universe. A trace of killing intent and a trace of excitement flashed in Su Lang's eyes. The extraterritorial celestial demons began to accumulate billions of years ago, and now I don't know how many incense aspirations they carry. Once it is swallowed up all, the heart-piercing lock will surely be able to successfully condense. Through hard lock can successfully condense. Then what magic weapon should I gather next? It's a bit hard to think about, forget it, wait until the incense willingness is enough. Anyway, after the incense willing force is collected into the virtual spirit universe, it can't run away. Excited thoughts arose in Su Lang's heart, and the smile on his face grew. At this time, Your Majesty Su Lang, the front is the entrance of the cultivation world. Han Li suddenly pointed to a small world on the edge of the 10,000 Realms Tower. The entrance is in this small world. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, is this to prevent foreign enemies from invading? Yes, the cultivation world seems to be a small independent world. But all the worlds form a whole again. We use this small world as an entrance and exit. Once a foreign invasion occurs, immediately destroying this small world can completely isolate the connection between the outside world and the cultivation world. Han Li nodded and said, "That's it, come on, let's go in." Su Lang smiled and controlled the infinity to come to the entrance. Immediately after, Han Li and others all shot together, opening the entrance and exit in a special way. Suddenly, a huge space channel appeared in front of everyone. Through the space channel, Su Lang could even see the world behind him. Soon, under the control of Su Lang, the boundless ship turned into a small streamer and instantly entered the small world. After entering the small world, the passage behind him is closed. Everyone suddenly felt depressed. It's like an ordinary person entering an extremely small space. And this small world shivered under the pressure of the infinity. Fortunately, the creatures in the world have been moved away by Han Li and others, otherwise the creatures in the entire world will die instantly. At this time, as the import and export of the cultivation world, Batian demon sect will definitely pay attention here. In this small world, there should be an extraterritorial demon hidden. A sneer was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and he immediately said to the people, "If you have anything related to incense, put it away quickly." This statement came out. Everyone was a little puzzled. They didn't know that Su Lang possessed the void spirit universe. However, since it was Su Lang's order, everyone naturally did not dare to disobey. Anything that involved incense was immediately collected into his life universe, and then reported to Su Lang. Wait until everyone is cleaned up. Voidling universe, open. With a thought in Su Lang, the virtual spirit universe that merged with the sea of knowledge suddenly quietly spread out invisible and colorless. This small world as a channel for cultivation of the 10,000 realms was completely enveloped by the virtual spirit universe in an instant. Chapter 2042, Instantly Devour the Outer Demon. What? No, don't kill me, it hurts, my body. Quote. Countless screams immediately resounded through the entire small world. A large amount of black mist rose from below the surface of the space. A black misty humanoid monster struggling to fly out, screaming in pain. This is an extraterritorial demon. Hey, there are so many extraterritorial demon lurking in this world, and worshipping the demon sect will know exactly where we are waiting. Look, these extraterrestrial demons are screaming and dissipating, as if they were swallowed by something else. This must be the method of His Majesty Su Lang. Those extraterrestrial demons are related to incense and were restrained by a certain method of His Majesty Su Lang. Oh my god, what kind of method is this? You can't see the energy fluctuations at all. Those extraterrestrial demons disappeared just like somehow. His Majesty Su Lang is too tough, he has such a magical power. Quote. Han Li and the others watched in horror at the large number of extraterritorial demons emerging from the world, and they were also very surprised. These extremely difficult extraterritorial demons disappeared completely in a short time, leaving only the miserable screams remaining in the world, gradually dissipating. Well, it's not bad. These extraterritorial celestial demons have incomparably powerful damaging abilities to soul spirits, and they fit the characteristics of the heart-piercing lock to torture the soul. Hehehehe, extraterrestrial demon, what a delicious snack. Su Lang laughed with great satisfaction, and the laughter made Han Li and the others dumbfounded. What? The extremely difficult, extremely evil extraterritorial demon, in the eyes of His Majesty Su Lang, turned out to be a delicious snack. This is too exaggerated. Those extraterrestrial demons are weird monsters after countless negative incense sublimation and qualitative changes. Can they be delicious as snacks? However, His Majesty Su Lang really eats deliciously. Is his taste so heavy? In other words, His Majesty Su Lang is actually a super demon, and he likes these negative energy. A lot of thoughts flashed through Han Li and the others. There is a strong awe for Su Lang again. At this time, Han Li, function, immediately lead me to the next world, and to destroy this world, I want to eat all the extraterritorial celestial demons in the entire world of cultivation. Su Lang's voice came into the minds of Han Li and others. Yes, His Majesty Su Lang, the great infinite emperor. Han Li and others recovered from the many horrified thoughts, and Zan even immediately opened a world channel to the next world. Su Lang flew into the channel while controlling the infinite. Han Li and the others launched the self-destructive methods laid out in advance, and the whole world was wiped out in an instant. Immediately after, a strange and powerful world power shrouded in and completely closed the entire world channel. This power is the power of the entire world of cultivation that is close to 100 million. So far, cultivation of the world is completely isolated from the outside world. Even if it is opened from the inside out, it takes countless hours for everyone like Han Li to do it. At this time, Su Lang flew into another world on the infinity. This world is extremely vast, and it is the largest realm of heaven in the realm of cultivation. Although it is the largest world in the world of cultivation, there is an extremely vast planet of life suspended in it, but its surface area is much smaller than that of the Tianmen continent, about 1% of that of the Wu Clan continent, of course. The land of the cultivation world is scattered in every billion worlds. The total land of all the worlds is probably larger than the Wu Clan mainland. But in terms of resources, the cultivation world is not as good as the Witch continent. After all, the Witch continent is part of the boundless world. At this moment, Su Lang was very satisfied with Han Li's arrangement. If you enter a small world, the breath that the infinite number unintentionally released might instantly kill the entire world. Although they are all very weak creatures, in the eyes of Su Lang, they are all creatures under his command. At this time, it is the Tianan realm, so the infinite can be fully utilized. The world is huge. Because of the existence of the extraterritorial celestial demon, no one in Tianan realm dares to practice the way of incense, but it is convenient for me to do it. A trace of excitement appeared on Su Lang's face, and then he unfolded the ethereal universe again. Chapter 2043, Clean up the sky in 3 minutes. Boom. The extremely large ethereal universe has expanded violently. With the continuous improvement of Su Lang's cultivation base, and the collection of incense aspirations more and more, the area of the ethereal universe has also become larger. When it was first opened, the ethereal universe was only 1 billion light-years in size, but it has now expanded more than 10 times. The virtual spirit universe is completely unfolding in the Tianan realm, and it immediately covers an area of tens of billions of light-years. Such a huge area is equivalent to 1/10 of the Tianan realm. At this time, the virtual spirit universe spread out, instantly absorbing all the incense power within the range of tens of billions of light-years. No matter what kind of incense aspiration, even the traces of emotion spilled in the air by the creatures are all absorbed. Simultaneously, a large number of extraterritorial celestial demons were also forced out of hiding by Su Lang's ethereal universe, braving the black smoke and screaming incomparably miserable. Then he was swallowed by the ethereal universe without any resistance. In an instant, at least 1 trillion extraterritorial celestial demons were swallowed by the ethereal universe, turning them into countless incense and aspirations. Hiss. Our Tianan realm has hidden so much incense power, which is really scary. Yes, I'm waiting to know that Tianan realm has traces of extraterritorial celestial demons, but they are extremely cautious. We can't detect an accurate number at all. I didn't expect there to be so many. Fortunately, His Majesty Su Lang descended, and easily cleaned up these extraterritorial celestial demons, otherwise this big hidden danger might become a fatal blow to Baitian to defeat us. Thanks to the great Majesty Su Lang. Quote. Han Li and the cultivators of the primordial beginning stage took a cold breath, a strong fear arose in their hearts, and they were immediately replaced by happiness. The gazes they looked at Su Lang were already full of strong worship and admiration. Obviously Su Lang once again convinced them. At the same time, those surviving extraterrestrial demons screamed in horror and began to run around. Ah, what's going on? Why did so many of the same kind suddenly die? Our extraterritorial demon should be an immortal existence, how could it die so fragile? It's over, we must have met the nemesis, hurry, let's run away. Quote. Countless extraterritorial celestial demons desperately fled in all directions, but they had no effect at all. All of Su Lang's clones were dispatched, and a few breaths spread all over the world. Wherever Su Lang wants to go. Clone replacement. Su Lang's heart moved, and he immediately exchanged positions with a clone. The scope of the ethereal universe also changed immediately, covering the entire territory of tens of billions of light years. Suddenly, all extraterrestrial demons in the area, regardless of the level, all turned into the food of the ethereal universe, screaming and being restored into countless incense power. Clone replacement. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and changed his position again, turning the area tens of billions of light years across again into his own hunting ground. Countless extraterrestrial demons did not have any power to fight back, and they all died tragically in an instant. How can that be? We have spent countless years of layout before we differentiated and lurked so many extraterritorial demon. What kind of existence is this, and why can it kill us instantly? Quote. The only remaining extraterritorial celestial demon has been scared to death, and his heart is broken. In the face of death, they will also feel panic and despair. They also tried to escape by all means. But none of them can escape by chance. After Su Lang made 10 transfers, the entire Tianan realm had been visited by him. A huge amount of extraterritorial celestial demons died tragically in his hands, turning them into nourishment for the virtual spirit universe. To be safe, let's do it a few more times. Su Lang smiled slightly and continued to use the clone to dispatch and replace, visiting this Tianan realm again several times. During the period, I did find a few fish that slipped through the net, all of which were high level and fast, and they provided a lot of incense power. Good. Heart-piercing lock has been condensed into 90%, and it will be completely formed with a little more. Su Lang looked at the huge amount of incense and aspirations in the ethereal universe, and suddenly became extremely happy. Chapter 2044. Take me to other worlds simultaneously. All the extraterritorial celestial demons in the entire Tianan realm were cleaned up by Su Lang. The creatures living in Tianan realm all feel that the whole world seems to be brighter and more comfortable. I will wait to thank your Majesty Su Lang for destroying the extraterritorial celestial demon and saving countless creatures in the celestial realm. Your Majesty Su Lang is invincible and will last forever. Your Majesty Su Lang. Quote. Han Li and other monks from the early days saw that Tianan realm had been cleaned up by Su Lang. They were grateful and knelt down again. This is where they have cultivated for countless years, and it is also their home. The thieves who have been hiding at home for many years are eliminated. How can they not be excited? Ha. These extraterritorial demons are of great use to me. Quickly, take me to other worlds. Su Lang laughed, and immediately ordered Han Li and others to attack the other worlds. Yes, Your Majesty Su Lang. Han Li and others naturally couldn't ask for it. Quickly open a passage to Tai Immortal Realm. Su Lang immediately drove the infinity into the world. The Tai Immortal Realm is the largest kind of world except the Tianan Realm, and the strongest inside is the monk who is equivalent to the quasi-Taichu. The scale of the world is also much smaller than that of Tianan Realm. With Su Lang's thought, the void spirit universe enveloped the entire world, and everything related to the incense aspiration power was eliminated and absorbed. Next. Su Lang licked his lips excitedly and ordered Han Li. Yes, Han Li and the others were busy opening the next world channel. Su Lang flew in with the boundless ship, and continued to destroy the outer demon. So back and forth, Han Li and others have completely become machines that open the world's channels. Whenever they arrive in a world, their first reaction is to open the next world channel. Because Su Lang was really too fast to clean up extraterrestrial demons, a world can be cleared in an instant. Even later, Han Li and others opened multiple world channels at the same time. Su Lang stood in one of the worlds. Through the world channel, hundreds of extraterritorial monsters in the world can be cleared instantly. This level of efficiency simply made Han Li and the rest of the team cast their heads. And just as Su Lang was constantly cleaning up the outer demons, Cultivation is somewhere in the devil world in the 10,000 realms. The whole land is full of monks occupied by the aliens. These monks are extremely evil, raising countless lives as slaves, as tools for the production of incense power. And what they need is almost all negative incense willingness. Therefore, countless creatures will be brutally tortured. It can be said that they are the Tianmi Buddhism with its magnificent face torn apart. Above this sinful land, suspended a piece of distorted purple-black buildings, endless, very strange. A certain slanting, like a palace-style building with crumpled paper balls. A weird man covered in black lines opened his eyes in horror, his pupils shrank suddenly and trembled crazily. This person is just the beginning of the Qian realm, who worship the heavens in symbiosis with the demon outside the territory. He is also the leader of today's Badian demon sect. What the ***** is that? Why can I eliminate my extraterritorial demon in an instant? Furthermore, it was wiped out so quickly, dozens of breaths, and tens of thousands of extraterritorial demons in the world were cleaned up. Keep on like this, and soon I will completely lose all extraterrestrial demons. No, extraterrestrial demons are my foundation, I can't lose them. Exterior demon ancestor, you must know what it is, tell me if there is any way to stop him. Quote. A lot of horrified thoughts arose in Bai Tian's heart. He hadn't known these emotions for many years. He kept making incredible whispers and asked frantically towards his sea of consciousness. If anyone else is here, surely you can find that his sea of consciousness is pitch black. It must be known that the sea of consciousness of the martial artist is opened from the darkness, and the inside is a bright world. But Bai Tian's consciousness sea, perhaps because of the weird incense road, is completely different from the orthodox martial artist. Chapter 2045, The Terrified Foreign Demon Ancestor and Bashan and just in this dark sea of knowledge. An incomparably huge humanoid demon outside the realm and the soul of Baitien are entangled, living and dying together. This extraterritorial demon is extremely powerful and extremely old. It was one of the strongest extraterritorial demon left by the innate demon spirit, and was called the extraterritorial demon ancestor by the entire cultivation world at this time, but it is also full of confusion and fear at this time. It should be known that it is an extraterritorial demon left by the innate demon. It inherited part of the memory information of the innate demon, even understand a lot of things before the battle of the boundless world. However, it had never heard of the existence that suddenly appeared and was able to madly sweep away the heavenly demons outside the territory. Bashan, I don't know what it is, maybe only the innate demons know it. I can feel that existence perfectly restrains our extraterritorial demon, and all my methods will not work for him. The foreign demon ancestor shook his head solemnly. Our only choice is to escape. Escape. I prayed to God to spend countless hours and painstaking efforts to set up a shocking situation, and I was about to bring the cultivation world into my palm, but now, let me give up all the escape. I'm not reconciled, not reconciled. Bashan's eyes are blood red, his canthus is about to split, and he keeps shaking his head like crazy. We have no choice. That weird and powerful existence is not something we can fight against. The foreign demon ancestor said in fear, let's escape, let's seek shelter from the Lord innate demon. Escape, I escape. Bashan seemed to have collapsed, screamed wildly for a while, and immediately set off to escape. He knew that the channel world of the original cultivation world leading to the outside world had been destroyed. But he has another way to escape. He spent a lot of time slowly creating it in order to be prepared, but he didn't expect it to really come in handy. After making up your mind, Baitien quickly mobilized the power in his hands to delay Su Lang's footsteps at all costs. But he himself shuttled through the world one by one, fleeing madly towards the outside of the cultivation world. The other side, Su Lang had already guessed that Bashan would be alarmed. Therefore, When he was clearing out the outer demons, he was consciously approaching the core area of the worship. And his speed is extremely fast. Those evil monks who were sent by Baitien to block them could not play a blocking role at all. After all, Su Lang controls the boundless, possessing a powerful combat power as high as the 8-Yan primordial realm. So powerful, not to mention the mob of worshipping the demon sect. Even if the Baition cult leader who lives with the demon ancestors of the outside world comes in person, he will be killed. In a short time, Su Lang drove the boundless spacecraft and appeared in a devil world of Tai immortal realm level. This place is called the Baition demon realm, and it is also the true core lair of the Baition demon sect. That weird existence has been killed. Flee, we can't be opponents at all, run away. No one can survive the existence of that man, our end is here. Quote. A large number of godless evil monks are all shrouded in pessimism, completely losing all the courage to resist. They flee in horror. It turned into countless streamers between heaven and earth, flying everywhere like headless flies. Next moment, they were enveloped by the ethereal universe that Su Lang was constantly unfolding. These evil cultivators cultivate the weird way of incense. Although they possess a physical body, they have already undergone an irreversible transformation. Therefore, it is also restrained by the ethereal universe. At this time, one by one, the evil monks who were enveloped by the ethereal universe were melting like candles, and then it was more like boiling, beginning to evaporate. Endless pain swept through the body of every evil monk. It seems that the creatures who have been tortured by them for countless years have returned the pain they suffered. Just a few breaths, the powerful godless evil monks turned into piles of black scum, which restored their true colors scum. Chapter 2046. The evil monks all become scum and the incense willingness contained in their bodies. As well as the powerful extraterrestrial demon coexisting with them, they have all been swallowed by Su Lang's ethereal universe. Even their souls were thrown into the hell of heart-piercing, reduced to incensed creatures providing special aspirations. Good and evil are rewarded. They used to raise countless intelligent creatures as tools, but now it's their turn. About 3 minutes later, all the extraterrestrial demons and evil monks in the entire Baitian devil realm will die. But those beings who have been nurtured and tortured cannot return to their normal state. Hundreds of millions of trillions of creatures are completely numb, deeply servile, and even completely lost their self-awareness. For these creatures, Su Lang had dealt with many things before, and they all used Mingguang 10,000 realms to conquer, at least. The warm light of Mingguang myriad realms will heal the wounds of countless creatures, so that they will no longer suffer endless pain. To change to a comfortable way to continue to be numb and continue to provide incense aspirations is their current ending. This can only be blamed on their bad lives, but most of these creatures are under cultivation and will die soon. At that time, he will be reborn through Su Lang's reincarnation and be a normal intelligent creature. With a wave of his hands, he put these countless creatures into a sparsely populated world of the elementary crystal wall. Su Lang's gaze fell on the continuous twisted palace. That is the lair of Baition demons. The people inside have already ran away, but it doesn't matter, no one can escape my tracking. With a tick at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, he sent out a large number of treasure-hunting flying gliders, and immediately caught the breath of worshipping heaven. Immediately after, a large number of treasure-hunting flying in the same direction chased them, and they were soon stopped at the world barrier. Is this going to another world? Whether you want to peek-a-boo with me in the realm of cultivation. It's useless to still want to give up everything and escape from the realm of cultivation. Su Lang smiled coldly, and immediately waved his hands and displayed terrifying spatial means, forcibly tearing apart the world barriers to form a channel. Han Li and others have no control over these worlds, and without pre-arranged world channels, they can only use brute force. After tearing open the world channel, the treasure-hunting flying gliders rushed into the opposite world first. The evil monks in this world should have been ordered and deceived by Baitien, and didn't understand Su Lang's power, so he dared to gather together to form a line of defense. However, their line of defense is useless at all. At this time, countless treasure hunt flying into this world. Those evil monks immediately launched an attack. However, even if several Supreme Emperor-level powerhouses attack at the same time, they cannot harm a single hair of a treasure-hunting flying glider. What is this? Why can't they hurt them? We are the mighty powers of Tai Jade Fairyland, we can't hurt a little thing, how is this possible? The Lord Baitian deceived us, these things are not something we can fight against. Quote. The evil monks were frightened by the anti-injury feature of the treasure-hunting flying glider. At this time, a breath of incomparable terror came, but it was Su Lang who drove the infinity into this world. It's over. Such a powerful breath is even more terrifying than the Lord Bashan. Such a terrifying existence has appeared in the cultivation world. Quote. Seeing Su Lang driving the boundless ship, one by one Xie Shu was so scared that his liver and gallbladder were splitting. Immediately after, there was extremely severe pain in their bodies, and Lin and the others cried out in pain. Under the influence of the virtual spirit universe, all these evil monks melted and turned into scumbags. Simultaneously, treasure-hunting flying gliders have once again gathered somewhere in the barriers of the world. Su Lang used Mingguang to subdue the surviving creatures in the world. Then he drove the infinity to fly over, tearing open the channel with the same spatial means, and continuing to pursue it. Time is passing slowly. Su Lang passed through one demon world, annihilated countless evil monks, and collected countless creatures into his crystal wall world. Chapter 2047. See how far you can escape. Gradually, the world is getting smaller and smaller, and it is gradually unable to accommodate the existence of infinity. Forcibly driving the boundless to break in will only kill all the creatures in the world. Su Lang simply put the infinity into the Dantian universe, and then continued to pursue it. Monk Han Li and others in Wu Clan Yinghua and others, along with the infinity, were able to enter Salong's Dantian universe together and saw the blue star and the sun and moon. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Where is this place? Why are the rules so clear? Cultivating here, comprehending the rules and great roads, will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. I remember, this is the characteristic of the legendary core fragment of the infinite realm. Here is the core fragment of the infinite realm. Look at that sun, it is the real sun, not a big fireball. It is indeed your Majesty Su Lang, who has the core fragments of the boundless realm. His Majesty Su Lang is the sun of the universe, boundless hope for the recovery of the universe. Quote. Everyone talked in horror, and immediately showed ecstasy. Han Li and other monks in the primordial realm, after seeing the core fragments of the infinity realm, once again showed a lot of respect for Su Lang. Although they haven't seen the spiritual transmission internet on the heavenly misty continent, and the exchange building in Fuse world. But they were also completely loyal to Su Lang. Even if it is to die for Su Lang, they can do it. Time passed again. Su Lang shuttled through small worlds and gradually came to an extremely barren mortal world. Here is Baitien's own creation of the channel to the outside world. This world looks very normal. There is not even an extraterritorial demon, the disguise is really good. Su Lang looked at the ordinary mortal world in front of him, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Among the cultivation world, the mortal world has the largest number. Especially the small world at the bottom of the cultivation 10,000 realms, the number is simply innumerable. To find the external channels created by Baitian from these worlds, most people simply cannot do it in a short time. But Su Lang had a treasure-hunting flying guide with the function of soul, and he found it easily. By God, you must have never thought I could catch up so quickly. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, waving countless creatures into the crystal wall world. Immediately after, Su Lang once again released the infinity from the Dantian universe. Rumble, an extremely terrifying breath is coming. The whole world trembled crazily, just like a dangerous building in an earthquake, about to collapse. Drive me. Su Lang appeared in the infinity in an instant, displaying the spatial means of the Bayan primordial realm. Instant time, this small world protected by the power of the cultivation world, a lot of cracks immediately appeared. Among them, the place where the treasure-hunting flying gliders gather is the biggest crack. That was originally the channel opened by Baitian. Go. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, and immediately drove the infinity to rush out of the rift in the world barrier, once again escaped from the realm of cultivation, and returned to the void of the infinite universe. Squeak. The treasure-hunting flying gliders flew in the same direction, squeaking with excitement in their mouths. It was obvious that they found the traces left by Baitian. Hey, see how far you can escape. Su Lang smiled coldly and immediately dispatched the clone to pursue frantically. At the same time, infinite number, Han Li and others were shocked, because they discovered that Su Lang's cultivation level was only in the second development realm. Although the combat power reached the 4th development realm, this cultivation realm was really low. This is not the same thing as they imagined that Su Lang is an extremely powerful warrior. But, Ying Hua immediately told them an incredible news. That was just 2 or 3 days after Su Lang broke through the primordial beginning realm. The eyes of Han Li and others were about to fall out on the spot. Just 2 or 3 days after breaking through the primordial beginning realm, he immediately broke through to the 2nd generation realm, and then had the combat power of the 4th generation realm. This is too exaggerated, but Han Li and others knew that Ying Hua was a person who didn't lie, which meant that Su Lang did indeed increase his cultivation base in a short period of time. And it will continue to skyrocket. No wonder Ying Huadu is so respectful and submissive. It turns out that His Majesty Su Lang has such terrifying potential. His Majesty Su Lang is definitely the material to become an eternal power. Han Li and the others thought so, and ecstasy gradually rose in their hearts. They also saw bright hope just like Zhang Wenzheng and the others before. Chapter 2048, A touch of pressure immediately after. Su Lang drove the Infinity, not only changing positions with the clones, and chasing Bai Tian frantically. But, Beishan has been escaping in the same direction. He flees purposefully, not like a headless fly. This prayer must be looking for his backer. Su Lang noticed the anomaly in Bai Tian's escape, and his eyes flashed. Baitien is a strong man who lives with the demon ancestors outside the territory. And the outer demon ancestors are strange creatures left behind by the innate demon. It's obvious. Baitien is going to seek shelter from the innate demons. Innate demon, able to be called innate, the life of survival must be extremely long. And the extraterritorial demon left by the innate demon can leave a mark in the core of the boundless world, which is enough to be a very terrifying existence. Perhaps, he is a half-step eternal state, maybe. When Su Lang thought of this, he suddenly became vigilant. But he didn't intend to let go of Biod. Instead, Su Lang wanted to see with his own eyes how the innate demon existed. No matter how, innate demons must be powerful creatures in the boundless universe. As long as it is a strong man in the boundless universe, it is Su Lang's goal to strive for acceptance and union. Although the innate demon was most likely a violent creature and very dangerous, Su Lang still wanted to see it. Therefore, Su Lang continues to chase forward. In order to be able to see the innate demon smoothly, Su Lang deliberately controlled the speed of dispatching clones. After all, the spirit detection range of the clone hasn't reached the Qian Taichu level. When the avatar finds Bai Tian will definitely be able to see Su Lang's avatar, so that it will startle the snake. Anyway, according to the speed of the Infinity, Su Lang could probably also guess Bai Tian's escape speed, so that the distance would not be too far. Time passed slowly. Su Lang drove the boundless, not knowing how many distances the void had crossed. Even practiced a book of exercises. Ding! World Heavenly Witch Fulcrum has reached the founding level, accompanied by the appearance of system prompts. Numerous profound meanings appeared in Su Lang's mind. It made him thoroughly master the cherished technique that embodies the great wisdom of the Wu clan. World Heavenly Witch Fulcrum, with A Fulcrum, use Thelever, to display an unexpectedly powerful power. Wu Yin currently has the powerful combat power of the Bian Taichu realm. After using the Fulcrum lever, it can increase its power by dozens of times, and the conventional combat power can almost reach the infinitely close to the Juyin Taichu realm. It's worthy of being the 2 elementary exercise method that the Wu clan cherishes most. It is much more useful than ordinary exercises. However, leverage does not work for the rules of time, otherwise it would be too abnormal. Su Lang felt the brand new profound meaning in his mind, and the corner of his mouth gradually outlined a bright smile. Immediately after, his eyes looked at the rest of the Taichu exercises. The number of 1 key empowerment functions is about to be refreshed. This time, I will practice universal return to 1 picture, and pass it to his subordinates at that time, and it will definitely increase the battle power of the Infinity. Su Lang nodded slightly. Before, he instilled exercises, cultivation bases, and rules for his companions and subordinates for the purpose of reward. The reward is the loyalty of the subordinates. At this time, the Infinity could use the combat power of its companions and subordinates to the extreme. Raising the strength of his companions and subordinates is equivalent to raising Su Lang's own combat power. What he gained is not only loyalty, but also solid strength. After making a decision, system, activate the function of 9 hearts into 1, and practice, yuha into 1 picture. Following Su Lang's instructions, the martial arts villain became busy immediately after the exercise was placed. At this time, Su Lang suddenly felt a slight pressure. It can make me stressed. I'm afraid it's already close to the place where the innate demon is. I don't know how strong the innate demon is, even I can feel the pressure when I stay in the infinity. Su Lang's eyes condensed and his pupils shrank slightly. Chapter 2049, Keep Me Quiet simultaneously. Ying Hua, Han Li and others also felt the slight pressure. And as the infinity continues to advance, the pressure is increasing. Su Lang can speculate that his destination is the innate demon through Bai Tian's escape trail, and Ying Hua and others can also speculate. At this moment, he felt the pressure from the innate demon, and he was a little shocked. Your Majesty Su Lang, I'm afraid we are already close to where the innate demon is. Your Majesty Su Lang, I don't know how strong the innate demon is. For your safety, let's stop chasing it. Yeah, we can just drive Bai Tian away. Ying Hua, Han Li and others persuaded each other. Although they also know that letting go of Baitien means releasing the tiger and returning to the mountain, it will leave a huge hidden danger, so they are very unwilling to bait and flee. But considering the unknown of the innate demon, it is almost unimaginably powerful. They still believe that the hope of preserving the boundless world of Su Lang is the most important. But, Su Lang was not worried about his safety. Because he has 49 lives now, even better than the 30 lived Contra. This is still scary, everyone. I am absolutely sure that my life will not be in danger. It's not necessarily for you. Now that I put the infinity in the life universe, you can wait for the good news with peace of mind. Su Lang smiled faintly, and said confidently, What? Your Majesty Su Lang, this is no joke. With the boundless, we can have the strength of the 8 Yan primordial stage. If you take the boundless into the life universe, the strength you can control will be greatly reduced. Your Majesty Su Lang, if you want to move on, please be sure to take me. Even if I die, I will never regret it. Yes, Your Majesty Su Lang, I will wait to follow your steps closely. If you do not withdraw, we will not withdraw. Ying Hua and the others were extremely horrified at first, and then one after another excitedly expressed that they would always stand with Su Lang, and were not willing to let Su Lang go by himself. But that's it. Whatever I do not withdraw, you will not withdraw. I still don't sleep with the moon, I don't sleep. Su Lang waved his hand, and took the infinity into the Dantian universe with everyone, give me quieter. Immediately after, Su Lang continued to move forward under invisible pressure. In the pubic universe, Ying Hua and the others sighed with great annoyance. They were annoyed that they were not strong enough to help Su Lang. If they are strong enough, Su Lang doesn't have to go adventure alone. Your Majesty Su Lang, don't have anything to do with you. You are the last hope of the boundless universe, you must be safe and sound. His Majesty Su Lang said he has full confidence. I believe it, but I still don't want him to take risks by himself. I am still too weak. After returning to the Tianmen continent this time, I must break through to the Bayan realm. Various thoughts arose in the hearts of everyone, at the same time. While flying forward, Su Lang would make a twin avatar use the Bayan clone to become 100 clones. Immediately after, he sent a clone to explore the way ahead. With the avatar dispatched again and again, this Bayan avatar is under increasing pressure. The distance to the innate demon is getting closer. Suddenly, in the boundless void, an extremely terrifying shadow appeared. This black shadow was terrifying, it was like a black sun magnified countless times. Under its black surface, blood-red lines will occasionally appear, which is very permeating. This is the innate demon. But he was motionless at this moment, and seemed to fall asleep. At the same time, a slowly flying figure appeared within the avatar's divine mind detection range. Take a closer look, it's a monk. It's Bashan. Sure enough, he came to look for the innate demon, seeking refuge. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a shallow smile, and opened Bai Tian's attribute panel. But to see that this guy turned out to be a Qian realm from the beginning, and his combat power had surpassed Han Li and Ying Hua, it was very scary. But Su Lang is not afraid, because he is a monk who lives in symbiosis with the outer demons. Chapter 2050, Half-Step Eternal Innate Demon. At this time, Bashan also discovered the existence of Su Lang's clone through his own spiritual thoughts. What? How come there are people here? And it looks like it is the rumored warrior, the outsider. Could it be that this is the previous entry into the realm of cultivation from the outside world to help Han Li and the others frantically clean up the existence of the extraterritorial demon? But, why is his cultivation so low? The aura on his body is only at the Sanyan Prime beginning level. Beishan was stunned to see Su Lang clone. In his expectation, Su Lang was able to kill his countless extraterritorial celestial demons so easily. It was definitely a super terrifying power. He is estimated to be the strongest of Juyin. No matter how bad it is, the strongest Bian Taichu. However, appearing in front of him now is just a Sanyan level weak Taichu. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed through Bai Tian's mind like lightning. Hey, what's going on? Could this be his clone? Yes, this must be his clone. Damn, that existence is chasing here. Fortunately, this place is not far from Lord Innate Demon. If he dares to chase after him, I can guarantee that he will definitely die. There was a panic in Balian's heart, and he gradually calmed down. Then with a sneer, without looking at Su Lang's clone, he continued to fly in the direction of the innate demon. During the flight, Beishan found that Su Lang's clone hadn't moved at all, and he was a little surprised. Is it afraid? Yes, facing the innate demon, he should not dare to chase. After, Beishan looked at Su Lang's avatar coldly, then let out a cold snort, and continued to fly towards the distance. He did not know. Su Lang didn't have time to watch him at this time, because he was checking the attribute panel of the innate demon. Name: Eat Evil Race. Innate Demon Qualification Level. Innate Realm Level. Half-Step Eternity Attack Level. Half-Step Eternal Defensive Level. Half-Step Eternal Shenfa Level. Half-Step Eternal Endurance Level. Half-Step Eternal Spirit Level. Realm of Pure Nirvana. Master the exercises. Devour the Heart of Evil Spirits Taichu. Founding Crossing Time and Space Taichu. Founding It really is an innate demon. Half-step the terrifying existence of the eternal realm. What's the matter with this qualification level? Innate level qualifications. A qualification even more powerful than unparalleled. Although he has only 2 exercises, they are both at the founding level. It should be his own creation. Innate demons, innate qualifications, create your own techniques. Could it be that he is the strange existence where the universe was born, and he has the innate aptitude? The boundless realm has a prehistoric era, and the innate term is generally used on the 3,000 innate demon gods and a large number of innate treasures. Could this innate demon be related to the legendary 3,000 innate demon gods? Various thoughts flashed in Su Lang's mind, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. At this time, he found that Badian had disappeared within the divine consciousness of the clone. I'll talk about this before I solve this bait. Su Lang thought of it, and immediately used the clone replacement function. Then, Bai Tian suddenly felt within the detection range of divine consciousness. That Sanyan's weak and small Taichu suddenly became stronger, reaching the Xian level. What's the matter? How could that clone suddenly change from Sanyan Taichu to Xian Taichu? Does he use any secret technique? But even if he uses the secret technique, he can't cause any harm to me. Why did he let the clone do this? It can't hurt me at all. Balian frowned in surprise, and then continued to fly forward with doubts. No matter what. It is safer to be near the innate demon. However, he did not know that stronger clone is not using a secret technique. It just changed people, changed from the clone to the deity of Su Lang. Bai Tian simply broke his head, and he didn't expect the terrifying powerhouse. He expected to have only the strength of the Xian primordial beginning stage. Chapter 2051. Frightened and desperate prayer. So he didn't realize that it was Su Lang's deity. Otherwise, Bai Tian would have returned his hand long ago and attacked Su Lang. At this time, Su Lang was also a little surprised. Does this guy actually do anything to my clone? I'm ready to sacrifice some clones, he won't do anything. Now my deity appears, he still doesn't do it. Afraid of this, Su Lang raised his eyebrows. Forget it, no matter what he thinks, let's kill it. Thought of this, Su Lang immediately unfolded his virtual spirit universe, covering a range of tens of billions of light years. Beishan is naturally within the envelope of the virtual spirit universe. A terrifying mysterious force immediately fell on Baitien's body, causing him to suffer extremely intense burning pain. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel so painful? My strength is disappearing. How is this possible? Exterior demon ancestor, extraterritorial demon ancestor. What the asterisk is happening here? Quote. The advancing Bashan suddenly stopped and let out a scream, but he didn't know why he was like this. Because he subconsciously believed that Su Lang's clone could not cause harm to himself. So he couldn't figure out what happened. Bashan, my strength is also dissipating. Isn't this situation like the death of the strong under our command? That clone, the martial artist clone of the early days, may be the key. Kill him soon. Quote. The foreign demon ancestors who lived with Badian also suffered endless suffering. Even because he was a pure incense body, the damage he suffered was far greater than that of Badian. Ah, my power, I want to kill him. After Bai Tian received the reminder of the outer demon ancestor, he suddenly exploded with majestic killing intent, carrying endless pain, and slaying Su Lang fiercely. Then, Su Lang saw a scorched ghoul-like humanoid monster with black smoke and twitching body killing him. Incredible. I can survive for so long in my virtual spirit universe. And there is the power to fight back. It's a pity that you can't attack me if you take the initiative. Su Lang smiled lightly, whispering a faint voice in his mouth. Voidling universe, I don't care what you do, I'll kill you in the beginning of the Xian. Bashan heard Su Lang's whispering voice, and instantly roared with resentment, killing him like a madman. However, the power on his body madly dissipated, and his cultivation level continued to decline. When he flew in front of Su Lang, he was about to fall into the Xian realm. Sky Demon Dazzling Sword Technique. You die for me. Bashan roared incomparably stern, and holding a four-dimensional twisted long sword, he slammed Su Lang fiercely. However, Su Lang didn't even bother to hide. The evil cultivator who coexists with the celestial demons outside the territory dared to say that they want to kill me. It is ridiculous. Su Lang had a calm expression with both hands. He calmly looked at the long sword that came in front of him, and a slight smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, a shield emerged directly, forming an extremely strong barrier, instantly blocking the long sword of Bashan. Ding dumbstruck, an extremely harsh sound erupted in the surroundings along with violent energy ripples. The barrier formed by Tianjia's eight-sided shield shuddered slightly. Su Lang didn't even blink his eyes. What? Even blocked? It's impossible. No, it's not true. Ah, my body, my strength, no, I don't want to die. Master Innate Demon, look, your people are going to be killed. Quote. Bashan saw that his long sword was blocked, and he roared in horror and despair. Within the coverage of the ethereal universe, the power of Baitien is being deprived all the time. He has only one chance. But he failed, and death is waiting for him. And just now, Chapter 2052, Innate Demon Awakens. Okay. A somewhat confused voice came from the void, with a trace of laziness in it. But even if it is confused and lazy, it cannot conceal the ferocity and evil aura. It is the innate demon that woke up from the deep sleep. On his extremely huge black body, two extremely huge red cracks slowly grinned, revealing two bony white weird pupils. In his mouth, there was a slightly faint voice before. And this extremely terrifying existence possesses half-step eternal terrifying power. Just a faint voice made Su Lang face pale and burst into cold sweat. Lying down. So smart. I'm afraid I will lose my life here today. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and placed his clone, ready to trigger death replacement. Simultaneously, Master Innate Demon, please help me, I don't want to lose my strength, I'm going to fall into the first stage, I'm going to die. Quote. Seeing that the innate demon was awake, Bashan suddenly screamed, and the sound was mixed with horror, despair and ecstasy. It was getting complicated. Who dares to fight by my side? Oh, is it a little monk who has parasitized the alien monster? He seems to be miserable. How could he become like this? What is it? The other one seems to be. It's human race. Unexpectedly, after countless hours, the human race as weak as ants will also appear strong in the beginning. Moreover, it ran right in front of me. It was incredible. However, whether it is a monk or a warrior, I am hungry now. The innate demon didn't need divine thoughts at all, and saw the existence of Su Lang and Bai Tian. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes, and then he became indifferent. As a half-step eternal existence that has lived for countless billions of years, he has seen too many in the ordinary primordial realm. In front of him, it is no different from other ants. They are all food. To be precise, it is a tool for making food. Yes, what he eats is not flesh and blood, but all kinds of negative emotions. The extraterritorial demon inherited his habits. And the extraterritorial demon, in fact, it is his staple food, and at the same time it releases the tools to make food. Simply put, it is to release the food, such as the alien demon, let them parasitize the intelligent creatures, swallow the negative emotions and strengthen themselves. In this way, delicious food will grow up on its own. At this time, seeing Badian living with the alien celestial demon and the energetic Su Lang, the congenital demon suddenly had an appetite. When Su Lang and Bashan heard the words of the innate demon, their expressions changed. What? Master innate demon, you want to eat me as food? No, Lord innate demon, I am your citizen. Master demon, I am your descendant, please don't eat me. Badian and the outer demon ancestor begged for mercy in disbelief at the same time, and couldn't believe that the innate demon would eat themselves. But Su Lang was simply nauseous. He doesn't want to be eaten. At this time, come on, let me lick it first. The innate demon's cold voice came, but the content of the words caused Su Lang's mouth to twitch. Lying down, also lick it first. Su Lang stood upside down, as this innate demon a pervert. At this time, the innate demon suddenly stretched out a tentacle. I hold a grass. Su Lang's eyes twitched. All the tentacles are out. The next moment, the black ferocious tentacles spanned an unknown number of light years, and instantly stretched out in front of Su Lang, wanting to eat Badian first. However, zzz, thick smoke burst out from the black hideous tentacles instantly. It's exactly the same as the Bashan on the side. What is going on? What is it that can swallow my energy? The pupils of the innate demon instantly shrank, and they were filled with a thick incredible. He has lived so long and grown up so long, this is the first time he has encountered this situation. Chapter 2053. Don't run, let me eat a few more bites. Not only the innate demon, Bashan on the side was even more horrified. In his heart, he is invincible to the universe, Lord innate demon. He was being drawn and devouring power just like himself. So what exactly is Su Lang's background? Obviously, he has only Xian level combat power, and he can actually cause damage to the half-step eternal level innate demon lord. Simultaneously, Su Lang is also a bit surprised. He had no idea that he could absorb the power of the innate demon. But, when I thought about it again, he was stunned. No matter how strong the innate demon is, its path is also a special incense path. As long as it is related to the incense aspiration, it must be restrained by the virtual spirit universe. Therefore, even the innate demons that are as strong as half-step eternity are also drawn by the ethereal universe to devour incense power. At this moment, countless incense will power was sucked out from the tentacles of the innate demon, and then swallowed into the virtual spirit universe. In a flash, Su Lang discovered that the ethereal universe began to grow wildly. Not only that, in the Qibao Miaoshu Void Dragon Vein Celestial Realm, the speed of condensing special incense crystals has increased wildly. Countless incense creatures have become extremely powerful under the infusion of a huge amount of incense. Immediately, the special incense aspirations produced by these incense creatures were more and more pure, and the speed of condensing incense crystals naturally became much faster. In a short time, countless incense crystals were condensed. Soon it reached the point where it could upgrade the Qibao tree. At the same time, in the heart-piercing Lock Void Dragon Vein Heaven, the incense creatures have also become extremely powerful, and then they have produced countless special incense aspirations. In the heart-piercing Lock Void Dragon Vein Celestial Realm that presents the appearance of a scroll, the heart-piercing lock becomes more and more clear, as if it is about to fall out of the painting. At this time, what? I don't want to die. Master innate demon, please don't give up on me, save me. Master innate demon, I will definitely help you find more food. Ah, I'm going to die. No. Bashan made an extremely screaming scream, and not only his voice, but also the voice of that foreign demon ancestor. Driven by the desire to survive, they screamed in horror and despair, begging. But the innate demons didn't even look at them. As the two of them became weaker and weaker, the speed at which Su Lang Shu Ling universe extracted incense power became faster and faster. In a blink, Bashan became a black scum on the ground. The demon ancestor outside the territory was swallowed completely and completely disappeared. Hiss. A lot of incense and willingness, the heart-piercing lock will soon be condensed. Su Lang felt the constant flow of incense and willingness, and his face suddenly became excited. Simultaneously. Unbelievable. It's incredible. Unexpectedly, there is such an existence in the world, capable of absorbing incense willingness regardless of everything. The innate demon watched Bai Tian being killed by Su Lang alive, and then looked at his tentacles that were constantly bubbling with smoke and also drawn out of power, and suddenly murmured in disbelief. Simultaneously, because of being absorbed the power of incense, a torrent of intense pain came from the tentacles, and the innate demon couldn't help but want to withdraw the tentacles first, and then take a closer look at Su Lang. With a fierce move of the tentacles braving the endless thick smoke, they immediately left the enveloped area of the ethereal universe. Have to say, the innate demon in the half-step eternal state is too powerful. A space of tens of billions of light years, if you say that you cross it, you can cross it. But, just when the innate demon planned to investigate Su Lang carefully. Hi, don't run, let me eat a few more bites. Seeing the hideous tentacles disappear, Su Lang raised his eyebrows and his face was unhappy. His piercing lock has not had time to condense. And condense the piercing lock, can't this condense more incense weapons? How can the innate demon be let go? Others are afraid of innate demons, Su Lang is not afraid. Anyway, he now has 49 lives. Chapter 2054, It's so cool, start the avatar dispatch function. Su Lang thought, and a buying clone suddenly appeared closer to the innate demon. Okay, what's the situation? Why did this strange guy who looks exactly like that human clan suddenly come here? There was no spatial fluctuation during this period, which is really strange. What kind of strange trick is this? Quote. The innate demon looked at the avatar of Su Lang buying who appeared not far away, and his face was suddenly shocked. Following Su Lang's method of extracting incense power, he saw another trick that was difficult to see through. Soon, the innate demon once again stretched out a thin tentacle, preparing to stab Su Lang's buying clone to death. But at this moment, clone replacement, Su Lang's heart moved, and he immediately exchanged positions with the clone. The tentacles extended by the innate demon happened to be within tens of billions of light years from Su Lang's side. Then, zzz, another endless smoke came out of the tentacles, and the intense pain caused the tentacles of the innate demon to twitch. What? This human race kid unexpectedly swapped places with that thing before. He still maintains the same means of absorbing the incense willpower. This kid, he is going to chase me to suck. Quote. Unbelievable arose in the heart of the innate demon. Not only is he unbelievable about Su Lang's clone dispatch and clone replacement functions, I also feel incredulous that Su Lang dared to chase after himself to smoke incense. OMG, he is a half-step eternal strong, innate demon, cross-border universe, almost invincible. And Su Lang is just a little man with the power of the Xian Taichu. At a mere 4 levels, in the eyes of the innate demon, it is really no different from the ants. Su Lang chased the innate demon spirit and sucked the incense, like a little ant chasing a human to bite. A strong sense of absurdity appeared in the heart of the innate demon. I'm afraid this little thing is crazy. A mere 4 generations level, you are not afraid of death chasing me to suck. Well, since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you. The innate demon thought so, and immediately drew out 3 tentacles again, preparing to kill Su Lang. But at this moment, one of Su Lang's buying avatar appeared closer to the innate demon, almost touching his face. Soon, Su Lang collected all the treasures in his body into the storage space. Then he did not hesitate to use the clone replacement, and appeared near the innate demon. Here, looking up, the innate demon is suspended in the universe like an endless black planet. Su Lang can even see more details on the innate demon's body. Simultaneously, the innate demon was also successfully enveloped by the virtual spirit universe. For a moment, zila, countless thick smoke emerged from the innate demon. The pain that swept from the whole body made the innate demon tremble fiercely like an electric shock. How is this possible? He can span such a long distance and run directly in front of me. His weird supernatural powers can cover my body. Ah, it hurts, my power. My power is fading. Damn, he can draw incense aspirations so fast. Dare to deceive my face, I must kill you today. The innate demon was enveloped by Su Lang's ethereal universe, and it was suddenly shocked and angry. In a flash, numerous spikes pierced fiercely from the huge body of the innate demon, and instantly fell on Su Lang's body. An extremely terrifying force came. Su Lang's eyes were too late to blink, and the death substitution was triggered instantly. A clone that had been prepared for a long time completed the death. Su Lang instantly stood in the original position of the death clone. Ooh, this breath is so cool. Sucking the entire body of the innate demon in one sip is 1,000,000 times more powerful than the incense wish obtained by sucking a tentacle. Su Lang looked at his void spirit universe, and he was suddenly so excited. The incense aspiration drawn by this mouthful is too much. He not only increased the radius of the ethereal universe by a full billion light years, but also condensed the heart-piercing lock. Chapter 2055. It's completely dead now, but Su Lang does not plan to check the heart-through lock for the time being. Because he was afraid that the innate demon would run away. Yes, Su Lang was afraid that a half-step eternal boss would run away. Clone dispatch, replace. In an instant, Su Lang dispatched a buying clone again, replaced its position, and appeared next to the innate demon again. The innate demon was staying where he was surprised. Suddenly, there were countless thick smoke coming out of his body again, and a severe pain felt all over his body again. Accompanied by the pain is a large amount of incense power that dissipates. What? Here again? Didn't I kill him just now? Ah, I have incense and hope. This asterisk little asterisk can escape my blow, incredible. But today you provoke me, don't even think about leaving alive. Little thing, die to me. The innate devil stretched out a large number of tentacles with great anger, entangled Su Lang tightly, and squeezed it fiercely. Haha, death substitute trigger. One clone died, and Su Lang appeared in another place again. Haha quack, great, keep on sucking. Su Lang was so excited that he almost laughed out a duck cry, and then activated the clone dispatch again, the clone replacement function. The other side, humph, it's completely dead now. Dare to be arrogant in front of my innate demon devouring evil, only one word will end, death. Damn it, so much of my incense aspirations. Fortunately, I woke up early, or if I was secretly sucked by him while I was asleep, I shouldn't lose money. Quote. The innate demon thought that Su Lang was already dead, so he snorted viciously, and then prepared to recuperate. But at this moment, a buying clone of Su Lang appeared again, and was replaced by Su Lang. What? Also, not dead yet. The innate demon's eyes glared, and immediately began to emit thick smoke again. Ah, this incense willpower is awesome. Su Lang felt the incense and willingness of continuously inhaling the virtual spirit universe, and suddenly showed intoxicated expression. Wow, how can you and have not died yet? I killed you, I killed you. Die to me. The innate demon was dumbfounded, and immediately roared extremely cruelly. Tentacles stretched out from his body, forming countless weapons, and slashed at Su Lang's body. Puff puff, the sound of countless sharp blades pierced into the flesh sounded. Death substitution is triggered again. Su Lang suddenly appeared somewhere far away. Always kill now. I don't believe it, this human race kid can come back from the dead. Damn it, I was sucked a lot of incense and willingness again, asterisk it. Quote. The congenital demon looked at Su Lang, actually a clone, who was chopped into minced meat, and his teeth tickled with anger. But, the avatar of Su Lang appeared again, and then Su Lang replaced the avatar again. The virtual spirit universe, which had grown to a radius of 12 billion light years, instantly enveloped the entire body of the innate demon. Accompanied by a sizzling voice. Countless thick smoke has risen again. The severe pain once again filled the body of the innate demon, making him dumbfounded. Also, not dead yet. How is this possible? How can human race have this ability to come back from the dead? Is anyone using the rules of time to help him resurrect, but there is no other powerful existence around? What's more, a person who is revived by the rules of time, if the rules of time on his body are synchronized by the boundless universe, he will immediately return to the state of death. How can this mere 4-level guy maintain the time rules that resist the infinite universe? What the asterisk is going on? What is this human guy? Does he possess some kind of treasure related to time when the universe was born? The innate demon was stunned. Even with his countless years of experience and insights, it can only be explained by the treasures produced at the beginning of the universe. Just when his thoughts are full. Chapter 2056. Don't kill him this time, catch him. Su Lang appeared again. The virtual spirit universe spread out, and countless thick smoke appeared on the body of the innate demon. What? So comfortable. It would be even better if this innate demon didn't resist. Su Lang was suspended in the void, constantly extracting the power of the innate demon. His face almost bloomed with a smile. Appeared again. Does he really have some kind of special treasure related to the avenue of time at the beginning of the universe's birth? Don't kill him this time, catch him. Seeing that Su Lang appeared, the innate demon immediately stretched out a very thick tentacle and directly wrapped Su Lang. Zzz. Countless thick smoke rose from the tentacles. A huge amount of incense will be swallowed by Su Lang's ethereal universe. Are you going to kill me again? What's the matter? I still have more than 40 lives, come on, kill me. Su Lang looked at the tentacles wrapped around his body, and a bold smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth, but surprisingly, the innate demon's spirit light wrapped his tentacles around him, and did not kill him. And there were also many small tentacles like kelp silk growing on the tentacles, groping on Su Lang. Lying down, this innate demon has been eating negative incense and willingness, and it really has become a pervert. This is so terrible, it's worse than death. Forget it, for the sake of incense strength, just treat it as a rope. Su Lang saw the kelp condensed by the innate demon swimming up and down around him, and he suddenly felt a chill. But in order to absorb the power of incense, he planned to endure it. You can absorb countless incense and aspirations for a moment. At the same time, no, how could it not? He didn't have a special treasure related to the great avenue of time at the beginning of the universe. How did he come back to life? The innate demon didn't find the expected treasure from Su Lang, and his face suddenly appeared astonished. Immediately after, an idea appeared in his mind. He must have that special treasure. But he was not placed outside, but in the body, either in the flesh and blood somewhere, or in the universe of life. I must find your treasure. The eyes of the innate demon flashed a bright light, condensing more kelp, grabbing Su Lang's body and tearing it hard. Hiss. Death substitute trigger. The avatar was splashed with blood and broken to pieces. Simultaneously, a whole 10 life universes were captured by the innate demons with special means, and emerged in the void. Not only that, those shredded flesh and blood were also split into individual crystal wall cells by the innate demons in a strange way. He wanted to find the treasure he suspected from the flesh and blood of Su Lang in the universe of life. But he did not know. It was not Su Lang that he shredded, but Su Lang's clone. At this moment, seeing Su Lang, the clone, so many life universes and crystal wall cells, even the innate demons were shocked. Hiss. This little human race has 10 living universes and so many crystal wall cells. This cell, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a full 170 crystal wall cells. With so many crystal wall cells, how did this guy cultivate? It's no wonder that his cultivation base is only 2 generations, but his combat power is 4 generations. Such a good foundation is incredible. No matter, let's see if there are any treasures in his cells. Quote. Various thoughts arose in the heart of the innate demon, and even if he began to sweep the universe of life with his spiritual thoughts. But the next moment he was stunned again. Because the 10 life universes are all empty. How is this possible? 10 life universes, but not even the weakest life planet. It's impossible. Doesn't he need humanity? Did he transfer the planet to the crystal wall cell? Although this is a bit abnormal, it is also possible. Look at the crystal wall cells first. After a period of horror, the innate demon began to detect the crystal wall cells with divine mind. Chapter 2057. Stand obediently and let me get full. However, still none. There was no crystal wall cell with living creatures at all. Can't find the special treasure in that guess. And look for it. The innate demon suddenly discovered that the corpse had turned into a strange mist, and gradually disappeared. What's happening here? The innate demon roared incredible. At this time, the avatar of Su Lang appeared again, and then replaced with Su Lang's deity. The virtual spirit universe spreads out. Start to draw the incense aspiration power of the innate demon again. Resurrected again. How did you do it? No one in the universe can be resurrected multiple times for no reason. The innate demon stared at Su Lang fiercely, not even the pain on his body. Sorry. Then I can. Innate demon, you can't kill me, stand obediently and let me get full. Su Lang, with one hand on his back, looked at the innate demon with a playful look, as if I would take you. Although he actually only has more than 40 lives, he can pretend to have countless lives. What? Can't kill you? There is no one in the world that I can't kill, you die for me. The innate demon was furious, and instantly stretched out countless tentacles to pierce Su Lang, the clone, to a chill. After death substitution is triggered, Su Lang immediately dispatched the clone to replace it, and continued to use the void spirit universe to devour the incense and desire power of the innate demon. Do not. This is not true. I am going to kill you. The innate demon roared with incomparable anger and disbelief, and waved his tentacles again to kill Su Lang, the clone. But he killed again and again. Su Lang has been constantly resurrecting out of thin air, reappearing, and continue to consume his power. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. At the 40th time, the innate demon gave up the attack in a daze. It is true, he really can't kill, he can always be resurrected. What the asterisk is going on? What methods did he use? I can't kill him in a mere 4-generation realm. Moreover, he can ignore my defenses and continue to draw my strength. If this continues, I will die. No, I have to escape. A rare trace of horror rose in the heart of the innate demon. In countless years, he has absorbed countless fears and despair, but he has never personally borne such emotions. Immediately after, the scared innate demon gave up the attack and fled straight away. For an instant, he crossed countless spaces and reached another deadly universe. Have you come after? It doesn't seem to be chasing me. Hoo, there is such a weird thing in this boundless universe, Tionk me, it really scares me to death. Damn it, he has absorbed a lot of incense power. Moreover, the cultivation world doesn't dare to go back. I spent so much time preparing food, now. It's all cheaper. That guy, I'm so heartbroken. Quote. The innate demon first looked at the direction of the place where he was before. Then he checked the incense willingness he had lost. Suddenly a pain. Immediately after, in order to be safe, the innate demon teleported again for unknown light years. Soon he stopped to cultivate and recover. At the same time. Yo, scared away, I still have 9 lives for nothing. Su Lang looked at the empty universe after the innate demon left, and suddenly raised his eyebrows, but having absorbed so much incense aspiration power, it is also profitable. And if there are only 9 lives, it's almost the same. Keeping 9 lives is just enough to deal with some accidents. Of course, it is impossible to let go of the innate demon. Treasure hunt flying glider. Activate the soul function. Su Lang thought, countless treasure hunting flying. Squeak. Treasure hunting flying gliders, densely like locust swarms, collected the breath of innate demons. Then keep moving towards the place where the innate demon is. Oh, in that direction, go, open up a dispatch path for me. Su Lang looked at the direction the treasure hunting flying flies, suddenly showing a touch of playfulness, and then sent a large number of 100 shadow clones to constantly rush to the place where the innate demon was. However, Su Lang did not intend to send the clone to the side of the innate demon, so as not to startle the snake. Feeling that the distance is almost the same, the clone will be taken back, at this time. While sending a clone, Su Lang looked at the heart-piercing lock that had just been condensed in the Void Spirit universe. Chapter 2058, Cohesion and Evolution through the hard lock. After repeatedly absorbing the incense aspiration power of the innate demon, the area of the ethereal universe has expanded to a radius of 15 billion light-years. The diameter has reached 30 billion light-years. Because the incense of the innate demon is a negative incense. Therefore, the colorful world before is completely gone. The virtual spirit universe has become a purple-black world. There are weird and twisted incense plants, incense animals, ghost-like clouds. In short, it looks like a ghost mythical creature. Of course, this has no actual impact on Su Lang. Anyway, he is immune to the erosion of all incense aspirations, and will not change at all because of the incense aspirations. At this time, in this very vast purple-black world, 2 small light spots floated up and down in a corner. A lot of incense aspiration power is being absorbed by these 2 light spots. Pulling in a little bit, you can see that these 2 light spots are actually the 7 treasure tree and the void dragon vein heaven world through the heart lock. They take on the appearance of 2 scrolls. It is painted with the Qibao Miaoshu and the lock of the heart. In this purple-black world, they are the only colors. Su Lang first looked at the piercing heart lock void dragon vein heaven. But I saw that the heart-piercing lock on this picture scroll, like the Qibao Miaoshu, was completely transformed into a real object, ready to be used. Netherworld Dragon Vein Heaven Realm, now. With a thought in Su Lang, he instantly took out the heart-piercing lock Void Dragon Vein Heaven Realm and presented it before his eyes. A huge picture scroll emerged, slowly flying in the void. Immediately after, Su Lang stretched his hand into the picture scroll and fished it lightly. It was as if he was fishing for the moon in the water, and he took out the heart-through lock. Suddenly, a longevity lock with 3 white jade chains appeared in Su Lang's hands. The longevity lock exudes strange power, even Su Lang feels a bit creepy. Just after condensing, it is the first stage of Yi Yan. Moreover, it is the strongest kind of Yi and Taichu, which can be easily blocked and tortured by Yi and Taichu strong. Su Lang carefully felt the power of the heart-piercing lock, and immediately his eyes condensed, and a lot of energy poured into it. Instant time, 3 white jade chains release 9 black jade chains, shaking their heads like 9 ferocious black dragons, choosing people to eat. A more terrifying breath radiated from above. If the quasi-beginners saw these 9 chains, they would not be able to bear it just by looking at them, and the soul would be banned. Unexpectedly, this piercing lock can not only block a single target. It also has the ability to attack in groups, and can block relatively weak warriors in a large area. This is really a good treasure. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, and immediately looked into the picture scroll, of course. In Su Lang's eyes, he saw the emptiness of dragon veins in the world inside the scroll. A large number of special wish power crystals have been condensed in that huge world core that has spawned countless dragon vein continents. Yes, that's right, the incense aspiration power drawn from the innate demon not only condenses the heart-piercing lock, but also condenses tens of millions of incense aspiration power crystals. Ha 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 ha, so many incense and willingness to crystallize, it is enough for me to evolve the hard lock several times. An excited smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and then he immediately collected those special wish power crystals into the storage space. Immediately after, system, evolve me a hard lock, Su Lang thought, and immediately issued instructions to the system. Ding, consume the special incense wish power crystal * 1 million, the heart-piercing lock evolves into the second Yan Taichu weapon. Hi, just use 1 million. Su Lang sucked in a cold breath and immediately ordered again, system, continue to evolve the hard lock for me. Ding. Consumption of special incense wish power crystal * 3 million, the heart-piercing lock evolves into a Sanyan Taichu weapon. Ding. Consume the special incense wish power crystal * 5 million, the heart-piercing lock has evolved into a Xian Taichu weapon. Ding. Special incense is not enough to crystallize. After the piercing lock evolved 3 times in a row, the special incense wishing power crystals were almost consumed. Chapter 2059, Wuyuntai Primary 7 Treasure Tree, evolved 3 times. Achieved the Xian Taichu level. Tisk Tusk, not bad, it has reached the realm of Xian. If it is strengthened again, it will definitely become one of the strongest weapons in my hand. Su Lang rubbed his hands in excitement, and immediately issued instructions, the system, give me the specified materials, strengthen the heart-piercing lock. Ding. Consumes Kanglong Ice Emperor Lu 45865, Moon Scroll Demon Eye Rock 98658. Heart-piercing lock strengthens +1. Ding. Consume Gu Feng Yu Jade 1589564, Fang Yingjinlinian 74524. Heart-piercing lock strengthens +1. Ding. System prompts sounded continuously. After the piercing lock was strengthened 3 times, Su Lang found that his material couldn't hold it. The power of the heart-piercing lock is very scary, but the materials consumed for strengthening are also explosive. Because it has a very high foundation, it has directly reached the Xian primordial stage, and naturally more materials are needed for strengthening. And the rest of the weapons. For example, Su Lang's Yudian sword, Godless Dragon Terrace, etc., were all strengthened when their level was lower before, and the materials consumed were much less. Of course, the reinforcement completed by the consumed materials is naturally not as strong as the reinforcement completed by the consumption of more materials. So till now, the Yutian sword itself is the realm of Sanyan Taichu, but it has been strengthened a full 8 times, and the combined power has only half of the foot into the realm of Wuyun Taichu. But the hard lock is different. It has a high foundation and consumes a lot of materials for strengthening. At this time, one strengthening can increase the power of a small realm. After strengthening 3 times, the true level of heart-piercing lock has reached the Qian primordial realm, becoming the highest level weapon in Su Lang's hands. It would be great if the weapons such as Yudian sword could be strengthened again. Although they have been strengthened 8 times now, the previous few strengthenings are almost useless at the current level, which is equivalent to using the strengthening times for nothing. Su Lang thought silently, and soon he put the heart-piercing lock into the Void Dragon Vein Heaven realm again, and then put it into the Void Spirit universe again. Immediately after, Su Lang's gaze fell on another Void Dragon Vein Heaven. Heart-piercing lock. Void Dragon Vein Heaven has condensed so many incense and desire power crystals. 7 treasure trees. Void Dragon Vein Heaven realm must also condense a lot of special incense crystallization. This time, it is estimated that the Qibao Miaoshu can be raised to a very powerful level. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth, and then took the 7 treasure tree Void Dragon Vein Heaven realm from the Void Spirit universe. Suddenly, another picture scroll appeared in front of Su Lang. Su Lang skillfully took out the 7 treasure tree, and counted the special incense wish power crystals condensed in the Void Dragon Vein Heaven, and then put them into the storage space. Compared with the piercing heart lock Void Dragon Vein Heaven, there is more incense and wish power condensed on the Qibao Miaoshu. The number has reached a full 13.5 million pieces. Heart-piercing locks need to condense themselves. The Qibao Miaoshu has already condensed itself, so the incense will have more crystals. A full 13.5 million pieces can definitely evolve to the realm of the beginning. Su Lang licked his lips excitedly, and then gave the system an instruction: "System, evolve the Qibao tree for me." The voice just fell. The system prompt sounded: "Ding. Consuming special incense and wishing power to crystallize *500000. Qibao Miaoshu has evolved into Ludu Godless Soldier." Ding. Consuming special incense and wishing power to crystallize *600000. Qibao Miaoshu evolved into Kidu Godless Soldier. Ding. Consume. Qibao Miaoshu has evolved into an 8-duty Godless Soldier. Ding. Consume. Judu has no ****** soldiers. Quote. This time, until the time when the special incense wish power crystal is consumed. The system prompt sounded 9 times. Qibao Miaoshu also successfully evolved from the Wudu Godless Soldier to the Xian Taichu realm. This has reached the same realm as the heart-piercing lock, and the Qibao Miaoshu had been strengthened 7 times. Although it was a reinforcement at a low level, it was better than nothing at all. Its power at this time has reached the realm of 5 eves. Chapter 2060, the third incense weapon. It has reached the realm of 5 evolves, and it can be strengthened once. Su Lang suddenly brightened his eyes, preparing to strengthen the Qibao Miaoshu to the limit of 8 times. But when he saw the inventory in his storage space, the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. However, there is not much material in the storage space that can be used for one-click enhancement. There are so many materials used to strengthen the weapons. Of the early days, the materials just obtained from Baitien are so used up. It seems that I can only return to the world of cultivation and search for a wave. Su Lang sighed slightly, before he gathered the 7 treasure tree, and threw it into the Void Spirit universe to continue growing, but Su Lang did not immediately return to the realm of cultivation, because he was going to choose a new weapon and condense it out of the Emptiness Dragon Vein Heaven. After some thinking, a purple-black gourd appeared in Su Feng's mind. This gourd is the Zijin gourd. The purple gold gourd is a powerful magic weapon that appeared in the prehistoric era. The legend is the beginning of chaos. The world has opened up, and at the foot of a certain giant mountain, there is a wisp of fairy vine knotted with a purple, gold and red gourd. Later, a strong person picked it and refined it into a magic weapon, purple gold gourd. The ability of Zijin gourd is very peculiar. As long as the name is called, if the enemy responds, it is already inside. Immediately, he posted a post saying, "The Supreme Master is anxious like a law and order," and it turned into pus in a moment. This thing is quite similar to the Death King I learned before. However, dying the Great Emperor is a causal secret technique. Its principle is the avenue of causal rules. It is estimated that it is strengthened to the primordial realm, and it is difficult to escape the framework of the avenue of heaven and earth, and it is easy to crack the defense. If I condense a special incense weapon with the Void Dragon Vein Heaven realm, the characteristics it possesses will no longer be among the 3,600 avenues, and it will not be easy to crack. Yeah, this is the purple gold gourd. Su Lang thought about it, and immediately decided. Immediately after, he used Netherworld Dragon Vein Heaven to condense the third incense Dragon Vein World. and put it into the virtual spirit universe. This is not over yet. Little network. Establish a third area, gourd hell. Judgment rules, as long as those who like to expose people are short, and these people just throw them into me. After thinking about it, Su Lang laid down the rules of the trial. The rules are rather weird, and Su Lang didn't think about how many souls could be grabbed from the reincarnation to the third void dragon vein heaven. The incense creature in this third dragon vein world. Su Lang intends to mainly use the captured enemy souls to act. Anyway, there are countless extraterritorial celestial demons and monks who live with them. Once these extraterrestrial demons and evil monks were killed, their souls would all return to Su Lang. It is definitely enough to fill the third dragon vein world at that time. At this time, Su Lang threw the souls obtained by strangling the outer heavenly demons and monks into the third dragon vein world. Suddenly, these souls were assimilated by countless incense aspirations and turned into incense creatures. At last, Su Lang sent many buying avatars in, acting as a life mentor, to guide those confused souls. He is already very skilled in this series of methods. Therefore, the void dragon veined heaven that condensed the purple golden gourd was immediately on the right track. Hey, Zijin gourd, another treasure that ignores defense. I don't know if I can condense it after I go back and wipe out all the outer celestial demons. Su Lang thought so, and immediately took out the infinity, and then entered the most core part. Your Majesty Su Lang, Your Majesty Su Lang, you can be regarded as letting us out. Are you okay? His Majesty Su Lang, are you okay? What about that prayer? If you don't kill it, then forget it, let's talk about it later, don't risk it. Now, Your Majesty, I really hate myself for being so useless, letting you take the risk of chasing Badian. Old and incompetent. Ying Hua, Han Li and others were very worried about Su Lang in the Dantian universe. Although Dantian universe has been fine, it means that Su Lang should be safe. Chapter 2061. Everyone admires them, but when they thought that Su Lang would face a terrifying powerhouse like the innate demon, I couldn't settle down anyhow. At this time everyone saw Su Lang and found that he was unscathed. Suddenly he let out a sigh of relief, and knelt down with a cry and howling. Okay. Get me up, I have said that I have full confidence, and you are still worried about it. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and rolled his eyes. Tell you, that fellow Baitien has been killed, and something you can't imagine has happened. This statement came out, all the strong from the beginning were shocked. Beishan is dead, Your Majesty Su Lang. You killed Beishan. HMPH, are you suspicious of Your Majesty Su Lang? Just worship the virtues of Our Majesty Su Lang. In front of Our Majesty Su Lang's special methods, isn't it just as easy to destroy as ordinary extraterrestrial demons? Yes, I was waiting wrong, then Beishan is an ant in front of His Majesty Su Lang, and His Majesty Su Lang can kill him with just one finger. Hi, Your Majesty Su Lang is really amazing. We have not killed Badian for countless years at the beginning of our cultivation of 10,000 realms. Your Majesty will kill him as soon as you get out. Yes, the subordinates really admire the 5 bodies. After hearing Su Lang's words, the cultivators of the beginning not only didn't get up, but knelt down with 5 bodies, and they admired Su Lang incomparably. The primordial Wu clan such as Ying Hua also admired the same. That Bai Tian is Qian Taichu, and even the strong at Qian Tai Junior High School. Anyway, Yinghua, the strongest of the witch clan, cannot be killed. But Su Lang single-handedly killed it, which in the eyes of everyone is really awesome. At this time, right, Your Majesty Su Lang. Xingguan suddenly asked with curiosity, you said there is another thing we can't imagine, what is it? Bold, you dare to talk to His Majesty Su Lang like this. Ying Hua immediately reprimanded Xingguan, and Xingguan was so busy that he dared not speak anymore. No problem, a good student is to ask questions, get up. Now I will tell you something that you can't imagine. Su Lang looked at a pair of odd and curious eyes, and smiled faintly, I sucked the innate demon away. Hear this, everyone was dumbfounded with horror, and the eyeballs and chin were almost falling off at the same time. What? The innate demon was sucked away by His Majesty Su Lang. The innate demon is likely to be a half-step eternal powerhouse, and even escaped in the hands of His Majesty Su Lang. Moreover, he was still sucked away by His Majesty Su Lang. How did His Majesty Su Lang him? Could it be that His Majesty Su Lang can restrain the extraterritorial demon and the innate demon? God, your Majesty Su Lang can deal with the innate demon in the realm of second yan, it is indeed the hope of the boundless universe in the future. Quote. After hearing Su Lang's words, the powerful people from the early days suddenly felt like a tsunami in their hearts. The admiration for Su Lang is also deeper and more, it is like the water of the Milky Way in the sky, endless. Ahem, perhaps you all guessed it. The innate demon was also restrained by me, and I drew a huge amount of negative incense power from him. But don't worry about it, any incense aspiration power cannot erode me. In addition, I have used those incense and will power to forge a treasure. From the Qian primordial stage, Su Lang gave a light cough, then raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and took out the piercing lock. Hey, that's it, piercing lock. This statement came out. At first, the public was shocked to the point where the brain went blank. What? His Majesty Su Lang not only sucked away the innate demon, also obtained a huge amount of benefits from the innate demon. The most important thing is that His Majesty Su Lang can actually cast countless incense aspirations into a treasure of the Supreme Beginning Stage, and it is a treasure of the Qian Supreme Beginning Stage. Oh my god, I didn't expect His Majesty Su Lang to be such a terrifying tool refiner, capable of casting special treasures in the Qian realm. It's amazing. Although I have lived for so many 100 million years, I can't match the finger of His Majesty Su Lang at all. Chapter 2062. Clean up the celestial demons outside the realm of cultivation. Countless thoughts of horror rose again in the hearts of the people at the beginning, and at the same time the admiration for Su Lang increased many times. At this time, everyone, I think some of you don't even have 2 basic weapons available. Su Lang laughed. It's okay, after returning to the Tianmen continent, you can exchange for the 2 low-level weapons I refined through the exchange building. What? Exchange house. We can exchange the weapon of the primordial beginning refined by His Majesty Su Lang. I'll be able to have the early weapons available later, great. Quote. It was the first time that Han Li and other monks from the beginning had heard the words exchange house from Su Lang. In fact, when they were chatting with Yinghua and others before, Yinghua and others showed off, but they all believed it. At this time, I personally heard about the exchange building from Su Lang, and Han Li and the others immediately knew that this could never be faked. All right, now we return to the world of cultivation and prepare to migrate to the world of cultivation. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately activated the clone dispatch in replacement amidst the promises of the tsunami-like sounds of the Taichu Mountains, and directly returned to the Tianan realm of the cultivation world. Suddenly came such a hand. Even Yinghua and others, who had been shocked, couldn't help but marvel again. For the first time, Han Li and the others, who had crossed countless distances in an instant, were directly shocked and stupefied. This is the cultivation world. This is the Tianan realm, it is the Tianan realm, we have come back from the distant void of the universe in an instant. This is another peculiar method of His Majesty Su Lang, which is really incredible. His Majesty Su Lang has all sorts of miracles, and he deserves to be our new infinite Emperor Zhou. With His Majesty Su Lang leading us to overthrow Emperor Yuanmingzhou, the hope of restoring the boundless universe has greatly increased. Quote. Han Li and other early cultivators were shocked and ecstatic when they saw such a strange method. Like Yinghua and other Wu clan, they have seen the hope of destroying the Tianmi continent, defeating Emperor Yuanmingzhou, and making the boundless world prosper. At this time, don't be stunned. Han Li, you open the world around me first. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and ordered Han Li and other monks, I want to clean up all the world. Yes, His Majesty Su Lang, the great infinite Emperor Zhou. Han Li and others kowtowed deeply and immediately began to open the world channel. Immediately after, Su Lang drove the boundless, once again starting from Tianan realm, and constantly sweeping through nearly 100 million worlds. Time didn't pass for long. When Su Lang swept through millions of worlds, a system prompt rang. Ding! Yuha normalization picture has reached the founding level. Suddenly, numerous exercises and profound meanings appeared out of thin air, melted directly into Su Lang's soul, and could no longer be erased. More warmth flowed out of the body, permeating the limbs, flesh and blood. What? Unexpectedly, this technique has the effect of passively improving the crystal wall world. Although it is far worse than the exercises such as the Haori Yan Yu 2, it is better than none. Every one of my crystal wall worlds has been improved by 100,000ths, and the total improvement is quite impressive. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, but he didn't expect that this exercise specially prepared for his subordinates would be useful to him. Immediately after, his eyes fell on the storage space, a large number of taichu exercises. This time he is going to practice a time system practice of the past stage to enhance his time rules. After some selection, Su Lang selected a copy of Retrospective Time Vortex Ju. This is still a secret technique, which is too elementary, practiced to a high level, and has the ability to look back in time. It's you. Su Lang smiled slightly, immediately activated the Ju Shin Gai, and began to practice this exercise. Immediately after, he continued to drive the infinity, traveling through the worlds of the cultivation world, and constantly destroying the outer demons. Chapter 2063. Get rid of its dross, save its essence. The cultivation world has close to 100 million worlds. Many of these worlds are not devils. But Su Lang still didn't plan to let go of any world, so as not to produce fish that slip through the net. As time passed by, Su Lang drove the infinity to quickly clear the world one by one. In the end, all the extraterritorial celestial demons of the entire cultivation world were completely wiped out. So far, there will be no extraterritorial celestial demon in the cultivation world. The monks don't need to be afraid when practicing and breaking through, fearing that the demon from outside the territory will take advantage of the emptiness to enter. Of course, the monks did not dare to practice the way of incense because of the heavenly demons outside the territory. At this time, the extraterritorial demon disappeared, and they couldn't practice the way of incense either. Because Su Lang has become the master of the cultivation world, on his territory, all the incense and aspirations will be sucked away by the ethereal universe. At this moment, Su Lang wiped out the extraterritorial celestial demon, and got a huge amount of incense aspiration power on the scene. Most of these incense aspirations were put into the third void dragon vein heaven by Su Lang to condense the purple golden gourd. Finish it all. Su Lang directly used the clone to dispatch and replace, returning to the Tianan realm. Everyone, the realm of cultivation is now lonely, unable to use the spirit to transmit the internet, let alone the exchange building. Therefore, I want to move it to the celestial continent and integrate it with the celestial continent. Su Lang released the many early cultivators in the infinity and said to them, "Yes, His Majesty Su Lang, the stalwart Emperor Su Lang." Han Li and others did not have any objections and immediately bowed to promise. They know. Cultivation of the 10,000 realms should have contributed to the rejuvenation of the boundless universe and the Emperor Mingzhou. Moreover, only by joining the heavenly continent of cultivation world, can you enjoy the legendary exchange building and the internet of spirit transmission, and develop the cultivation civilization. Faster. At this time, Su Lang continued to speak. The cultivation world is extremely huge. Even if it's me, I can't transfer all of it to the heavenly continent. In the cultivation world, the low-level world that occupies the vast majority, we can only destroy it. The creatures in it, of course, want to migrate to the rest of the world. This can be regarded as removing the dross and saving the essence. At that time, I will lead the rest of the world of cultivation to reach the heavenly continent. Su Lang looked around at everyone. Now, I will go down and migrate to the earth in the world. You can release the news first. Yes, Your Majesty Su Lang. The monks from the beginning again bowed their orders, and then sent a message so that the monks in the world could be psychologically prepared. However, Su Lang moved to the edge of the realm of cultivation, a mortal world. Cultivation of the 10,000 realms is different from the Wu clan mainland. This world is a complex huge world composed of countless small worlds. Every world has more than an earth, and a vast sky. The total space of all worlds is much larger than that of the Wu clan continent. Therefore, Su Lang could not use the method of transferring the Wu clan mainland to transfer the world of cultivation. The way he thought of was to use the pupil of 10,000 worlds. Because the type of cultivation of the 10,000 realms is exactly like the existence of the living universe, and the artificial world, which can be better stored in the pupil of the 10,000 realms. But still the problem, the size of the cultivation world is too huge. Even Su Lang strengthened the pupil of 10,000 realms technique again. Then let Xing Kuanyan and the avatar unfold, but it is impossible to incorporate all of them into the pupil of 10,000 worlds. Therefore, we can only choose to destroy the lower level, mortal world and the weak, spiritual world, and move a large number of creatures to other worlds. Thus, to cultivate the characteristics of the world, after destroying a world, the total world barrier of the cultivation world will automatically shrink and maintain a complete form. Even if it destroyed the vast majority of the world, the size of the cultivation world has been greatly reduced, but it is still complete. It's like there is less air in a water bubble, but the bubbles still exist, still in a round and complete form. Chapter 2064, Destroy 10,000 worlds in 1 second. At this time, Su Lang wants to destroy the world he is in, which is equivalent to evacuating some air from the bubbles. The current mortal world, the highest level, is also in the Golden Core stage, equivalent to a warrior in the Martial King realm. The world is not big, just equivalent to the original Blue Star. Such a world, just find a crystal wall world to migrate. Su Lang's heart moved, and the endless energy immediately wrapped the whole world. Rumble. The whole world was suddenly shaken. Earthquake. The world is trembling. Is the world going to be destroyed? Look, there is a vast and magnificent existence standing above the clouds. Before, a strong man swept this world and wiped out countless extraterritorial heavenly demons. At this time, it is the previous one. This is the incarnation of the cultivation world, the spirit of the world, protecting us. Quote. A group of low-level weak monks looked up at the sky in horror, and said various guesses. Immediately after, they feel like the sky is spinning. Then the sky of the entire world changed color, turned into crystal clear crystals, reflecting colorful light, reflecting the clouds into colorful colors. But the weak monks could not imagine. His own world has moved from the cultivation world to a certain cell in Su Lang's body. At this moment, Su Lang overlooked the entire small world. It has become empty, and even the air has been sucked away together. Xiaoyu. Su Lang squeezed his right hand, Yudian sword appeared in his hand, and the naughty Xiaoyu responded. Destroy it, world. Su Lang was holding the Yudian sword, and instantly slashed Po Yi's sword. An extremely terrifying sword light broke out in China in the world. Countless energy will destroy the world. The outermost barrier of the cultivation 10,000 realms suddenly collapsed and shrank inward, and the whole world disappeared completely in an instant. When the world collapsed, Su Lang arrived in another world. The creatures in this world have not yet received news. After seeing Su Lang, he guessed everything and guessed the West, horrified. Then unknowingly, he even transferred everything in the world to Su Lang's cell. Immediately after, Su Lang began to repeat the previous process. Transfer everything in each world to the crystal wall cell, and then destroy the world, at the same time. The rest of the mortal world, Su Lang's tens of thousands of buying clones are also doing the same. Although the clones didn't have a powerful weapon like Yudian sword, and their combat power was a little weaker than Su Lang. But it is completely possible to collect the land in the small mortal world and the weak spiritual world one by one, and then destroy the world. At this time, tens of thousands of worlds were migrated and destroyed in almost a second. In 1 minute, 600,000 worlds are destroyed. Cultivation of all realms keeps exploring. The shape of the huge tower gradually shrinks, and the roots become thinner and thinner. 1 hour later, Su Lang has destroyed 36 million worlds. The lands and creatures in these worlds were all transferred to the crystal wall cells of him and the clones. And the clones then directly use the transfer function to transfer the world land and creatures collected by oneself to Su Lang, filling Su Lang's crystal wall world. Then, Su Lang had 36 million crystal wall worlds containing creatures. Existing in Su Lang's body, any incense energy generated by these creatures will be absorbed by the void spirit universe for the first time. The souls after the death of the creatures will also go to reincarnation. At this time, after the destruction of 36 million worlds, the clones are still continuing. But Su Lang stopped temporarily, because a system prompt resounded through my mind. Ding! Retro Time Vortex Ju has reached the founding level. Immediately, countless profound meanings were imprinted in Su Lang's soul. Let him immediately master more time means. Now Su Lang has mastered 2 founding level, past, time exercises. The time backtracking method mastered is not inferior to the 4 Juyin Taichu of the heavenly continent. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.